Unsettling situations/people. Have you ever met someone who you knew was dangerous or something was just really off about them? Or have you been in a situation where if you knew you didn't get out of it, something bad was going to happen? I have just two, but for some reason, I feel like I've been in those situations several times. Whatever, anyway. I don't remember this myself, but my aunt told me that this happened to me. I was 4 or 5 years old, playing with chalk in the front yard. My family is in the backyard. I am not sure why the fuck no one was watching me. My family can be pretty paranoid/cautious, so this was strange. My aunt snaps and realizes someone needs to find me and watch me. As she is coming out to the front where I am, there is a stranger, a man getting off of his car and coming towards me. As soon as he sees my aunt coming towards me from the house, he turns right around and gets in his car and speeds off. My aunt, 15 to 16 at the time, did not think to write down his license plates. This next one happened a couple of years ago. My mom tells me about Stupid Kid Frost and various Latin old school hip hop artist concert at a raunchy club. I decide what the hell, I'll bite. I go with my mom, meet up with my cousin and her dad, my uncle. My mom splits for a bit, and so has my uncle. I am drinking a bit with my cousin. I see my mom. She is making out with one of the artists, one of the rappers from that song, Back to the Hotel. I am really fucking pissed. She's been telling me how she wants to get back with my dad and had supposedly been talking to him. My mom's new groupie status gets us backstage. My cousin offers to share a blunt. We smoke until the show is over. I'm pretty high, but also aware of my surroundings. My cousin is also pretty fucked up too. I walk out. My cousin fucking falls in front of everyone in the stupidest way. I now know I really need to pay attention to what is going on. I am looking for one of the fucking responsible adults that we came with. I find my uncle. He is also fucked up. His eyes are bloodshot. His body is swaying. Damn, you are drunk as fuck. I decide I need to find my mom to drive everyone home. She never drinks while she is out. She doesn't need to drink to be fucking crazy. While I am talking to my uncle, there is this super thin guy. His eyes are wide. He is jittery and circling us. I swear he knows that we are all fucked up and can't take care of ourselves. I am scared we are gonna be on the fucking news tomorrow, dead and assaulted and shit. I find my mom. The rapper she was messing around with wants her to drive him back to his hotel room. My mom had to be fucked up too. I know she is no saint, but I've never seen her act like this, like so irresponsible in my entire life. She sees that none of us are able to drive my uncle's car back home, but leaves in her car with the rapper to his hotel anyway. Did that just fucking happen? This guy is still watching us with his huge fucking evil eyes. I am feeling dread. If we don't die because of this crackhead watching us, I'm going to die in a fucking car crash tonight. I rush my uncle and my cousin to the car. My uncle assures us he can drive. I am high as shit. I would rather this fucker be responsible for the car crash. I am wide awake and catch my uncle falling asleep at the wheel several times, swerving like fucking crazy. We made it home. I know it could have just been me being high as hell and paranoid, but I was so scared. The guy was circling us as we discussed who was driving home. He was skipping around us with an eerie smile. I'd like to hear your stories. I'm sure any story is better than mine. I recently got married, and shortly after my new wife's parents died in a drunk driving hit and run, she inherited a nice sum of money, as well as her parents' humble manor up a hill near a gated community. Her parents were loaded. When we moved in, the place was entirely furnished and everything. It was a nice-ass place. We've been here about 3 years now, and a lot of fucked up things have gone on. It's the first month in new home when this happens. I am sleeping in my super comfy bed. Life is good. I start having a dream about being stuck in a bathtub that is being buried. I am strapped down with leather straps and chains. I am unable to scream because I have dirt in my mouth. The dream feels really real, like realer than real life, I suppose I can say. I wake up, choking on something. I feel lightheaded. I catch my breath and contemplate waking up my wife, but decide to get water instead. I grab my phone because I don't even know where the light switches are and the power frequently goes out. I stumble through the second floor hall. It's pretty lengthy, so it takes about a minute and a half just to get to the stairs. As I'm about halfway through, I hear something dragging in the dark. It sounds like a crude, metallic object. I just shrug and continue. I am almost at the end of the hall when I see something lazily dragging a rusty shovel. It is wearing a frayed robe with a hood. It completely ignores me and walks to the opposite end and disappears. I drink some water from the sink, lie in my bed. I can't sleep. I just lay there until sunrise. I mention it to my wife, who sort of shrugs and ignores me. Here is another one, about a half year in. I get bored of staying at home all the time. I get a new job just to feel useful. I am working as security part-time for a bank. I just sit in a room all day, watch the cameras, and maybe walk around once in a while. Aside from scaring off some local teens from the parking lot, it's a pretty boring night. It is 4 a.m. It's a cold-ass night outside, despite almost no breeze. My partner comes in to cover until the afternoon. I get home at about 4:15 a.m. The power is out again, so I park my car in the driveway. I am too lazy to open the garage doors manually. I go to the door, and as I get my key out to unlock it, I hear a dragging sound, but not like before though. Chills go up my spine, and I react by grabbing my baton and turning around. I see nothing. I search around with my torch, only to find something shining in the grass by the only tree in our lawn. I pick it up. It's some sort of locket with a strange symbol. I pocket it. I sweep my lawn one last time and head back in after finding nothing. I put the locket on the table and go to bed. The next morning I show it to my wife. She becomes extremely defensive out of nowhere and demands I give it to her. I fuck with her until she ends up forcing it out of my hand and throws it in the fireplace. What the fuck? That thing looked cool. She looks at me and tells me not to mention it ever again. She said she just thought it was hideous is all. After about our second year here, she's been acting rather strange. That locket showed up a second time as well, in the same place. Even though she burned it, it wasn't at all damaged. I later gave it to my coworker who covers my shifts. I am just gonna dump all my experiences because fuck it. Be me at work, it's 2 a.m. at this point. I am working until morning, so I'm thinking of picking up something from my wife when I get done. I am having my first cup of coffee and watching the monitors just like usual. These idiot teens are back. I watch them get drunk and skateboard around the parking lot. Suddenly, one points off towards the gate. The other kids stand up and they look to get extremely tense. They slowly back up. I decide it's go time to go get these shits off the parking lot. I walk outside and shine my light on them. Instead of being scared of me, they look relieved. They keep pointing at the gate and screaming, "He's going to kill us." I shine a light on the gate. It's a really old dude holding a knife. He's long, with a white scraggly beard. He's staring at us. I bring the kids into the bank and lock the doors. I tell them to sit tight until my partner arrives. I check the monitor. The old dude is standing in front of the side door, staring at it. I huddle the kids into the monitoring room. They are basically sobbing at this point. I call the police for assistance. I wait 15 minutes. Sirens going off. I check the feeds. The old dude is just gone. I talk to the police and try to show them the footage, but everything within those 20 minutes is just completely erased. I go home and drink until I pass out in the living room. This happened to me back in 2011. It was really cold at the time. I was a dishwasher for a Thai restaurant. I was just doing the usual, rinsing plates and loading them in the sanitizer. The owner, who is known as Crazy Thai Lady, and I can only assume the landlord, are talking to each other. I can't understand a word and don't get much further than acknowledgement. I continue to do my work and clean that wok. When the owner leaves the back to tend to the eating area, the landlord heads towards the two female chefs who are prepping and cooking for orders. He starts talking to them. Again, I cannot understand Thai. He starts groping and kind of fooling around. The chefs, both female, one around 20 and the other is 6 days or older. He continues to do this for a while. The older one is laughing, while the younger one cowered. I tried to keep to my work, but I have to turn to load the sanitizer every now and then. They continue teasing each other in their dialect. I am confused as to whether they enjoy this or not, but I am outranked by this landlord who has crazy Thai lady in a mood. I am concerned because the cooks are nice to me and let me eat free food. He stopped when the Thai lady came in. They continued to talk about things that were going on with the restaurant, this time in English. I guess that means everything is cool. It's all good. I clean, mop, lock up, and get paid for the night. I come back 2 days later because weekdays are not busy. The younger chef is gone. I figured she was outside dealing with the jugs of oil for the fryer in the pan/wok. A few hours pass in a blink and still no sign of her. I could never remember the cooks' names. I decided to ask the older chef if she needed help, being short-handed and all. She shot me a look like no other. I took this to mean that I should not talk about it or her. I was still curious and wanted to help anyway. It really did look like she needed some. The time passed and I could not get her to talk, and she got really nervous around Thai lady. I never saw the younger chef ever again. I actually have a story that I haven't been able to get off of my mind recently. Forgive the green text if it's bad. I've never really done much of it. I was 17 years old at the time this happened. I hear seemingly random, high-pitched droning sounds sometimes. I ask if others hear it if they are around. Dad, mom, sisters, brother, and any friends all say no. I have worse hearing than most of them because I went shooting without ear pro like a fucking moron. It's not tinnitus. I get that sound too, but this sound is at random and can outright drown out other noises, TV, etc. I can drown it out in headphones though. It's almost like when a game crashes hard, a loud, increasing, deep droning sound. Whenever I hear it, it sticks around for a few minutes after it's done, like it's still ringing in my ears. I record it on a voice recorder app and listen to it again later that night. The recording stops, but it does not stick around like it does when I hear it live. I show some of my friends. They say it's weird as hell, but they don't believe me. I chalked it up to some weird white noise bullshit, construction or something, since I didn't really know. Here is what changed. I am 19 years old at the time of these next events. I never really forgot about that noise, but it was never really on my mind all the time. I still live with my parents here, since jobs in my area are all kinds of rare. I moved to a middle of nowhere log house in that time. Great place, but the well is a bit spotty. No happenings, ever. Not even sounds in the woods, animal or otherwise. About a year after moving, I wake up in the middle of the night to pee. The bathroom is a bit long, with a window at one end and a door at the other. The window is open because it gets hot as shit in the bathroom once the sun comes up. As soon as I turn on the lights, I hear something scurrying around outside. I never hear any animals, but I assume it was a raccoon or something. It runs away with what sounded like 2 heavy legs, not 4 light ones. I freak myself out. I assume it's either some skinwalker bullshit or an escaped ostrich. There actually is an ostrich farm some 5-hour drive away from me. I pee, close the window, and lock it. I just tell it as a funny story and brush it off. A few months later, I hear something tapping at my window. I grab my lever action and open up the blinds. It's a turkey. I stare at it for a second and then close the blinds and go back to sleep. Wake up again, weirded out. I tell it as a funny story and again, brush it off. I'm getting jittery thinking about this next part. A few months later, I invite a friend to come over and shoot guns in the woods. We've done it a few times together already. Nothing really to worry about. We shoot some rounds of .22 and 30-30, trying to cut the limbs off bushes as targets. We are away from my house by about a 5-minute walk. Not exactly miles, but it's some distance. We are firing guns, just like usual. I suddenly hear the noise again. It's the first time in years. There are no other noises nearby. My friend looks at me and asks if I can hear it too. I nod at him. I look around. I suddenly feel sick to my stomach. I wake up hours later, confused as shit. I am wearing portions of my friend's clothing. My friend is wearing portions of my clothing. His hat is on wrong. My friend's necklace is on his wrist. We swap out for the right clothing and walk back, both confused as hell. I try to talk to my friend about it. He outright says he does not know what the hell that was. I don't remember anything. My friend doesn't remember anything either. We get back to my house. My friend drives home, and I look on the internet. I never believed in UFO shit, but it all matches. I tactically shit my pants over the entire thing. This is the part that happened to me recently. I am about 20 years old now. I never had any sort of time jumps, never heard the noise again, and my friend hasn't really noticed anything like that either. I never go shooting by myself again, even though going with other people would not help. I wake up one night as a window breaks. I assume some criminal is breaking in, trying to kill me, and I grab my 30-30. I put earplugs in, because I do not want to blow my eardrums out my ass, because I fired indoors. I sweep around best as I can. I end up in the living room with a broken window. No one is to be found. I feel some absolutely massive metal hand grab the back of my head. It wasn't hurting me, it just held me there and took my gun out of my hands with its other hand. I am freaking out. I am so afraid I cannot even scream. I can hear regular person footsteps to my right. I feel a needle in my neck and pass out. I can only remember bits of this next part. The hand around my head lets go of me as some guy in a black and grey uniform stands in front of me. It looked kinda like a Confederacy uniform with some eagle pins. He catches me and lifts me up like a toddler. He must have super strength or something. He turns around with me, dangling on his shoulder, and I see what the thing with metal hands was. It's some robot or a suit of power armor. It looks outright like sci-fi. Think NC Max with grey colors or Fallout Enclave power armor. I can barely focus as the guy carries me back to my bed. He lays me down and looks at me in the face. He had weirdly pronounced features, sucked-in cheeks, Superman jaw, long forehead, small nose. He had weird green eyes. The color was almost glowing. He blinked and the glow got brighter, now like an actual light. He leaves and I'm just laying there on my bed, paralyzed. I eventually fall asleep. I wake up the next morning. The window was not broken anymore, but my gun was on the kitchen counter, and the floor was scratched every few feet. It looked like someone with sharp shoes took exaggerated steps. I have not heard a peep of anything in the woods since. No animals, no noises, none of that sound, and no bullshit. It's been a couple of years since this happened. I don't think they're coming back. I think whoever those guys were, they scared them off. I can only really speculate on this, but if you're out there, grey man, thank you. Pick is semi-related. The general shape matches, but all the details are screwy. The exact shape of the helmet and shoulders are off. It doesn't match any kind of armor, but this was the best match I could find. This is one from the first time my family went to Florida. Not so spoopy, but it is true. Be me. I am 12 years old and British on my first trip to America. Obviously, we went to Disneyland. About 6 days into the holiday, we went to that downtown Disney place with all the restaurants and stuff. Went to the Rainforest Cafe. Fucking great. By this point, we were all adjusted to the fact that around 4 to 5 p.m, it rains like all fuck. But there had been a storm warning in the morning, so we opted to set off early to beat the rain. Either way, we left the cafe at 3:30 to a downpour. We somehow made it back to the car through the rain. We are soaked through. My 6-year-old sister is complaining to high heaven that her new dress got rained on. We set off on the hour-and-a-half drive back. About 20 minutes in, we see this streak of lightning touch down, somewhere to our left, then a thunderclap not 2 seconds later. I hear my mom say holy shit over my MP3 player. I take out one headphone. My sister does the same thing. She is as white as a sheet and terrified. It's not even 4 yet, but it is pitch black outside. The clouds and rain are so dense that my dad has slowed down to about 20 miles per hour. This is what sets me on edge. He is the safest driver I know. He took my mom to the hospital at 2 in the morning on country back roads, averaging 90 in a fucking van when she was in labor with my sister. He is never afraid of driving, ever. Lightning hits again, same place, thunder rolls. My sister is trembling. I end up holding her hand, one headphone in each from our respective MP3 players, watching the lightning hit. At around 4:30, we have to stop completely. The rain is so heavy, it's like being underwater. The radio is off so my dad can concentrate. Again, not right for him at all. About a minute later, my MP3 stops working. I can't get it to turn on, and I just put a new battery in. My sister taps my arm. Hers has stopped too. I've never seen anyone so scared. I give her my hand to squeeze. We opt to listen to the rain. The car is silent. My parents do not say a word, neither do we. I'm doing that thing where you count the seconds between lightning and thunder to guess how far away it is. My sister is doing this too. I can see her counting her fingers. The lightning is touching down everywhere, all directions at random intervals. The rain is at its heaviest at this point. My dad breaks the silence to tell us he's going to pull off of the road. He does not feel right about staying on the road when we are not moving. He pulls over, slowly and totally blind, but he gets there. I can't hear anything over the rain and thunder. After a couple of minutes of silence, my sister squeezes my hand. I look over at her. Her eyebrows are knitted together in worry, peering out the window. And in that second, I swear to God, the lightning struck, and I hear a faint groan of agony over the thunder. I keep replaying the sound in my head, trying to figure out if I did hear it or not, before I look back at my sister and see that she is staring, wide-eyed, out of the windscreen. And again, as the lightning hits, I hear a sound, a horrific, blood-curdling scream. We all heard it. I saw my mom look at my dad. She was as wide-eyed and pale as my sister. The scream seems to echo on forever, over the sound of the rain, before I realize I'm just replaying it in my head. Over the next 10 minutes, my mind just went into overdrive. I would swear I heard that scream or groan over every thunderclap, warped by my own mind into this horrifying death scream. I kept seeing blurry figures through the rain, backlit by the lightning. My sister was holding onto my hand so tightly that it hurt, but I could not let go. The concept of letting go of her terrified me more than anything else. The rain lets up a little about 15 minutes after that first scream, and Dad sets off again at that slow pace. And then, another 10 minutes later, we come to this abrupt stop. There is a car in front of us. It's parked up at an odd angle. My dad gives it a couple of minutes before setting off to go around it. But there are more cars. It's a 3-car pileup. The one in the middle is obliterated. The ones on either end are both wrecked too. My dad wants to get out of the car to see what is going on. My mom grips his arm. Her nails draw fucking blood as she tells him to stay in the car. We will call the police when we get out of the rain. They argue for a couple of minutes, maybe more. My mom wins. We carry on a little further. There is another car, all doors open, and a huge group of people gathered around it, all huddled together in the glow of the inner lights. My dad gets out and asks what is going on, much to my mom's protests. I am still holding my sister's hand. I lean across to get a better look. About 5 paces away from the car, just within reach of the taillights, there is a woman sitting on the floor with a blanket around her shoulders, drenched to the bone. She is staring straight down the road, in the direction of the crash. She barely blinks. She does not move when a guy from the group comes over and crouches down next to her, except to brush his hand off her arm when he tries to get her to get up. My dad returns. The police have already been called. The people around the car were in the crash. I want to ask about the woman, but by this point, I am struggling with keeping my breathing under control and could not even consider forming a sentence. We get back on the road to home. As the rain clears up, I find that my MP3 player is working again. My sister calms down the further away we got. We finally made it back to our villa around 6 o'clock. We are all calmer, but my dad is visibly shaken still. Me and my sister both went to bed early, but but I gave her the biggest hug of my life before I said goodnight and we went to our rooms. I barely got any sleep that night. I kept replaying those sounds and seeing that woman. By the looks of everyone the next morning, so did they. A couple of years later, when I was 15 years old, I remembered that incident. The sounds and images were just as vivid as the day I experienced them, but we had not really talked about it since. So I asked my mom about it, as we had just booked another trip to Florida. When me and my sister had gone to bed, Dad had told her what the group around the car had actually said. The crash had happened while we were parked at the side of the road. The middle car had not seen the first parked in the road through the rain. The impact trapped the driver's legs, but the passenger escaped. But the third car made the same mistake. Hit the middle car with so much force that it crushed it. We were close enough to have seen this on a clear day. Somehow, over the rain, we did not hear the two cars pass us and hit each other, but we did hear a woman scream in horror as she watched her husband be crushed to death in his car. Thinking back on it, if my dad had not pulled off of the road, that could have been us. The fact that we did not hear anything from the crash but that scream is so bizarre, but both that woman's face and scream were in my nightmares for weeks afterwards. The only thing that she did not mention was that initial groan me and my sister heard, but I chalked that up to her either not hearing it or it not being real. I did not bring it up. But there is some part of me that's been on X too long that makes me believe that that was the final groan of that poor woman's husband waking up from the impact of a car crash minutes before he died. I am pretty sure that this was a fever dream, but I will tell it anyway. Be me. I was 6 years old at the time this happened. I'm just laying in my comfy bed. It's a Thursday. I had a small flu, so I got out of school early and enjoyed watching Nat Geo while eating McDonald's. The last thing I see is an episode about domestication and cattle and what they were like before. I distinctly remember a shot where a big woolly sheep is glancing around and then stares directly at the camera. I pass out. I wake up hours later. It is pitch black. There is a distinct scent of sweat and overall unpleasant humidity. I am sweating like a pig. The covers have become super tight and uncomfortably hot. I figure that the power went out. This is Florida, and storms sometimes roll in and out quickly with the power. The TV turns on by itself. It goes to the scene of lambs and sheep, except it's in fast forward. Due to the lighting and sheer nervousness, the TV dims out everything else in the room. Essentially, the only thing I can see is what is on the TV. The lamb and sheep are running fast and doing weird shit, like contorting and screaming. There is no sound except droning static. I tried to move, only barely. The blankets are soaking wet and tight on my body. I tried to scream for my dog, my sisters, my mom or my dad. I can't seem to breathe enough air. The TV pauses on the screenshot of a sheep looking to the side. Ah, shit. It turns to face the camera. Its face begins to retract, with its whites emerging from its sockets and black pupils fixed on me. It opens its mouth and lets out a mixture of guttural screaming and sheep's loud baws. I scream as it gets louder and louder. When I scream, the TV turns off. The sound is still there. My eyes start adjusting to the new dark. I notice at the doorway, there is a tall figure with goat horns staring at me. I see it slink into the room. It has hooves, satyr legs, and a horned head. I cry as it approaches the bed. I shut my eyes. I feel it lean down next to me. I feel a warm tongue on my cheek, licking several times. I finally snap and try to push it away. I wake up, having put my hands on my dog, who was licking my sweat and trying to calm me down and lay with me. The room is now normal. The lights are on. The episode has moved on. Only about an hour of time had passed. I think nothing of it and move on. I am also pretty sure I got spooked by that one animation of the sheep jumping and transforming around by that one Photoshop artist, but I can't remember if that was released on YouTube by that time or if that was way later. That still shot of the sheep is still firmly placed in my brain, and I dread the day I rediscover it. Woolly sheep, green field, is staring off to the left chewing on grass before slowly turning to face and stare at the camera, stopping from eating as it just looks forward at you. Early in January of this year, I accompanied my grandfather down to eastern Tennessee to the small rural town he grew up in. After Hurricane Helene, my grandfather wanted to see how his childhood home had fared during the devastating weather. This home was about a 20-minute drive east of the town. While on this trip, however, my grandfather shared with me a lot of stories about his childhood growing up in Appalachia and a lot of other things. I learned a lot about him that I had simply never known. One story in particular, however, was genuinely scary, and I had trouble sleeping the night after hearing it. I still occasionally have weird nightmares about it. I will recount that story below. In February of 1954, a few weeks before my grandfather turned 12 years old, his family's little farm had been experiencing some attacks on their animals. The attacks were mainly happening to the chickens. In the weeks before, they had lost 7 or 8 chickens from the flock of about 30 or so. They had a small property, an acre or two, in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. Specifically, this was near a place called Hall Mountain. One night, during a fairly heavy snowstorm, my grandfather's family was awoken to the sounds of chickens screaming and flocking around. They were doing this in their coop some 70 or so yards away from the house. My grandfather and his dad immediately jumped into their boots and coats and ran outside to confront what they believed would be just some coyotes. As they ran outside the back door, my great-grandfather with his rifle and my grandfather with a pellet gun both stopped dead in their tracks. They saw what my grandfather described as the nastiest, most foul-looking human-type creature you could possibly imagine. A light on the barn illuminated the creature, and my grandfather said that it was almost bare naked, save for what looked to be a bare pelt draped around its shoulders. The thing also had a dead chicken in its mouth. GG snapped out of his shock and fired a few rounds at the creature. He nicked it once in the upper thigh as it ran across a field, initially on 2 legs, before dropping down to all 4s and disappearing into the woods. My grandfather and his father stood there in shock. They made sure the rest of the chickens and the other animals were alright before my grandfather was told to go back inside and check on his mom and sister. Then he told him to go back to bed. Apparently, GG stayed outside for a few hours, pacing back and forth on the porch, waiting for that creature to come back. My grandfather said he hardly slept for the rest of the night, and when he got up the next morning, he saw his father in the living room on their phone. As he was eating breakfast, his father came into the dining room, whispered something to his wife, and sat at the table. When my grandfather finished eating breakfast, his mother left the room, and his father cleared his throat and started talking. "I was on the phone with your uncle. He will be here this afternoon with your cousin. We are going to follow the blood trail that was left behind by whatever creature we saw last night. It went down into the holler on the mountain." My grandfather said he just shook his head quietly and didn't really speak for the rest of the morning. By 12:30, himself, his father, his uncle, and his cousin were all walking northwest into the woods. They were following the bloody trail left behind the previous night. My grandfather said it felt like an hour or so must have passed before anyone spoke. His uncle, who was much more of a hunter than GG, stopped everyone and pointed at something slightly up the trail. The tracks led up to a spot in the snow that was just soaked in blood. My grandfather said it looked like something had just keeled over and died. What really shocked them as they approached it, however, was how it appeared like whatever had laid there had been dragged deeper into the woods. They began following the new trail that had been dragged through the snow and began noticing multiple sets of tracks. These tracks, they noticed, were made by bare human feet. They were just alongside the dragged trail. It was at this moment when my grandfather noticed his father switching the safety on his rifle to off. They trekked alongside the trail a little farther until they reached a small, frozen stream. On the other side of the stream, tucked under a massive cliff overhang, was a cave entrance. My grandfather said it was about 20 feet across and maybe 6.5 feet tall at its tallest. The bloody drag marks and the multiple tracks led right across the stream and into the cave. Gigi and Uncle told the boys to wait behind a rock. They said if they did not shout back that they were okay in 5 minutes, to run back home and call the police. They walked over the river and stood at the cave entrance before shining a light into it. Then they started slowly walking in. My grandfather said that about 4 minutes passed before they heard his uncle's voice, but that it seemed like an eternity and way more than 4 minutes. They saw his uncle come out, and his father shortly followed. My grandfather said they were both as pale as ghosts, and that they hardly spoke on the long hike back. My grandfather and cousin begged Gigi and Uncle to tell them what they saw, but the two men would not budge. They just said they would all talk later. They all returned to my grandfather's house around 3 o'clock that afternoon, and his uncle and cousin immediately got in their truck and left without saying a word. My grandfather and his father walked in through the back door into the kitchen, where his mother was waiting anxiously. Gigi hugged her and whispered something to her. She nodded and went into a separate room. Gigi sat down at a desk in the kitchen and motioned for my grandfather to bring a chair over and sit. My grandfather did so, and this is what he told him, apparently verbatim. Your uncle and I went into that cave, and we saw people. They aren't people like you or me or anyone that you know. They are very different. They live deep in the woods, and they do not leave, hardly ever. They are almost like animals, I suppose. You might call them wild. It seems like they have lived deep in those woods and hollers longer than anyone has ever been here. We saw the person I shot last night, and he must have died. His people were giving him a burial, I believe. They saw us, and they acknowledged us. They didn't seem mad, but I know that we are not welcome back there. Whatever you do, do not ever go across that creek. Everything over that creek is theirs, and we will leave them to it. My grandfather said that was the only time his father ever spoke of what he saw in the cave. His father never went back, and neither did he. I know the whole feral people concept is up in the air, and most people do not believe it, which I completely understand. Honestly, I don't think I do either. But the way my grandfather spoke about it, the sincerity with which he spoke, and the tone of his voice during certain parts of the story, I fully believe that he was being honest. He truly saw his father fatally shoot a feral human, and his father and his uncle truly saw a small feral community living in a cave deep in the Appalachian Hills. Be me. I am just a 16-year-old normal high school kid when this happened to me. I occasionally dabble in the occult for shits and giggles. I decide one night to do something extraordinarily stupid. I have this old book. It's got lots of Hebrew writing and shit. It has some diagrams and a picture of a snake. I can't read this shit. I find a symbol. It appears to be simple. I don't know what it does. It requires blood though, and my house had a snake problem at the time. It shows an animal in the middle with a knife in it. The animal in the book appears to be a frog. I have garden snake. I obtain the snake. I draw the symbol. There is no words to say that I can discern. The snake was already dead. I proceeded to cut it open and use the blood and leave the snake corpse in the circle. It's important to note, I did this in the basement of my mother's house, being in high school and all. At the time, I lived upstairs and the basement was not finished yet. I have since lost the book that I used, but the picture is essentially what I drew. The red indicates the smears of blood, and the snake is at the bottom. Ritual complete? I don't fucking know. I'm not a mystic. I think nothing further of it. I kind of wipe it away and toss the dead snake out. I am kind of slightly concerned. I think my mother might find the dead snake. I decide to bury the snake in the garbage at the very bottom of the can. Mission complete. Time for me to go to sleep. That's it for a while. Nothing big or really interesting happens. In the same corner of the basement, a light bulb shattered once, and I always got the creeps hanging out down there. I knew what I had done, but even when friends came over with no knowledge of this, they would have weird dreams if they slept near that wall. About a year later, we finished the basement and put down carpet and make a few rooms. I take the room in the corner as my new bedroom. Living in my mom's basement is the life, you know? It's a new room, new furniture, smells like carpet glue. I put my bed on the far wall, not really thinking much of the previous year's exploits in the occult. I passed the fuck out. It was a long day of moving shit downstairs and organizing my new domain. I have a terrifying dream. I was chained in place against a wall and I couldn't really see. There was bright white or yellow lights that came down on me fairly harshly, and I had a throbbing headache. I could see myself from the outside, and there was this massive blue and white maggot burrowing into my flesh with all of its legs. My torso, left side of face, and top of my head were agonizing. I wake up, but the pain persists. It is almost blinding pain. I stumble to the bathroom and turn on the shower and stand in the hot water for 45 minutes. This alleviated the horrible pain after a while, but I could not go back to sleep. The image was terrifying. My bed was in the same corner I had made my summoning circle. In the following years, I would intermittently move back home for a few months and then get on my own again. The room was rented out when I was not there. Several people, including friends fallen on hard times, stayed there, and at some point, their bed was in that corner. Every single one of them reported terrifying nightmares and an unsettling feeling when alone in that room. The only manifestation I ever had was a bit intense. To preface this, my father does pipe work for plumbing and AC units and has access to a thermal camera. I figure these are fun to fuck with because, why not? This is important a bit later in the story though. I came home for the summer, just chilling upstairs. House is a split level. Basement stairs just off the living room, going down to the now finished basement. My room is on the left of the stairs. Laundry room is on the right. I am watching TV. It's a perfectly normal day. Nothing out of the ordinary, just eating chips and chilling. The front door is open. There is a single pane glass screen door that is closed so I can get some sun without getting some bugs. No warning, no pressure drop or differential, no temperature difference. The AC was not on. From inside to outside, the whole door just shatters. It does not break like someone threw something, like someone threw a rock. It does not crack and then fall out. It shatters outwards in a million tiny pieces. I freak the fuck out. I assume I've been shot at and eat shit behind the couch. I realize I am not being shot. I get up and view the carnage of the door. To this day, I am not sure what would cause that kind of perfect breakage. Not a single piece was left in the door, and the glass was thrown clear out into the yard. To provide context here, the porch is about 6 feet wide, and then the driveway, and then the yard. It blew it out a ways, 2 + 2 clicks, and I assumed that maybe the dumb shit I did last year worked. I grabbed the thermal camera from my dad's tool bag and turned it on. I pointed at the door. Nothing out of the normal. The handle is a bit warm. The frame is a dull yellow because it is in direct sun. Everything else is blue or purple as usual. Fine. I aim it at the stairs. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Neon red / dark orange handprints on the wall and up the railing on the stairs. The best part. There is also handprints on the ceiling above the stairs. Like maybe 4 arms and 4 hands. I don't know. They all had 6 fingers, and the prints were thin and spindly, like bones with claws on the tip. There is no sign of footprints, just these 6 fucked up handprints. So I'm guessing whatever I fucked up and put out into the world escaped my house through the front door. It was terrifying. Hey, hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you want to hear more, make sure to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment because it lets YouTube know you like the content and helps more people to see these videos. My next big goal for the channel is 100,000 subscribers, and as a celebration, I will be doing a Q&A video once we hit that goal. Thank you, and back to the stories. I was living in a small rural town out in the bush when this happened. I was 16 years old, during my teen stoner phase. One Friday night, me and some mates meet up at the local school to have a few cones. I am prepping the bomb when what sounds like a massive explosion goes off somewhere in the school. I realize that someone is actually setting off a shitload of fireworks from somewhere in the school. We are all about to bail, but one of my mates spills about $50 worth of weed into the grass as he's getting. We spend about 10 minutes trying to pick all of the stuff up. We manage to recover most of it, and we are almost at the entrance when we see 2 police cars coming into the school car park. Our hearts stop for a second, and we all freak the fuck out. We try to hide, but they have already seen us and are getting out of their cars and running into the school. In the panic, I get split up from my 2 mates and end up jumping the school's back fence and sprinting into the bush along an old hiking track. One of the cops comes after me. I can see his torch shining through the trees, but after a while he gives up and it's just me in the pitch black. My phone at the time was some old Nokia brick, and its screen was my only source of light. I don't want to go back and risk getting caught, so I just follow the track and keep heading into the bush. It was about 9 p.m. when the fireworks went off, and I followed the track until almost 11 p.m, so I had been wandering through the bush for about 2 hours by this point. I had been along this a few years ago, and remembered vaguely that it crossed another path at some point, which would lead back into the town. I get to the end of the track, and there is a small stream. I realize I'd gone way too far, but I'm pretty sure that I know which stream this is, and that if I follow it, I will end up at an old causeway a few kilometers out of town. So this is where the whole experience became even worse. My phone dies while I am following the stream, and I begin to hear voices in the distance, just really faintly, like they are really far away. It kind of sounds like they're singing. So now I am really fucked. It is pitch black, and I'm blindly creeping along the bank of the stream, trying not to trip or walk into a tree. I am hoping that if I follow the creek, I will pass the creepy singing. By this stage, the cops and fireworks seem like a distant memory, but the voices are making me really uneasy, and I'm realizing that the creek is taking me closer to them rather than further away, but it is my only path, so I keep on following it. As I get closer, the singing is getting really loud, and I can start to make out lights in the distance. By this stage, I realize that the singing is actually what sounds like a group chant or something, but it is super intense to the point where at some stages, it almost sounds like people screaming. As I follow the stream, the lights become brighter, and I can make a few houses in a clearing through a distant tree line, but I have not reached the town yet. This appears to just be a random group of houses in the middle of the bush. Then I realize where I am, and that I have been following the wrong stream and am now heaps far from town. I remember that recently, my dad and some of his coworkers were up in arms about some new religious commune which set themselves up in the area. My parents referred to it as the cult, and that we should all stay away from there. Apparently, these guys were a bunch of nutjob fanatics. You always heard rumors about them back in town, involving rituals and all that crap, but I always figured it was a bunch of bullshit. People love to gossip in this town. Everyone knew everyone else, so rumors usually spread very quickly, so now I'm feeling really creeped out. But I realize that the road out of the commune leads back to the main road, so I follow the tree line around the edge of the clearing to try to get to the exit. Then the central area of the commune comes into view. They've got a massive bonfire set up, and there is a crowd gathered in the center, still doing their fanatical chanting. From this distance, I can clearly hear what they're saying, but it's not in English, which just makes it seem ominous as fuck. By now, my heart is racing. As I edge further around the tree line, I get a better look into the central clearing, and I make out 3 girls separated from the crowd, standing at the center of the crowd near the bonfire. Kinda hard to tell from a distance, but it looked like they were sobbing. Hard to tell over the chant. As a rough guess, I would say they looked like they were in their late teens or early 20s. Suddenly, the chant stopped, and so do I. I am scared they will hear me if I keep moving, so I get down and just watch them for a bit. In the absence of the chanting, I can easily make out the pleading and crying of the 3 girls at the center of the crowd. Then these 3 guys come up to the girls and just start tearing their clothes off, throwing them into the fire as they do so. Now the crowd starts going feral at the girls, screaming whores and sluts. By now, The girls are screaming and begging for help. I feel like I should do something, but I am frozen in fear and too much of a pussy to do anything. By this stage, I am almost crying in fear. I feel like I am about to witness murder. The crowd is taking turns, beating these naked girls, just kicking and hitting them while they are laying in the fetal position. Some old hag with a cane is really getting into it, screaming names at them while she does it. Another has heated her stick in the fire and is now poking one of the girls with the heated stick. The worst part was the screaming. I cannot describe with words the horrible feeling that you get when listening to someone scream in agony. As horrible as it sounds, I realize that this is my chance to get away. I follow the tree line and head towards the exit. The screaming and angry shouts of the crowd are still booming from the central clearing. The small road leading from the commune goes up a steep hill. As I sprint up it, I see the main road in the distance. I turn around for one last look at the commune before I turn onto the main road. I almost shit myself when I notice that there is someone standing down there, just staring up, straight at me. I don't look at him for another second. I just turn around and bail. This guy shouts as soon as he sees me. "This is private fucking property. Don't you fucking run from me." As I am running down the road, I can hear another set of footsteps coming after me, so I figure that the guy is coming after me. It must have been the adrenaline or something, because at that moment, I sprinted madly for what seemed like a good 5 minutes straight after that. To my relief, I could not hear any more footsteps. There was not a single car on the road the whole journey home. By the time I reached the town, it was almost 5 a.m. I felt dead by this point, practically ready to collapse, but I needed to get home and call the police about what was going on at the commune. For all I know, those girls were still being bashed. I had just turned the corner into my street when out of nowhere I get shoved to the ground. I never saw the guy because he shoved my face into the ground. He spoke to me though. "Tell anyone and I will fucking kill you. Now count to 30 and then go home and pretend that this never happened." That was 6 years ago now, and I have never told anyone since. I left the town to move to the city when I was 18 years old. That night seriously fucked me up. I have some really serious paranoia issues now. I went out again to smoke some weed a few weeks after this happened, and I had a full-blown panic attack. I have not touched the stuff since. My two mates that I was with on that night got caught by the cops with all of the weed. They had to go to an anti-drug counseling session, so nothing too serious. Looking back, I would take cops over creepy bush cultists any day. Alright, I live in a town called Fremont, about 5 miles away from the Manistee National Forest. In high school, about 5 years or so ago, me and my group of friends regularly went canoeing. Yes, I'm a dude and I canoe. I'm a fucking canoodler. Not the point. Anyways, we always went up to a small river deep in the forest to go canoeing. We had to skip school on a Friday just so we could haul our asses up there, grab some shitty sandwiches and energy drinks at the gas station, and proceeded into the forest. It was me and about 3 of my friends, Aaron, Jarrell, and Eric. We all parked across the street from the trail and carried our canoes through a thick trailside before coming to the riverbed. Mind you, Eric and I were carrying one canoe at the front, and Aaron and Jarrell had the second canoe at the back. Eric and I put our canoes in the water first, and were pretty much waiting in the water until Aaron and Jarrell got situated. We could see Aaron and Jarrell having trouble because Aaron thought it would be a smart idea to put his head through a strap used to attach the canoe to the car in case the canoe fell. Jarrell had no idea that he did this, and when he set the canoe into the water, Aaron went with it. So this dude is soaked and covered in mud, and we could not help but laugh our asses off. Aaron laughed too, but we noticed right afterwards he stopped laughing. We thought he was going to get pissed off or something, but this was a total look of fear, the kind of fear you get when the condom breaks kind of shit. Anyway, Eric asked him what was wrong. We were still laughing and all, and he just started shushing us, demanding we'd better shut the fuck up right fucking now. Jarrell told him he needed to cool off, and he just continued to tell us to knock it off, and that there was a bear in the bushes nearby, and that we should stay still. Apparently, From the angle he was at, he saw it before all of us did. We all thought he was bullshitting at first, but then Jarrell started getting freaked out because he could hear it moving around just beyond the tree line. Me and Eric were in the water, just not knowing what to do, and starting to get freaked out as well because twigs were snapping on the trees, bushes were moving, we could hear it, and we were in the water, so it's not like we could just run. I was more than happy leaving the canoes, but it's the fact that you were trapped in the water, not knowing what to do, with some sort of animal walking around the woods just right there. Well, after a while, it all stops. All of our freaking out, I guess, scared it away, not sure. But whatever it was no longer making any more noise, so we decided it would be a perfect time to just tie up the canoes and come back for them later when the coast was clear. So we tied the canoes up to a tree and took off down the trail until we got back to the truck that we all came in. Just as we are starting up the truck, we see a large figure step out of the tree line right next to the trail that we just came out of. When we looked at it, all four of us made eye contact. That was no fucking bear I have ever seen in these parts. This thing had the head of a wolf, the body structure of a human, but that was the only human thing on it besides its paws that looked like they had fingers. And what did not settle right was there was no padding on the hands that I could see like the paws of a wolf would have. They were just fur. This thing was huge, approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, a good 300 to 350 pounds. Thick muscle covered its entire body, and they were defined from the skin. Like, this thing was 3 roid shots away from an MMA title. It had grey fur that had a mixture of several different colors mixed in with it. It had long claws on its hands and feet. We all just stood there, looking at this thing for a good 30 seconds to a minute, and this thing just stood there too. It did not seem to be spooked by us. It just stood there in the middle of the dirt road, about 60 feet in front of our truck, and just stood there. We almost thought it was smiling, the way that its lips were all pulled back. Aaron finally moved, opening the door and hopping in the truck. As soon as he did, we all noped the fuck into the truck and started the car. It was still standing there watching us when we entered the truck, but as soon as we started up the truck and it heard the sound of the loud diesel engine, it booked it like a bat out of hell. It crossed the street and into the tree line. The entire way home, we did not say a word to each other. We were quiet and did not say anything about it for about 3 weeks. That's when we remembered we left the canoes out there and we had to pick them back up. Surprisingly, no one messed with them. They were right where we left them, waiting in the water and tied to that tree. I am about 10 years old at the time that this one happened. I had just moved into a new house. My brother and I were just chilling outside while watching our parents unpack all of our shit. The boy from down the street walks up to us. He tells us his name is Brent. He invites us to hang out, so we follow him. He takes us to the empty lot next to our house. He has this secret hole underneath this bush. There is all kinds of stuff inside, mostly dangerous stuff like lighters, knives, a hatchet, etc. We play around with stuff just like dumb kids. About a month later, my mom calls us outside. She takes us over to the secret bush hole where Brent and his mom are waiting for us. We get screamed at by Brent's mom. This stuff could kill you, blah blah. We get back home. Mom says we can't hang out with Brent anymore. We cut all contact with him. Soon, he no longer even comes to school. We find out that he had problems with other kids too. We hear that he was found torturing and killing small animals. His mom tried to blame the other kids for making him do it. Yeah, right. A couple years later, we found out that his mom went crazy and he was sent to a private Christian school. I've never visited this board, so excuse any errors I make regarding board culture. Here is a story that is currently happening to me. I will give a little background and then go green text. My buddy David has 800 acres near Galena, Alaska. We are up here building onto his house and fishing the nearby rivers on our off days. We are about 15 miles back on a gravel road that goes further onto BLM. There are a few logging trucks a day on the main road, but basically no traffic after the sun sets. The first day, we got here together in my Tacoma 4x4. We unscrewed the plywood off the windows, brought our bags onto the porch. We got his generator started up and unlocked his various outbuildings. The air was stale and a little rank, like a dead cat. We opened up the side door into the kitchen. We also opened up the back door of the cabin and the windows that you could open. We did not go upstairs. We just let the place air out. We sat down on the porch just to rest and quench our thirst. It has only been in the low 60s, but the plywood was heavy. We sat there and planned our remodel. We just generally shot the shit. We were just happy to be here. He fiddled with his bait and tackle, and I admired the view from the front porch. Now, I'm not really a ghost or a spirit believer, but I saw something last weekend. It is real quiet, and there was a lull in our conversation. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw somebody walk out the open kitchen door. I rotated in my seat to see who was there. I barely saw the guy turn the corner towards the back of the house, towards the forest. "What the fuck?" David yells. "Did you see that motherfucker?" "I did, dude. Who the fuck is that?" David runs out to his truck, where he has a Mossberg 590A. It's buried deep in our knack boxes, and we had a bunch of shit to unload to get to it. We just throw shit out of the truck until we get the box open. We decide to search the rest of the house first, scattergun in hand. We go upstairs. We look into the 2 bedrooms, under the beds and everything. There is nothing. No signs of squatters, no animals, nothing. We both affirm that we saw a little man with no shirt walk out of the kitchen door to our left from the main porch. We then go towards the back forest. The house and the pad that they built it on has a thick gravel base right up to the forest. The forest floor is a thick mat of leaves, needles and duff, and hard to track in. We looked all around and found no tracks at all. With the sun going down and all of our shit exposed, we decided going further into the forest was a really bad idea. We both got back inside and closed all of the windows and unpacked our tools. We set up our gear in the lower 2 bedrooms. We regroup in the kitchen and start guessing who that was. Was it a squatter that was living elsewhere on the land and heard us opening up the plywood? Was it a thief maybe, or maybe just an animal? Either way, we are 2 badass carpenters with guns and not afraid to throw down with some stupid little motherfucker. We both go to bed. The next day, we start setting up our tools and saws on the tarps. We had the shotgun on a sawhorse nearby. We unloaded table saws and meter saws, setting up sawhorses. We were getting all the blades adjusted and going through the lumber that he has on site. We brought cement to pour a post and pier foundation for his addition. We unloaded that and decided to go and fish in a river about 300 yards downhill from us. He caught 2 trout right off the bat, and I caught 1 about 20 minutes in. It slowed down after that, and we hiked further upstream. That is where we heard rustling across the stream from us. It could have been any number of animals, so we stood sharp. We fished there for about 2 more hours, and Dave started gutting the fish that we had. We both head up to the house to wash up and fry some fish. After the last few bites of fish go down, Dave stands up at the table. He says he left his Benchmade down there where he was gutting the trout. He grabs a flashlight and heads down there. He said he looked for the rock with the fish guts on them. He said his knife was there, but the fish guts were gone. He half jogged back to hide, being very scared. Later that night, right after we both go to our bedrooms and shut off the lights, in the total silence, I hear footsteps on the second story. I think maybe an animal or a squirrel snuck up there. I try to ignore it. It gets more frequent, with the steps going away from me towards the staircase. Dave calls out loudly, "Is that you up there?" "No," I answer, now to my bedroom door. We both open our doors at the same time and step into the main room. We bumped off of each other in the dark and both looked at the upper staircase. I saw what looked like a small boy, but his face was almost featureless and his eyes seemed pitch black in the low light. Dave yells out, "Who the fuck are you?" The figure slowly steps to the railing like he was going to answer us. Instead, he lets out an incredibly loud, ear-ripping screech, like what you imagine a T-Rex would sound like. It was so loud I covered up my ears and stumbled to the floor in the dark. It was so loud, it disoriented me. From the ground, I look up at the second floor just in time to see it run back into the bedroom. Dave ran past me with his Mossberg in hand. Dave ran to the top of the stairs and turned the hall light on. Then he ran straight into the bedroom and out of my sight. Boom, boom, boom. At this point I am beyond scared and almost physically shutting down like I had heat stroke or hypothermia. I knew that those gunshots meant that Dave may have just killed somebody. Dave reappears at the top of the staircase. He jumped out of the window and ran into the forest. He's like a deformed small man. His back was all fucked up and he was on his hands and knees. What? Did you hit him? If his legs are fucked up, how did he run away? I don't know, but he jumped out and ran into the fir trees. We both went out the back door and turned on the exterior lights. There was no blood on the gravel. The smell of burnt powder was still in the wind. Was he up there all day? Dave replies, he must have been. He probably snuck up there while we were working. So, why would he go up there? Anything of value? Fucking nothing. Just old blankets and pillows. Dave, do you have your game cam still? Yes, it is in the truck. He goes out to his truck while I watch from the front door. Again, the enormous sound shatters the night. I imagine that the sonic crowd control weapons you hear about would feel just like this. I instinctually covered my ears and let a little bit of pee go into my boxers. Dave had dropped his gun and keys out of shock. He jumped into the Tacoma and locked the door, keys and shotgun on the ground outside of his truck. I close the front door and stare at Dave through the window. He can see behind the house and I cannot. His mouth is agape. I figure, fuck this. I run out towards the truck. I grab the gun and grab the keys and beat on the window for Dave to open up and let me in. He turns to me as white as a ghost and opens up the door. Frankly, I am too afraid to look up towards the back of the house and just rush back to the door with Dave in my arms. I slam the front door and start locking all the doors and windows. Dave is pretty much in shock. What did you see? What the fuck did you see? Dave swallows deeply and says, it was a stretched out dead guy that roared at us. He then rolls over and barfs on his floor. I am really starting to panic and experience tunnel vision. I never knew what that meant until that moment. I give Dave a rag and we sit on the couches. Who the fuck was it, Dave? A dead guy? Dave replied to me. It looked dead and ashy, but it made that noise, and then made a scary face when it saw me. Its face moved into an evil shape. Let's leave, dude. I can't just leave all of my tools here. Let's drive into town and get a motel then. Okay. We grabbed our phones and wallets and the Mossberg. Dave insisted on setting up the game cam just before we left. He wanted it on the front door, but I said let's put it out back on a tray and see if this thing comes back. We put up the cam on a tray directly behind his house under full gun coverage. We then jump into the Tacoma and peel away from the house. We drove back into town, but everything is booked, so we just sleep in the truck. In the morning, after breakfast, we drive back to his place. We pack up all of our tools as quickly as we can. We screw the plywood back up. Then, with the engine already running, I go and retrieve the game cam. I did not get to download them until today when I got back home. I'm pretty sure what we saw was that little man in the center and a little left of the tree. Damn, did you catch any movement on that cam? Can you upload it somewhere? It only took 2 pictures. Here is the other one. For some reason, the timestamps are totally wrong too. The date is right, but the time is off by about 13 to 14 hours. When the small guy shouted, or when you got inside the car, was there any pungent stench, like rotting animals? No, I clearly remember the smell wafting up my nose when we removed the plywood from the windows. It wasn't a wet smell, more like a dried out rat or cat smell, if you know it. In all of the time that you spent there, did you feel awkward, as if you were watched or followed? either inside the house or the woods. After the first day, when we saw a figure pop out of the side door, we were both fully on edge. This is not something that I've ever seen or felt the need to talk about. I was so tense. My neck was sore for 2 days after we left. I felt drained from being in that state of awareness for that long. Try talking to David about this. See if he remembers something. He is convinced it's a hairless bear with mange, that the screeches were just a roar from a bear. He thinks the webcam caught a hairless bear. Now, I'm no bear expert, but wouldn't it have shit all over the place? Fucked shit up with claw marks and stuff. Anyways, the next neighbor down is a retired army vet. He says it's probably a sick bear, but he also said he hears what he described as incredibly loud monkey howls from up in the trees around his lake on some summer nights. He also told us he saw a mountain lion that was almost completely black, that was by his estimation an impossibly long 13 feet from nose to tail. We are going back this weekend with dogs and more friends. Alaskan OP checking in. There is definitely something in the woods up there. I don't know what I'd call it, but look for yourself. I am dumping all of my game cam pictures and a few timestamp pictures too. I'm a little shaken up, so I may post these and then go and calm down for a while and have a few beers. We got out there around 7 p.m. and set up the game cam right off the bat this time. It was only 60 degrees our first night back, but we were all sweaty already from unpacking. We removed the plywood off of only 2 windows downstairs and fired up the generator. We brought 2 dogs with us, a 2 million candle power spotlight, earplugs, 2 motion detector alarms, and one of our friend named Lonnie. We also brought a shotgun, 2 pistols, and Lonnie brought a .308 rifle. We talked about last time the whole drive up. Lonnie was unconvinced. We cooked some hot dogs and mac and cheese for dinner. We threw on the headlights and unloaded the truck. We moved our shit into each room and kept all of the doors closed. We all can smell a whiff of smoke in the air and maybe a dead animal nearby. We set 1 motion detector up on the driveway in so we knew if somebody else came in behind us. The other one we set up on the back side of the house, not far away from the game cam. The dog set the driveway one off, sending us all into a tizzy, but we saw nothing there with the spotlight. We finally closed up the doors and windows around 9 o'clock. We drank beer in the upstairs bedroom together, since this allowed us a raised view of the front and back of the cabin. Mainly Lonnie drank. Dave and I nursed our beers and kept working the spotlight instead. Lonnie drove in from Stevens and was really tired. He went to bed and closed his door, snoring shortly thereafter around 10:30. Both dogs were in the main room on the first floor. Dave and I talked about me posting there and how he still thought it was a juvenile bear with mange. The generator makes so much noise, you could not even hear a car driving up, much less a person. We are mainly listening for motion detectors, like the sound that you hear when you walk in a 7-Eleven or the dogs barking. I have my phone already on camera mode in my pocket. I feel like a dorky Ghostbuster and think maybe we're just being silly. We start talking about the foundation we need to pour and other plans for the remodel. I am still on edge from being here again, and at this point, I am very wary of sleeping alone here. Dave is almost passing out and decides to take the upper bedroom where we are drinking. I go down to the second bottom bedroom to let Dave sleep. I can hear Lonnie snoring as I close my door and brace it with a chair. I have a loaded 9mm and a flashlight by my bed. After one of the dogs whimpers, I move the cold XD and the flashlight right into bed with me from the nightstand. A little before 1, I am still awake and just thinking to myself. I started to worry if maybe we were summoning this thing. Would our cameras and motion detectors call forth something we never really wanted to say? The images of the small boy-sized thing ran through my dreams when I finally fell asleep. In the morning, we made coffee and started digging and forming for our concrete pour. Nobody heard any barks or telltale alarms from our motion detectors in the night. The dogs seemed pretty relaxed and laid in the sun nearby most of the day. We worked till about 1 p.m. before breaking for lunch while we were eating. Then, while we were eating, the motion detector goes off. We can see both dogs, and there is nothing in front of the electronic eye. Around 3, both motion detectors went off around 3 p.m. The dogs seemed unbothered, so we were not either. We finished up our forms and got all of our tools ready for a pour in the morning. After that, we ate tacos and sat on the porch till about 8:30. We left the dogs outside and came in when it was still light outside. I felt I had made it halfway through, like I was halfway to erasing what happened last time from my memory. If only nothing happens tonight, I can forget all that happened before. I told Dave I regretted not having a way to view the game cam. Secretly, I am glad I could not see the pictures while we were still out there in the middle of nowhere. I showered and was too on edge to even relax. I felt a deep sense of dread, a dread that almost overpowered me at some points. I leaned on the silence of the dogs and detectors for strength. I had been in 20 fights in my life, and damn considered a tough guy in my circle, but I was too afraid to even look outside at dusk. I silently hoped for nightfall to obliterate my ability to see what was outside. We each showered one by one. We sat in the main room of the house and talked about the concrete we were pouring in the morning. The plan is to pour the concrete and let it cure for a few days while we go back home, then come back in a few days to pull the forms. With no cement mixer, this would probably take us 6 to 8 hours tomorrow. Either way, I was not planning on sleeping here after tonight. The next 30 minutes, I spent closing doors, cabinets, curtains, windows, anything. The dogs quietly sat on the porch out front. The generator hummed along. Everything was going to be okay. Lonnie turned in first. No snoring tonight. I made my way to the room and pushed the dresser against the door. My only vulnerability was one window about 5 feet off the ground. I eased into bed for the night, gun on the nightstand. I slept till around 2 or 3 a.m. when I thought I heard a long car horn honk. I listened for it again, but no other noises came, and I just chalked it up to a dream. We awoke at 5:30, made coffee, and started mixing concrete. We finished at 11 o'clock. We packed tools and left enough hand tools to strip the forms. We gathered all of our trash and shut down the generator. Around 1 o'clock, we were ready to go. I went around the back of the house and retrieved the game cam. I noticed all kinds of dead bird parts near the camera. This gonna be good. I thought that was strange enough that I took pictures with timestamps. As we drove out the rough dirt road, I was so thankful nothing had happened. We barreled westward down the highway and got home at around 3 o'clock. I eagerly unpacked the game cam first and went inside to view the pictures. I was so anxious, I forgot to power up the camera before plugging it into my computer. When the pictures finally loaded, I viewed them, and my stomach started churning acid. By the time image 27 opened, I felt a dull ache from my intestine up to the marrow of the bones in my arm. There was that Christmas tree-shaped little boy I saw atop the staircase that first night. I still have not showed David these, and I don't know what it is, nor do I really want to. All I know is that I'm never going back to Galena again. This image was white, just as it appears. This is our dog setting off the game camera, chasing something. Last post, here was another pile of bird parts. Be me. My mom worked for the NOAA, so we moved around a lot as a kid. Ended up in Juneau, Alaska for a few years. We lived on Douglas Island, so houses around, but not in town. It was the early 2000s, so as kids, we could go and fuck around and do whatever we wanted, so long as we were home by a certain time. Can't use the sun as a metric, since in winter, it got dark before I got out of school, and at like 2 a.m. in the summer, or if our parents called us over walkie-talkies. It was springtime when this happened. My grandma had a stroke and went blind just before spring break, so mom had me stay at a friend's house while she flew down there. I am hanging out with a few kids in the neighborhood. We decide to go walk around in the woods. We end up in a blueberry thicket just before the muskeg. We are just messing around, playing war with just the 5 of us. We suddenly hear what sounds like cooing coming from what smelled like skunk cabbage. We all head towards it. There is this very small, gorilla-looking thing. We get closer and realize this thing has no face, just a blank white area where the face would normally go in a person. The older friend of ours puts out his hand and moves closer to it, and it does the same. Its fingers are webbed. The closer he gets, the more that time seems to slow down. Eventually, time just fucking stops. We are looking what is practically the creation of Adam, but a middle school boy with a weird ape thing. Suddenly, time fast forwards, and we are sprinting out of the forest towards the house, screaming our heads off. We make it to the road and just keep on running. Eventually, we stop and turn around. A big-ass one is standing on the edge of the forest, just looking at us. What are you guys running from? We fucking jump out of our skins. It's a few girls we went to school with, one I had a mega crush on. We look back, and the big one is hauling it back into the forest, towards the muskeg. We all just play it cool and say, nothing. You guys look really scared though. We all try to laugh it off and say, just messing around. We spend the rest of the afternoon jumping on a trampoline with the girls. Later on, we end up back at the house. I ask my friends if we just imagined that, or if it really happened. No one will look at each other or say anything at all. My friend's mom ends up ordering us pizza, even though she is a health freak, because she thinks I'm sad about my grandma and that we are just really tired from playing outside and everybody needs a pick-me-up. She asks why we did not respond on the walkie earlier. I realize in the fracas that we dropped the fucking thing. She tells us that we have to find it tomorrow. Fuck that. We eat our pizza and head upstairs to sleep. Except, no one can sleep. We hear what sounds like something crawling on the roof. One guy says, probably just a cat. Eventually, hear a rhythmic tapping on the window. No one fucking moves. No one even really breathes. Eventually it stops and then crawls down. We are all scared shitless, but manage to pass out somehow. We eat bran fricks and granola for breakfast because healthy. We walk outside to find the walkie that we had no intention of looking for. The walkie is just sitting on the front porch. Fast forward to summer 2008. I have since moved away, but Mom wants to go there on vacation since one of my aunts lives there now. Being a sweaty teenager on the verge of graduation, I chalk up my previous experience to just being an imaginative child. Also, being a sweaty teenager, I don't want to go, so drag the fuck out of my feet and demand being allowed my laptop so I can play Vidget in the hotel. My mom agrees. We will be there a couple of days, doing stuff during the day and playing games in the hotel at night. It is only dark between 2 and 4 a.m., so I can't really sleep anyway, even with a blanket over the window. One night, I look up at the clock. It's 2:27 a.m. My computer freezes up. I try to force restart, but nothing happens. I try again and again. HP piece of shit. I go and get some water to cool off before I break something. Look at the clock again. 2:27 a.m. I think, no fucking way. Then I hear the rapping at the window. Look at the clock again. 2:27 a.m. The realization hits me. I say nothing. I do nothing. I just sit there, motionless. The tapping stops. A single scratch goes from one part of the window to the other. The laptop suddenly shuts off. I look up at the clock. It's now 4:19 a.m. I have not been back to Alaska since, nor do I ever plan to return. Fuck that, and fuck you. I have an old hunting story, possibly related to the Wendigo. I was 17 years old, and my father and I had been hunting in Tungas, Alaska, during deer season. We were a few miles away from camp, and already returning from a successful hunt, with only a couple of hours of sunlight left. I decided to stay behind for a bit to map the spot that we had so much success with, and I guess to sort of test the directional skills my dad had been teaching me since forever, so he went ahead. Around 20 minutes later, I finished my mapping and started heading back, cradling my rifle as I walked and watching my steps because it was pretty damp at the time. Suddenly, I heard some twigs snap to my right, and I instantly get on my knees and hunker in some brush because at that moment, I had seen the biggest buck I had ever seen in my life. It was behind a considerably large tree, and from my point of view, all I could see was the head looking out to the forest in the direction my dad had gone. I carefully raised my rifle, and as I looked through the scope, I immediately knew that something was off. Its eyes were a murky white, and the lining of its mouth showed signs of an infection or dehydration. I guess you could say that the lining of its mouth was gunky, and to top it off, the fur was much thicker and untamed. And then it happened. It started moving. It came out from behind the tree, gaining massive amounts of height and walking only on its hind legs. It was about 6'7" to 6'8", and the overall look to it was that it was a deer carcass. It started walking in the direction of my dad. I was not afraid at this point. I had heard of some hardcore hunters in the area wearing deer carcasses as camo, so I lowered my rifle and yelled to it, "Hey!" In that split moment, it turned to me and snarled like a fucking demon hound. I raised my rifle and fired a warning shot because I sure as fuck never heard that sound before in my life. It was not phased, and in that split moment, it turned to advance towards me. I had no idea what was fucking going on at that point because a large chunk of its ribcage looked like it had been mauled off, but it still had enough strength to go apeshit. I relied on rationality and decided it was a buck with rabies or something like that. Just anything that could keep me from being afraid. I accessed that at that point, I was in danger, and as it started running on all fours towards me, I fired a second shot and wounded it. It made the usual wounded buck noise, freaked out in some brush for a bit, then got up and ran in the other direction on all fours. At that point, I just put into my head that it was a wounded buck, and since I had taken a shot at it, I was then responsible for finishing the job, so I pursued it. I followed its blood trail to a nearby clearing, but I stopped dead in my tracks because I heard a commotion involving a bear a few hundred yards ahead. It sounded like a territorial fight, so I got my scent downwind and patched my pits and groin with mud and started heading back. I was not about to fuck with a bear. I found my father and told him the whole story, and he decided we should head back because a wounded animal is a hunter's responsibility, but it was too late, so we saved it for the morning. The next morning, the old man and I made it to where I had first spotted it. I explained everything in detail, and he too figured it was just some sort of sick buck. We examined the foliage where it breakdanced in pain and found odd, very thin clumps of hair that smelled of mold. My dad said he had never seen fur like it and added some of it to his pouch. Then, we followed the blood trail. We got to the point where I stopped, and I showed him the direction where the bear commotion had occurred, and then he pointed out to me that the blood trail went in the same direction. We both looked at each other in a moment of relief because it seemed that nature might have corrected itself and ended my hunt. We followed the blood to a clearing, and my dad stopped and quickly put his hand to my shoulder and pointed farther out to about 30 yards away to a dead brown bear. We made our way to it and examined it in disbelief. It had been mauled severely. Its stomach had been completely gutted, and its entrails littered the ground around it. Its jawline was severely damaged, like something was able to grab both ends and break its jaw with sheer force. My father and I looked at each other for a moment and immediately dismissed our hunt and headed back home. To this day, we don't know what could have done that, but man, it makes for a good campfire story. To say that these stories have been difficult to come by might be sugarcoating it. Up until a few years ago, I had always assumed that my grandmother's family was filled with a bunch of alcoholics or petty criminals. Something vaguely tragic, but hardly interesting enough to warrant juicy gossip. Asking after them would usually make my already cold grandmother clam up and either deliver a smack to the wrist or tell you to go play in the yard, read in traffic. Recently though, she started to open up about her strange past. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe she realized that after all of these years of running from it, that world has finally died off. Maybe she has actually begun to look back at her life and miss what she had. I don't really know, and I guess it's not that important. What is important for you, X, is that my grandmother ran away from the circus, and not just any circus. She ran away from a traveling medical show. As always, I make no claims toward the truth behind these stories. Most of these are cobbled together from my great-grandfather Max's journal and the notes of his brother Arthur. Max may or may not have been somewhat of a drunk, and Arthur really only wrote about things his good nature and soft heart would never allow him to speak out loud. My grandmother gave my brother and me these journals a few summers ago, and I was hoping to get some scanned pages for you, but if I keep waiting for my brother to do that, you may never get to hear these stories. What I do know for certain is that these people did exist. I've changed around some of the names and locations to protect those involved because it is surprisingly easy to Google them. So, whether or not you choose to believe Max's stories, know that he is real, as is the show and the performers mentioned. The only thing I am adding are some adjectives, transitions, and the supporting details that my researching drummed up. The stories included are only a few from the years and the years they spent on the road. These are the ones I find most X-related, and in some cases, most disturbing. I will start before my grandmother was born. If you like these stories, I will continue. If not, that's fine too. While I'm no expert on anything relating to circuses or performances therein, here is what I know. Max and Arthur were brothers. Max was a bear of a man who spent his youth winning boxing championships and had hands so fast, his favorite game was to dodge the hammers of men driving tent stakes into the ground. Arthur was more sensitive, a gifted musician and talented gymnast. Both were absolute gentlemen, and both loved to put on a show. The brothers somehow fell in with a man who went by the name of Dr. Dumont, like the cafe in New Orleans. The doc, as they called him, was likely not a real doctor, but he prided himself in his traveling show of medical wonders. The show featured acupuncture, herbal remedies, medical oddities, and the usual circus acts to catch the less scientifically minded. Arthur and Max performed as magicians, acrobats, clowns, assistants, barkers, and anything else that the doctor needed, while other performers included an amazing trick rider, a man who performed with bears and dogs, a sword swallower / fire breather, and a psychic. Over their years together, Dumont came to appreciate the fact that Max and Arthur's many talents made them valuable allies, while the brothers came to appreciate the fact that the doc was a couple of rings short of a circus. The doctor was forever hunting down medical oddities, if not to recruit them, then at least to examine them. While he may not have held a medical degree, by the end of his life, no one could claim that they knew more about the abject horrors the human body could produce. So, when Max answered a knock on his wagon one early August morning, his stomach had good reason to lurch with unease. "Max, my boy," the doctor greeted, "we have an errand to run. If you need a title, you can call this one The Doctor's Orders or What Became of That Unfortunate Soul. I don't know why you would, but I think that's pretty catchy, right?" Unlike the larger circuses that dominated the railroads, the little medical show still puttered along in the old ornate wagons and trailers. This made travel much harder, but allowed for the doctor to make his own curious, meandering paths. Max often wondered how his life had been hitched to every whim of this strange little man. But, as Arthur reminded him, if he really cared that much, they could have just quit. This particular detour had led them to a small town in eastern Iowa. A brutal drought left the fields near scorched, and summer heat made the small crowd sluggish and irritable. The morning sun had only just begun to crawl above the treetops, and already Max felt his shirt clinging to him. The dog wore his standard three-piece suit and kept time with a polished cane. The old man really ever showed the wear and tear of the roads, probably because his trailer had an icebox. As they made their way on foot, Dumont informed Max that this was a house call. He was responding to a letter mailed by a desperate family, seeking help for their unfortunate child. And why had he brought along the former boxing champion? Simple. It was a precaution, rest assured. The young man had his doubts, but the farmhouse they were aiming for was no more run down than any other lonesome homestead in the middle of nowhere. As they approached, a solitary donkey sounded the alarm, and his braying brought the owner of the house outside the door. He was a short, stout man with a weathered face and an unnaturally tired look. Max thought he saw others peering through the windows at them, but after very brief introductions, they were led away from the house and over to a storm cellar. "Heard about you coming to Des Moines last season," the man explained. "Thought you might be able to do something about this." He threw back the cellar doors and led them down into the darkness. It was difficult to see much of anything, with nothing but the morning light shining in to guide them. The stench down below was unreal. The unmistakable odor of rotting meat and feces reminded him of a neglected monkey that he had once seen locked in a barren cage. The only thing that kept him from gagging was the fear that the smell would get into his mouth. And even the decorous doctor covered his nose with a handkerchief. Once Max's eyes adjusted to the lack of light, he realized that there was a pile of badly stained blankets near the wall to the left, amidst piles of dung and fly-ridden scraps that he could not identify. The farmer took a rake that had been resting near the stairs and poked at the lump. The thing that shot out from beneath the blankets was such a confusing flurry of limbs that even Max had a hard time understanding what he was seeing. It was human, though really only by technicality. The boy crawled about on 4 twisted limbs, but a 4th and 5th leg jutted out from his midsection and right thigh, respectively. Though shriveled, these forgotten appendages twisted and flexed as he scurried about. His mouth was torn by a severe cleft palate, though that did not stop him from hissing and snapping with teeth grown long and somehow sharp like rodent incisors. He was naked but covered in sores, grooves, mud, shit, and rust-colored stains Max did not want to think about. One eye bulged out slightly, causing it to look off in a different direction, though the odd shape to the iris raised doubts over its ability to see anyway. The boy darted wildly to the end of the rope that had been tied around his neck and presumably anchored somewhere out of sight. He nearly choked himself trying to reach for the 3 men, and when that did not work, he resorted to spitting and finally pissing at them. "Don't have a right mind," the farmer said as he stepped away from the spray. "It's our second boy, but you can see why we keep it down here. Eats just about anything and doesn't do much but raise hell. Killing it would be a sin against the Lord, though." Max had to hold his tongue to keep from asking what that made keeping the boy alive down here. Very unfortunate, Dumond agreed. He kept his face covered with the handkerchief, but leaned in close as he could without getting hit. For a terrifying moment, Max thought the dog might actually take the boy. While he understood wanting to put it out of its misery, accepting the thing instead meant trying to integrate it into the show, and that meant that Max would have to deal with it. "I'm sorry," Dumond said finally. "While this is a very sad case, I'm afraid I have no room for such a child in my show." "What?" the farmer asked. His look of detached exhaustion gave way to a visible wave of grief and then rage. "You said you handled this kind of thing. You take these monsters off of folks' hands. Now take this away." The man's rising tone made his son launch into a frenzy of yowling and jumping. Max was more focused on the rake the farmer was brandishing, however. He stepped between the farmer and the doctor and took in a deep inhale. He instantly regretted doing so, but at least it puffed out his chest and straightened his spine. The farmer was no weakling by the looks of him, but Max was well over 6 feet and nothing but muscle. He stared the man dead in the eyes. "Now, the doctor said there was nothing we can do. We're real sorry about your son, but that's all there is to it. If you don't mind, we will be going now." Max let his words hang in the foul air between them for a moment before waving his hand for the man to lead them out. The farmer looked as though he might argue, but swallowed whatever bile he had brewing and said not a word to them as they took their leave. The only response of a farewell that the doc got was a spit straight into the dust. The pair got the message and wasted no time getting back on the road and putting the house far behind them. Such a shame, Dumond murmured as the safety of their tents slowly came into view. Such a poor child. I'm glad you didn't take it though, Max admitted. I would have made you carry that thing back. If the story ended here, I'm sure that everyone would have a good laugh, learned a little something, and the credits could roll safely. Obviously, that is not the case. This was not nearly the last time Max and Dumond had to deal with the unfortunate. Their troubles were only just beginning. The next night, Arthur was called to the ticket booth by one of the few roadies that traveled with them. Max was tied up, helping with the beers, and Dumond had no interest in dealing with the ordinary nuisances of running the show. He approached the depressingly short line and was directed to a wooden box sitting off to one side. A wagon rolled up and dumped it off here, the roadie explained. They ran off before we could stop them. Things split open and some kind of animal jumped out, but crawled off into the bushes faster than we could catch it. What kind of animal? Arthur asked, but the roadie only shrugged. Didn't get a good look. It didn't look like a dog though, too big to be a cat. One lady said it might have been a person, but who knows. Box's firewood then, I guess, Arthur replied. Secretly, he hoped it was a monkey. Arthur loved monkeys and never did understand why their show had horses, mules, bears, birds, and dogs, but not a single monkey, especially now that Ringling had Gargantua the gorilla. Later in the evening, once everything had been closed down for the night, he mentioned this to Max. Max went pale and stared at his brother as if he had grown a third eye. Was it a person, did they say? Was there a man in that wagon? I'm sure there was a man in the wagon, Arthur answered. Someone had to drive it. Max was in no mood to argue with his brother. Instead, he rushed off to Dumond's trailer, and Arthur followed close at his heels, demanding to know what was going on. When Max gave a hurried explanation, Art shut up and helped pound on the dog's door. Dumond listened to their concerns with his usual stone-faced quiet. When they finished, the older man smoothed out his heavily waxed mustache and nodded. Gather the dogs. Tell the young ladies to remain in their wagons. Search the area for it. But if you find nothing, then I suppose that we have nothing to worry about. Max roused Carl, the dog and bear trainer. Carl was a short man who loved alcohol and had been occasionally accused of letting his beloved bears drink with him. His dogs came in all shapes and sizes, and though he insisted during the act that they were all purebreds, he had once admitted to Arthur that they were nothing more than strays he could not possibly turn away. They gathered up the 4 largest mutts and a couple of guns, and met up with the other roadies Arthur had called out. The only woman among them was Ellen, the token bearded lady, who was probably at least as strong as half the men there, and refused to be left out of the fun. We're looking for something, Max tried to explain. You will know it when you see it, just be careful. That narrows it down, Arthur muttered, helpfully. They took up lanterns and fanned out through the brush surrounding the campgrounds. They'd taken up a temporary residence in a lightly wooded area on the outskirts of the small town. Much to Max's dismay, there were plenty of places for an evil little monster to hide, and every rushing bush or snapping twig made him jump a good foot in the air. He was not entirely sure what the boy could actually do to them, but the pit that was weighing down his stomach told him nothing good could come from this situation. Unfortunately, he did not have to wait long to find out. 2 men's screams shattered the nighttime stillness, and Max and Carl went racing towards whoever was yelling. One voice rose above the other in obvious agony, and the pair tore through the bushes, fueled by instinctive panic. They arrived close behind another search group, but that did not stop Max from nearly getting clubbed by a hammer. "He broke my hand," a roadie leaning against a tree wailed. "My hand!" "There was a monster on you," the one with the hammer insisted. Max took the weapon away from him. The man's eyes were wide with shock and terror. "And then you broke my hand," the injured man yowled. The man had more than a broken hand to worry about. According to the pair, a monster had rushed out of the bushes and attacked the man, clawing like a monster and ripping a good chunk out of his arm. In an effort to save his friend, the roadie had swung blindly, but was too slow to connect with the creature and instead had shattered the poor victim's hands. Max fought back to the conditions the boy had been held in, and did not have the heart to tell the men about it. He ordered everyone else back to the camp. Searching the brush in the dead of the night was just going to get more people hurt or worse. Instead, they opted to lock doors, sleep with guns, and get the hell out of this place as soon as dawn hit. With all the yelling and nervous energy in the air, every animal in the show was riled up beyond hope, and the humans were not all that much better. Max and Arthur found themselves sitting up in their trailers, playing cards, and casting nervous glances out the window. "Why would they dump that thing on us?" Arthur asked. "Because they're cowards," Max replied. "They are probably hoping we'll kill it for them, and that we can go to hell instead." "Is it really that bad?" his brother asked. "You can let me know if you get a good look at it," was all Max would say. Sometime after midnight, they had both managed to doze off. Max was fading in and out of restless dreams, and the incessant barking of Carl's dogs kept jarring him back to the waking world. He had almost gone under for the last time when a sudden sharp yelp of pain and vicious growling made him leap out of his bed and grab his gun. Both he and Art flew out of the trailer, but though they were the closest and first to respond, they were already too late. In the moonlight, the unfortunate was even more hideous than in the dark of the cellar. Its twisted spine heaved and pressed on natural ridges against its skin, and the greasy, patchy hair on its head hung in oily ropes down to its shoulders. What skin was not covered in blood and filth was a sickly white grey, and its vestigial limbs were flickering wildly in the air. The monster had gotten one of the small dog's cages open, and it was in the process of ripping the poor animal to shreds. When the boy jerked his head up to look at the brothers, the dog's neck tore with a wet, meaty rip. The animal continued to try to yelp, but the only sound it could make were gurgling, trembling gasps as it shook and bled out. Max was too stunned to quickly reach his gun, but another figure was on the scene. Carl took one look at what the boy had done to his beloved dog, and the little man's face actually grew red with wild fury. While the unfortunate was distracted by the brothers, Carl took the opportunity to jump onto its back. The thing thrashed and howled, trying to buck the men off, or at least get in a good gouging bite. But this was a trainer who routinely wrestled bears, both friendly and not. Carl bellowed out obscenities and slammed the boy's misshapen skull into the remains of the cage, and when those gave way from the pummeling, he pounded the monster into the earth instead. There was finally a sickening crack as the unfortunate skull split from the force. When Max and Arthur finally dragged Carl off of the boy, only his frail, shrunken limbs still flexed reflexively at the night air. By this time, the whole camp was awake and watching the commotion. Dr. Dumond made his way through the small crowd to look upon the remains of the fight. There was still a strip of the small dog's neck between the boy's rodent-like teeth, and Carl was now covered in blood and whatever else had been on the child. He was panting and staring at the body of his pet, making no effort to fight the brothers as they pulled him away. Pools of human and animal blood soaked into the dry ground beneath them. "What a shame," Dumond said, shaking his head. "I'm so sorry, Carl. Max, when you get a moment, carry the body to my office, if you please." The doctor's office was a wagon where he held many of his exhibits, at least the ones that were not living. The walls were lined with shelves filled with glass jars, and odd creatures pinned to the walls like grotesque butterflies. There were some workers who refused to set foot in the place, but after so many years, the brothers had grown accustomed to the good doctor's collection. Max had to wrap the corpse in a blanket to avoid touching the filth, and ignoring the smell and the unpleasant stiffening setting in by the time he gathered the courage to pick the monster up was no easy task. The doctor, however, could not have been more pleased. Not 2 days later, the stuffed and posed corpse had a place of honor on the wall behind his desk. I'm from Moscow. I'm over 30 years old now, but there is this story that I will never forget. I was 16 back then, and it was me, Sasha, Grinya, and some friends. We got stuck in the metro one night on the Circle line. This was in the late 90s, and nobody really cared about keeping an eye on things back then. We had flashlights, a few sandwiches, water, cards, some newspapers for wiping or making a fire, matches, and pocket knives. Basically, we were all geared up to fight off the metro rats, or so we thought. There were 3 of us, and we managed to sneak into the tunnel unnoticed in the evening when it was quiet. We jumped onto the tracks and took off, half expecting security to come after us, but no one did. If a train had come, we could have hugged the walls. Luckily, we were still small and skinny, so we would fit. We walked about 100 meters before ducking into a side tunnel that you can see from the trains. The adrenaline was insane, but the deeper we went, the scarier it got. We were not having fun anymore. It was pitch black, except for our flashlights lighting up the walls. You could hear the distant rumble of trains and the eerie hum of pipes running along the walls. I was walking and thinking, what the hell am I doing here? I must be crazy. I could have been hanging with a girl or playing dende. My friends were silent too, and we just kept going. Time passed, and still no station, no exit. That's when I noticed the rust on the rails. Trains had not been through here in ages. I pointed this out to the others, and the others saw it too. Grinya, who got us into this, tried to act tough, like we were cowards, but I could see in his face that he was just as scared. Typical team bravado. We stopped to rest and sat down. It was almost midnight by then, just us in the dark with nothing but the sound of our breathing. The flashlights barely cut through the tunnel. It was pretty surreal. We were debating what to do. Keep going? We had no idea where the next station was, and sleeping on the rails was not exactly safe. So, we decided to press on for an hour and see if we could find a better spot to crash. If not, we would turn back. Then, suddenly, the flashlights could not find the walls anymore. The beams just disappeared into open space. We had found a platform, a station, completely abandoned. No decorations, no signs. Just concrete pillars, a high ceiling, and dust several centimeters thick. There was no second track, just a blank wall, and the tracks we came from ran through the station, ending in a tunnel blocked by a grate wrapped in barbed wire. Above it, there was a small opening about 3 meters up, too tight for any of us to squeeze through. We shined our lights through the bars and could see the tracks continuing beyond. We were relieved to have found a place to rest. Exploring further, we found a stack of old army crates near one of the columns. We dusted them off, hoping they held something cool like guns or gear, but no, empty. The wood was rotten though, so it made perfect firewood. We broke the crates down and set up a little campfire by the edge of the platform, played cards, ate some food, and joked around. Our fear was completely gone. It was around 2 a.m. when we decided to sleep. Our plan was to wait until morning, get back to the Circle Line tunnel, wait for a train to pass, then make a quick run for the station and head out. We lay down in the dark, with just the glow of the dying embers. That is when a scream jolted me awake. Disoriented, I had no idea where I was. The scream turned into cursing. It was Grinya. I could see light flashing in my face. Sasha had turned his on. Grinya was sitting next to him, holding his leg. "Are you crazy? That hurts like hell." He showed a hole in his pants and a bleeding wound. Sasha, half whispering, said, "It wasn't me. I was asleep. Max, are you screwing with us?" I could barely get my hands to stop shaking long enough to turn on my flashlight. "I didn't do anything," I stammered. Then, all of a sudden, Grinya's angry voice got drowned out by hysterical laughter from above us. "What the hell is that?" Sasha screamed. "Run." I finally managed to switch on my flashlight, and what I saw gave me chills. Fog had started swirling around us. The laughter was now completely unhinged. Sasha bolted into the tunnel, and Grynia looked at me with pure terror. I could barely stand. My legs were giving out, but Grynia grabbed my hand, and we took off after Sasha. The laughter was joined by roars, like something straight out of a nightmare. It reminded me of playing Left 4 Dead, hearing that hunter's growl before you get attacked. I yanked Grynia along, and despite the wound in his leg, he ran pretty fast, even though he'd lost his flashlight. I don't know how long we ran, but eventually, we caught up with Sasha, who was sitting against the wall, crying. I kicked him to snap him out of it, and we all just stared at each other, too shaken to speak. We walked back towards the circle line in total silence. We did not make it out unnoticed. Grynia needed medical help, so as soon as the train passed, I ran to the nearest station for assistance. There were some cops there, and a doctor or someone took care of Grynia. We got roughed up a bit, but nothing too serious. An old man who seemed to be in charge said we were lucky to have made it out alive. Apparently, people often disappeared down there. He did not say anything more. That's my story. Sorry if it's all over the place. Just thinking about it makes me shake. Got a personal experience to share. Would love some input on what you guys think I saw. Some quick background. I grew up in the northeast US, in a smallish town. Not rural, but super urban. Our house was in a more hilly and wooded area of the town, a few miles from downtown. Old farms around, postcard New England woodland. Be me, first grader in early fall, playing outside with two of my younger brothers in the front yard. Around 6:30 to 7 p.m. Kind of dusky. Mom calls us in for dinner. We run up to the front porch leading to the front door, and I had a rubber snake toy in my hand. Whip it behind me into the grassy central part of the yard. Had a wraparound driveway with a yard in the middle. Me and brothers turn around to watch how far it went. See where it landed. See a shadowy, black-looking figure standing exactly where the snake landed, approximately 3 to 4 feet tall, half blended in with the dusk. Glowing, orangish eyes staring right at us. We all scream and stumble over each other, piling through the front door, all in tears. Look back outside, nothing to be seen. Go outside the next day, and the snake was cut into 3 pieces. This is the first time we saw it. We are adults now, and remember this exactly the same. I'm the only one to have seen it twice. Story to follow. Story 2. This happened 5 years later. At this point, we moved across town to a larger house, more wooded, on the edge of a town forest, dead-end neighborhood, surrounded by hundreds of acres of woods and a few quarries deep in the woods. At this point, I have completely put out of my mind my previous experience. At a friend's house for his birthday party, midsummer, 7:30 to 8 p.m. Dusk again. Around 10 of us outside, playing teamed manhunt. Me and birthday boy run into the woods and find a large, downed tree trunk to hide behind, hiding for a couple of minutes when all forest noise is stopped. No wind, no birds, that sort of very unsettling silence you don't find in the woods during the summer. Friend and I look at each other once we noticed the stillness. Look behind us. About 30 yards behind us, we see the same shadowy figure staring at us, simultaneously there, but not. Glowing eyes, amorphous being. Nope the ever-loving fuck out of there, screaming and crying. Leave the tree line, and noise comes back. Yell for everyone to get inside. Spend the night playing Vidya, trying to forget. It was at this point that I connected the dots to the original experience. Both times, I felt what I can only describe as a primordial fear. To this day, I get a hair-raising feeling when thinking about it, and until a few years ago, my eyes would water just talking about the experience. I saw a psychic/medium/healer back in college, and she said it was an energy/being watching over me, keeping me from harm, but I'm not sure I buy that. I know things come in threes, and ever since I was a kid, I have been terrified of what it means if I see it again. One more sighting/experience, whatever you want to call it, not related to the previous two, but happened in the same area. As said before, houses at the edge of hundreds of acres of town forest. Used to be farmland, but nature reclaimed it after 1830. Edge of our property was an old stone wall, used for a livestock of some sort. Many fond memories of exploring the woods in day and night, LARPing with airsoft guns, fantasy roleplay with sticks, etc. Quality childhood.d&d. Summer vacation. Outside playing. Start to walk down the rock wall towards the pond in our neighborhood, only a quarter mile away. Can still see our house through the trees. What happened next took place in about 15 seconds, real time. Walking, not really paying attention. Forest gets silent, and I smell something sweet, sort of like lavender, but with something else I've never been able to identify. World seemed dipped in a light sepia hue. Three massive, light brown, dog-shaped things dash in front of me, right over the rock wall, like they jumped over it, directly in front of me. As soon as they cleared the wall, the world returned to normal. Smell gone. No animals visible anywhere. Book it, Mach 10 to the house, and run inside, freaking out. Never had any explanation, and haven't had anything major happen since. Not terribly scary or life-threatening, but these three experiences have stuck with me, and I am always conscious of the power of the woods and things we cannot see or understand. I got stuck out in the middle of fucking nowhere in Iraq, in a tank we called Shithouse. Yes, it had a real name and a real call sign, but we called it Shithouse. Deal with it. Anyway, all they had is to provide fire support and run patrols during the day so that people see us and think, oh shit, a tank, I better not stir shit up tonight. Mostly, it seemed like they looked at us and thought, damn, that is one loud and annoying piece of machinery. We finally got a chance to see some combat, or at least a break from running circles around broadcast forums. Soldiers on the ground north of us were getting fired on every night, and when morning finally came, there were no enemy bodies to be found, so Brass sent us a little south, along a riverbed that they thought the enemy was using as a highway, and we were to sit way off and watch this dried up riverbed through the thermal and cauterize every movement. So, we are moving along near sunset in a 3-tank V, when the first position tank hits the brakes and tells us there is a civilian in the road ahead. Ricky, Shithouse's loving commander, looks at the top, along with the other two, and see what's up. Nothing out there. We pull back in and start moving. This was a fairly common occurrence. The heat out there can literally mirror ground ahead of you. Really neat actually when it happens. We hit spots the next right and pull tight, checking the scopes for anything hot out there in the riverbed. It was about this time that the feeling started. I would describe it as static. In a tank, you get used to it being hot and stuffy, but this was more like an abundance of energy that made the muscles in your chest pull up and your heart beat too fast. I leaned back from the thermal and made a little small talk with Rick when we started to hear little clinking noises on the outside of the metal. We immediately shot into action, as little clings typically mean some stupid ass is shooting at us with small arms. I look through the thermal arm and am completely confused by what I see. Solid white. Well, that can't be right. I kept looking through it. Then, a circle came into view, less hot than its surroundings, and pulled back, forming a silhouette of a head. Someone was on the tank. It seemed to hear something, as it straightened up like an alert animal and looked off in the distance, then vanished in a blur. Well, Everything in thermal leaves a blur, I guess. I told Rick, and he got on the radio and asked the tank nearest to us to come and scratch our back, shoot whatever was on us off. The other tank started moving. That is when tank number 3 came on the line and said that something had tried to pull their commander out of the hatch, and the only reason it did not succeed is because the gunner and loader grabbed onto him in time, but he got clawed up bad. There was absolute terror in the voice of Tank 3's commander. Whatever he saw was not right. I watched the other 2 tanks form up on IVIS, where our driver said he could see someone on the ground in front of us. I checked my scope. Sure enough, there was a white object on the ground about 100 feet in front of us. A crouching, seemingly naked object. "Run that fucker over," was Rick's response to this, and as soon as the driver touched the gas, the thing started running at us on all fours. I caught sight of it as it ran over the top of the tank, silently hoping to myself that whatever it was got toasted by the exhaust as it ran off the back of the tank. "He's still on you, shithouse. You want me to clear him?" we heard over the radio, to which Rick replied, "Toast him. We will inspect the pieces," which was quickly followed by nice, satisfying little clinking noises against our thick, badass hide. 3 bursts, then silence, followed by, "Looks like you're cleared." Rick cocked his sidearm and popped out of the hatch, turning left and right, filling the tank with glorious fresh air. He seemed to hear something as he leaned over the side of the tank. Then, panic. 4 shots came off from his sidearm, and then a scream, and he started to fall back into the hatch. Something had him by the collar. It looked like a human hand, only black and leathery, with long, sharp nails. Both I and the loader started trying to unwrap it. God, was it skin hot. Somewhere in the struggle, I remember looking up and seeing the reflection off of 2 black eyes, silhouetted against the Iraq stars, and could hear the sound of labor breathing. This whole event lasted less than maybe a second, when Rick got himself together and lunged forward, breaking the thing's arm backwards on the hatch opening with a sickening crunch. I mean, sickening. That was the first time I've ever heard a bone break, and the first time I heard a scream anything like that thing. Think dying rabbit multiplied by 10. A high-pitched scream that you could only hear where your spine attaches to your neck. Whatever it was decided it had enough of that and ran off, and we sailed up the tank until sunrise. Tank 2 had watched all of it happen on their thermal, but still could not believe Rick or Tank 3 Commander's story. I guess it's understandable, because those thermals make the world look like a giant blob. When they were finally able to see each other in person though, everyone believed. Rick showed his torn shirt, but Tank 3's commander took the cake. He had scratches all over his face, neck, and left arm. I don't know if it was some sort of desert wild man or what, but shit ain't right over there anyways. That's the tamest of most of the other ghost stories that get passed around. I will see if I can get any of the infantries and forward them to you. I have the rest of that story, which takes place over the next 2 or 3 years. If you want to hear really scary stuff, just ask someone on the front lines. The scariest thing in the world can be a child walking up to you with a covered basket over there. Rick was pretty popular for a while after that event, but since he absolutely hated telling that story, things died out pretty quick, and nothing really happened for a few months, and pretty soon it was winter. We were in a house, doing one of the many impromptu briefings, when a feeble old man walked in and sat down. He was the father of the village elder, too old to actually rule, but still a prominent figure in the communities. He was well respected by us too, unlike his son, but that's getting too far into personal stories. Let's just say that the elder liked to kick ass, and his son was a coward. So, the briefing cleared up, and Rick grabbed me and an interpreter and caught up with the elder, and asked if he had time for a few questions. The old man threw up his hands and smiled, motioning us to the shade, speaking Arabic laughingly through worn-out teeth and a sharp grey beard. If only you Americans spent as much time letting us ask questions. Rick told the story of that day. The translator's eyes got bigger. The elder gradually closed his eyes and relaxed, looking like he fell asleep, but drumming his fingers together to let us know he was still awake. When Rick was finished, the elder spoke in slow sentences, repeating things a few times to the interpreter. I only heard one word I recognized. What? Death. He says it is the wild man, the thorn finger, the many deaths. He comes in the night and takes the weak, the alone. The old man tapped his finger. He has a long claw on his left finger. He pokes a hole in your neck while you sleep and takes your blood. Rick said he broke the fucker's arm, and the elder seemed delighted. Pain it caused him, and it will be time before he is well again, but he will be. But a sinister enemy you have made, one that 5 of us would give our lives to see dead. Have you seen him again? Rick shook his head. Always watch over your shoulder. Never be alone. Never be in the deep sands. A man in our village once shot Thornfinger, and we rejoiced, but we found him dried like a raisin in his bed the next season. During that last part, the elder sucked his cheeks in and crossed his arms across his chest. Rick asked a few more questions about other experiences, but there were not too many. Apparently, old Forney was pretty good at his job. Later that night, the elder found us and pulled a lightly wrapped cloth out of his tunic, an action that would have gotten him killed if he was not known to us. I can't tell you how high-strung you have to be over there. It was a knife with a bone handle and a yellowish, reddish, silver blade. Very old. My Sinahash, my right arm. Before the cowards came, the peace speakers, this was what ruled. In my arm it was war, but in yours it will be salvation from revenge. Keep it close, keep it warm. Rick started rummaging around for something to trade. Blood will be enough. Black blood is worth its weight, and he left. Even though this does not relate to the story, I'm going to go a little off topic of how in awe I personally was of the elder. He was probably 40 years older than me, and I still think he could have killed me in a fight. He had survived through countless raids and attacks. Puckers and stitch scars covered his arms and chest. He was missing his ring finger on his left hand. A good trade, he once told me. He took my finger, I took his head, and his wife. But he was a double-edged sword. He was ruthless and vigilant at the same time. If he was on your side, you would call him a hero, but if you were against him, you would call him a tyrant. Luckily, we were on his side. But, as you walked with him through the streets, you would see men lower their heads and step back. Women pull their children close. Americans are too kind, he once told me. If I were in your position, I would have ruined this country. I would have killed everyone who had ever stood against me, he said, clenching his fists. Only the strong would be left, whether allies or enemies. They would be strong, and the weak would be rooted out. He reminded me a lot of John, Steve's grandfather, my great-grandfather, in some warped, twisted way. Sorry for that digression. Spring came, and with it, a mix of fog, rain, and light dust storms. In other words, tank hell. Missions kept coming in. People kept saying we were going to get withdrawn. Then more missions would come in. Morale was not well. We were eventually placed on the outskirts of a city and tilted high to offer fire support for a push that was happening later the next day. As noon came, we watched a light dust storm on the horizon come closer and locked everything up. This was not going to be a big one, just an inconvenience. The inside of a tank is a strange place during a dust storm. It is ungodly hot and quiet, and somehow, you feel like you just got teleported back to training, and as long as you did not look through the periscope, you were back in the States. Then we heard the clicking. It was a nice, clear tick 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 on the roof of the hatch. Rick looked at me and shook his head. It went like that for a few hours. Tick tick tick, silence, tick tick tick. I kept checking the scopes, waiting for the storm to die down, and each time I did, I expected to see a small, black eye peering back at me. Finally, the storm ended, and Rick pulled the knife out of his belt and drew his M9, telling the loader and I to do the same with a nod. I grabbed the M4. I don't know why Rick always went with the pistol. He went out of the hatch first. I was right behind him. Now, there isn't a whole lot of large game in Iraq. Mostly some goats or scrawny-ass cows, but it's not like they are walking around in the middle of the desert or something. But there we were. The tank that was splattered with goat's blood, with the puckered corpses lined up in a neat row by our right tread. "Fuck me," said Rick. I declined. There were maybe 8 or 9 goats there. I had not seen more than 5 up until then. We walked around the tank a few times, but there was not much to see other than sand and blood. We packed it up and got back in the tank, got an order over at IVIS to move north a ways. Sitting in the cabin, the loader and I made small talk while Rick was getting real friendly with that knife of his, looking up from time to time at wisps of sand coming in the hatch. The tank lurched to a stop with "fuck, fuck, fuck" shouts from the driver. We flew into action. I hit the scope, catching the loader slide open the shell door as I turned around. At this point, we thought we were under fire, jumping out of my skin as Rick yelled behind me. I turned around just in time to see his boots get pulled up through the hatch. I followed after, but did not see anything. Not a goddamn thing. My pulse was pounding in my ears, my heart jumping in my chest. I heard Rick shout somewhere, and as I turned around to look at where his voice was coming from, I slipped on that damn goat's blood and fell face first into the sand. I felt a knee land in the center of my back and a hand wrap around my throat, another hand pushing my face into the sand. Then the scream, followed by a hot liquid on the back of my neck that smelled like raw sewage. Immediately, the weight on my back jumped off. I rolled over and saw Rick running up the tank, hopping in the gunner hatch and cooking the M240 while spinning it around 180 and firing it off in the distance. I pulled myself up and dusted off while I ran over to the tank. Thus we survived our second encounter. Rick would not say much else other than, "I kicked its ass, then it saw you," but he was visibly shaken by the event. He would not tell anyone what it looked like. The only thing I had to go off of was that black, leathery arm and a crouched thermal image. It's black paste now. It's not going to survive a cut like that. He wrapped up the knife, with the blood still on it, and gave it to the elder the next time we were there. Much, much later. I'm glad to hear you guys liked Rick. He has been reading the thread now. I might have a picture laying around to send John. I haven't really described what he looks like, so hopefully it won't ruin any mental images of him. Also, we fought Chupacabra when we first messed with this thing, as it seemed to be a real thing with a body, instead of a ghost alien creature. Our deployment took a rough turn. An old shithouse went to hell back in northern Iraq, where there are no terrorists and peace is taking over, apparently. Quoting a Fox News briefing that we watched on a mini black and white TV in the evening while eating whatever we could find. Iraq is a way of burning your ass off during the day, then freezing it back on you at night, and we were just starting to feel the chill of night leak in under the door of our makeshift mini barracks. One by one, we fell asleep, but were woken up shortly by a yelp from one of the soldiers near the door. Yelps were common out there, as the native spiders have a love for human faces. "Something was touching my face," he yelled. Rick was up now, and started lighting up a pipe. It looked like Rick was enforcing his own personal watch tonight. I woke up and heard something breathing over me. I thought it was one of you guys trying to prank me or something, so I just laid there still. Then it touched my face. A shiver went through him, and he pulled his uniform tight. Rick was at his feet now, looking at the clay floor. Little black dots were sprinkled sparsely around, just 5 or 6, but enough that you could see that something had walked to and from the door, something leaking black, smelly fluids. That poor guy got teased pretty bad. Most of the men in there probably did think it was a prank, and that the pranker had gotten away unnoticed. Rick and the rest of the shithouse knew better. "Get some shut-eye. I'm staying up for a while," said Rick. I did. We woke up the next morning. I noticed Rick was gone. I walked outside into the sun to look for him. No sign. Maybe he took a walk. Not really like him. I did a short stroll around the building and found a set of his boot prints. They headed off into the desert. I followed them with my eyes up to the horizon, then yelled out. There was a single line of black smoke rising up over the horizon, a neat little line, not the big plumes of acrid black smoke we were used to seeing. Within minutes, I and the crew were in a Humvee, zipping along the sand, with 2 others tailing. I sat in the passenger seat. Part of me remembered the previous night, the look on Rick's face as he sucked on that pipe that he had bribed off of a farmer, a look of calm. Not the expression you would expect from someone who survived 2 attempted maulings from some desert wild man, but I knew that look well. It was what he looked like before he kicked ass. A figure formed on the horizon, which was rising fast as we sped along. I tensed up a little, but relaxed as I saw that it was standing upright. We could hear static over the radios. What the hell is he doing out here? We got closer. Rick was standing with his back to us, a small fire in front of him. His head, which was standard military bald, had scrapes and cuts all along it. Part of his left sleeve was torn. In his right hand, he held his bone handle knife. In his left, a gas can. We pulled up and spun around him. He was watching over a fire, burning lightly in the middle of black-stained sand. Most of the soldiers around us had their hands over their face and cussing to themselves. The smell was terrible. Their cussing increased as they got closer to the burn. What looked like wood from a distance was actually a skeleton, charred and black, with small bits of burning flesh still clinging from the bones. It was a small skeleton. You would not put it over a child, but it was all wrong. Its back legs were bent double backwards like a dog's, with feet that ended in toes with long, curled nails. The skull had a small face on it, a jaw filled with rows of small, sharp teeth, like a piranha. Its right hand was missing its pointer finger, and seemed to be reaching up at Rick's neck, trying one last time for revenge. No one really asked questions about that event. No one was reported missing. No one with sharp teeth anyways, so the idea of Rick kidnapping and murdering someone was quickly forgotten. A group of brass drove over the next day to check it out, but the skeleton was gone. Only the black-stained sand remained. Not long after that, on our tour back for a rock, we stopped at the elder's house. We sat and waited for a long time in his lobby, I guess you could call it, until him and his son emerged from a black room. His son was terribly beaten, bleeding badly out of the nose and left ear. Senior, which I will call Elder for clarity, was breathing heavily and wiping his hands with cloth. Junior started to leave, but his father pushed him down in a seat across from us. "Sit down and listen for once, you damned idiot," he said to us, translated via our interpreter. Both Rick and I noticed him, interpreter, readying himself for combat, tensing shoulders, moving his rifle forward ever so slightly. Damn newbies. I sort of feel sorry for him in retrospect. He came with us with absolutely no previous knowledge of his events. "I've come to return your gift," said Rick. It was well used. As Rick talked, he pulled the wrapped knife out of the cloth and handed it to Senior. Senior grinned and slid his finger around the hilt of the knife, showing the black residue on his finger to his son, who seemed to be playing in and out of consciousness. I also brought a gift of my own. Rick pulled out a little wooden box. I'd seen him use it for tobacco before. Great, I thought. He gave the senior tobacco. The senior looked curious and opened the box, then gasped and dropped it to the floor, sending the finger in it, bouncing along the tile. The finger's skin was black and leathery, and it had a single long claw, almost a talon, erupting from the end. Both the son and our interpreter jumped at the sight of it. "What did you do to it? He will come to reclaim," Senior started. "He's not coming to reclaim shit. I burnt his ass out in the desert. I stood out there and called him out, and he lost." "Burnt," mumbled Senior, as he picked up the finger and turned it slowly. "You see, this is what you should have been," he said to his son. "This man seeks evil and destroys it. If you saw anything, imagine where you would be now." Our interpreter started to relay this to us, but Senior held up his hand and motioned for him to leave. Rick waved him off. Senior jabbered at Junior, who was starting to slump forward. I was not really in the mood for a family argument, and neither was Rick, but we sat there out of politeness until he gave his motion to leave. The son jumped up suddenly and grabbed his father by the throat. Rick and I stood up on reflex. You are always ready for someone to grab someone else by the throat. My instinct was to raise my hand to calm him down. Rick's instinct was to lunge over to Junior and smash his face in with the back of his Beretta. Junior toppled backwards onto the floor and started bleeding heavily from a wound in his side. Senior was still holding the knife, now dripping with his son's blood. We were on the flight back to the States, crammed like sardines into a plane. Rick stirred forward, not much for small talk, and I chattered back and forth with some of the soldiers. "Steve, what did you hope to get out of all of this? Why did you join up in the first place?" asked Rick, surprising me enough to have me completely abandon my other conversation. "I don't know. College, I guess. For the good of America, that sort of thing. Why did you join up?" "I joined up in the hopes that I would not have to come back," he said, and I saw his thoughts wander to a bone-handled knife that was hidden away in his personal sack, and a small tobacco box sealed shut with a bead of wax. Damn that thing, and damn that place to hell. What happened that night? I went out there with the gas can to burn it, to kill it. It followed me for a long time, teasing me by tapping its damn finger on rocks. Finally, it jumped, and I got the best of it after a while. He did not grin or smile when he told me this, and I heard the undertones in what he was trying to say to me. When he left that night, he did not want to come back. My other war experiences. I can't say much other than that we were in the first wave, sent into the Persian Gulf War. You'll have to read between the lines, I guess, to get any more information about that. About Fox News, they have always been stupid. I had sent out a few emails to old friends asking for stories. Only got one back so far from Michael, one of Steve's school friends that joined up with him. God, there was all sorts of weird shit over there, but only one thing that happened to me personally. One of the big things that the people talk about over there, especially out from the major cities, are these well tricksters, which is what we called them. They were described to me as a big-ass lizard thing that crawls backwards into wells at night so that most of their body is underwater and only their head is above water. The tip of its nose has a pattern like a human face on it. The next day, when people drop the buckets in, they come up dry because they landed on the lizard's nose. The lizard also has a more sinister side. When it is hungry, it will start calling out in a voice that you know. Soldiers, trained soldiers, would say they heard their wife or kids calling out to them from inside of the wells. I would like to say that I was not a believer in the supernatural, but I was nuts at the time about ghosts and whatnot, so I took every opportunity to walk around wells. Nothing happened for a long time, until I think I was just on the Iraq southern border. Either that, or we were still in Kuwait. I don't really remember where it was. I remember the event well though. We were walking along when AK fire started up, sending us scattering against walls and corners and whatever else we could get behind. I got behind a well. We began returning fire. For some reason, I started thinking of my sisters there in that firefight, especially the youngest one. For some reason, I thought I could hear her calling my name. My body was on autopilot, popping and shooting, then covering up again. But deep in my brain, I could hear her calling me, telling me she was in trouble. The fight stopped as soon as it started, like most did over there, and I found myself leaning over the well. I could almost see an outline of a face in the water, far, far below. I dug through my jacket and pulled out a glow stick, popped it, and threw it in. The face disappeared, and the glow stick floated there for a few seconds, then vanished with a splash. The face reappeared. I decided I did not want much to do with Arabic superstition after that. I was in the military, psychological operations. I know it's a big subject of conspiracy tier bullshit, but psyops has nothing to do with staring at goods. It's actually just lying, manipulating, scaring and confusing the enemy, although there has been some pretty fucked up stuff done by psyops to serve that goal. Anyways, I have a noob story. Be in a little sandbox in Iraq, right on the edge of the border with Iran. It gets mortared weekly, but they cannot aim for shit. One night, we hear shots fired. Everyone responds. I get up on the platform behind the cement walls to glance out in the night with night vision. I see nothing out there. The guy who belongs on the platform gets to his post. With him there I don't have any official post. We have a defense force of Iraqis surrounding the base. We decided to go to talk to them. They were actually pretty brutial with us. I am walking along the gravel and get an electric shock across my leg. What the fuck? I look for exposed wire. There is nothing. I get to the Iraqis. They are spooked as fuck. One of their guys is fucking shot. He got shot in the fucking back, and they have not seen anything. I call the medic over, but it is too late. The guy is already dead. The Iraqis are freaking out, saying that something must be inside the camp. I tried to tell him that cannot be the case. We have night vision cameras all over the place, and they would have seen anything coming from miles around. Another Iraqi jumps all of a sudden. He says he felt something shock his leg. Usually, we keep all of the lights off at night. Having them on would make us an easier target, but fuck it. If someone was out there waiting to murder us, we would see them on the camera. We put the floodlights on. Everyone is crawling all over the camp. There is nothing there. We never find out who shot the guy. We never find out what the hell those shocks were. I worked part-time as a search and rescue officer for the better part of a decade off and on. It started as something just to do in the summers during college. I just needed some gigs that made me feel useful. It got me into the hills that I grew up in and looked pretty damn good on my resume. But I stuck with it longer than I ever really meant to. I did it well into my 30s, even after my day job and maintenance took up most of my time. Something about it just kept pulling me back. I liked being needed. I liked the challenge of it. Most calls were nothing. Some hiker would twist an ankle a mile off the trail. A teenager would get separated from the family reunion. A dog had accidentally fallen down a wash and would not come back up. But every now and again, you get one that would twist your gut in a way that you can't really explain. There is a spot in our country that everybody on the team dreads. I am not going to name it out of respect for the families, and because honestly, I don't want anybody thinking it's some kind of a challenge. Let's just say it's a far corner of the national park, a dense stretch of land that doesn't get much foot traffic unless people are lost or looking to be, a tangle of thicket and game trails, nothing marked or cleared. No roads in or out, except for one old maintenance path that's mostly used by deer. Every single time we get a call there, it feels off. And I'm not saying like the place is cursed or something, but I will say this. When people go missing in that zone, it usually stays that way. We have pulled bodies from cliff sides and riverbeds. We have found hikers dehydrated and half mad crawling towards the sun. But that area, that stretch of woods, it's like a mouth that swallows people whole. There is never any real clear sign. No trail, no final clue. They just simply vanish. I have seen seasoned guys on our team get turned around out there like greenhorns. GPS is glitching, radios going out, even dogs just straight up refusing to track. One time, we lost contact with the 3-man search team for nearly 6 hours. They were maybe 2 miles out and could not explain what happened when we finally found them. They said it felt like time skipped. They said they were walking and suddenly it was dark. The call came in at around 6:40 p.m. on a Wednesday in the early fall of 2011. An older couple had been reported missing by their daughter after they failed to return her messages all day long. They checked in with her mid-morning before setting out on a hike through the national park. It was what should have been a casual 3-hour loop. And then she told us she had not heard from them since then. Rangers located their vehicle parked nearby the west entrance. The windows cracked a bit and maps were still folded up in the glove box. They had signed in at the trailhead registry, but they had not signed out. By the time we were mobilized and briefed, they had been unaccounted for nearly 12 hours. We all figured the exact same thing. It was probably a bad fall or a twisted knee, and they could not get back and get help. Maybe the husband tried to go for help and then got turned around. These weren't kids, and they were in their 70s. The wife had a replacement knee, if I remember rightly. The sun was already low when we met up at base, so we planned for a 2-hour sweep, just enough to catch any signs before full dark. I got paired with an ex-army guy who didn't say much, but had an eye for the terrain. We were tasked with Sector 5, a winding stretch near the ridgeline. Guess where that was? Right on the border of the bad zone that I told you about. The search started like any other, quiet and focused, headlamps on, radios chirping. We kept to the path at first, calling their names every few minutes, pausing to listen. You can hear a twig snap from a mile off out here. It was dead quiet. No owls, no frogs, not even the wind. An hour or so in, the reports started coming through. No bodies, no sightings, just stuff. Some of the guys found an old backpack, half covered in leaves. The tags were sun-bleached, and the zipper was rusted. Inside were granola wrappers and a moldy paper bag. They definitely did not belong to the missing couple. Then later, someone called in about a torn flannel jacket tangled up on a branch. Downhill from that, she found a pair of old hiking boots with no laces. Again, not our people, but really weird. Then my partner and I came across something worse. We found a campsite, but it was not the couple's. This one had very clearly been there for a while. The tarp was half rotted, and the sleeping bag was wet and sunken into the earth, like it had grown there itself. There was a rustic camping stove still set up like somebody just got up and walked away. Next to it, half buried under pine needles, was this Polaroid photo. It was faded and water damaged, but you could still make out a face. It was a kid of maybe 16 years old. They had a big grin on their face, wearing braces, and they were holding up a fish. On the back, in marker, it said, Benny, 1997. My partner did not say anything. He just handed it to me and kept on walking, but I could tell from the way his flashlight was jittering that he was actually spooked. We reported the sight and continued moving on. By the time we rejoined the main trail, nearly everybody else had found something else. They had found pieces of gear, single gloves, shattered glasses, broken walkie-talkies, etc. But no one had found any people, and none of the stuff matched the missing couple. It felt like the woods were coughing up junk from the last decade. We gathered near the North Fork, where we heard voices up ahead. It was a low muttering. It did not sound like it was coming from any radio. I thought maybe it was a couple and picked up my pace. I started calling out, "Hello? Search and rescue." But when we got close, it was not them. Two men stood just off the trail, near a bend in the brush. Both of them were really filthy. They were dressed in layered camo and flannels. Their skin was covered in grime and what looked like soot too. One of them had a gnarled beard full of burrs. The other was taller, with long grey hair pulled back into a tight ponytail. They watched us approach without moving. "You fellas seen anybody come through here?" my partner asked. "We're looking for an elderly couple. Been gone about a half day." The taller one spoke first. "Ain't seen nobody but you," he said, then glanced up at the trees. "Just some squirrels." "You guys out trapping or what?" I asked, trying to keep things friendly. "Got a permit?" He nodded slowly. "All legal. Traps staked and flagged. You can check." I noticed the smaller man kept shifting behind a tree, like he didn't want to be seen clearly. There was a smell too, like meat had gone bad in the sun. They didn't look homeless exactly, but something was definitely off about them. I think it was their eyes, maybe. I think they just didn't blink enough. They weren't carrying any packs either. No gear, no food, and no water. Just a long curved knife on the belt of the shorter one. "If you do see anybody, alive or otherwise, please let one of the rangers know," I said. The bearded one smiled back. His teeth were yellow and spaced weirdly. "We'll be sure to holler at you," he said. Then they turned and disappeared into the trees without another word. We radioed in, described them as best as we could, but there was no law against being weird. They were just gone before anybody else could intercept. I looked back and I swear, I could not hear a single footstep as they moved off. They were just gone, like they vanished. The mood just clearly shifted after that. We kept at the grid, but everybody got quieter. Nobody wanted to split up again, at least not really. The signs of the couple were nowhere, but more odd things kept turning up. We found a cracked watch. We found a half-burned driver's license with no name visible. We also found a blood-stained bandana. We just kept on finding random shit and too much of it. Eventually, the call came through to pull back for the night. We would regroup and get the dogs first thing in the morning. Everybody was accounted for. There were no injuries, but morale was low. Nobody said it out loud, but we were all thinking the same thing. This was not going to end with a warm reunion and a chopper ride out. It was already over. We just did not know how bad it was yet. As we hiked out, my partner muttered, "You ever see gear that old out here before?" I shook my head. Not that much of it, and not like that. He didn't say anything else, just kept looking over his shoulder every few minutes, like something was following us in the dark. We were back on trail at first light. Fog still hung between the trees like gauze. It was thick enough to make our headlamps useless for that first hour. The dogs were brought in, but they did not track well. They kept getting distracted and sniffing off in odd directions. Then they would be whining and sitting down like they were tired before they had even started. One of the handlers muttered something underneath his breath. They really do not like this place. Around mid-morning, we pushed into the part of the woods that had not been gritted yet. Thick canopy, and it was weirdly quiet. I spotted something shiny ahead and called it out to the others. It turned out to be a metal thermos. It was still upright, like somebody just set it down. Next to it was a fleece jacket, folded neatly. The color and the size matched the wife's description. Then came the real horror. 20 yards away from there, we found something. It was buried underneath a scatter of ferns and rotted leaves. We found what looked like a blanket until we turned it over. It was a half-torn piece of a rainfly, soaked in blood, still wet at the edges. Nearby were eyeglasses, snapped in half, and a hiking pole with a streak of what looked like flesh caught up in the tip. It wasn't just 1 or 2 drops. We are talking a pool of it, sprayed out across the brush and trailing towards one of the bases of the trees. Immediately, we fanned out, calling their names, but nothing. There was no movement anywhere nearby. There was not even birds chirping. It was just that creeping dread that something terrible had gone down here, and it happened recently. My partner found this shredded pack stuffed into a hollow stump. Inside was a woman's driver's license, her name matching the report, a fistful of granola bars still inside the side pocket, and a water bottle half full. Why leave all of that behind? Then came the trap. Kenny stepped too close to a pine and set it off. A spike board, camouflaged and rigged to fall from above, came down. It missed his skull by inches, but tore through his arm and embedded into the ground. We got him stabilized and evac'd out pretty quickly, but after that, nobody wanted to stay. We were search and rescue operators, not infantry. This was no longer a rescue. It was something else entirely. That night, the operation got scaled back. Rangers swept the area, found 2 more traps, and shut it all down. They never officially said it was the trappers that we met, but we all knew. The problem was, they never found those guys again. There was no cabin, no camp, no names on file. It was like they never even existed. The couple was declared and presumed dead after 3 weeks. Their bodies were never found. Just some blood, gear, and that overwhelming feeling that we were being watched the whole damn time that we were out there. Occasionally, people will ask why I quit search and rescue, and I don't really say much. I just tell them it was the time. Truth is, those woods took something from me, and I still think about those men, mud-covered, staring from behind the trees. Where the hell did they go, and what were they doing out there? I did 1 season of search and rescue. I like the challenge of hiking through rough country with a pack on my back and a reason to do it. At first, it really felt like it was my calling, but that kind of wore off fast. The season hit me harder than I really thought it was going to. I definitely did not expect the emotional whiplash. 1 minute, you're laughing your ass off with your crew on the trail. The next, you are bagging a body that's been half-eaten by coyotes. I remember the first time we found someone barely alive, slumped over a log like a wet rag. We brought him in, got him stable, and he kept crying, sobbing like a kid because he had convinced himself he was going to die out there. You see somebody like that, and you start wondering how thin the line really is between the ones who make it out and the ones who don't. I started having trouble sleeping too. Out of all of the calls that we ran into that season, there is one that I still think about a lot more than I should. It was late fall, just before the weather turns into real winter. We got a call about a group of climbers stuck up on a high peak. It was the tallest point in the county. This was not supposed to be anything unusual. They were experienced climbers, well prepared. They were just caught off by a surprise storm. It happens a lot more often than you think it does. We figured that we would reach them, stabilize whoever needed it, then get them moving downhill. Just routine stuff. But that mission did not go the way that it was supposed to go. Something went very wrong up there, and to this day, I am not sure I understand what we really walked into. We got the call at 12:27 p.m. They triggered their emergency beacon and followed it up with a frantic call to dispatch. The woman on the line sounded terrified. She said they were trying to descend and that they were cold and lost. She said that one of their teammates had lost his mind. That was the exact phrase she used. He's totally gone off the rails. We don't know what to do. The rangers pulled out a map of the area, gritted out the last known location, and sent us up. The storm had rolled in, fast and hard. It had not been on any forecast that morning that I saw. It was cold rain at the trailhead, but higher up it was snowing and piling up fast. The highest peak was not a technical climb unless you veered off route, but in a whiteout, you may as well be on Everest. We hiked for a little over 2 hours. We were soaked through, despite every single layer we had on. Half of my fingers were numb. I had a radio clipped to my chest and kept checking for chatter from the missing climbers, but nothing. We just kept on moving. Around the 4-mile mark, we found her, the woman who called for help. She was crouched beneath a boulder overhang, arms wrapped around her knees, face crusted over with ice. Her lips were cracked, her eyes were glassy. When we called out, she flinched like we were about to hit her. It took her a second to even realize that we were not a threat. "Where are the others?" I asked, kneeling beside her. "Are you hurt?" She just shook her head and just said, "Ryan," and then started to cry. We gave her water, wrapped her up in an emergency blanket, and slowly pulled the story out of her while the medic checked her vitals. They had started the climb around 4 in the morning, hoping to summit and descend before dark. At around 10 o'clock, the storm had slammed them, just heavy snow with zero visibility. They turned around and tried to follow their GPS back down, but the cold was setting in way too fast. One of them slipped, and another started panicking. And Ryan got weird. He just stopped talking, she said. He would not answer anybody. He kept looking out at nothing, like he was listening to something that we could not hear. Then, out of nowhere, he just walks away. Not like he was running or scared, but like he was following something. We called out to him, tried to stop him, but he was only 100 yards off and never turned around. He did not acknowledge us at all. He just kept moving down the slope and through the trees like we were not there. Then an hour later he comes back. He no longer had his gloves on. He did not have his hat on either. His ears were blue and he was smiling. The others asked him where he had gone, if he was okay, but he never answered. He sat down in the snow and started to pull his boots off. I told him to stop, she whispered. I begged him, but he took off his socks and then lunged at Parker and bit him really hard. At that point, Erica said she panicked and took off. She ran until her legs gave out. She said she would rather freeze than wait around to see what Ryan was about to do next. At that point I looked at my team, and nobody said it, but we were all thinking the same thing. We might not be dealing with a rescue anymore. We set up for a signal for an air evac to grab the woman, then pushed higher up the trail. We followed her rough directions, but every few minutes we would have to stop and orient ourselves again. That is when we stumbled upon them. Bare footprints, but just feet, no boots or socks. Human toes, frozen and red, peeling deep in the snow. The footsteps were staggered and erratic, like whoever left them was limping or stumbling. There were smears too, dark stains in the snow that we did not want to acknowledge, but it was blood. Some of the blood was still wet. One of the guys radioed in, tracks heading northwest, not very old. We followed them until they vanished near a slope, that dropped into a thick pine belt. No sign of a fall, they were just gone. After another mile or so up, we finally found the rest of the climbers. They were huddled under an emergency tarp. 2 of them were conscious. 1 was unconscious, with a nasty head gash. Their cheeks were windburned raw, lips cracked, eyes sunken. 1 had a bandage across his head, duct taped clumsily. We got them warmed up and stabilized. 1 of them just kept mumbling to himself, "He's not right. He's not right." They told us Ryan had come back one last time, rushed at them while swinging a rock and hitting the unconscious guy in the face, then screaming something nobody could understand. He tore off his jacket and sprinted off back into the white. Nobody had seen him since. The rest of the operation was just triage and retrieval. We did not go chasing him through the blizzard. It was too dark and too cold. We had injured climbers who would die if we did not get them down fast enough. It didn't make sense to me though. Hypothermia makes people act strange, sure, but this wasn't confusion or fatigue. It was literally like something inside of him broke clean in half. Like he saw or heard something nobody else did, and whatever it was, it took him with it. The climbers got down safely that night somehow. The evac was messy and took hours, but nobody else died. 1 of them ended up needing surgery on his hand, and the guy with the head wound pulled through, but it took some time, a long time, to get his memory back. None of them ever really gave a straight story about what happened to Ryan either. We did another sweep in the morning after the wind had died down. Still no sign of Ryan though. The barefoot prints did not really lead anywhere. There was no body, no pack, no gear. They found his body in the spring. A hiker spotted it inside this runoff gully, 3,000 feet down from where we last saw him. It was broken in a way that suggested he had fallen hard and fast. His clothes were mostly gone. There was just this thermal shirt shredded open. No pants on, no boots on, and no signs of any animals. There was just his body, twisted around a boulder like the impact of a dummy. Jaw open, eyes sunken, face half gone. The coroner did not say much in the report. He said it was exposure, blunt force trauma, likely hypothermia-induced psychosis. The guys on our team who saw the scene firsthand said there were footprints around him, like somebody else had stood there, just looking at him. There were no prints leading in or out, just a few in the snowpack. My friend is a volunteer who does search and rescue and that sort of thing in the Australian outback. He is also involved in wildlife rescue, bushfire management, etc. He received a call about a couple of tourists who got it in their heads that they could load up a little rented car with some snacks and tunes and drive it across the Australian bush. Some romantic idea about driving from Western Australia to the Northern Territory looking for kangaroos in their habitat, foraging for native plants as bush tucker. No understanding of the rough terrain, isolation, good luck finding a gas station, and how cold the bush becomes at night. Their friends had not heard from them in a few days. My friend is near Alice Springs, which is one of the locations they could have ended up. It is a lot of ground to cover, but he does his part and spends the day just driving around on dirt roads. He gets past familiar farms into the real outback, just miles of red dust and dry air. He does not find a broken down car, tourists, or anything but endless trees and shrubs. It is getting dark, so he turns around to head home. On his way back, he notices something about one of the low-growing trees he did not discern before. It is hair, human hair. Tufts of blonde hair are twisted around its branches. It is probably too light to be from indigenous people, and there is not a known tribe on that land regardless. He slows down. More hair. At least a dozen trees are decorated with locks of blonde hair, and he can't tell if they are speckled with red dirt or blood. When the gravity of the situation sunk in, he floored it, frantically radioing into the shack in town. He says he probably sounded crazy or drunk. He lived in the country all of his life, but he swears that he will never visit the outback at night again without another volunteer accompanying him. The tourists ended up being found hundreds of kilometers away in Darwin, getting drunk with the locals. They forgot to check in with their friends. The finding was reported to the police, and he said they were as perplexed as anyone else. It was a dead end, and later dismissed as perhaps a practical joke. It's strange to play a joke in the middle of nowhere though, miles away from any town or farm where probably no one is going to see it. I was attached to a TSAR, Technical Search and Rescue, after last year's Hurricane Irma impacted my county. Basically, we were the crews that go out after the winds die down and clear roads and search damaged structures to make sure everyone is okay and to tend to those who are not. My county is one of the largest in the state of Florida, so each team had multiple large grids to search, and that means going up and down every single street in every single neighborhood so that everything is covered and you do not miss anything. So it took all day just to do a couple of grids. At one point, my team had up on a home with a large tree that had fallen onto the roof. Like all the other large trees on roofs in the area, we would walk up, survey the damage, see if anyone is inside, and report it back. Nobody was home, so we just reported it and moved on. We went further down the road, but it was all flooded out, so we had to turn around and come back the way we came, passing the house above. On our way back, the family, parents and 2 young kids, had just gotten back from evacuating further inland, so we stopped and chatted with them for a bit and called in some linemen to take care of their power, since there was a power line that went down in the area. They invited us in to do some paperwork so we could connect them with social services to get them a safe place to stay until their home is sorted out. While inside, we got a closer look at where exactly the tree had fallen. It was right above their kids' shared bedroom. The kids both slept in a bunk bed in a room in the corner of the house where the tree had fallen. The tree in question had a branch which penetrated the roof and the ceiling of the room, and had also gone clean through both the top and the bottom bunks. Had the family not evacuated, and that tree fallen while those kids were in bed, the storm came through overnight in this area, the 2 young children would have been impaled in their sleep, and more than likely lost their lives. They got very lucky by deciding to evacuate, even though they were not in any evacuation or flood zone. After all of the reports were in, overall, our county only had about 500 structures damaged from either wind, debris, or water, so we looked out compared to some of the other parts of the state, and especially since nobody in our county was killed, but we got pretty damn close. Our volunteer fire department was called out to assist in a search for a missing man. When we arrived on scene, we were informed that he was a convict out on work release and had not returned to prison. He'd told people that he would rather die than go back. They found his car on a backwoods road near a gas pipeline trail. He went missing on Wednesday. It was now Saturday. We split up into 2-person teams and headed out into the woods. We figured we would wander around for a few hours, not find anything, and then go home. Someone came and picked the guy up, and he was long gone. About 20 minutes in, our captain calls in on the radio. We found him, subject deceased. We came up over the rise, and the guy was standing there, facing away from us. He looked like he was taking a leak. He had walked about a half-mile back in on the gas line, tied a rope to a small tree, and hanged himself. The tree bent over, so he was standing up. He asphyxiated instead of breaking his neck. He stood there, dead and staring, for 3 days. I work in a national forest in California. Every day, I drive on a very narrow, very twisty road that snakes through a river gorge. There are guardrails on some sections of the road, but the majority of it has a steep drop-off into the canyon. This summer, I was making my rounds, driving merrily up the road, when I see a person with a blue sheet over their head, think like a Halloween ghost costume, but with no eye holes, walking down the center of the road. I jaw drop and frantically honk my horn. There is no way I can swerve without driving off of the road. The person steps out of the way, just in time for me to avoid sideswiping her. Before I can pull over and radio for help, a truck comes around a blind curve and hits her, making her tumble down the ravine. After her body was retrieved and identified, we learned that it was a girl who had been missing for over a year. I used to work at one of the big desert national parks out in the southwest US, where a lot of mysterious stuff could happen in the middle of nowhere. One of my jobs was doing bat surveys, So my team would hike out to remote canyons and find caves and count/identify any bats we found inside. On one trip, we were in a remote canyon and found a cave halfway up a cliff face. We carefully scrambled up there, and once we got deeper inside the cave, we found a tent. It looked like a stereotypical hobo camp. The tent was one of those family car camping tents with a heavy tarp bottom, not a light backpacking tent. It was run down and partially collapsed and looked like it had been trampled, and it was surrounded by black plastic trash bags, food that had been chewed by mice, ratty old clothing, and used toilet paper. And it was way inside a cave, a 3+ hour drive from the nearest tiny town, and a 3-hour hike from the trailhead. I use the term loosely because we were not even on a real trail. It looked like it had been there for a while. My optimistic hope is that it was an unprepared hiker that tried to do a hike that was out of their league. It was way harder than they expected, so they camped in the cave to stay cool. And the long, nearly vertical hike back out of the canyon was way too much, so they ditched their tent and trash and food so they would not have as much to carry out. But on the other hand, this is a huge park with literally thousands of miles of backcountry that gets almost no visitation. In the year that I worked there, 10 people that I know of died in the park, and less than a month after this trip, someone died of heat stroke in the same canyon. People go missing regularly and are often never found. A lot of people try to hike across parts of the park and hitchhike and get dropped off instead of leaving a car that they have to hike back to. Once they're in the park, a lot of people set up base camps, then take day packs to explore even more remote side canyons where they can easily get hurt or in trouble without anyone knowing where they are. Whoever left their tent and food behind must have been in really desperate shape or got hurt without help and easily could have died out there without ever being found. This happened to me around 10 or so years ago now. Forgive me if it takes a little while to type this all up. I do not have it pre-typed because it just hurts a lot to think about. It is something that I will never be able to forget. It's something that I relive every single day of my life. It was the summertime. My son was off school and we were out having fun near the coast and shit. My son was around 13 years old at this time. To tell the truth, we did not always see eye to eye. It was hard to connect to him because we didn't really have any of the same interests. That was until he got really into diving underneath the ocean. It started with just a fun family trip with his mom and I. I'm talking really low-level shit with just like a snorkel at first, until he got really hooked on it, and every chance we could, he wanted to go. His mom wasn't really into it, but I figured it could be a good chance for me to bond with my son. I limited him for a long time out of fear, and it wasn't until he was around 12 years old that I let him do proper dive training. The instructors were super helpful and helped alleviate a lot of my anxiety. He was a confident learner, and he picked things up pretty quickly. I got certified and everything too, as he needed me to dive alongside him. I think his depth limit at that age, even with me, was around 60 feet or so. Pretty significant for someone that young. This was just supposed to be another fun day. We had a ton of activities planned, but my son was insistent on going diving first thing. His mom was with us, but stayed at home to wait for us to be done. We had been doing this together for quite a while at this point. We geared up and hopped in and got to diving. Like I said, 60 feet was our limit, which we had never fully reached before, which put our ascension stop at around 15 feet. I had to be really cautious and strict because my son, knowing him, would just shoot up with no care in the world. I wouldn't call him reckless or a thrill seeker, but it was really easy for him to get really caught up when he's having fun, so much so that he cannot always see the bigger picture. To tell the truth, I was a little bit ill from the night previous, and by ill, I mean slightly hungover. I really did not want to let my son down though. Usually, I'm basically touch tight with him at all times and am fully keeping up. Today though, I could really feel how sluggish I was. I started to fall behind a few feet and took to observing more than anything. This was all going fine until my son shot around to me randomly. He waved a hand signal over to me and pointed down. He had spotted some kind of a glint a little further down. It looked to be maybe 80 feet. He keeps looking at me expectantly and pointing, and I am shaking my head. But before I even have the chance to get closer or do anything, he shoots down, like lightning quick. I felt like I was moving through sludge in comparison. He got really fucking brave and was down there in a flash. By the time I had even gotten close, I noticed he was stuck on something. It looked like some kind of big netting that was stuck down there. It looked caught on some coral. He was flailing and clearly panicking, and I started to panic too. If he kept doing that, he was going to be too tired to make it back up and would not have any oxygen left. Luckily, I have a diving knife with me, so I know I can just cut him free. Then I see that glint again as I am swimming closer. It's coming from the sediment or whatever. I see one glint, and then I see a second, and before I know it, I can see a giant shape hovering there, towering over the coral, towering over my son. I don't know what it is. I am not close enough to say. I am swimming at an angle, trying to make it there as fast as I can. My son has seen the thing and is desperately trying to swim away. He is making hand signals to me and trying to reach for me. This thing must be about 10 feet long, whatever it is. I am getting closer. I start to see parts of its face. It looks like some kind of fucking catfish. It has the fucking whiskers or whatever they are. Its mouth is gaping and is larger than anything I had ever seen. I didn't think catfish could be this big, if that's what it is. I am almost there now. Time seems to be moving so slowly. I feel like I am barely moving, and I see this catfish drift closer towards my son, practically touching him now. And then I witness the worst thing I ever have in my life. Something I have never been able to get out of my head. I see the catfish move towards my son. I see it move its giant mouth towards him. And in one swift action, I see my son just disappear. All that is left in front of me is one of his flippers slowly floating off in the distance. I was panicking so hard, but I was put straight into flight mode. I raced to try and chase the thing, but it drifted off. I could not chase it. I was running out of air. The stress and the struggle had caused me to use more than I thought I had. I raced back up to the surface. I did not even bother with the decompression stop like an idiot. It fucked me up bad, and I felt sick as fuck after it. All that mattered to me at that point though was trying to get help. In all honesty, I wasn't really thinking. I didn't know what I could actually do. I didn't know what anyone else could do. I just needed something. I found some other divers, quite a large group of them, and I was begging them hysterically, just rambling over and over about a giant catfish. I don't think any of them believed me at all. I think they were considering telling me to fuck off, if not for me finally being able to gasp out, "My son is gone down there." Again, they were still skeptical, but a couple of experienced divers agreed to go out to where it happened. Waiting for them to come back up again was heart-wrenching. My joints all felt like they were pulsing with this aching feeling. I felt dizzy and could not hold a clear picture in my vision, no matter which direction I looked. I wanted to go to sleep and for this nightmare to be over. When I saw the divers reappear without my son with them, I basically fell on my knees and started sobbing uncontrollably, just for like 5 or 10 minutes straight. In the meantime, they contacted the police and tried their best to calm me down. The divers told their story to the police, and the police later asked for mine once I was more stable and felt less sick. I told them everything I had written here. Then I asked them what happened to my son, what the divers saw. They were hesitant and said that they did not want to upset me. They gave in when I insisted though. The divers had dived down as quickly as they could. It did not take them long to find the netting that I had mentioned. When they saw that, they realized I was not lying. But they also caught sight of something else near the netting. Something I must have blocked out in my fear and panic. They caught the sight of blood still mingling around in the water. It looked to be quite a lot of it, as it had lingered for a while and not fully dissipated. That did not make sense to me, considering what I saw, until the police told me what else the divers found. That flipper that I saw drifting in the water, well, they found it too, but it was not just a flipper. My son's leg was still attached to it. The giant catfish or whatever kind of creature it was, it did not get him whole. It managed to bite all of him except for his leg. Crushed the bone and went straight through. A single clean bite. My life was ruined after that. Losing a child is already impossibly difficult, but knowing that it was my fault, knowing that I could have saved him if I wasn't so stupid and negligent. I should have known I was not 100% and just delayed the dive. We had plenty of time. In trying to make my son think I am cool and to make him happy, I ended up getting him killed. I was too much of a coward to face his mother. I asked the police to break the news. What kind of a pussy does that? When I finally got home, she could not even look at me. Our relationship was broken beyond repair. She was not interested in hearing my side of the story, and I knew telling it would not cure my guilt. So often, I think about giving up completely. I think that's why I decided to share this here. Here I am now, a broken and useless alcoholic who does not work and has nothing to show for his life. Don't fuck with the say. A bit of fun is not worth this. This happened to my father. He was a Navy diver with over a decade's worth of experience. He gets hired for a salvage job. He gets paired up with one other guy. The job is to separate a chain from a huge anchor. The anchor is around 150 meters down in the ocean, so they have to dive down there. The two are getting to work. All of a sudden, they hear this kind of snap or something. They feel a vibration in the water. They look at the ship. The entire thing is starting to heave towards them. Little did they know, but the ship's stabilizing system had fucked up and was not working anymore. My father and his partner are standing directly down on this anchor and are working on the chain. In like an instant, my father sees the bell coming down. It's heading for both of them. My father manages to push his partner out of the way and falls with him. In that split second while they are falling, the bell hits the anchor and they feel the pressure. My father knows for sure that if he did not react like that, then the two of them would have been crushed. It would have been an instant death with no chance for survival. It still gives him shivers to this day. I have just my basic NAUI certification, 60 feet, no wrecks, no caves, etc. I was about 16, on vacation with my mom and stepdad and a friend of mine, and we decided to go for a dive. So we are in Jamaica, and they are taking us to a wreck at 90 feet. Now, I'm a filthy casual when it comes to scuba, and I get kinda panicky underwater. I tend to be the one to run out of O2 first, and me and my buddy have to head back up. Sorry, Luke. Anyways, we get to this old military boat, huge, and head inside. It's cramped. These boats are made to be tight when you don't have tanks on your back and a BCD and regulators and all that shit. The floor plates are rusted out, and a big fucking moray eel, about as big around as my thigh, is looking up at us between the metal studs or whatever between the slats, and doing the mouth open close thing. I am anxious as hell. I am last in line going in, and from talking at the surface, we knew that the plan was we go into the bridge, take some photos, then explore a bit and head back to the boat. Heading into this narrow hallway, all of a sudden, my buddy stops. After about 10 seconds, he turns and points out the other direction. I'm like, what? And he points again, back the other direction, so I manage to twist myself around and head back out to the outside deck of the ship. I turn around, and there is no one following me. I am alone on the deck of the ship at like 85 feet. I head back out into the hallway, and I don't see anyone there. It's like a maze inside. I look around for a bit and can't find them. Okay, don't panic. What did I learn in my training? Lose track of your body, look for the bubbles. I glance around, and there are bubbles coming from every part of the ship. I have no idea where anyone is. Windows on the outside of the ship. I swim around to try and peek at them, and start getting caught in a current. I panic. Do I surface? Do I go back into the boat? Do I just sit on the deck? I see my buddy peek back out and give me a what the fuck look, so I follow him back in. We get to the bridge and take a photo, and I get the dive lead's attention and signal I need to go up, I have 900 psi. You normally like to start heading to the surface with 1000 or so left. Him, 1900? Me, no, 900. I'm out of air, surface. Him, come this way. So we go into the bathroom, and everyone starts taking pictures, pretending to be sitting on the toilets in the sunken boat. My mom, who is on the dive with us, realizes what's happening. We swap buddies. Luke goes with my stepdad, and my mom and I go to the surface. She has got her octopus, extra regulator, ready to go the entire time. Waiting for decompression and off-gassing below the boat was the most nerve-wracking experience of my life. It started getting real hard to breathe. I made it back to the boat safe and sound, and I don't think I've really been diving since. That was 17 years ago now. My uncle used to scuba dive around Georgian Bay, Ontario a lot. It used to be a very busy shipping area, so lots of wrecks from the late fall months. He liked collecting the old bottles and china cups and things like that. He wasn't a superstitious person at all, but sometimes he saw things that freaked him out. Here are a few. Once, he was diving with his friend, and they went down to a passenger shipwreck. Huge boat, pretty old. His friend was super excited because it had the potential to have a fair bit of antique china based on the nature of the ship. As they were getting closer to the bottom, my uncle noticed that the lake floor was looking hazy, almost like a fog was covering the area around the ship. It wasn't until he got a lot closer that he started freaking out. He was looking down at ghostly bodies and faces of hundreds of people who all died in the wreck. His friend could not see any of it, so he kept quiet for years about it. He saw a few ghostly faces a few more times diving in other spots too. One more for good measure. He had a bit of an obsession with the story of this one ship called the Wabuno. Rumor had it that the cargo ship went down near a place now called Sans Souci during a bad storm. Below the water near the shore on a nearby island, there is a visible piece of the hull of the wreck, and they have some history about it on a plaque. The rest of the wreck has never been found, which means the captain's safe is still at the bottom of the lake somewhere. My uncle wanted to find that captain's safe, so he started looking into the plotted course for its travel. Except then, he noticed that where the piece of hull washed up close to the shore does not make sense given the island shapes and plotted course and the supposed course of the storm that blew through. So he did some more research and found the original building plans of the ship and figured out that the bolts in the supposed found piece of the hull do not match the plans. So he plotted a list of about 15 different spots he figured the real wreck could be, based on all of the information he had, and he started diving one spot at a time. He was 4 or 5 spots from the end of his list, and as he was descending, he noticed that the lake floor seemed to be rippling and moving. As he got closer to the bottom, he saw that the whole bottom was covered in crayfish. So many that he could not see the actual ground below them. Crayfish are scavengers, so they only gather like that when there is something to eat, and a lot of it. He did not even try to touch down, and went right back up to the surface. After a few more encounters with the faces of the dead at the bottom of the lake, he stopped diving because he could not deal with it mentally. His buddy went diving to one of the last spots on his Wabuno list a few years later and found a porthole window matching the plans of the ship. So my uncle figured between that and the crayfish lake bed, he was pretty close to the real wreck. I went on a group dive with an initial descent down a line to 85 feet where it attached to a wreck of a World War II cargo ship. After exploring it for a few minutes, we climbed up the side of the bank that caused the wreck to 30 feet. We descend back to 85 feet before making our way back up the line to the boat. My father was my dive buddy, and collectively, we made a series of stupid decisions that day. 1. We were the only ones without a dive line. We figured there were 5 groups of divers, and we could just stay real close and follow at least one group back. The dive line is on a reel that attaches to the bottom of the descent line, so you can find your way back to the boat. 2. My father knew this BCD had a minor leak and chose to use it anyway. 3. Even without the leak, he uses way more air than me, where he ends up in the red, while I have over a quarter of a tank. I've told him he needs a bigger tank, but he insists he is fine. 4. We did not discuss any of the above with any other dive group. The first half of the dive went perfect, and we were having a great time. We followed everyone else and their dive lines up to about the 30 feet mark, and everyone was digging around in the sand and rocks for old cargo. My father and I were trying to pick out the most intact Jeep piston from a large pile when I finally looked up and everyone else was gone. 5. This is where we should have just surfaced and waved for the dive boat, knowing that it was not too far from our location. Instead, my father signaled to head back in the direction of the mooring line back to the boat. I followed. Not too long after, my father signaled he was lost, but I recognized the landmarks and signaled to follow me. A moment later, he tapped me on the shoulder to show me his air gauge. It was well into the red, and we were about 70 feet with the line not far away. I tried to signal that it was just past the 2 tankers ahead, but he pointed up to a line above our heads and just started swimming for it. When he grabbed on, it immediately went slack. It was a line for a lobster boy. Then he just continued to swim up and disappeared from sight. I had to choose to follow or head for the line. Because I only thought I knew where the line was, I decided to follow him. For those who don't know, you need to hang out for about 5 minutes in 15 to 20 feet of water for a decompression stop after a deep dive, or you can get nitrogen bubbles in your blood, and that is not good. There are also currents around that depth that can sweep you out to sea without you even noticing. When I got to 20 feet, my father was nowhere to be seen, and I had to choose to either decompress and risk being swept away, or heading right back to the surface to hopefully be close to the boat and risk blood bubbles. I still don't know if I made the right choice, but I chose to decompress because I could not see myself affording the medical bills for a stint in a decompression chamber. All I could think of was the movie Open Water. I was sure that I would surface, and there would be nothing around me but water, and I would be battling great whites until I was rescued, drowned, or eaten. When I finally surfaced, my father was 50 yards to my left, and the boat was under 100 yards ahead of me. We are now proud owners of dive lines, and my father bought a brand new BCD. He still does not think he needs a bigger tank. The one and only time I went diving in Thailand was to get my PADI certification. It did not happen. I reached the 12-meter limit, but all the way down, I felt like someone was digging their fingers into my ears. I was trying to equalize, but to no avail. While at the bottom, I had no issues, but upon surfacing, I had to cough and clear my throat. Well, my spit was basically all blood. I spit again, and it's the same thing, just blood. I asked the diving instructor if that is normal, and he tells me that sometimes the capillaries in your nose can burst from equalizing, so that calms me down. Then I realize my hearing is at like 40% it seems. I am trying to clear them, but I cannot. I end up going to the doctor, and he tells me my ears were swollen and there was some blood. Turns out I had barotrauma, which is basically tissue damage caused by a difference in pressure. I also had a flight 2 days later, which was murder on my ears again. Needless to say, this was my first and last time diving. I know it's nothing amazing, but just thought I would share my experience. I went and got hazmat certified for this particular instance, among other certifications, and through certain contacts, I first started working on a 127 feet charter boat. This boat normally will go out to the Chandeleur Islands, located off the coast of Louisiana, for several days/nights, and drop skiffs in the water where clients were guided around the islands to fish. Also, I would suggest if anyone has the opportunity to go out to these islands, to do it. It is incredible there, and the fishing is always on point. Back to the story. I was working on the boat for about 2 weeks, and then was transferred to an offshore division that consisted of about 10 to 15 boats. These boats, by the way, were strictly personal fishing and commercial charter boats, with the largest being 57 feet, and an average price of around $100,000, and a couple were worth well over $1 million conservatively. Our job was to leave at 6 a.m. and go out and look for oil or any marine life, etc. that may have been impacted by the spill. For those not in the know, this was the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico that happened in 2010. Over the course of nearly 3 months, an estimated 210 million gallons of crude oil were released into the Gulf. If we found oil, crude, oil slicks, or anything else at a place were not normal, we would log it, take pictures, and report it. For about a month, we were only finding sticks. One day, we went out about 120 miles, and I will never forget the sights or smells that day. The crude, we called it mud because that is exactly what it looked like, was everywhere and ridiculously thick. On average, 6 inches, and in some places, up to 1 foot. It was like super thick putty, and to be honest, is actually really hard to describe. To put this into perspective though, if you have ever been mud riding or seen a truck get stuck in the mud, that's exactly what it was like to see these boats out on the water, and a lot worse. This, over time, destroyed the boat's hulls, among other things, causing significant damage. We were the first group to find the crude and report it coming in that close to the shore. Also, during this time, we found a life jacket belonging to one of the guys who actually worked on the oil rig. Words honestly cannot describe what that was like. It was a very surreal moment, to say the least. So we eventually get back to shore, and that is when things start to change. This operation had now shifted from how the hell are we going to clean this up and what the hell are we going to do with it? It wasn't until this point that we all realized how serious this was, not only for the coastline, but for the environment as a whole. The next morning at the dock, we noticed that pallets of skimmers and absorbent boom had been dropped off. We were to use the skimmers to round up as much crude as we could, tie off the skimmers into a circle, and place the boom together with the crude inside. That would be then brought to decon stations by another division who was assigned that job. These were the shrimp boats. Reminder, our job originally was to just spot, find, take pictures, and report, not necessarily handle the oil, if at all possible. To sum up how that operation went, it was complete shit, and that is being nice. It got to the point where instead of myself being the only one who could technically handle the crude on my boat, everyone else working the boats eventually ended up in Tyvek suits, handling this foreign, toxic-ass substance in 100+ degree temperature heat for 12+ hours a day. Side note, each boat had to have at least one hazmat certified person on board at all times who was supposed to be the only person handling the crude. Also, only 4 people were allowed to work on each boat in our division. We also ended up getting stranded twice by the shrimpers who decided to call it a day at lunchtime, leaving us with no way to move the crude while also not allowing us to leave because we could not just leave the rounded up crude unattended. Yeah, absolutely miserable. Nobody could ever have imagined what we were getting into, and along with that, BP themselves had no idea what they were getting into, and their claims of being prepared and we are on top of this with all available resources, blah blah blah, was completely overshadowed by the fact that they truly did not know how to run and contain an operation of this size and magnitude, and that was seen day in and day out. This became a great day-to-day challenge up until the point when my shitty-ass boss got caught being greedy, charging BP for every miscellaneous thing that he bought, which caused all of his boats to be shut down. His first check was said to be upwards of $450,000, and that is rounding it off. During this time, both the employers, the boat owners especially, and employees were making some serious money. What ruined it were the greedy bastards who just could not get enough. This in turn caused less boats that were actually doing it for the right reasons from being able to make a change out on the water. In total, we worked a little bit over 3 months. Going out every day and seeing schools of dead fish, dead sea turtles, and the water that you grew up on literally turned into a mud pit, as that is exactly what it was disheartening to say the least. Though all that happened, and we dealt with so much, there was one time where we saw that what we were doing might have been helping just a little bit. On one of our last trips, we were about 20 or so miles out past the barrier islands when we could see from a distance what looked like the water boiling and had a red, orange, and yellow color to it. When we got close, we realized it was a school of thousands of redfish and jack crevalle that stretched as far as we could see and was about 100 yards or so wide. Being in the middle of that, surrounded by these fish, just could not be described with words. It was incredible, and that was the one moment that gave us hope that what we were doing was not a waste, and that we were in fact doing something worthwhile. Still, to this day, it is the most incredible thing I have seen on the water, aside from the oil spill itself. Lastly, just to throw this out there is still tons of oil out in the Gulf, regardless of what people say. It is just buried and on the seafloor due to the so-called dispersants that BP claim would break the oil up. It can still be found on the islands, beaches, and marshes. The marine life is just now getting back to normal again in the past 2 years, and it is only going to get better as long as some shit like this does not happen again. There is so much more that I could talk about from this time, ranging from the oil itself to the things BP supposedly did and did not do. That is all for another day though. Again, sorry for the long post, but this one experience is always the one I come back to when asked about the things I have seen on the water, and with this thread, I felt it should be mentioned. Last summer, I tackled a major section of the Pacific Crest Trail. My plan was simple. I would park my car at the end of the section, then I would hitch a ride to the trailhead. Then I would hike back over the course of a little more than a week and a half. The first few days went by smoothly. The trail was everything I'd hoped it would be. Just endless stretches of towering trees and winding paths cutting through serene landscapes. I am in pretty good shape, so I don't have to stop very frequently when I'm hiking. I am obviously not going to hike in the dark though. That would be stupid. Every night I had to pitch up a tent to get some shut-eye. I have always preferred to keep a low profile. Solo hikers can easily attract attention, and that is the last thing I wanted. Because of that, I would venture a little ways off the trail to set up my camp each night. I figured it was better that way. It minimized the chance of a stranger stumbling across my campsite. Up until the third night, everything was perfectly fine. I woke up in the middle of the night with this odd sense that something was wrong. I looked around my tent. Everything seemed normal inside. I decided to have a look around the campsite. I drew my rifle, grabbed the flashlight, and unzipped the tent. There was no one out there. I could not see anyone. I returned to my tent and started checking my pack. That's when I realized my wallet was gone. I thought I'd just maybe misplaced it, but I could not find it, even after rummaging through all of my stuff. Someone must have taken it. How is that even possible though? Had someone broken into my tent just to steal that one thing and leave? It was unlikely. Things only got worse from there. Over the course of the next few days, I started to notice more things missing. It was small items, seemingly random things. Things like one of my lighters, my Swiss Army knife, and a few energy bars. I knew I was not just misplacing everything. Someone was stealing my belongings. Part of me did not want to believe it, but now it grew undeniable. I was being stalked. There was not any cell phone coverage on that part of the trail, so it wasn't like I could alert someone about my situation. I remember contemplating turning back, but I would only be saving myself a couple of days at best. There was no way I would be able to hike either direction without sleeping. I did not feel comfortable pitching a tent in those woods with someone literally stalking me either. The situation was fucked no matter what I decided to do. Then it dawned on me. Why had that person not stolen my gun? It's almost as if they were deliberately messing with me. That night, I tied my tent shut from the inside. I tried to stay awake for as long as possible, but I eventually fell asleep from pure exhaustion. My plan worked though, because when I woke up the next morning, there was no sign that anyone had been in my tent. By then though, the paranoia had set in fully. The solitude was getting to my brain, and every single second of hiking was now agonizing. I can't explain why or how, but my mind started playing tricks on me. A rustling in the bushes that turned out to be nothing. A shadow flickering at the edge of my vision that vanished the moment I turned my head. The hallucinations got worse. I can't remember most of them specifically, but the one that sticks out the most is this. As I was walking, I felt myself step into an ankle-deep puddle of water that almost caused me to trip. I literally heard the splash and felt the cold water soaking my sock, but when I looked down, the ground was completely dry. I stood there in complete shock. It felt so real. I had no choice but to continue down the trail. The next night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps walking around my campsite. I quietly grabbed my rifle, preparing to confront whoever was there, but my body was frozen in fear. Eventually, the footsteps faded into the woods, but there was no way in hell I was going to sleep after that. As soon as the sun came up, I packed up my camp in a frenzy. My hand was shaking so badly, I could barely tie my gear. I could not stay there another night. I was so close to my car too, probably a day and a quarter's hike away. Maybe less if I moved quickly. I decided that I would not be stopping to sleep that night. I decided that I would push through the night to get off of the godforsaken trail as quickly as possible. I hiked for hours, as quickly as my body would let me go. When the sun finally started to set, I gritted my teeth and continued instead of pulling off to pitch my tent. By the time it was pitch black, I was so close. I was probably 2 hours away at most. I kept walking, flashlight in one hand, rifle in the other. I started second-guessing my decision. I had never hiked in the darkness before, and I was not prepared for how difficult it was. About an hour passed by. I was getting closer, and then I heard it somewhere behind me. I was sure I heard footsteps. I spun around and flashed my light, and to my horror, I saw something slink behind a tree. The adrenaline took over, and I aimed my rifle at the tree. I demanded that they come out in a loud voice. The figure stepped forward. It was definitely a human. But when I tell you, it was the most barbaric-looking thing I had ever seen. I am not exaggerating. Words cannot describe what I was looking at. He was wearing nothing but a pair of my shorts, which I had not even realized were missing. His skin was scratched up in several different places, and his face was covered in hair, and he was holding something in his hands. He was just mindlessly chewing it while staring at me. It sounded wet, and I could see blood on it. It looked to be some sort of small animal, a rodent of some kind maybe. This guy was pale, like I had never seen. He started walking towards me, even though I had my rifle aimed at him. I shouted to warn him, but he would not stop. Before I could think, I tapped off a warning round next to him. He jumped at the sound. But after that, he stood rooted to the spot. He started to get low to the ground. He was on all fours now, staring at me. And that is when I saw rustling. In the long grass behind him, I saw rustling and movement. There was something low to the ground, moving through the grass. And then, at the top, just before the tall grass starts, I saw eyeshine. At least 3 or 4, but I am not sure how many in total. I started to backpedal as slowly as possible so as to not have whoever this was run after me. I kept my rifle trained on it at all times. And then it starts to creep forward, and I took another shot. I shot the thing center mass this time, but it did nothing. I started running full sprint, while this guy let out the most inhuman howl I had ever heard. And then I heard more rustling, and I definitely heard running behind me. I did not waste a fucking second. I was lucky that I was so close to my car. The second that I jumped into my car, they were scratching and banging on my door. One was on the windshield. He looked similar to the first guy, except fully naked. His teeth were so long, I did not think it was possible in a human. He bared them at me and started trying to bite the windshield. I was scared to death one of them might do that to my tires. It was such a fucking stupid move, but I aimed my rifle and took another shot for the windshield. My aim was so shaky and so poor, I am amazed I hit anything, especially since the windshield probably altered the trajectory too. But I hit this thing in the eye, and I saw blood. I did not see it the first time when I shot the thing in the chest, and I heard it scream in pain for the first time. It was not far off the first scream it let out, that inhuman howl. I took my chance. I fired up the engine and got the fuck out of there. The thing was caught off guard and off balance, and so a slight swerve sent it flying off of the front. I called the police the second I made it out of the woods. I did not know how the fuck to explain the bullet hole in my windshield or any of the damage. I just told them that some pack of animals I could not see clearly attacked me and my car. I don't know if they believed me, but they told me that I shouldn't stick around and waved me off. I did not need to be told twice. Sometimes I wonder what actually happened out there. What the fuck those people, or things, should I say, were. Sometimes I wonder if maybe the hallucinations just got to me and I killed a pack of homeless people. I have never been so terrified in my entire life. This is a real story that actually happened to me. I 100% swear to you. It's vivid as fuck in my memory, and in my friends too. Be me. I am 8 or 9 years old at the time this happened. I am camping with my friend, I will call him Sam, and his dad. Sam's dad is a pretty pro in a woods type. He is about 60 years old, built as a motherfucker, and serious as fuck. He is ex-military. It is the second night in a small clearing. His dad has a small pop-up tent which he sleeps alone in. Sam and I share a tent together. It's the middle of the night. I am asleep, and Sam wakes me up. He wants to piss, and wants me to come outside with him, since it is pitch black in the middle of nowhere. Okay, sure. I get a flashlight, and we both go outside. It's pretty spoopy, but it's fine. I have a powerful flashlight, and looking around, nothing is out of the ordinary. Sam goes to piss by the nearest tree, and I figure why not, and piss by the tree next to that one, while holding the flashlight. I finish up, talking about some random shit, when we hear Sam's dad. Boys, come over here. I am surprised that he is awake, but whatever. He probably found something cool. We start walking further into the woods with the campsite to our backs. Sam freezes about 2 steps in and extends his arm out across my chest to stop me walking any further. I have the flashlight pointed ahead of us. It's a powerful one, so I can still see him in the light, even though it is not pointed at him. He has this face that he has when he is thinking intensely about something. I just stand there and ask him, what's up? Did that sound like my dad to you? My brain goes into processing mode when he said this. I immediately understand what he meant. It sounded somewhat like his dad, but something was off. There was a hint of static in his voice, like it was recorded. My mind feels like it's making 100 connections a second. He said that exact same phrase when we made a stop at a gas station the day before, when he pointed out Polaris to us. I slowly take a step back. Sam does the same thing. I can feel my heartbeat in my ears. I am slowly moving the flashlight across the horizon. All I can see are trees. It's about 5 steps of us walking backwards, and we hear a twig snap. The twig snapped in the distance ahead of us, not exactly close, but it made complete sense to us that that was from where we heard the voice from. I fucking lose it. I shout money. Money was a code word Sam's dad gave us when we were small. We live next to each other all of our lives, that we should shout when he is around, and we are in trouble about this. I shout it again, as loud as I can. Sam shouts it too. We are both shouting it. We decide fuck it. We do a 180 and start sprinting back. Sam does the same thing. We're about 6 seconds away from the tent from where we started running, and Sam's dad is already getting out of his tent. I cannot speak properly. I have tears in my eyes. My heart is pounding so loudly that I cannot hear properly. I just keep saying help to his dad. Sam says that there is someone in the woods trying to get to us. Sam's dad immediately gets his car keys and a hunting knife and puts us in his truck. He gives me my flashlight back, but tells me to only use it in emergencies and turns it off. He is holding his knife in one hand, and he turns off all the lighting around us and crouches down. I cannot see him anymore. I can't see fucking anything. It's me and Sam in the back of his dad's truck with a light cover. We are shivering and shit. I want to speak, but I can't. I try to look at Sam, but I can barely see his face. For the next however many hours, I do not hear anything. Those were the worst few hours of my life until dawn. A few minutes after dawn breaks, Sam's dad comes back. He had 2 knives on him. He says he has been searching extensively throughout the night. He saw human tracks. They doubled back further into the woods, and he did not want to leave us, so he was patrolling for anything else in the last few hours. We all spend the next 20 minutes packing our shit up as fast as we can in near silence. I pass out on the drive back. We make the drive back to Sam's house in about 3 hours. It's normally a 5-hour drive. Sam's dad reported it to the local police. Nothing was ever found, other than a few deserted tents. I am with my cousin and my friend, walking the dog in the not creepy at all place known as Devil's Wood. Devil worshipping is said to happen there, right up until the 1990s. Anyway, we are walking the dog about 12:30/1 a.m. The dog is off the lead. It's only a small terrier and massively obedient. We are in the middle of the woods, completely dark. There was a storm in about 2001, and the place is full of fallen trees that you need to clamber over. We hear movement in the dark slightly to the right of where we are. The dog suddenly stops and bolts toward the noise. We shout to the dog to come back, but there is no response. We hear it growl, but that kind of growl when a dog has a hold of something, and it does not want to let go of it. We hear a grunt. We hear what sounds like branches being moved when someone runs into them in a hurry. We hear the dog yelp. I'm not sure what to do, because we have no light source and no weaponry, but we decide we have to get the dog back. We just about go to where the dog went. The dog returns in no kind of distress. It looks at us panting and walks back over to us. We decide to put it back on the lead so it does not run away again. We leave the woods shortly after. I look down. The dog's entire head and back is covered in blood that is not its own. We still never really worked it out. Rats and hedgehogs squeal when they get bit, but I'm not really sure about foxes. The place is just eerie as fuck anyway. There was a guy that lived in his own makeshift camp there for absolutely years. There is fuck knows how many cholera victims buried there thanks to the cholera breakout of 1853/1854. There was the hole that just fucking appeared overnight in the side of the hill, but the other story with the other dog is always the one that unnerves me the most. Here's the other dog. Hey, I'm from New York, you heard? My fucking dog. Here is the other dog story. My friend adopts a dog that is 3 years old and has been really badly treated. It is one of the most vicious dogs I have ever seen. It is completely fearless. It has bit nearly everyone that we know except for me and my friend, and will try to attack anything regardless of size. It even attacked a tree that had fell over once in the dark for no reason, and we could not get it off. My friend walks the dog alone to the woods one night at about 2 a.m. My friend only walks him to just inside where there is a clearance where we would have fires. He puts his lead over an old thin dead tree so he cannot run away and so he can have a bucket. I have explained this part somewhere else. He kneels down to have bucket facing the dog. The dog starts staring slightly to the side of his face. The dog lowers its head and puts his back end up and starts seriously growling. My friend starts to panic because whatever the dog is looking at is directly behind him. My friend is unsure whether to turn around or jump up and run or what. Suddenly, the dog starts whimpering, lies down, and does the submission thing. My friend drops the bucket, grabs the lead from over the tree stump, and runs home without looking back. I cannot stress just how much out of character it was for the dog to submit like that. The growling part and the being vicious could obviously have been the dog being confused by shadows or whatever, with it being dark, but certainly not the submission. There is something spooktacular in those woods. I just know there is. I am 17 years old at the time this next one happens. I have a dog. The dog is an Akita breed, which is some hunting dog or some shit. It is very aggressive, always wanting to kill. It has killed 2 stray cats because I am the shittiest dog owner imaginable and cannot even control it. I am thinking of putting the dog down. I got to take a walk through the forest around the back of my house. The dog is fine. The dog takes a massive dump. In the middle of the dump, she starts shaking and whimpering. I think she is dying because I am a dumbass. She stops shaking and immediately starts barking at random places so loudly I have to cover my ears. I am thinking my dog is possessed now. She runs as fast as possible back to the house. I run after her. Didn't even pick up the poop, come on bro. While running, I glimpse a figure behind me about 50 feet away in camouflage clothing. I nub so hard that I am dying when I get back to the house. The dog is under the couch, cowering. I lock all the doors. I pull the curtains over the windows. I do not go outside for 2 days. The dog is now completely placid and does not exhibit any signs of being aggressive. That experience actually saved my dog from being put down. That is seriously fucking odd. It's them woodsmen. I've got a feeling that whatever was behind my friend could have been the guy who lived in the woods. I don't think he was violent though, because I tried to post a picture of the area, but Google is being fucking shit. I walked past where his camp was. It's cut off from the road by a fence. I was on the path. It's a pretty long road, with literally nowhere to run except up and down it. Anyway, I was walking up, heard a noise behind the fence, and seen someone looking back at me. So I kept walking and kept looking, and he was following me the whole way up. And I know that halfway up, there is a fence that would block him from going any further, and he followed me all the way to the middle without incident. Then I realized I had left my phone at my GF's, which explains why I was walking up this road in the middle of the night. She lived at the bottom and across. I could walk the long way to her house, but that would have put an hour on my walk home, or I could walk back the way I came and risk something happening to me. In the end I shit myself, did neither, and got my phone the next day. Maybe he was some kind of guardian. The dude you seen though, I am definitely not putting him in the guardian category, and I am firmly putting him in the what category. It's very strange how much your dog calmed down after that though. I was like 18 at the time this happened. It is late summer, and it is hot as balls outside. The weather is perfect for camping. Me and the bros decide to go camping on the one's nearby farm. I tell them I can't make it because I have to work early the next day. I lied, and I knew where they were going to be, so mission to scare is initiated. At around 1 AM, I begin 2 to 3 miles of wood and pasture between them and me. The only problem is, what we call the spooky woods is dead in the middle of the path. For years, we have heard strange noises, like knocking and weird screams, that upon research, match not a single thing that inhabits the area. I have even checked peacocks and bird species. So I slip out in full camo, and the only thing I bring is a hunting knife. No one knows I have left, and no one knows I am coming. That is mistake number 1. It's a full moon, and I know the way, so I don't bring any light or a cell phone. That is mistake number 2. The first bit of my trek is uneventful. I pass through pasture and reach the fence that borders the woods. I plop myself over the gate, and immediately I feel like I am being watched. So I start down the well-worn cattle path, and I hear a crunch. I am thinking nothing of it, so I keep going until I hear a twig snap. I stop and listen, and hear nothing, seriously, not even a frog or a cricket. It is dead quiet. I hear a snap, like someone broke a big stick over their knee. At this point I start to jog, thinking I've startled a deer. Then, snap, snap, snap. I look down, thinking I'm stepping on sticks. In the moonlight, I can make out the ground underneath me and in front of me. There is just dirt, and there are no sticks to step on. Another loud snap almost makes me shit myself. Time to motherfucking run. I am running as hard as I can, and I can hear branches breaking and swishing, like they are being brushed aside not far behind me. All I can hear is my heartbeat, my footfalls, and something running just as hard as me right behind me. In my mind, all I can think is get to the next field, and you will be able to see what you are up against. This thing is literally right on my ass. I make it to the field. The grass is like 2 to 2.5 feet tall. I can hear the grass thrashing like 10 feet behind me. I think to myself, fuck it, it's gonna catch me. I do a 180 and pull my knife out. And the only way I can describe what I saw was like the tall grass scene from Jurassic Park. The grass is parting, coming straight at me. I yell, what the fuck? The grass stops like 2 feet away from me, and there is nothing fucking there. I think, holy shit, I imagine the whole thing. I can see the grass is fucking parted, like something is standing there when it fucking rips off. I just fucking stood there, watching, scared shitless, as I can see the grass just getting thrown from side to side, heading straight back to the woods. I am thinking I could kinda hear footsteps too, but I am not totally sure. If it was an animal, I would have seen it. The grass was not that high. I fucking run straight to the campsite, freaking out, yelling, "Who the fuck was down there?" No one was. They said they didn't think I was coming. I heard knocking from the spooky woods later, when everyone was asleep. What the fuck is in my woods? In before Predator. So, as I was saying, I was getting ready for some inner-woods fun. I got my gear, and I was getting all settled, making sure my animals have enough food until I get back. Now that I had all of my gear set, I am ready to head out and go for the walk to my destination. When I walked out of my house door and got done making sure the animals had enough food for the 3 days, I started to walk, when I noticed that they were all acting up, such as my dog kept staring at a tree, which actually looked pretty suspicious and gave off a creepy vibe, and that my chickens were just not doing anything, as if they had just turned to stone. Plus, my cat kept staring out of the window, looking at the tree. I just decided to ignore the feeling, but decided to grab 5 extra arrows just in case. So now I started to begin my walk towards the location of the woods I was going to camp in, and when I was walking through the field to get there, I just could not stop looking behind me. I kept thinking that something was following me, with the intent of trying to harm me, but I just shrugged it off as me being paranoid. Within 30 to 46 minutes, I had gotten to the destination. Finally happy that I felt refreshed and enjoyed that I was going to be in this fresh, nice woods. But of course, with every ounce of something good, there is also bad things hiding amongst the good ones. And that's when I looked at the clouds. Mushroom clouds, tall and limbering, grouping together and ready to form a storm. So as soon as I saw this, I thought that I should probably get my tent up as soon as I can, then possibly hunt and check what else I can find. Maybe some cool scenery, maybe a cave. So I had set up my tent and still had time before the storm would be near me at all, so I went hunting for some animals. Luckily got myself a rabbit I could cook and found some berries that were safe to eat and actually tasted pretty good, so I made a tiny little rabbit and berry soup. After just sitting around for 15 minutes, I noticed that the storm had completely passed over me and luckily had not ruined my day of exploring, so I thought that I should go looking for some scenery or more of those delicious berries or another rabbit. When I was walking around, I got that feeling of something tracking me down again, but it left quickly. All in all, I only caught 2 more rabbits and a handful of those berries and left for the tiny makeshift camp I built earlier. Now I was at the camp and it was about 10:23, so I decided to just have another bowl of soup along with berry flavored water to wash it down, and then I just fell asleep. I woke up to something eerie yet familiar. It was a blood-freezing scream, so loud and so horrible that I just froze in place and heard the sound of another scream, that of a small rabbit. Then there was the sound of blood spilling and bones crushing and then slurping. Doing what could have gotten me killed, I looked out of the bottom of the tent flap. I saw something that made me just want to run to the hills and never stop running after that. When I looked out, I saw this sort of 6'7" looking black and grey creature slurping on that poor bunny's blood and guts. Then it just threw it towards a branch and spiked it. When the rabbit was finally dead and the creature was satisfied with its food, it started walking towards my tent. I slowly backed away to where the sleeping bag was and pulled it over me so I could try and hide and not meet my death, and just stayed still. It was there, sniffing and looking around, apparently unhappy that I was not there, letting out yet another scream, and since I could hear it so close, it sounded like this. Imagine the sound from every monster from Amnesia combined and played backwards while a tiny high-pitched scream that's hard to hear was heard along with it. After those following events, I took a not so comfortable nap and only got 30 minutes in, so I just thought how wonderful it would be to just go hunting to ease my mind off, and I was walking when all of a sudden a moose just bolts as fast as it can across a clearing, and then it was gone. I looked to see what spooked it, and there it was, just standing there, looking me dead in the eyes, and as if it couldn't get worse, it smiled, It started waving at me like I was his friend that he had not seen in a long time. Tired of this thing trying to taunt me, I decided to shoot it in the elbow, and then boom, it started waving its arm and screaming, all the while looking at me. I guess the thing was now pissed, and it started running towards me. And it was actually pretty fast, but I managed to get it in the knee, and it fell pretty hard. So now that I had the chance to start running from this, I took the chance and did. I never stopped running, and by the time I reached the field, I took a breath and looked to see if it was following me. It was not near me, but I saw it near the edge of the woods, just sitting there and smiling again, so I just up and left as fast as I could. So now I was heading home, thinking about what kind of gun I should get, as using my bow was not the best thing to use if I went in the woods again. So, now I was home, and I noticed that the tree was gone. The fucking tree was gone. It was watching me walk the entire time, blending in with the trees, and that concludes what happened when I went in the woods. I hope that thing is dead by now. And I did try to go there again and find it, but it either left or went off into hiding or died. I hate UX for having these stories when I need to be awake in 4 hours. Oh well, I've got a story from my tour in Iraq. To preface it a little bit, I'm a 22-year-old male, 11B infantry, based out of Fort Lewis, 520th INF. I saw some disturbing, non-paranormal, mental scar-leaving shit during my tour. So we were based out of FOB Warhorse, near the city of Bacuba. We were about 3 days into Operation Arrowhead Ripper, and I was the platoon's radio telephone operator, RTO. For the past few months, we'd been living in the city for days at a time to hold the ground, instead of going back to the FOB. We'd hold up in some random house, just like any other night. We were lucky enough to find a house with power and a TV that was not destroyed. We had watched some that night and gradually drifted off to sleep. I woke up from my 0100 guard shift at the door with the radio. I'd been sitting there for about 15 minutes when the TV clicked on. Nothing but static. I did not think much of it because it was satellite. No cable or real network stations in Iraq, to my knowledge. I ignored it for a while until I started hearing someone speaking Arabic. I turned to look at the television and saw what looked like the outline of a 10-year-old boy. I thought I was hallucinating a bit, having been running on 36 hours of continuous operations before this. It was at that point I started catching bits and pieces of what was coming from the TV. The words I picked out were holes, courtyards, and bodies, all in Arabic, but that was all I could understand. Thinking this was a bad hallucination and being fairly creeped out, I told the outline that we would look into it in the morning. The outline nodded and the television shut off. I glanced at my watch and noticed it was almost 0200. I woke up my relief and did not mention the incident to him. The next morning, as we were getting ready to move out, I wandered around the courtyard, trying to find hollow spots. I found 2. I mentioned this to the platoon leader. He had me call higher and tell them that we would be delayed that morning to check them out. We started in on them with sledgehammers and hooligan tools. Within an hour, the first one was opened up. We found 5 AK-47s, 20 loaded AK mags, an RPG-7 tube, and 3 rounds for it. Not too long after that, the second hole was breached. We found a decomposing family in there. There was a father who appeared to have been about 35, a mother who appeared to have been about 30, and a male child who appeared to have been about the age of 8 to 10. All 3 of them had been shot in the forehead, execution style. I never told anyone in my unit about the kid in the static. I spent the first half of the tour working in operations as free as an OTO. Our battalion was an FOB loyalty for a week, doing clearing operations in one neighborhood or another during Christmas of 06. There was not a lot of room in this FOB, so they put 10 of us on the 6th floor of one of the buildings. To get to where we stayed, you had to go up 3 flights of stairs in the living area, go through a locked door, then up another 3 flights of stairs. The trick was this. Floors 4 and 5 had previously been bombed out. No major structural damage. The building was not going to collapse, but there were some damn big holes and a lot of rubble. Floor 6 had an observation point that could see over most of southern Baghdad. It was used during the initial invasion as a Special Forces / Delta Force sniper overwatch position. This sounds cool until you were told that the guys who were using it, the best of the best, were sniped themselves. Oh, yeah, did we forget to tell you? This was one of Saddam's torture palaces in Baghdad. We did not find that last one out until we were packing up to leave. I didn't have it as bad as the other guys during that operation. I worked night shift in the TOC, Tactical Operations Center, and slept during the day. All I ever had to deal with was the feeling of being watched. The guys on day shift, they had all sorts of freaky shit. They'd all be settled into their cots and sleeping bags, talking, and the fire alarm would go off. Previous to this, there were no batteries in said alarm. It was also cut off from the building's power supply. The one door to the room from the hall would open and close on its own after it had been firmly shut and locked. Don't forget the always pleasant feeling of angry / hostile presence watching you while you sleep. Yeah, that place was great. Last one I've got. This was a couple of days after the Static Kid incident. We were clearing the north end of Khartoum, which was supposed to be the ISI, Iraqi State of Islam stronghold for all of Cuba. The locals had told us about a prison house the ISI had used and vacated before we showed up. We moseyed on over to check it out. The first thing I felt when I walked into the place was just pure, unadulterated death. The ISI had left long before we got there. There were no obvious bloodstains anywhere. They tried to burn any papers or computer hardware that showed what they did there. We still found things linking people and caught the fuckers, but this place just reeked of bad juju. Like, you could feel the Reaper himself sitting in what used to be the living room, drinking chai. It was easy to see how the place had been a prison / execution house. Doors had been modified or straight up replaced, so they would only open to a key from the outside. No furniture, except for a couple of worn tables. Random implements of torture hidden around the house. Large and small knives, hand drills, lengths of chain, a bullwhip, etc. There was not a whole lot of blood, but what cooking or outdoor project requires 10 butcher knives, a cleaver, 4 paring knives, and 3 hand drills? That place was just fucking evil. Be me. I was a Marine Corps Staff Sergeant at the time. I was attached to a specialized reconnaissance unit. This was during Operation Iraqi Freedom. What happened to me has been classified for a long time, but now that I'm dying, it doesn't really matter. The doctors gave me 3 or maybe 4 months, but with how much pain I'm in daily, I doubt I will last that long. This happened in July 2003, 4 months after the initial invasion. Baghdad had fallen, but the country was far from secure. My unit received orders to investigate one of Saddam's lesser-known palaces on the outskirts of Baghdad. Intelligence suggested it might contain hidden documents related to weapons programs or insurgent communications. Our team consisted of 6 Marines, including myself. I will not be giving their names. I will refer to them only as A, B, C, D, and D. They were a lieutenant, a corporal, and 2 lance corporals. One of them was a combat medic. We were joined by an Iraqi interpreter, just a local guide who claimed to have worked in the palace before the war. The palace was not grand like the ones you saw on TV. It was older, more fortress than showpiece. It was built on foundations said to have dated back to the Ottoman Empire. As we approached at dusk, I noticed the interpreter growing increasingly agitated. I asked if something was wrong. He hesitated, but said the place had a reputation among the locals. I told him to stop being so damn cryptic and spit it out. He only said this to me. They say Saddam built here because he believed it would grant him power. But the old people, they warned him. They say this ground is forbidden. All of us scoffed and laughed. Fucking nut job. I said, let me guess, it's haunted, right? The interpreter did not laugh. He said it was worse than haunted. The old stories say a king once stood here, a king who made pacts with things that should not be named. My grandfather told tales of workers who disappeared during construction. Saddam had their families executed to prevent rumors. Whatever. The only thing we had to worry about were insurgents. We moved out after that. The interior was a maze of corridors and chambers. They were all decaying. Most of the rooms were empty, stripped of anything valuable. We methodically swept the west wing before moving deeper into the central structure. The sun had set completely. Even with our tactical lights, it was tough to shake the darkness. I first noticed something off when we entered what appeared to be an office. The room temperature dropped dramatically. Our breath suddenly became visible in front of us. On the wall hung a massive painting of Saddam, but something was wrong with it. The eyes seemed to follow us. The proportions of the face were subtly distorted. "Is it just me or is it fucking freezing in here?" C whispered. "And does that painting look weird to anyone else?" B added. The interpreter approached the painting, studying it closely. "This is not right. This room was a storage area, not an office. And this frame..." He ran his fingers along the ornate golden edge. He pressed something that made a soft click. The painting swung outward, revealing a hidden passage. Jackpot. This is exactly what we were looking for. Beyond the passage was a narrow staircase descending deep underground. The air grew colder with each step. There was a strange odor, like copper and something else I could not identify. Smelled really earthy. At the bottom, we discovered a large circular chamber lined with stone that looked far older than the palace above. The walls were covered in strange symbols. They were not Arabic or Persian. No one could translate them. In the center stood a stone altar, and surrounding it were 7 stone pedestals. Each one was holding what appeared to be ancient clay jars. The interpreter approached the symbols. "This is not possible. These are Sumerian, but they aren't right." "Can you read them?" I asked. "Parts. This speaks of 7 who watch, and hear. Their eyes shall open when the stars align." "Great. Ancient Mesopotamian mumbo-jumbo," B muttered. I noticed that his knuckles were white around his rifle. A approached the altar. "Whatever this is, we need to document it and search for any hidden documents. A, take photos. D, check those containers. The rest of you, secure the perimeter." D cautiously approached one of the clay jars. It was sealed with wax and bearing a symbol similar to an eye. Should I open it? Before anyone could answer, the interpreter shouted, "No." His voice echoed through the chamber. "These are not meant to be disturbed. These are soul containers." "We're not here for a history lesson," A snapped. "We have orders to search for intelligence." "Lieutenant," I said quietly, "maybe we should listen to him." Too late. D had already broken the seal on one jar. A sound filled the chamber. It was somewhere between a whisper and a horrifying scream. The air around the jar seemed to ripple, and D staggered back, dropping it. The clay shattered on the stone floor. Nothing happened for about 3 heartbeats. Then D gasped, clutching at his eyes. "I can't see, I can't," he screamed, his voice cut off abruptly as he collapsed. E rushed over to him. "He's breathing but unconscious. Pupils are... Jesus Christ." We gathered around. D's pupils had expanded until his entire eyes were black, without whites. Then, as we watched, his eyes opened up again. They opened impossibly wide. The lids were tearing at the corners as the eyeballs swelled. "What the fuck?" C stumbled back. The guide was praying rapidly in Arabic. The interpreter started translating in a shaky voice. "He says we have released one of the watchers. We must leave immediately." "We're not leaving him," he insisted, but the guide was already running for the stairs. That is when D's body began to change. His skin rippled, bones cracking as his limbs elongated. His jaw dislocated, mouth stretching into a gaping maw. But worst were the eyes. They kept growing and bulging from the sockets. They looked like they were going to burst. His cheeks and neck and arms started to bulge and tear and form openings, dozens of them. B opened fire. I don't know why. I don't know if it was just from panic. The bullets tore into D's body, but the blood that came out was black and viscous. The thing that had been D lurched upright with inhuman speed. It seized B by the throat. More holes opened up across its fingers as they dug into his skin. A and I fired simultaneously, emptying our magazines into the creature. It released B, who collapsed. He was gasping and clawing at his neck where dark veins were already separating from the handprints. "Run," I shouted. "Everyone up the stairs now." We retreated, C helping B, while E and A provided covering fire. The creature did not pursue immediately. It seemed more interested in the remaining clay jars. Halfway up the stairs, B began convulsing. His eyes rolled back and then forward again. They were entirely black. C tried to hold him, but B's arm shot out with impossible strength. His fingers were elongating as they wrapped around C's face. I didn't hesitate. I put a bullet through B's head. C stared at me in shock. There was black blood dripping down his face where B's fingers had punctured his skin. "Keep moving," I ordered. But I could already see the blackness spreading across C's eyes. We made it to the office level when C collapsed. His body contorted. His bones were snapping as more holes began opening up across his skin. A tried to drag him, but I pulled him back. "He's gone," I said. "We have to contain this." A understood. We retreated beyond the office door and sealed it, pushing furniture against it as inhuman screams echoed from within. The interpreter's face was ashen. "We must destroy this place, all of it." "Agreed," A said grimly, "but we need to warn command first. This could be a biological weapon." We never got the chance to call it in. As we moved toward the palace entrance, we found the guard's body sprawled across the marble floor. His eyes were now just empty sockets, apparently burst outward. We made a desperate break for the exit. Halfway across the grand entrance hall, he screamed. Something had caught him, but I could not see what. He clawed at his face as darkness spread across his eyes. A did not hesitate. He put E down with a clean headshot. Only A, the interpreter, and I made it outside. "What's the containment protocol for this?" is what the interpreter asked. Hell if I knew. A made the call. Within 30 minutes, an airstrike reduced the palace to rubble. I don't know what he told them to authorize it. 3 days later, A reported seeing eyes in his bathroom mirror. He was obviously going crazy, just haunted by what we saw. I told him it must have been some kind of booby trap, a gas or infection to make us see things, to get us to kill each other. He didn't really seem to believe me though. By the end of the week, he had taken his own life. The interpreter disappeared on his way to debrief. I was quarantined and debriefed for weeks. They found nothing physically wrong with me. They could not work out what kind of weapon had been used on us. They found no traces of any kind of virus or bacteria in my system. I'm sorry that I don't have any more concrete answers to share. Sometimes I wonder if that incident has anything to do with my terminal illness. I guess it's not out of the realms of possibility. This happened during my third deployment in Iraq. The platoon had taken up residence in 2 houses in a village several miles south of Haifa. One day, I heard our translator having a heated discussion with 2 local men. I grabbed my gear and my rifle and walked out to the road to investigate. I asked the translator what was going on. He tells me that these 2 men are crazy and assures me that they are not dangerous. I ask what they want, and he mumbles about them being superstitious or something along those lines. He assures me that everything is okay and that my attention is not needed. It took a bit of prying, but the translator finally says they were having a wolfman problem. A what? They said they are afraid that if they shoot at it, the local troops will be alarmed and attack their house. They tell us that this wolfman has been coming around late at night and has already killed a few sheep, and they are worried it's going to start attacking their family. So I assume somewhere in translation, the word dog has turned into wolf, and is somehow being conveyed to me by the translator as wolfman. So I try to clarify, do they mean a dog? The translator is a bit hesitant, almost like he's embarrassed that his countrymen are wasting everyone's time by believing in such nonsense, but they are adamant that their house is being besieged by a wolfman. Again, I ask if it's just a big dog, And no, it's a wolf man. So, I ask if there are wolves in Iraq, and they are all in agreement that yes, there are wolves in Iraq, but there are no wolves in this part of the country, and it's not a wolf or a large dog that has been killing their sheep. They insist that it is a wolf man. The translator is trying to usher them away, but at this point, I am very intrigued, and still a bit confused over the whole dog-wolf-wolfman thing. So, I ask them to describe what they are seeing. They tell me that every few nights it comes around. They first see it on 4 legs, as it skulks around their small compound, but then it stands up like a man, walking on 2 legs. It growls, and it has lunged at the men, but as they retreat, it turns its attention to the sheep, their own dogs refusing to help protect human or sheep. They tell me that the creature has killed a few of their sheep, and that they have even found one of the bodies ripped apart, with portions of it eaten away. They have been hesitant to shoot for fear of troop involvement. The translator says that he has heard of such a creature, and even though this type of story has been spread through the area by various people, it is no more than superstitions and illusions. He assures me that there is no such thing as a wolfman. I tell the 2 men that they should feel free to protect themselves and their livestock. And, with my interest piqued, I get the men to agree to allowing us to stop by from time to time and set up an observation post while we are out on patrol. A couple of nights later, I join a night patrol and we head towards the house. We are greeted by one of the men, and he gives us entry to the compound. We go up to the roof and set out sentries to overlook a nearby bridge. About an hour later, the homeowner comes up with a panicked look on his face. He's talking really fast, excitement and concern in his voice and body language. He is wanting me to come with him. I tell 2 others to come with me, and we all follow the man. He leads us to the other side of the house, and we exit onto an enclosed courtyard where the sheep are being kept. The sheep are making plenty of noise, and the man is pointing to a dark corner of the yard. I strain my eyes to see what he is pointing at. Finally, I see it, a large wolf/dog just standing in the corner. I ask the 2 other guys with me if they see it too, and they both agree that it's a wolf or a dog. It moved behind a small section on the wall, and I could hear popping and cracking noises, like joints or knuckles being cracked. When it stepped out from behind the wall, it was upright on 2 legs. It swiftly and effortlessly jumped the perimeter wall, and we could hear it running away on 2 feet. I conveyed to the man as best as I could, if that thing ever showed up again, feel free to shoot it, if he could, and if he did, to please let me know. Be me, a translator with the US Air Force in Iraq, specifically Kurdistan. On a tiny army outpost, I am the only American that speaks Kurdi fluently. I am doing boring translation work, next to no combat anywhere near where I am stationed. I get pretty close with the local militia guys. One even tries to wed me to his 13-year-old daughter. They tell me stories of their lives, mostly about fighting Saddam. One night, we were going to a nearby village and stopped for the night. To pass the time, we told scary stories. Everyone tells pretty decent stories, but nothing too spooky for me. Until the last guy, who tells a story of some militiamen who went out into the desert only to return demented ghouls. His descriptions were gruesome. Men who looked like corpses, twisted out of shape, filled with shrapnel, riddled with bullet holes, faces melted from fires. But the very worst part, he said, was that they only spoke with what I can only translate as insidious demon voices. This shook me a bit, as the stories told before were ancient folktales. This was modern, recent, within living memory. So I did what cocky American military men do when they are frightened. I laughed it off. I told him it was the scariest story of the night by far, and very nearly spooked me. No one else laughed. They looked at me sadly, silently, almost guiltily. Finally, the storyteller told me the words that haunt me to this day. Lieutenant, this was not a story. Later that year, we finally found insurgents in the desert and started leading raids in the desert. Not much shooting, only 1 or 2 proper firefights, Most of them were rebellious teenagers or illiterate, disgruntled peasants, so we beat them fairly readily. Until one day, they attacked the base. Unfortunately for them, they did so on the day that we had tanks passing through. It was a slaughter, the ragged remnants of their raiding party running into the desert. The tank guys asked me if I wanted them to pursue. The storyteller was nearby and must have realized what we were talking about, as he ran over shouting in English, "No, no, bad thing." The storyteller then starts yelling at me in Kurdi that I must not kill them in desert. The evil things happen to those who are killed by shells, bullets, or bombs in the desert. I listened to him seriously, but the lead tank guy laughed at him, muttering to his buddies about the dickless goat fucker. I tried to ignore the idiot tank man and asked the storyteller what he means by evil things. He tells me, dead serious, that they become ghouls. This freaks me out. He would not say this unless he absolutely believed it. Yet, I could not just let the enemy escape, regroup, and counterattack, so I decided to call in an airstrike, giving them enough time to get far enough from the base and the village. This upset both the bloodthirsty tank guys and the storyteller, who walked away muttering. Later, I got confirmation that the airstrike was successful, leaving all insurgents dead or dying. A few weeks later, after a routine patrol, a couple soldiers burst into my office shouting about something they saw in the desert. They say they were about 5 miles out into the desert when they say they saw a strange figure sitting in the sand. They assumed the figure was human until they got closer. Then they realized that it was not, at least no longer. They said it looked like a mangled, bombed-out corpse, but it was moving. They said it had a hyena in its hands, tearing away the poor beast's flesh until it caught sight of them. It looked at them with clouded, unseeing eyes and let out a guttural howl. Then they opened fire, expending 2 clips each, but it hardly fazed the thing. The figure then began crawling toward them, shouting in what they identified as Arabic. They got back in their vehicle and sped back to base. After they finished the report, the younger one burst into tears. I sent them to the infirmary to be examined by our unit's medic. I also ordered a full sweep of the perimeter to see if we could find it. After that, I went to my quarters to clear my head. I must have dozed off, because I awoke to the sound of gunfire. I ran outside and saw my men and Kurdish militiamen shouting and shooting at something in the distance. I shouted for everyone to hold their fire and shut the hell up. Everyone obeyed, yet there was still yelling. As I looked where they were shooting, I saw it. It was dragging itself across the sand, shouting in both Arabic and Kurdi. It was a nightmare. Its voice was otherworldly, its flesh hanging loosely from its bones. I was terrified. But people were counting on me, looking at me for guidance, so I swallowed my fear and called for the medic in a stretcher. At first no one moves, but after I repeat the order, a few soldiers rush to the task. I order the soldier who fetched the stretcher and the medic to follow me and bring this thing to the infirmary for examination. This took quite a bit of prompting, but finally they complied, and we walked out to meet it. I almost didn't make it. I almost ran back to the safety of the camp, but I soldiered on and made it to the creature. It stopped advancing and stared at me. It resumed talking. Hell, did you? We moved to pick it up, all of us wearing long rubber gloves, and it made him move toward one of the stretcher bearers, causing him to jump away. It fell onto the stretcher and grabbed the medic's leg. He screamed and I kicked it, breaking its arm. We restrained it, and before our eyes, its broken arm began to heal. Kind of. It mended itself, but backwards, its hand at an unnatural angle. We brought it back to the infirmary, everyone giving us a wide berth. As we began to examine it, the chaplain burst in. This chaplain was a southern gent who absolutely despised me. He demanded to see the monster so that he could exorcise it. I told him it was the most idiotic thing that I ever heard, and I'm sure he would have had a retort, except the thing started speaking again. Idiotic thing. The chaplain immediately went over to the creature and started praying. I stood by the creature and looked it in the eye. "What are you?" You. I moved toward the door, done with this shit. I decided to call my superiors, let them handle whatever the hell that was. I stepped across the threshold, and on. I whirled around. That thing called me by my first name. It couldn't have known my first name. Most of my men didn't even know my first name. The chaplain prayed more intensely. I moved to the creature again. "Dear Anon, thank you for the letter you sent your father and I. We are so glad to hear that you are well." It recited the entire letter that I had received from my parents a week prior. "How do you know that?" "Dearest Susie, how I long to see again. My life here, though not uneventful, is missing the company of my love." That was something I had wrote to my fiancé. How do you know Susie? Tell me." It continued reciting the entirety of my most recent letter. I had enough. I wanted to destroy whatever that was. I was blind with rage. Before I realized what I was doing, I had drawn my knife and raised it above the monster's head. As I brought it down, the creature stopped its recitation abruptly. "No, Susie from St. Louis." I dropped my knife. "How? Please, I need to know." "Know you. Find you, Anon. Always find you." I backed away. The chaplain had stopped praying. Everyone looked between me and the monster. I left wordlessly. I later set up a guard rotation and called my commanding officer. He thought I was kidding until I sent him a video of it. In a couple days, 5 helicopters came, some wearing hazmat suits, others MP uniforms. I was reassigned and later promoted. I never saw my Kurdish friends again, and I never found out exactly what it was. I now live in DC, doing embassy work. This happened to me when I was a young child. It's still something that I struggle to explain. I think I was around 10 years old or so. I was not born in the United States. I am actually from Tanzania. My parents did not actually move to the US until I was around 10 or 11 years old. There was this lake where I lived that the kids liked to hang out around. We would play in it and goof off. It is a massive lake. It's called Lake Tanganyika. I think it's the second biggest / deepest lake in the whole world. Because of this, it is very dangerous, and a lot of our parents forbade us from going down there. Being the rash and stupid kids that we were, of course, we went anyway. We just like to swim and explore and stuff. The lake is so big, it actually isn't just in Tanzania. The lake is actually in 4 different countries at once. One evening, I was down there with a couple of my friends. We had skipped school that day and were hiding from our parents. We were worried that we would get a hard beating, so we went where we thought they would not look for us. It is closer to winter time when this happened, so it is pretty much deserted. The water was too cold for most people, but we did not care. A lot of people were still working at that time too. We were the only ones inside. My friends and I are getting into our shorts and stuff to go swimming. As we do this, I get this really weird feeling, like just a feeling of sheer dread. It feels like I cannot move. I just stand there near the water's edge as my 2 friends jump in and swim out. I am just standing there, watching the 2 of them as they splash and laugh. I feel fully frozen. My friends spot me and call to me. They tell me to stop being scared and to jump in. I am like physically shivering at this point. It's colder than usual, but I still should not be shivering like this. Then, all of a sudden, I start to see something. I see it below my 2 friends. It's what looks like some kind of a big shadow just beneath them. It starts off small and slowly gets bigger until eventually the shadow is bigger than both of them. It is entirely engulfing them. I start shouting and screaming and wave my arms for them to see me. They eventually look over and see my face. I point downwards and eventually they look down. They just have confused looks on their faces as they do so, like they can't really see anything. One of my friends throws his arms up as if to say, "What the fuck are you pointing at?" The second friend gets a bright idea. He decides to dive underwater to get a better look at what I am pointing at. Both of my friends are very proficient swimmers, but still I am panicking. My shivering is becoming more uncontrollable. I am basically begging the first friend to get out and swim back, but he tells me to wait. What feels like several minutes passes by, and the second friend does not come back up. I am shaking even more. The first friend is starting to panic now too. He signals to me that he is going to dive down too, but he does not get the chance to do anything. I see the water kind of ripple and bubble, and then I see something surface close by to my friend, basically exactly where the second friend dove under. My friend just screams and bats whatever the thing is away from himself. He keeps pushing water in its direction to move it away and distances himself. It took me a second to make it out, as I do not have the best vision, but when I squinted I saw it. What looked like a limb. Not just a limb, but an arm. I could not know for sure, but I think it was the second friend's. I could not tell exactly, but it looked gnawed off. After a second or two of pushing it away, my friend focuses himself enough to start paddling back to shore. Even though I am freaking out, I managed to force myself to dive into the water. My plan was to swim and meet him halfway to try and, I don't know, help drag him back faster. A stupid fucking idea, I know. That big shadow is still there. It follows him as he swims. He cannot escape it. It stays directly under him the whole time, no matter how fast he swims. Then, all of a sudden, I see the water just directly behind my swimming friend start to move, and something else surfaces. I don't even know how to describe it. I just see massive eyes at first. It looks reptilian, like how a snake's eyes are placed on the sides of its head, but this thing is much bigger than a snake. It makes my friend look tiny in comparison. It looks completely serpentine, but it is incredibly scaly and wide. It surfaces ever so slowly until it is towering over my friend. And then it starts to move its head / body backwards. It moves its head all the way back behind its body. And then it lunges faster than my eyes could even see. 1 second it was there. The next second, my friend was screaming and I could see blood. It had sunk its teeth into one of my friend's legs. It had the fucking thing off somewhere below the knee. My friend just stopped swimming. He looks like he has gone into shock. He is just floating in place, looking at his arms and fingers like he is confused. He looks disoriented, like he does not know which way to swim anymore. He turns back towards the thing, but does not even register it. He starts swimming back towards it. I am screaming and thrashing and trying my best to make it to him. Even though I know I should have just gone, I didn't want to leave him. I had been best friends with him since I was like 3 years old, but before my very eyes, I watch as the thing lunges again. It sinks its teeth into his body and then just drags him off underneath the water. Once I saw that, I just turned and swam. I did not want to see anymore. I just wanted to be at home with my mom. I wished I had gone to school that day. I wished I had listened to them and not gone near the lake. I made it home after I don't know how long. My vision was just a blur. I did not even stop to put my clothes back on. I just ran back in my shorts. When I burst through the door to them, I could tell that they were worried. They did not even smack me. My mom just asked me what happened. I guess that she just knew that something was up. After I eventually calmed down, I told them the whole story, exactly as I told it here. They did not believe me one bit. They thought I made the entire thing up. They thought I made up some story about a monster so that I would not get in trouble for disobeying their orders. They told my friend's parents as soon as they could. Both them and my parents believed that my friends had drowned or been swept away by a current. They were devastated. They were angry at me. They blamed me for their kids being dead. If it wasn't for my father, I think they would have beat me senseless. It took us a couple of months, but we eventually moved away, and eventually moved to the US. They don't believe me, but I know what I saw. My friends did not drown. This happened to me in the summer of 2003. At the time, I was 9 years old. My parents bought a house in Italy. It was small, cute, and in a safe little town near a lake. At night, I used to sit on some rocks and look at the lake. While doing it, I would see a white figure dancing above the water. It looked human, but I can't figure out much about it. I get spooked and run away. I tell my parents, but they do not believe me. I go again the next night and try to see if I can find the figure again. Nope. I keep doing it for around 3 weeks. I eventually see it again. This time it's swimming. I get closer and try to speak with it. It looks at me and just stares, and then it fades away. I continue doing the same thing as I did before for a few days. While looking at the lake, I feel something touching me. Behind me, it's the white figure. It is around 2 meters tall, unisex and glowing. It has no eyes and no features at all. I am spooked as fuck, but I somehow feel that it won't hurt me. I sit back on the rock, and it sits right next to me. It does nothing but look at the lake and look at me. Eventually, I start talking about things while it looks at me. It does not say a word or do anything, but listens to me. Eventually, I leave, as I was getting tired. It just keeps looking at me while I depart. The next night, the same thing happens. I just talk to it. I do this for around 2 months. Then eventually, I have to leave the town. The last night in town, I tell it that I must leave, and that I hope I see it again someday. It gets up and starts to dance on the water again. It keeps dancing until it fades away. I say goodbye to it, and I can feel sadness, but also gratitude coming from it. I am going back home. I meet with an old lady. She tells me that it was nice what I did, talking to it. I am surprised, and ask her about what she means. She told me that she can also see it, and that she saw me every night talking to it. She believes that it is a benevolent spirit that is watching and mimicking people. It saw people dance, and it started to dance. It saw people swim, and it started to swim, etc. I returned after a year, but I did not encounter it ever again. I am glad I was able to meet it, whatever it was. Reminds me of something similar that happened to me when I was staying at a cottage on Lake Huron. We used to go there for a couple weeks every summer. It is the middle of the week, so most cottages are empty, as it is a vacation spot primarily. I am walking down the beach with my younger cousin. It's a cloudy, windy afternoon, and the beach is literally deserted. I hear someone call out over the wind. I look up at one of the empty-looking cottages and see a young girl in a white summer dress. She motions for me and my cousin to follow her and runs behind the cottage. We both stand there and give each other a what the fuck look. The little girl returns and motions the exact same way for us to follow her. My little cousin laughs, but I am getting a really uneasy feeling. I grab her arm and start moving back down the beach towards our cottage. I look back, and the girl is standing there motionless, watching us walk away. The cottage had no lights on, no furniture on the porch, and generally no signs of life at all. It did not really set in until after how odd it was, but my brain was telling me to leave immediately. I was invited to a country/lake house in Maine by the family of my girlfriend at the time, Sophie. It's around late June/early July. I spent my birthday/Independence Day there, having a barbecue and riding on a boat. We got into the newspaper that day. So my girlfriend and I know this guy called Scott, who is a mutual friend who I met through her friend Ruby. Scott was coming to pick us up in his car and take us out for the night, drinking and shit as teens do in America. The lake house is on the lake and has a dirt road leading from it towards the main road. It is pretty long and angles upward. It's flanked on either side by woods. The lake house itself is completely solitary. Scott calls my ex while we were standing in the kitchen talking to her mom about tomorrow's events. My ex's sister was coming up from Florida that day, and we were all going to surprise her with a gift from the horse stables that she learned how to ride at as a kid. So anyway, Scott calls her up and lets her know he's at the turnoff waiting for us, where the dirt road meets the main road. That bastard does not want to drive down, the lazy fuck. So we decide fuck it, and make our way up the dirt road. We see him there in his pickup, waiting far ahead. I slowly but surely notice this figure standing in the middle of the dirt road. It's hard to make out though. As we got closer, it looked like a woman dressed in white, with long dark hair to her ass. She/it was facing towards Scott. I thought it was a trick of the darkness or moon or some shit, because the road is literally fucking dark as fuck. I did not say anything because I did not want to seem like a pussy. Being from the city, I was not sure what I was looking at, so I kept quiet. How would it look if I just noped out of there? As we were about 10 feet away from it, Sophie turns to me and asks, "Do you see that?" I said yes. As soon as I did, we both turned and ran the fuck back to the house. It felt like the longest run in my entire life. We did not dare look back, we just kept running. We get back into the house. We call Scott and order him to drive down. When he gets down to the house, we ask him if he saw anything. Nah. We told him what we saw. He just laughed it off. We eventually got into the truck and headed up the dirt road. As we are halfway up, there is this loud fucking bang against the side of the passenger door. What the fuck was that? Was pretty much all of our reactions. Scott sped up and we noped the fuck out of there. We ended up going to a gas station. When we got out of the pickup, there was a massive dent in the door. Scott turns to us and asks, "What the hell did you guys see on the road before I drove down?" We explained everything to him again. He calls his uncle, who is a cop, asks him to meet us at the gas station. He comes and we explain everything to him. He didn't seem surprised at all with anything we were saying. In the end, he gave us a warning for underage drinking. Scott was not allowed to drive, and we all got into the back of his uncle's cruiser. He took us back to the house, and then left with Scott. A few days go by, and we can't get a hold of him on his phone. We end up seeing the white woman in the bushes near one of the 2 cabins on the lake house grounds, 3 total buildings. We are scared fucking shitless for the entire rest of our trip. I get chills just thinking about it, even today. This happened to us in 2008. Sorry if it doesn't make much sense. I am no writer, and I am pretty tired. I have not been sleeping too good. My friend and I saw something at Lake Cushman when we were younger, and still to this day, very few people believe us. My family went on an annual family camping trip, typically a week after school was out, so in May or June. At the time of this event, I was 14 years old, and being around family long term was considered lame, so I asked if I could bring a friend. Luckily for all involved, they treated my friend Claire as a second daughter and agreed immediately. I do have 2 younger brothers that went with us. They were 8 and 10 at the time. Claire was always sweet to them too, and we were both typically willing to play with them, not to mention babysit as well. But I just wanted some time with someone my own age for a change. We made our own itinerary for what we would do when we got there. My parents brought an even bigger tent, so Claire and I could have our own space, which was exciting. When we first got there and found our place, we set up our tent with my dad's help, and then went off to do things on our own. We went swimming, sat at the beach with our journals, and talked. We even helped with dinner and roasting marshmallows by the fire. I will also include, since I haven't yet, that this was 2006, so I did not have a cell phone. Claire did, but it was one of those bricks of a Nokia phone, and it was useless bringing it to the lake, so she left it at my place. It was just us in nature, so we had a lot of opportunities to use our imagination and explore the area. It wasn't until the 3rd evening that things got freaky. Claire and I had found this little cluster of trees and low-hanging limbs. We thought it would be cool to make a fort out of it as kind of our own little space, so with permission from my parents, we grabbed our sleeping bags and an extra sheet that we had brought and hung them up the best that we could over the branches. Maybe we were a bit overzealous in our abilities, but we made it work, and we were proud of it. We sat under it with our magazines and journals again, and talked and shared stories. We were told that we could stay there until it was dark, but that they did not want us sleeping outside of our tent due to possible wildlife. That's when we noticed the splashing. At first, we thought it was maybe someone swimming. We were still in a popular camping area, and even though it was starting to get dark, it was possible others were in the area swimming. However, the splashing sounds were wrong. It wasn't like the normal. I know that sounds weird, but if you think about what it sounds like when people splash, it's kind of rhythmic while people are swimming, and then pauses, like they stopped. But this sound was way too rhythmic, like something was methodically moving through the water. It did not speed up or slow down. They weren't just normal swooshes of water being moved as you waded in. It was so patterned that Claire and I got it down. Splash, splash, wait 3 seconds. Splash, splash, wait 3 seconds, over and over. I thought maybe it was someone in a paddle boat or something, but there was not a boat in sight. Not to mention, they would have had to go pretty far to be where we are, because there was not a boat dock by us. After listening to it for a while, and both of us wanting answers, we decided to walk towards the lake to check it out. The sun was peeking out from behind some trees, so we had a little bit of light left, but the water was doing something I have never seen before. Usually, you can see the water lap at the shore in random patterns. You see it hitting some rocks and the ripples coming off of it, or the divide in a ripple when it meets the driftwood sticking out from under the water. But this was different. The waves were coming in perfect intervals, like a metronome, creating what Claire and I have come to call geometric patterns on the surface that looked almost artificial. Then we saw something glowing. They were like the bioluminescence things you sometimes see in tide pools, but deeper and with a greenish blue tone. They were moving in a perfect circle about 30 feet out from the shore. I remember standing there in amazement and confusion as I watched this circle of light get smaller and spiral inward. What the hell were we witnessing? The last thing that we saw and heard was a low humming or gurgling sound. It was like someone was trying to hum with a mouthful of water. And in the very center of the lights, something started poking out. The more it came out of the water, the more confused I became. The closest I can get is this. Imagine if someone tried to make a swan out of broken mirror pieces, but made it 4 times too big and gave it a neck that would bend in impossible ways. Its head, if you could call it that, was smooth and reflective like polished metal, with these dark indentations where eyes should be. But it only got more bizarre. The whole thing rose up about 4 or 5 feet out of the water, but somehow never made a sound. The splashing had completely ceased. Everything was silent. You could not hear a single drop of water drip off of this thing and land back into the lake. You could not hear the splashes around it like you would when someone left the water. Even the usual nighttime forest sounds of crickets and frogs had gone quiet. Claire grabbed my arm so hard that it hurt, causing me to finally break from my trance and look over at her. She said that she wanted to go back to my parents, and I agreed. Something about that moment told me that we should not be witnessing whatever was happening in the lake. We left our journals and our magazines at the fort, and then ran back to the camp. When we got back, my parents could tell something was wrong, and they asked us. I told them that there was something in the water, and when my dad asked us to describe it, we were both at a loss for words. He laughed at first, not in a way to make fun of us, but more so because we were stumped. Then Claire mentioned the metallic swan thing, and both parents were back to looking at us like we just spoke in German. My dad said that we probably did not see something right, and just left it at that. We stayed by the fire for a while, too creeped out to really do anything until my brother demanded s'mores. That really got our mind off of things until it was time for us to go to bed. As you may recall, we left our fort as it was, including our sleeping bags. We did not want to go alone, so we asked my dad to walk with us back over there, and he agreed. We all walked back there together, and as soon as we were within view of our fort, we knew something was wrong. The sleeping bag and sheets had fallen to the ground, but there was no breeze and no reason for it to have fallen. We got close and were shocked to find everything was soaked. It was like everything had been knocked down, formed in a circle with it, almost like a nest, and in the center was a small puddle. There was no way the water could have reached where we were set up, and it certainly had not rained either. But there was a trail, almost like a very small and shallow trench that led up from the lake to our fort. You could tell that the sand and the dirt was still a little wet, but not as wet as our stuff. I could tell that even my dad was perplexed. I asked him what could have caused that, and for a while, he did not say anything. He just started grabbing the bedding and asking us to pick up our bucks, not that I would have left them. There was no point. Everything was waterlogged. Our journals, the magazines, all of it. I was so upset, but was still just as freaked out. Was it the thing that we saw in the water that had caused that? What would have happened if we would have stayed there? As we walked back, I tried asking my dad what it was again, and he said it was probably just an alligator or something. I thought that was weird, but I also was not going to question him. I could see an alligator making a trail up to our fort, but I did not understand how it could soak everything like that. Again, I know some of you are probably thinking, there are no alligators in Washington. What are you talking about? And you are absolutely right, and I am with you on that. I understand that better now that I've looked into it, but as a young teen, all I could do was take my dad's word for it. But I know he was wrong. So if we know it's not alligators or crocodiles, then what was it that we saw out there? To this day, my parents stand by that we either did not see something right, or we were just exaggerating details, but I know what I saw. I know that Claire saw the same thing, because we both wrote about it before we discussed out loud everything that we saw. If we were making it up, how could our description be so exact and never change over the years? All I know is there is, or at least was, something out there, creating its perfect spirals of water and lights, and no one believes us. From the summer of 2021 to 2022, I was a lifeguard at a small beach called Adams Point Beach, which is located in Kishi Lake, New York. I didn't really enjoy my job, to be honest. Besides making friends with other lifeguards, I was not getting paid enough money, and my final paycheck for the summer of 2021 was about $350 in total. To make matters even more difficult, I come from a family with no money. I live on a farm, and my parents fight with each other a lot. I never went to college because my family cannot afford it, so I have to work 2 jobs every day, one from 9 to 5, and the other from 6 to 11, where I only get paid $15 an hour. In the summer of 2022, my boss, for whatever reason, had demoted me to a sub-lifeguard. This really pissed me off because I could not see my friends. One day in August of 2022, I was called in to substitute for a lifeguard, as this lifeguard was busy that day, and only one other lifeguard was available. Usually they were free, but that day there was a shortage of staff. The start of the day was like how any other day would usually start. Unfortunately, that changed in the afternoon. My 30-minute shift on the lifeguard chair was done, and the other lifeguard swapped with me. I walked back to the shed and went inside of it. About 10 minutes later, while I was on my phone, I heard a bunch of screaming and crying outside of the shed with the door closed. I did not know what was going on, so I walked outside. What I saw next is an image that I will never unsee for the rest of my life. What I saw was the lifeguard, along with 4 other people, sitting with a woman on a surf rescue board with both of her legs severed off. I felt petrified, but I had to help the other lifeguard, as it was my job to save people. I helped carry the surfboard, but I looked behind me, as it was so brutal to look at what was in front of me. I helped everyone place the board on a table with the woman lying on it right next to the shed. Thankfully, the police and the medics were already called. I asked what had happened. One guy said that a guy by himself in a speedboat wasn't looking where he was driving the boat. People told him to stop and slow down, but he was in his own world. He then ran over the woman and then would come to a stop like 3 seconds later. He apparently took off like a coward would do. I could not believe what I was hearing. I then told the man to describe what the speedboat looked like. I asked him because this was a very small lake, and I pretty much knew everyone who comes to this lake and lives right next to it. He said that it was a blue jet boat. When the man told me this, I felt as if my whole world was coming to an end. That was my dad's boat. He is the only one who owns a jet boat on this lake. I then saw everything turn blurry, and then it all went to black. I woke up with 2 EMTs side by side next to me. They asked if I was alright. I told them I was fine, and I went to go grab my water bottle, and then drank the water as if I had never drunk water before in my life. I then exited the beach area as my boss told everyone to go home because of what had happened today. I got in my car and drove home, which was about 3 to 4 minutes away. As I got home, I turned off my car and stepped out to see my dad pacing back and forth nervously through the kitchen window. I then rushed inside of the house, and I went on a full-on rampage on my father. I confronted him and then called him a coward for leaving the scene of the accident. He was breathing so hard. I had never seen him breathing like this before. As I was still yelling at him, and my adrenaline was kicking in more than ever, I shoved him and then started hitting him. He told me to calm the fuck down. After about 10 hits, I finally pushed him to his full limits, and he punched me so hard that I fell to the ground and my ears were ringing. He then yelled at me to stay the fuck down, you little bitch, before running out of the house and speeding off somewhere. I continued to bawl my eyes out. I was never close with my dad. I never came to him for help when needed, but never in a million years would I have thought that he would end up doing something so horrific. About an hour and a half later, my mom finally came home after going to the hospital to check on the woman whom my father had injured. As my mother walked through the door, she hugged me for what felt like an eternity, and we cried together. We sat down together at the dinner table, and she told me some good news and bad news. The good news was that the woman was alive and okay. The bad news was that both of her legs were amputated off and that they would have to be refitted with bionic legs. I felt so relieved that she had survived, but I was still so devastated that my father took off, never even apologized, and never came to see the woman in the hospital. My mother asked me where her husband went. I told my mom that he took off. We tried calling him, but it went straight to voicemail. The police were called again, and we filed a missing persons report on my dad. The next few weeks, the police tried searching everywhere for him and came up empty-handed. It was the worst 3 weeks of my life. I quit my job straight after due to the traumatic side I had seen on that very day. I had been seeing a psychologist 3 times a week now. Each day, I was very slowly starting to get better and better, but I still have a long way to go. I also only work 1 job now and have been promoted at my job, which now I get paid $25 an hour. This makes me happier, as I still have some luck in this world. I have not seen my father since. I don't really miss him that much after he attacked me and called me a bitch. I wish I could tell you that's where the story ends, but sadly, it isn't, and the next part gets even worse. Fast forwarding to sometime in mid-July during this past summer of 2024, I decided to go kayaking at 7 o'clock at night. I wanted to exercise my brain and needed some free time for myself. I took off in my kayak. I kayaked in the area of around 30 feet deep, then kayaking to the shallower area. My destination was to stop at a land area to walk on it and to take a break from kayaking as my arms were getting sore. During this whole time kayaking, I was looking at the water beneath me. As I got to around 15 feet deep, what I saw on the bottom of the ground underneath the water was textbook horror. I saw a dead body of an old woman. I paddled out there so fast and then reached my destination that I originally planned to go to. After pulling my kayak to shore, I ran to the grass area and threw up around 5 times. Luckily, I had my phone on me, so I called 911. The police came 10 minutes later. About 7 cop cars showed up, along with the SWAT team. I gave them my story, and they told me to evacuate the area as it will be going under investigation. About 2 weeks later, we got some of the worst news ever, more so than anyone who had lived in my town had ever gotten before. The detective told us that this person was murdered. They also traced DNA and fingerprints to try to find out who the perpetrator was, and it worked. When they revealed who the killer was, I was nowhere near prepared to find out who it would be. It was my estranged father. My father. Why the hell would he come back to this town if his main goal was to try to escape? I could not think of any motive of why he would even kill this person. This was so devastating that the next day, I packed up most of my clothes and drove off all the way downstate to New York City. I needed a break from the so-called curse that was going on upstate in my hometown. I stayed in New York City for about 3 weeks in a cheap hotel and then came back. The police this time, along with the FBI, searched again for my father, and yet again, they found nothing. I quit my job after this, and I am currently unemployed. Luckily, I have my little sister, who had just graduated high school, to take over for me. As you are hearing the story as of now, there is still no update on where my father could possibly be. He could be living in another state far away, or he could have fled the country. I never want to see my father ever again after hearing that he murdered another human being. If there is more news revolving around this case, I will keep you posted. I saw what appeared to be a Cadborosaurus off the coast of Haiti last summer. I got no photos of the beast, but I've got a story to tell if any of you are interested. My tale starts at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, where I studied for several years in order to specialize in marine biology. All my life, I was fascinated by all forms of life that I encountered or read about, but the creatures that lived in the alien depths of this ocean planet intrigued me the most. From the azure reefs of the Polynesian Islands to the murky depths of the Challenger Deep, everything about the oceans simultaneously terrified and inspired me. Last year was my final one taking the course, with our assignment being focused around engaging in field research of an aquatic species of our choice. Being an avid surfer and kayaker, I naturally chose to study the ubiquitous stellar sea lions that populate the Pacific coast from South Korea to Southern California. If you're even somewhat involved in the marine biologist community, it would have been nearly impossible to not have heard about the recent decline in the population of the sea lions, especially in Alaska. Since I had an interesting premise to study off of, I searched around for a couple of days after being handed my assignment outline. My destination was located in the Haiti archipelago, a remote and beautiful series of islands located just south of the BC-Alaska border. It took me 2.5 days to drive to Prince Rupert and board a ferry, which took me to the community of Skagate on the eastern coast of the largest islands of the Haidas. After seeing the sites of several of Graham Island's communities for several days, I procured the necessary supplies from my expedition and traveled through the narrow sea passages that would take me to the reefs and sea lion rookeries surrounding a place known as Frederick Island. In particular, I was looking for a place helpfully known as Sea Lion's Rock, where one of the province's largest colonies existed. The people who named the place obviously were not among the brightest, seeing as how the damn pinnipeds hoarded every wave-beaten rock by the dozens. A dangerous storm blowing in from the Aleutian Islands forestalled my progress for 2 days, but as the old Haida saying goes, only a fool starves on the islands. This place seemed like a marine Eden, and I was able to catch enough seafood to get me to my destination. You could not miss the place. From miles away, the incessant barking of the lions roared throughout the coast, and once you got up close, the smell was worse than a Sasquatch's smegma. I paddled up within 100 feet of the rookery and observed the lion for several hours, taking field notes on everything from their physicality to their mannerisms. There was something about them that made me feel off, but I could not quite put my finger on it. After paddling to the base of a nearby mountain and setting up camp for the night, I reflected on what it was that made me so uncomfortable when watching the sea lions. From what I remember, many of the juveniles seemed emaciated, as if they had not been leaving the safety of the rocks for fear of some predator luring them into a watery grave. They were certainly acting like that was the case, with many of them nervously looking out into the endless yonder, where the endless Pacific and stormy sky blurred into a sea of grey. Mulling over these observations, I thought their behaviors could have been due to the recent upsurge in the orcapods around the Great Bear Rainforest, or from the odd shark that had been desperate enough to search for food in the domain of the bull lions. I made a mental note to wake up early the next morning, so that I could scout out a location and lure whatever it was that had been terrifying the sea lions so much. On my return to the rookery's outskirts, I brought with me several lake trout that I had caught a few miles back, along with a bucket of chum, in order to lure anything that had a taste for blood. I dropped the contents of the chum into a nearby patch of kelp forest and tried to lure the lions into the ocean via the fish. Eventually, one that was starving enough to lose sense of its instincts dived into the water after the trout, as did several others. They dove further into the murky abyss, searching for anything else that had fallen to the bottom of the kelpy jungle. Nearly an hour after I had done this, I noticed that the line of buoyant sags used by the kelp to maintain an upright position were being dragged by something massive from underneath the water. Thinking that it might have been an orca, or even some sort of large baleen whale, I got excited and managed to paddle out of the way of the turbulence so that whatever was down there would not capsize my kayak. I was worried as to what would happen to the sea lions, but most of them luckily clambered onto the rocks to safety just in time. The rest were not as lucky. I craned my neck over the boat, just enough so that I could see what was going on. What I saw has filled me with a primal terror that has stayed with me to this day, especially whenever I go near any large source of water. At first, I did not see anything. It was what I heard next that made me piss myself. If I could say anything about the noise, it was like the guttural roar of a crocodile mixed with the morning calls of a sperm whale. My entire body was stricken with fear. I knew that whatever was in the water was not anything that we had covered back in the comfortable halls of the university. My reptilian brain won me over, and I sat there like a sitting duck, only being able to watch as the remaining sea lions swam to shore. They were more terrified than I was, and for good reason too. When the second last lion flew onto the rocks, it was dragged down into the depths by a leviathan that I've only read about on fringe websites. It had a blowhole similar to a cetacean's on the top of its head, with a melon-like organ below it that I assume will be used for some sort of echolocation. The eyes were as ghostly as a pickerel's, and the face appeared to be a combination between that of a barracuda and a horse. When it dragged the lion back down into the water, I was able to see that it had what appeared to be whale-like appendages and a fluke tail, but the body was as serpentine as an eel. When it emerged, more than a minute later, it threw the barking lion high up in the air and crushed it with its jaws. The teeth looked like the horns of a goat and were as large as bananas. Blood flew everywhere, and as the long-necked hellspawn of the sea consumed its gruesome meal, it turned its gaze to me and intently watched as I squirmed in my tiny plastic boat. Deciding to leave me alone for God knows what reason, it roared an ear-shattering roar that I could never replicate and dived back down into the dark waters. From this, I was able to make out what appeared to be streamlined dorsal ridges on the creature's back, as well as grayish camouflage patterns similar to that of a great white shark. Considering the length of the rookery, it must have been 60 to 70 feet long, nearly as big as some of the whales I've seen on tours back in the Maritimes. The turbulence from its sudden submersion nearly dragged me under, but I was able to balance the kayak enough that I could stay afloat. I waited for my certain death, convinced that the thing had me next in mind on its grocery list. After hyperventilating in fear for what seemed like hours, I opened my eyes and noticed that it was gone. I paddled back to shore with the intensity of a man who had seen the devil himself and lived to tell the tale, although this obviously was not fueled by brave heroism. Nope. It was the adrenaline our ancestors probably experienced after somehow escaping the jaws of a crocodile from all those years back into the ancestral memories we picked up from Africa. I hugged the coasts and walked 20 miles back to my car as soon as I found the nearest portage route. Whether you choose to believe in my tale or not is up to you, but know this: the oceans have many secrets that they have yet to share with the world, and many of them will only be revealed not through the benevolence of nature, but through its gaping jaws. I don't know if whatever it was I saw back there was some remnant of the dinosaur age, or an unknown serpentine cetacean, but they are out there. I have stories from my uncle about encountering whatever this thing was when he was fishing, but none of them were ever very clear or accurate, so I never gave it much thought until the day I believe I saw the same thing for myself. This happened to me back in 2012. My little brother and I went fishing off of a pier with some friends. We were on an island off the coast of Alabama. The place was called Dauphin Island. We did not catch anything that day, so we decided to pack up early. I think it was right around noon. We did it before anybody else had come down there yet, since leaving would be easier instead of having to deal with everybody around us. We started hearing strange noises in the water around us, which immediately caught our attention. We heard and saw lots of movement and splashing. Even my little brother was perplexed. So we both turned and watched, expecting something to happen because we were not quite sure what all this movement in the water was about. Were the fish suddenly biting? And then, I don't even think it was more than a few seconds later, out from the water suddenly emerges the dark figure. This was the strangest thing I have ever seen. In fact, it had come so close it could have easily reached out and grabbed hold of me. The thing was shaped like a snake or a serpent of some kind. It appeared to almost have a sort of beak at the end of its face and sharp fins on both sides of its dark, slender body. It stayed horizontal to the water surface, as if it was swimming forwards towards us. It looked like it was getting ready to strike, and before we even realized it, it was disappearing back into the depths below from which it came, without ever taking its glowing eyes off of us. We sat there in shock, waiting for about 5 minutes after, just to make sure that this thing was not going to come back. Well, I think it was more so from the shock than anything else. I mean, it's not like we were wanting to wait around for this thing. To this day, I don't know exactly what it is that we saw out there in those waters, yet, whatever it may have been, I know one thing for certain. I do not want to see it ever again. I thought this day would be like any other. I sat there looking at the water from my family's back porch. The day was gloomy and overcast, with little peaks here and there of sunshine. It always kind of looked foreboding, but that did not stop my crazy family from wanting to go jump in the lake. I was a little nervous about going in the water. I always was. I hated how cold it was, and the initial shock that you get when you jump in. The icy cold water feeling in your whole body is horrible. My family loved it though, and didn't really care. My cousins were all taking their sweet time getting into the lake, just having fun, so I put on my shirt, my shorts. I wanted to show them that I was not afraid to go swimming just yet. I stood up quickly and walked down towards the dock. Everybody else had already just now jumped off and were heading towards the center of the lake. It looked like they were going to race to the other side. Even my sisters made their way back to the shore before I could even get in. They were already getting their towels on and walking back up to the house. Well, eventually, everybody else started heading out into the lake instead of just sitting around talking. Even my mother got in, which is weird. She virtually never goes swimming. So I made my way back down the dock and see that the majority of all of my family was getting in the water, calling for me to get in too. I would be lying if I said I was not nervous, but a few minutes later, after all my brothers had all fully submerged in the water, I, of course, was the square one. They were being eager, wanting me to jump in, and I could feel my skin tingling with goosebumps as I walked down toward where I knew the water's edge was. The wind at this point had begun picking up, and there is this unmistakable chill in the air that had not been there all morning. Everybody else seemed completely unaffected. I just tried my best to ignore it. I made my way onto the dock, jumping off without any hesitation. As soon as my feet hit the water, they were nearly numb from how cold it was. It felt like jumping into an ice bath. So as soon as I re-emerged, I swam out away from the dock towards where everybody else was swimming around together. I did not want it to seem to anybody that I was too scared to go even a few feet further. My family decided they should all have a race to the other side of the lake. They ended up leaving me behind. I was not the best swimmer in the world, so I was not exactly expecting to keep up, but just then, in that moment, as I was probably about 50 to 60 feet away from the dock, I could feel something slithering underneath me. It felt like something slimy, like seaweed or something, brushing up against my legs. I kind of had an urge to grab onto something to pull myself away, but there was not anything near me, since I was just treading open water at that point. The feeling of dread grew inside me like a wildfire as I swam further away from the dock, not wanting anybody to see just how scared I really was. For some reason, it kept drawing closer and closer until I could feel it all around my legs. This long, slimy thing was wrapping tightly around them and making my movements now impossible. Slightly panicking at this point, I tried kicking at it, but I did not feel like anything was really there. It was now squeezing so hard I could feel everything. That is when I full-on panicked. I tried to scream, but my voice locked up no matter how hard I tried. It began to drag me underwater, and everything got darker. The further I sank, the harder I fought against whatever this thing was dragging me down. The grip of this thing became stronger and stronger around my legs, squeezing them tightly together like a snake or a python constricting its prey. What initially felt like slimy seaweed brushing up against my leg now felt like a tentacle of some sorts, like some sort of long muscly arm holding against me, pulling me down. I continued to push upward, reaching towards the surface for what felt like forever, but I could not quite get there, no matter how hard I kicked or swam with all of my strength. So I decided that instead of panicking in that moment, I would do everything that I could to fight back against this. My arms were now burning, but the more I reached for the surface, the closer it came to me. My whole body now was on fire with pain, and my lungs felt like they were going to explode from the inside out. I could not stop fighting against whatever was dragging me down. I felt something brush up against my face now and instinctively grabbed at it. It did nothing to slow this thing that had grabbed me in its clutches. Instead, I felt a branch or something that was drifting that might help. In that moment, I felt what can only be described as teeth sinking into my leg, jaws locking themselves around my thigh, and pulling hard enough back, it nearly pulled me back down into the water. And for a split second, I took in a large gasp of air before being yanked back down underneath the surface. And of course, my family at this point was so far away from me, completely oblivious to what happened to me. They did not hear or notice a thing. At first, this thing, whatever it was, began wrapping around me longer and tighter. Its body wrapped around mine several times over, before finally coming back towards its head to join with what looked like a fin sticking straight out of the top of it. The pressure inside of my lungs was growing worse and worse, as whatever this thing was pulling me deeper into the abyss below us both. It would move in these modulating patterns of slowly releasing me and then gripping me even tighter. It's almost like it was reworking its muscles so it could get a tighter, stronger grip on me. All the while, it was pulling me down, 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 and in one of its modulations of movement, as it was releasing itself to pull tighter, I used that moment to break free from the excruciating pain. And just as I broke free, I felt these teeth biting down onto my arm this time. I felt flesh tearing from my arm, and for a second, I was free from its clutches. But I was not entirely out of danger just yet. Finally free, I swam towards the surface. I began going as fast as I could towards the shore, with this thing under the water right next to me, pursuing me. My whole body now was going numb from the lack of oxygen and the blood loss. I did not dare slow down, not even for a moment. I did not bother to try and scream, because I knew that would deplete my oxygen even more. I could feel the water on me churning as this thing swam upwards towards me, directly below my feet. Whatever it was big, and it was now gaining on me fast enough. I knew I was not going to make it far before its teeth were locked around my legs again. Knowing how close behind me this thing was made me swim insanely fast. It felt like forever, before all of a sudden, this thing came right back at me. It slammed into the side of my leg so hard, I went completely under the water yet again. Then I was pulled down by this thing yet another time, and somehow I managed to break free a final time. Then I managed to get towards the shallow part of the shoreline. Now, whatever this was appeared to be retreating towards the darkest, deepest part of the lake. I was able to drag myself out of the water and onto the safety of land where I could finally catch my breath. Every single inch of my body felt like it was on fire and burning, like I just nearly died. The feeling of being back on dry land was the best feeling of my life. My family came over after finally hearing all of the commotion. They saw me climb onto the shore and collapse. They were freaking out, and I had an ambulance called. After seeing the lacerations and bite marks on my arms and legs, they were very unsure of what had happened. As soon as I was back home, they were worried about me. They did not want to leave my side for a second. I hate using the term lake monster, but there was something in that lake that was going to drag me down and finish me had I let it. I don't know what it was, but it was no ordinary creature. It was late at night when I went out to do my last check on the net before finally calling it a night. It had been yet another successful day of fishing. I was feeling pretty good about everything as I walked alongside this side of the boat. The sun had just begun to go down roughly about an hour ago, and there was still more than enough light for me to see clearly. The fish we were catching out here were getting large, so we needed bigger and bigger boats. Since we started setting up shop here 4 years ago, nothing has really changed about our fishing methods, but for some reason, the fish have been getting larger and larger and more consistently better. I don't really know what to think about it anymore, other than the fact that we are going to need a much larger boat if we plan on doing this long term. As I was walking alongside the boat, something large came up into view ahead. In the distance, it looked as though it were just floating there, lifelessly. It was not moving at all. I thought it was odd at first. I assumed it was maybe just a large piece of driftwood or some sort of buoy that had drifted out from somewhere else. Maybe it just managed to drift out here from somewhere. Then I see a large mass begin shifting around slightly from side to side before coming to rest once again. Several more seconds had passed by, and nothing. Just lifeless movement. Now I was getting concerned, as well as confused, at what it was I was seeing. As it began to take shape more and more, I could tell that this was some sort of large, serpent-like creature. It was something that was too large to just be a normal fish, and much larger than a regular oarfish. Oarfish, by the way, are very often mistaken for sea serpents. I assumed it had something to do with all the large quantities of fish that we had been catching recently. Probably a food thing. Whatever it was though, I wanted nothing more than to get away from this large mass. The more and more I looked, the larger it seemed to become. I started cutting across the water towards the stern of my ship, hoping whatever this large thing was, it would go away quickly. I didn't feel like paying attention to its movements anymore. I continued on the way I had originally came, not wanting to turn around or look behind me for any reason whatsoever, but something told me to turn and look. As I did, even though I had probably made it no more than 50 feet away from where I was when I originally put my eyes on the thing, it had grown in size. Maybe not grown, but more of it had emerged on the surface, and I was stunned to see that it was larger than I could ever have imagined, much larger than initially speculated. And now it wasn't quite so lifeless. It actually was moving much more, and it was very clear now. It was also not very far away. It was undulating up and down slowly, kind of like a giant eel would. It was doing this instead of moving side to side, like I originally thought it had been since I first saw this thing. I realized that this oceanic monster was much larger than I ever could have thought possible. If you had told me this thing was several hundred feet long, I would have believed you. While not so massive in girth, the body of this thing as it continued to emerge more throughout the water proved to be much longer. I could tell it was sort of stretching outward. It was really hard for me to tell if there was a face or eyes because I could not really see that. In fact, I was more so focused on the jet black inky color and how long and slimy his body looked. It looked like an elongated tentacle sprawled out. I wanted nothing more than to get back up on my deck as quickly as possible, but I was worried about appearing weak or frightened. So instead, I ran for my life where I left my crew, before turning around and seeing this thing again. The adrenaline pumping through my veins had made me feel like I was running faster than I'd ever run before in my life. I could finally breathe a sigh of relief as I had reached up onto our boat's deck. Nobody else appeared the least bit concerned. I turned around once more for a final time to see it fully vanishing under the water surface right in front of my eyes. I saw every single inch of that thing just disappear. It has been several months now on sea since seeing that thing, and I will never forget it for as long as I live. I believe this thing only left us alone because either A, we were not food, or B, it did not see us as a threat. It could have probably eaten the entire ship in just one bite if it wanted to. It could easily have killed us all. Be me. This happened to me 8 to 9 years ago. I am really into recreational diving. My friend Dan and I take a boat out onto the ocean with our girlfriends tagging along. We plan to test out some new gear / equipment that we had just purchased. On a scale of 1 to 10 on the nice day out scale, it's a fucking 30 out of 10. Nice clear skies, shining sun. Dan and I get our suits on, get our tanks, and prepare to go down below the ocean. Our GFs stay topside on the boat. We descend. We basically start off by dicking around, and I make a joke about finding pirate treasure or something like that. We are exploring well below the surface, but there is still light, mostly getting a sight of the sea life. There are just schools upon schools of fish swimming past us. Not gonna lie, shit was pretty cash. But that suddenly changes when all of the fish begin dispersing frantically. They are noping right the fuck out. We start to think, oh shit, a big ass shark must be nearby. Dan and I get a brief glimpse of a shadow above us. The fucking thing is no shark. It's more cylindrical, fast. It swam right above us. We want nothing more than to freak the fuck out, but we can't, as that would be potentially dangerous. We look above us to see if we could get a better view of the thing. We don't entirely have to. This thing noticed us. Imagine your traditional Chinese dragon, now add in fins and flippers in the place of arms, and has reptile-esque facial features. All in all, Dan and I are at a loss. This is a real-life sea monster. It eyes us for a few seconds, then snaps its jaws at us like a kind of a warning before it finally swims off in another direction. Dan and I use this as an opportunity to swim back up to the surface. We get back on the boat, and we begin swearing and screaming and freaking the ever-living fuck out. The girls had seen some sort of dark outline sometime prior to our sighting. We nope the fuck out of that particular area. We get back to the marina and swear to never tell anyone about what happened. We still continue to dive. We still do so in the ocean waters, but man, that entire day fucked me right up. So, I live in the city now, but when I was younger, I used to regularly visit my grandma's house with my dad. My cousins were almost always there too. We used to play together when I was little in that village. It was more like a smaller town really, rather than a village. When me and my cousins went to play at the park, there was always this abandoned club nearby. It used to be pretty popular back in the day, but now all the windows were broken, the door was made of glass, and almost everything was vandalized, graffiti everywhere. I was always curious about what was inside, but I never had the guts to even ask my cousins to go in there. Even during the day, the club felt so off. I don't even know why. Maybe because it was surrounded by trees. It just had this weird vibe. When I was around 13 or 14, I don't remember exactly, I had a friend who was in the same grade as me, but he moved to another country. He would visit every summer, and every time he came back, he would call me up. One summer, we were really bored, and the idea came up that we should finally go to that abandoned club. He was braver than me, so he said he would go in first because there is no way I'd have the balls to go in first. Around 10 p.m., we arrived there with our bikes. It was pitch dark, with maybe 2 or 3 lampposts spaced far apart, so the lighting was really dim. When we stood in front of the club, it felt eerie. We spent like 20 minutes just trying to gather the courage to go in. Finally, we did. We climbed over the broken glass at the door and squeezed through. Once we were inside, we turned on our phone flashlights. The place was a complete mess, with garbage bags all over the walls, some needles on the ground, which was honestly really scary to see, and the whole interior was just weird. It was a pretty big space, with these odd architecture paths that led around in circles for no reason. Me and my friend were scared shitless. We tried to stay as quiet as possible so we would not wake up some junkie or whatever else might have been living there. Then, while I was staring at the bar counter for like 5 seconds, my friend disappeared. Oh my god, my heart dropped. I did a full 360 with the flashlight, and he was gone. I yelled his name, and then something jumped up on me from behind. It was him, laughing so hard while I was having a heart attack. I was so mad but also super relieved. But while he was laughing, I suddenly heard another laugh, a laugh that was not his. I'd actually heard it at first, but did not fully register it until it clicked. That laugh was not supposed to be there. I turned my flashlight toward the sound, and there was this guy there. He must have been a hobo, I think. He was tall, but like unnaturally so. Like he was bigger than any of the doorways we had walked through to get in there. He was skinny, but like only skin and bone. He looked more alien than human. He had long, messy hair that had patches missing where he had wounds and scars. I could not even see his face properly. While he was laughing, he stood up to tower over us and started to reach out a hand toward us. I screamed and bolted out of there with my friend. We jumped on our bikes and pedaled back so hard to my grandma's house. That was seriously one of the scariest things I have ever experienced. Later that night, when we finally talked about it, we asked each other, how did we not hear him? We were dead silent. Every step made in that place was so loud. So how the hell did he get that close without making a sound? And the fact that he was laughing with us made it so much scarier. He was probably insane or something. These events occurred 2 summers ago in the Grand Teton area. My boyfriend at the time, now husband, let's call him H, was an avid outdoorsman and also served in the military. I was an ecology major and wanted to spend more time outdoors. He decided to take me on my first backpacking trip, and it would be just the 2 of us. For those who aren't familiar, the Grand Tetons are well known for their wildlife, but specifically grizzly bears. My only experience with bears up to this point was watching a little black bear cross the road from the safety of my car. Seeing grizzly country signs around every corner was not doing much to calm my nerves. First incident. My boyfriend looked like Indiana Jones. He had a machete hanging from his belt, large knives attached to each side of his pack, and bear spray strapped to his waist. The beginning of our 25-mile journey was all uphill. When in bear country, you're supposed to make noise as to not startle the wildlife by accidentally sneaking up on it. As you can imagine, going up a steep hill while carrying a 40-pound pack makes it difficult to make conversation. We were an hour in and almost at the top of the ascent. I noticed that the woods had gone completely silent, save for the rushing stream that was to the left of our trail. Silent woods are never a good sign. This usually indicates predators are nearby. At this point, I was in front of my boyfriend, and we were about to crest the hill. For the past 20 minutes, we had not said a word to each other, having been too tired to speak. We noticed the silence at the same time, and gave each other knowing glances. I came up over the top of the hill and immediately froze. Sitting not 10 feet in front of me in the middle of the trail was a grizzly bear. My husband was not aware yet as he was behind me, so I did the first thing I could think of. While still in my frozen stance, I managed to take my arm and start flinging it wildly behind me, trying to get his attention. I was too terrified to speak. The bear went from sitting to all fours, not looking away from us once. He quickly swung me around so that I was behind him, and he just started yelling. Being in the military, he knows how to yell. The grizzly was not quite fazed as it started to walk slowly towards us. At this point, I was on the verge of passing out from terror. The bear was about 5 feet in front of us when we heard a loud crack coming from the woods to our right. The bear heard it too, and he bolted towards the stream. A second crack boomed again, this time much closer than before. H said, "It's probably just some falling branches," but we both knew that was not the case. At this point, we were walking quickly up the trail in an attempt to create some distance from the grizzly and those strange noises. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up. At that same moment, H stopped moving in front of me. He turned around to look at me, and I turned to look behind me. To this day, we are not sure what we saw. Back where we were standing was a large, black and brown mass. It looked to be about 3 times bigger than the already large grizzly bear that we had seen just a few moments before. Its back was facing us, and then it stood on its back legs. It looked similar to a bear, but something about the shape was just off. At this point, it was probably stupid to run away, but that is exactly what we did. We were aware of heavy footsteps behind us, but neither of us looked back. The footsteps eventually faded. At this point, I was a mess. H was doing his best to console me. Don't worry, this is extremely unusual. The bears usually stay away from humans. We are going to be okay. I am sure that will not happen again. That was enough to convince me to continue on the backpack. Not another hour later though, we reached a clearing where we decided to take a rest and eat a snack. About a minute after we had sat down, I noticed bushes moving in a line toward the clearing, toward us. Out of the brush comes this adolescent grizzly, who looks just as spooked as I'm sure we did, but he came straight for us. H, being the crazy nut that he is, decided to charge back at the bear while screaming with bear spray at the ready. That did the trick, and the bear ran off. All I could think was just my luck. But that was not even close to what happened the second night. Before we began our backpack, we had to let the ranger station know which trail/route we planned to take. With this information, they usually send a ranger on horseback at some point during the backpack to check on you to make sure that everything is okay. There were not many approved trails left for us to choose from, and it was just our luck that they were the most difficult. Apparently, over the 3 days that we were on those trails, we had been the sole hikers. We did not see a single other person once we were en route. Anyhow, I guess we missed the ranger who came to check on us. We had been following hoof prints the entire second day, and we had not seen any the day before. I had some foot problems, so we spent valuable daylight trying to adjust my boot/laces/socks to compensate for the pain. When we started on the trail again, we had maybe an hour or two of daylight left, and in the woods, it gets dark fast. I was exhausted. It was now dark outside, and H was the only one with a working headlamp. Mine would not even turn on for some reason. We needed to find somewhere to camp as we still needed to eat. It was freezing and the wind was blowing. It was creating a howling sound as it rushed through the trees, which made it difficult to hear H or discern any other sounds coming from the woods. After another hour of hiking through the dark, we found a clearing. Well, it was more like a bowl. It looked to be about 200 meters in diameter, with the sides being 10 meters down from the trail to the bottom of the clearing. The place was strange and we both felt it. H did not tell me how freaked he was until after we had left. There was no moonlight, so all we had was the illumination from his headlamp, our small camp stove, and the flashlight that I fished out from my pack. Half of the trees were dead/fallen just in the bowl. The vegetation everywhere else was very dense. To help alleviate my anxiety, H started playing music out of his portable speaker. This did not help much, as it just echoed off of the trees, creating a dissonance of sounds. He also thought it would ward off any predators nearby. This is when we knew our anxiety was not paranoia. The silence was back. There had not been a single bird chirp since we arrived at the clearing. We decided to turn off the music and head into the tent. As soon as we were situated in our sleeping bags, we heard deep cracks and thuds echoing from beyond the tree line. Falling trees, maybe? There had been a lot of wildfires and very little rain this season. Then we hear this massive thud. We both froze. That sound was not an echo. It came from inside the clearing. It was definitely not a falling tree. And then came another massive thud. It came from right outside our tent. We both stopped breathing. H's hand found mine, and we clung to each other. We were both paralyzed. Something dragged across the outside of our tent, making an indent as it went along. It was thin, almost like a finger. "What is it?" I whispered, shaking. "I don't know. Shouldn't be a person. We are the only ones on this side of the mountain." I was trying my hardest to stifle sobs, trying to listen to what was outside. I could hear steps, but could not decipher what it was. The steps stopped, and then the whole side of the tent was slowly pushed inwards. At this point, whatever was outside knew that we were inside, so I shined my flashlight at the side of the tent. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was the shape of a human face pressed into the tent wall. I could make out the nose and an open mouth. Each time they breathed, it made the tent around their mouth billow in and out. H said fuck that and pulled a Glock out from his sleeping bag. He cocked it and the sound shattered the silence. The face pulled back and we heard fast footsteps heading towards the edge of the clearing. We did not leave the tent until the sun was shining the next morning. The first thing that we noticed was the smell of urine. We came out of the tent and looked around. Whoever it was had peed on our coals we had left in the fire, leaving a disgusting stench of evaporated pee. Footprints surrounded our tent, circling around multiple times. Muddy handprints decorated the outside of our tent. We think it was mud anyway. Wildlife is not the most dangerous thing in the backcountry. Okay, X, I've been wanting to tell you this for a while. For some background, I work in a petrol station located on the highway. Mostly night shifts, 3 p.m. to midnight, so I'm used to the weird, the creepy, and the downright paranormal. But this, it's a normal shift. People are coming and going. It's about 7 o'clock. Things are dark, and the store is slowing down a bit. I am behind the console area. I look to my left and lock eyes. Not that I could, mind you, with a woman. She is frail, thin, and elderly, with wrinkled skin and giant fly-eyed sunglasses on that cover half of her face. I immediately get the jitters from her. She walks slowly to the door. I had to manually make it open to let her in, as the auto doors did not pick her up. She makes her way to the console. She stares at me. I can't tell. She is still wearing those creepy sunnies. Can you come outside and take a look at my car? I think something's wrong. Her voice is soft in volume, but deep and resonating, like I felt it more than I heard it. I decline, and then explain that I cannot leave as I am the only staff member on site. Okay then. She walks off to the toilet. Now, here is where alarm bells started going off. I am serving other customers, stragglers here and there. She comes out of the bathroom after 5 minutes. She walks over to me again. There is no toilet paper. Could you come and get me some? Alarm bells go off. Something in my head says not to go out there. I get some staff toilet paper from behind the console. Here you go, ma'am. Her demeanor is sour, or as far as I can tell with those fucking sunnies. Okay. She walks back into the toilet. About another 5 minutes later, she walks back out and wanders around the shop. I watch her and notice she flicks her head in my direction every now and then, like she is scanning me. She walks to the coffee machine, then calls out to me. Her voice is louder this time, but it feels more like a knife this time, shrill and freezing. There is no milk in here. Can you replace it? I would like a coffee. I know I should do it, but fuck. Every something is fucking up alarm in my body and brain was screaming not to. I decline and say I cannot leave the console at this hour of the night. She gets visibly annoyed, saying how shitty my customer service is. She threatens to contact my manager if I do not come out and change the milk. I decline and apologize. I even offer the manager's number. She tries 3 more times to get me out over the next 20 minutes. She finally gives up and walks off, glaring at me through the windows as she rounds the shop out of sight. The rest of the shift goes by without a hitch. No creepy things, surprisingly mellow and normal. I still have the sense of dread in my stomach. I swap over and leave at 12:30 a.m. I am walking to my car, about 50 meters away in the parking lot. As I get closer, the fucking glasses, scarf and gloves she was wearing are folded neatly, the glasses resting on top in a pile on the ground by my driver's side door. I look around, sense of dread intensifying. Quick as a flash, I unlock my car, jump in, and lock it again. There is no time to relax. I start my car and gun it out of there. I have never been so fearful in my life. That sense of dread never left. I got home and needed a few drinks before I could loosen up enough to even consider going to sleep. How tall is this Bigfoot? This is a rough size of the Bigfoot that I saw. I drew the picture and then went on Google Earth and took a picture of where I saw it. I was driving westbound on Highway 152, approaching Casa de Fruta, CA. This is a road I've traveled back and forth on at various hours throughout my life. I have traveled it at least 500 to 1,000 times over the past 12 years. I have been visiting and reading BFRO reports since 2004 or so, and I've done a lot of exploring around my area, mostly at night with friends. I stopped exploring via night hikes during my early 20s after a few close encounters with wildlife, boars and mountain lions. Oftentimes, we would go out in search of anything paranormal that we could find, which was typically never much. A few odd things have happened, but nothing involving a Bigfoot. On this particular drive, I was heading from my city, CA, to this other city, CA, to visit my family. I am obviously redacting them. I happened to be traveling late at night this time around. If you look at the map, I was on the stretch of highway between the fire station in that area and the small town of Casa de Fruta, heading westbound towards Casa de Fruta. The Bigfoot began stepping towards my car and walking from the dirt onto the eastbound highway as my car passed on the westbound side. I am not good at judging distances, but I would say it was about 50 feet away. It was dark outside, and my headlights ignited its body as I quickly passed. I was probably traveling around 70 to 75 miles per hour, so it all happened very quickly. There was almost no traffic around, except 2 to 4 cars, and they were all at least half a mile apart. One was eastbound in front of me, and the other was westbound, a ways behind me. I remember looking in my rearview mirror, trying to see if I could see anything, but I couldn't. I lightly hit the brakes to see if my lights would light anything up, but they didn't. I considered turning around, but there was nowhere to turn around except the Casa de Fruta exit, and by the time I would have gotten back to that area, I thought it would have likely been gone. I just continued on driving and said to myself, well, I finally saw one. As I said earlier, I wrote down how it looked with greater detail in my book as the experience was still fresh in my head when compared to today. What I can recall right now about its appearance was that it was shorter than I expected, or perhaps I just wasn't close enough. What did shock me a little was how wide it was. It had a very large and wide torso, large wide arms, large wide legs, and a small, albeit wide head. I recall it had a slight cone shape to the head. The fur was a dark orange color. It sort of looked like it was wearing dirty rags. I assumed the fur was matted. Its face was not free of fur. In fact, I could hardly make out any features. I could not see a mouth or nose. I only saw its eyes. The eyes did not glow, but had a very light, reflective quality to them. I would describe the reflective quality as silver in color, and it's hard to say what the facial expression was through the fur, but it immediately struck me as stern. It must have been about 2 a.m., but it easily could have been around midnight or 1 a.m., maybe even as late as 3:30 a.m. It was dark outside, partially cloudy if I recall correctly, but I could be wrong. It was definitely not raining. If there was a moon out, it was not full, as the fields around this area are fairly well lit under a full moon. The only thing that really lit up the Sasquatch was my not so bright headlights. It should also be noted that the year could have been 2016, 2017, or 2018. However, it was more likely that it was late 2017 or early to mid 2018, as I spent most of 2018 writing a book, and I used this experience in the book. At the time, it still felt fresh in my mind. Other details: Casa de Fruta CA, Highway 152. As mentioned in the report, it was just me in the car, but a couple of other cars were on the highway that night. Here is the picture again. I got a few stories, and they are all at my grandma's house. I live in the same building as my grandma. We live at the 6th floor. She lives at the 2nd one. If something happens, she can just call and we are there in a few seconds. Everyone has always been sure that the spirit of my grandpa I never met is there. Never did something spooky or incredible. When I was little and playing with Lego, I would get the feeling of being watched, and if I couldn't find some pieces, they would just be on the coffee table after a few minutes, even if I did not find them myself. Sometimes, his old radio would just start playing, But this was only when there was the Police Greatest Hits CD inside. This started happening as soon as I listened to that CD for the first time and loved it. I feel secure when at my grandma's house. The place is peaceful and such. This happened a year ago. It's like 2 a.m. The telephone is ringing. It's the old woman from the 3rd floor. She says she heard screaming from my grandma's house. We rushed there to find my grandma on the sofa watching TV, obviously freaked out. We ask her what is wrong. She does not want to talk about it. We think she got robbed since another woman got mugged a few months before at another floor. Nothing is missing. After some time, she bursts out crying. She tells us she woke up feeling watched and saw a pale greenish face a few inches from her face. She said it looked really old, almost rotting. When she screamed, the face disappeared. I told her about sleep paralysis and such. She agreed it could have been that and asked me to sleep at hers. Since it's something I often do, I accept. I sleep in her bed. Now, her bathroom and her bedroom are facing. Since the doors were open, it was the last summer and really hot. You could actually see the mirror reflecting the bathroom, the entrance, and the bedroom. I wake up to piss. I glance at the mirror while walking towards the bathroom. I see the same face again, not facing me, but a few inches away from my grandma's face, looking at her. I turn around. The face is gone. Now, this is obviously not sleep paralysis. I spend the rest of the night with my laptop, looking out for the face. The next day, I tell her about it. We agree it's not sleep paralysis if I could see it too. She says the face looked kinda familiar. We dig up some family photos and shit like that. I cannot find shit, but at some point my grandma screams, "I got it." She says it looked like a man she knew years ago when she had a plastics factory. When my mom gets home, tried to call him. Nothing. While they tried to contact his family, I look up his name on the internet. Apparently, he was some sort of a big guy with a racing car collection of like 300 plus vehicles. People on forums talking about him, even international forums. Still, cannot find shit. My mother calls me and my grandma at some point. She said she called his son and told her the guy died back in 2008. They come over to our house to get a coffee, and that's about it. Never seen the face again. Another night, sleeping at my grandma's because her apartment is right next to the road, so white sound. Also, it's more peaceful. Be in my bed chilling with my laptop. I suddenly feel the urge to take a look at the road. I go to balcony too, and just stay here chilling. The road is full of hookers. I see one standing at the corner, just looking at nothing. I look up in the direction she is staring at. There is some tall guy, probably 2 meters tall in the distance. He walks like a fucking robot, or one of those old walking toys. It's really uncanny. I also cannot see shit, because he is walking away from all the light sources. When he's at like 5 meters away from the hooker, she screams and runs away. As soon as she screamed, the guy froze in place and did not move for a good 5 minutes. Then he snapped out of it and ran away too. The same thing happened a week later. Now, there were almost no hookers left, and the owner of a shop nearby installed cameras. A friend of my dad's would babysit me sometimes when I was little. My mom was not in the picture, and he used to tell me a story that scares the absolute shit out of me to this day. My dad's friend, I will call him Bob, is driving a rig out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, Oregon. He has to make the delivery by the following morning, so he decides to just drive through the night. It's like 1 in the morning. No one else is out on the roads. He has not seen another car in probably 100 miles. He is literally in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, the whole entire sky lights up. It lights up instantly, just like daylight. Bob fucking slams on the brakes. He has no idea what the hell is going on. Everything stays lit up for a good solid 10 seconds. He can see everything. Whatever is happening, it's not lightning. It doesn't stop or flicker at all. Bob hunkers down, anticipating imminent nuclear disaster. Suddenly, the sky goes dark again. There is no sound. There is no blast wave. He sits there in the middle of the road, waiting for almost 5 minutes, then decides to keep on going. He just figures it was a meteor or something. He goes about 2 miles up the road and sees a car with its flashers on, stopped in the middle of the road. He stops a good distance away from it. There is not enough room to go around it. The front end of the car is crumpled, like it hit something. Bob figures they probably hit a deer that got spooked whenever the meteor went overhead and ran into the road. He gets out of the cab and goes to see if the driver is okay. The driver is sitting on the ground by the driver's side door. He has his knees up and is resting his head on his arms. "Hey, buddy, you okay?" Bob calls out. He stops about 10 feet away for seemingly no reason. Something about the whole situation just feels weird. Bob is one of those guys that always listens to his gut, so he stays put. "God, my head is killing me," the guy says, but he does not lift his head up, so it's muffled. "Did you hit a deer?" Bob asks. He's getting more and more uneasy. Something is wrong, but he still cannot figure out what exactly it is. The guy says he thinks he might have hurt his head. He asks Bob to please help him. Bob takes a step forward, but his instincts are going apeshit. He looks at everything again. That is when he notices it. The fucking car is all wrong. It looks like what someone thinks a car looks like. It has all the right pieces, but there is nothing extra, if that makes sense. Bob says it looked like a cheap Hot Wheels knockoff. It just looked wonky and wrong. He looks around at the back of the car and realizes that not only is there no license plate, there's not even a trunk. It's just one solid piece of material with tail lights put in it. There is no manufacturer or model names. Bob knows cars, and this thing is nothing he's ever seen before. From where he is standing, he can see there is no tailpipe or even hubcaps. It's just the shape of a car. He starts to back up, and the guy asks him for help again. Bob tells him he cannot help him, and that he will call a tow truck when he gets to the next town. The guy lifts his head and looks at Bob. He tells him he thinks he might have a concussion. Something is really, really wrong with the guy's face, but again, it takes a second for Bob to figure it out. The next part is exactly how Bob described it. Everything on the man's face was where it should have been, in their normal positions. He looked totally normal, except for the fact that his eyes and mouth were on upside down. Bob goes apeshit and sprints back to his rig. He climbs in, locks the door just in time for the man to slam into the door behind him. How the fuck did he get there so fast? He knocks on the glass and smiles at Bob, but because his mouth is upside down, it looks like he is screaming. He tells Bob to open the door so he can come in. Bob just fucking floors it. He does not care if he hits the guy or not. His truck easily pushes the car out of the way. Whatever it is light, and it makes no sound when he hits it. I was hiking in the Superstition Mountains, which already have creepy stories of their own. There were no other cars in the parking lot or dirt area, so I was just with my dog. The trail I was following got confusing, and I was led to a fence where it just seemed to end. The sun started to set, so I decided to turn around anyways. Looking back, it was really stupid of me to go hiking alone, and this late in the day too. But when I turned around to walk away, I heard something behind me, so I turned to look. I saw an older man with grey hair, a red button-up shirt, and jeans. It wasn't really what you go out and hike in. He had no hat or backpack or anything on him. He was walking toward the actual Superstition Mountain on the other side of the fence. I only saw his back, and he never turned around. It was weird because he literally was not there 1 second, and then the next thing, he was. He wasn't walking on any type of trail or anything either. He was just going straight through the desert. Then I started to feel the leash I was holding going taut. My dog was literally shaking and was beginning to growl, low at first, but growing increasingly louder. Not at the man though. My dog was turned towards where my back was facing. I tried looking around, but there was nothing there. I was trying to calm her down, but she just would not. And then when I turned back, the man was inches away from my fucking face. I got the biggest fright of my life. It's weird though, because even though he was so close, his facial features were like blurry. It was like I could not see straight, and my brain was filling in the blanks. Like when you try to look at someone through your peripheral vision, and your brain has to fill in details but can't actually see clearly. This man or thing or whatever was wearing this bright red shirt, that is something that sticks out in my memory. I am like frozen in place at this point. My dog is growling and trying to pull me towards something the other way. The man takes a step back to put some space between us. Then he starts to ever so slowly reach out his hand/arm towards me. I am trying to move, but I am fixed to the spot. My legs won't work anymore. It's like everything except for my eyes are paralyzed. He eventually reaches out all the way with his hand, pointing at my chest. And then boom. With one swift movement, his hand is now fucking through my chest. Like, his hand has just directly phased through it. Like this guy is a fucking ghost or something, which is not possible. He looks as real as anything. I feel a cold sensation in my chest at first, and then a searing, burning sensation. My body starts to shake. This guy's face, though, is starting to become unblurred. I wish it hadn't, because it was blank. He did not have eyes. He had like skin grown over where the eyes should have been. He had no nose, no hair, no ears, but he did have lips. He did not open them, but they formed this slight smirk. He took his hand out, and my legs just gave in, and I hit the floor. I did not pass out though. It took me about 15 minutes to calm myself down and slow my breathing. All the while, my dog was trying to drag me off. When I managed to stand back up, this guy was gone. There weren't even any tracks left behind. It was like there was no sign of him at all. I just rushed back to my car and I had to yank my dog the whole way. There were still no cars on the lot when I got there. When I got back to my car, the clock told me I had been out there for about 2 hours more than I thought I had been. I've tried to tell this story to people, but they will not believe me. I've asked all of my friends and all of my family, and they think I was just dehydrated and had a hallucination or something, but that is not true. I had been gulping water all day long, and I cannot get the feeling of his hand piercing my chest out of my mind. I can still feel it. The pierce, followed by the deep cold, and then the searing burn. Anyone who has been around this area have any fucking clue as to what happened to me? This happened on a pretty isolated island. On that island is a man-made lake in GA that is about a mile long and roughly 200 to 300 feet wide. It's also completely covered in woods. I was walking around and exploring when I fell into a hole in the earth. This hole was completely invisible to the naked eye beneath layers of dry leaves. It had obviously been concealed for many years. It was 2004 when I literally stumbled into this. It looked like it had been hidden beneath seasons of dead leaves and dirt for over a decade. I grew up across the shore and knew no one ever really visited this island except for the multitude of wildlife that inhabited it. The hole was perfectly square in shape, about 4 feet by 4 feet and only about 6 to 7 feet deep. This hole was not fucking empty though. When I landed hard and hurt my leg because there was some kind of old and rusted metal hatch down here. It looked like it had not been opened for many years. The hatch itself was only about 2 feet by 2 feet. I maneuvered around as best as I could to contort my body to an angle where I could get down low. I had my ear practically up to this thing, and just before I did anything, I heard a tap, tap, tap. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to startle me. Like an idiot, I actually knocked back. I waited for 2 minutes and nothing. I put my hand on the hatch to get ready to open it, and there it came again. Tap, tap, tap. Louder and more forceful this time though. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and just yanked it open. If I didn't do this, I knew I would be frozen there forever. This thing was so old and so brittle, the entire covering just gave way and came off. This thing must have been really old. The smell was awful. The gap beneath was not even very large, maybe like 2 feet deep or so. There were belongings in here. There were a pair of small shoes. They were too small to be anything but children's shoes. There was also something in saran wrap. I think it what was once a sandwich, but it had now rotted and was causing the smell. I instinctually threw that shit far, far behind me and out of the hole. Aside from the shoes and the sandwich, there was an old blanket in there. A very old blanket that you would give to a baby. It was very aged and had a funky smell to it, but that could have just been because of the rotting food. The germaphobe in me was not very happy, but I had already touched the rotting food, so I picked up the blanket. I about shit my pants when an old and rusted revolver dropped out when I picked it up. It was a 6-shot 38, and it looked completely rusted. It must have sat buried under here for years. I had to fight to get the cylinder to open, but when I did, I found out that there was still 1 round loaded. I did not want to fuck around with this shit. I put that shit right back and managed to scramble my way out of the hole. I later left an anonymous tip with the police because no way I was spending my time being questioned about this shit. I just didn't want to know. That shit did not sit right with me. I'm late to the party, but here's my story. I grew up in the Ozarks. I spent a lot of my childhood exploring the woods, creeks, springs, etc. My uncle used to take my sister and I camping near a lake with a huge group of his friends and their kids. Inevitably, we would always want to go and explore. So we were walking a trail one day. It was a marked trail that people use all the time. We found a deer trail and decided to follow it. Eventually, it became an actual trail, and then it suddenly was like an actual pathway and less of a trail. The edges were all lined with rocks, and the path itself had flat rocks embedded in the earth. We followed the path for what felt like forever, and it eventually led to a clearing in the woods. The clearing had a round brick-lined campfire and sitting logs around it. The clearing was obviously maintained, and it stretched quite a bit out beyond the log circle. In one corner of beyond the clearing was a building with a path like the last one leading up to it. It seemed really old and out of place compared to how well everything else was taken care of, so we went and checked it out. Old homesteads and bonfires in the woods are not uncommon here, so it really wasn't that scary or weird for us. A lot of people use them as hunting cabins. So at this point, we were scared of being caught on someone's land more than anything else. We got to the cabin, and it was locked. Windows were all covered from the inside, but we noticed a weird peephole kind of thing in a side door. Not the glass modern kind, but the kind that you would see at an old speakeasy, where they actually open a piece of the door. It had a little cage around it and everything, so we found a piece of wood and stood on it to see if we could push it open, and it actually opened. Inside was the weirdest shit. It could only be described as a throne room. 1 big throne on a pedestal, 2 on either side of it. The rest of the room was completely empty. No cabinets, no chairs, no tables. It was, bizarre. As little kids, we thought it was the coolest shit ever, like someone royal lives there or something, but we also were not super dumb. Obviously, this is not an abandoned homestead or a hunting cabin, so we got the fuck out of there. We told our uncle about it, and he just kinda brushed it off. Found out years later, he knew the guy that owns the land. That is why we camped where we did. He owned all the land in that area up to the lake. Apparently, he was part of a secret society/fraternity thing, and the cabin and log circle was some element of that. This made it way more creepy. We never found out which one, because my uncle said he did not know, and it was not his business. He used that land to hunt, so I don't think he wanted to pry too hard. Or maybe he did know, and he just didn't want to tell us. Definitely the weirdest thing I've stumbled across in the woods. I lived in southeast Michigan until I was 17 years old. I frequently stayed with an aunt who lived a few blocks away from a filthy river beneath some old train tracks. All of the local kids hung out there occasionally. It was mainly preteens or early high school kids to do drugs, hook up, or practice shitty graffiti. There were also homeless people on occasion, but it became less common with so many kids using the area for themselves. Kids reported cars following them to the area or sitting in a nearby parking lot and watching them. I personally had never heard of any sort of altercations or attempted kidnappings, just downriver creeps. This was late middle school / early high school. I would visit the river and tracks with friends. It is wooded, but lightly. The woods are filled with steep hills, so generally, people did not venture into them. You could cut through the woods to get onto the train tracks / bridge, but it was a pain in the ass, and most people opted to walk to the tracks via the street. Anyway, I was with 2 friends, trudging through the woods so that we could hang out on the tracks / bridge, rather than by the water. I noticed a black plastic bag hanging from a branch on a tree. It had been tied closed. We just could not help ourselves, and wanted to know what could be inside. We took 2 sticks to remove the bag from the tree. It was very light. We used the stick to tear a hole in the bag, then stretched / pulled it open. We found a pair of boys / youth underwear. They were a plain grey / black, but too small to be men's, covered in a dry, rust-colored substance. Whatever it was, we assumed blood. It was all over the underwear. I don't remember any scent, but I recall how the underwear seemed so stiff from the blood. We were able to remove the underwear from the bag, and also found a small pocket knife, which also had that same substance on it, but was mostly clean. It freaked the 3 of us out, of course. We were so spooked by this that we immediately decided it was time to leave once we fully processed what we were seeing. We left the bag, underwear, and knife on the ground in the woods, and just went home. So about 2 weeks ago, this young guy gets moved over to the store I work at from a different local, and one day, we were sitting in the lunchroom, and the subject of Bigfoot comes up. He is actually quite interested, so I ask him if he knows anyone with a good story. He responds, not about Bigfoot, but my cousin was on a hunting trip in Mexico, and shot something weird. Oh really? I have to hear this, I tell him. He says yeah, I even have a picture of it on my phone. The following is all that he could remember. This trip happened about 2 years ago, near the Texas-Mexico border on the Mexico side. There was a group of 4 or 5 guys that have hunted together on trips for the last 20 years. On this particular occasion, they had hunted that day without much success, and were sitting around the fire after a good meal. They were just having a couple of beers. At some point around midnight, they began to hear this strange chattering / barking sounds. It was unlike anything they had ever heard before. It was creepy and unnerving, and continued on until they decided to go and investigate. A couple grabbed lights, and a couple others grabbed rifles. They moved toward the sound until they were about 100 yards away from the camp. They could hear the sounds coming from up in a tree. So at this point, the 2 guys with lights lit up the tree, and to their amazement, there were 3 sets of eyes peering back and bobbing around, trying to look at them. They knew that these were not a raccoon or a possum or anything else they had ever seen up in a tree. The men decided to take one. They fired and killed it. The other 2 bailed in the other direction into the darkness and were gone. Once the men got the animal back to the campsite and really looked it over, they just could not figure out what they were looking at. The photo here was from that night. The next morning, they wanted an answer, so they called the Mexican authorities. I could not determine if it was police or a form of Mexican fish and game, but I think the latter. When they showed up, the 2 authorities quickly looked it over and gave the men such a stupid story, I won't even repeat it all. But in short, they said it was missing fur on certain areas of its body because it was partially digested. What the fuck, I know. That is when the hunters fought to try and tell them. They said they just shot it and that it looked like that when it was alive. Very quickly, they were told they were not supposed to have it and it was confiscated. They just took the fucking corpse. End of story. I guess there are still many mysteries left unexplained out there. When I was a teenager, I went to Banfield, BC with my best friend to meet her boyfriend. The previous summer, her dad had restored an old house out there. She ended up getting close with a lot of the local kids and learned a ton about coastal life. I, on the other hand, grew up pretty landlocked and was always terrified of sharks and other things that go bump in the sea. She knew this. She invites me out with her when she decided to spend the next summer there as well. She thinks it's a good idea to suggest we camp on the beach for the night with the other kids. All good. Sounds like a blast. I pack a bag and we leave the house to make our way to the beach. Instead, we arrive at the dock and she tells me to get into this little dinky rowboat because the beach is across the inlet and we have to row there. Keep in mind, the sky is pitch black at this point, so I reluctantly agree to get on the boat and we start our journey across the pitch black fucking ocean. I'm having a nervous breakdown the entire time, but we make it to the beach and join the fire with the other kids. We then pitch a tent and have a great time. Everything was fine. The next morning, we wake up and pack our things. We decided to take a walk down the beach to see another spot before we row back. Just as we round the corner of this rock beside where we pitched the tents, I see this massive fucking fish I cannot identify. It is at least 10 feet long, and it has a jaw-sized bite taken out of the side of it. It had washed up at some point in the middle of the night because the other kids swore it was not there before sunset when they arrived. It took her a solid hour to coax me back into the boat to get back to the house. I was fucking terrified. My best friend and I once illegally climbed a mountain in northwestern Oregon with our dogs. We started off parked in a no trespassing zone on an abandoned logging road. We hiked along a long, overgrown trail that we were absolutely not supposed to be on. I'm gonna go ahead and blame it on us being young and dumb, but yeah, I know it was a bad plan. Nobody knew where we were, and it would have taken quite the rescue mission to even locate our car. We made it to the summit. We spent some time fucking around and eating lunch up there. Then we decided to head back down, but we needed more water because we had drank more than we thought we could. Again, young and dumb. We heard the sound of running water about an hour into our trek down. We ended up having to hack through a bunch of devil's club and stinging nettles to even get close enough to filter it. We and our dogs were getting scraped to shit. We chopped our way into a random clearing, and there was a pile of animal skulls and bones just sitting right in the middle of it. The clearing was probably 12 feet around, and the pile was at least 4 feet tall. There was a main stalk of devil's club, maybe 5 to 6 feet tall, and 3 or 4 inches around, stuck firmly into the earth in the center. The bones were stacked around it almost vertically and caught on the thorns. It had a raccoon skull sitting precariously on the top. I'm surprised I was not dumb enough to grab one of the bones and end up with a cursed souvenir, but we were spooked. There were also ripped up shreds of fabric stuck and tied onto the trees surrounding the clearing. They were like the kind that comes from a windbreaker, so nylon maybe. I don't find bones themselves inherently creepy by any means, but an intentional outdoor collection that seemed to be maintained and deliberately placed. Yeah, no fucking thank you. No idea to this day what that was or who put it there, but we talked about it all the way back. I can't stress enough how abandoned this trail was. We had to cut trees off the road just to get to the head of it, and we did not see another car or human that entire day. The thing is, it didn't look like something that could have been there for a few years. Seriously, a single winter storm would have knocked it down, which means someone must have been through here recently and set this shit up. The way they were stacked so precisely and vertically still gives me chills just thinking about it. My aunt and my sister and my dad were visiting, and we were exploring at a nearby area. Not a secluded area, but had large areas of forest. It was at the edge of town, and only a few abandoned buildings / sheds around. We saw old stone stairs just leading into the woods. They were really cool looking, so we were taking pictures on them. We then went farther up on them because we were curious where they went and what they were. They finally just ended, all crumbled, but there was a clearing. There was one of those white crosses with old flowers and gifts decorating it. It was like the ones people put on the side of the road when someone dies in an accident. There was a girl's name carved into it. My aunt, in her 60s at the time, a grounded person, not a paranormal buff or anything, kept saying, "Something terrible happened here, and it is so awful." The rest of us guessed it must have been an accident from hiking or something. My aunt was really sad and kept saying how horrible she felt. When we got home, I looked up the name on the internet, and it was a girl who was pregnant that was lured there by her boyfriend and viciously murdered. The article had said, one of the most gruesome murders in the state. My aunt just said, "I knew something terrible happened there. I could just feel it." When my sister looked back at the pictures we took on the stairs, there were multiple pictures with big orbs floating in them. My sister has a nice camera and takes pictures as a hobby, so has taken many pictures with her camera and never had orbs before. None of the orbs were in any of the pictures before the stairs or any of the other days we were out there taking pictures. They were very clearly there and were anywhere from golf ball size to cantaloupe size with clearly defined edges. They were like a milky white / grey color. It was daytime when they were taken. This took place in Phoenix, Arizona. This incident took place around 6 months ago. It was on an overnight trip into the Superstition Mountains, which are about an hour drive east of Phoenix. I am not going to specify the exact trail. This particular trail I was taking was an 8-mile loop through a canyon. It was a pretty simple in and out overnight trip. I had planned to go with my friend, but he cancelled. I decided to brave it on my own. I did not arrive at the trailhead until around 5:45 because of some trouble. For those of you who do not backpack, this is a very big no-no. I had about a 4-mile hike until I arrived at my planned camping spot. It was getting dark and fast too. I figured if I moved quick enough, I could get at least 2 to 3 miles in before I had to find a spot. This strategy left me hiking a very dark trail on my own with about 15 miles of dirt road between me and anyone else. Hiking in the dark by itself is scary, especially for where I was and being on my own. Eventually, it got so dark that I could only see where my headlamp was pointing. That is when I figured I needed to stop and get a camp set up. I ended up in a less than ideal spot due to low light and rushing. I did notice that there were some burnt pieces of wood and the remains of a fire circle, so it looked like people had been there before. It didn't look like it was recently though. My first priority was to get a fire going. I scanned the area around me and was able to find some dry wood, and I got the fire going. I got my tarp set up and cracked open a can of food. My camp was now set up and my food was on the fire. The feeling of uneasiness from the hike in had almost gone away, but it was still there. To fully understand what happened, I have to explain to you how my camp was set up. The site I had picked was a small clearing, surrounded by large pine trees, with the trail about 30 feet to my left. When you're in the woods and have a fire going, the fire casts a circle of light around it, and everything on the edge of that circle and past it are pitch black. I was sitting on the ground near my fire, eating my dinner, when a small rock about the size of a marble was thrown into my camp. I looked at the tiny rock in shock, as I was positive that I was the only person on this trail that night. I immediately turned my light on and towards the area where I had seen the rock come from. Due to the density of the pines and brush, I could only see about 10 feet. I spent the next 15 minutes in disbelief as I scanned the tree line that surrounded me, searching for whatever or whoever had thrown the rock. I did not dare stray too far away from my fire, which in hindsight only offered me a false sense of security. After sitting back down and spending the rest of my time on high alert, I was able to convince myself that I had somehow kicked the rock or it had fallen from a tree. I went to sleep that night, not expecting the pure terror that was about to unfold. I woke up to the sound of rustling leaves. If you weren't listening out for it, it was pretty easy to miss. I was still in a daze of sleep as I listened. The rustling of leaves got harder to hear as I assumed they were moving away from me. I went to grab my handheld flashlight that I had, but the more I looked for it, the more scared I became. I came to the realization that it was no longer there. I stood up in my sleeping bag and ducked out of my tarp and looked around. I was able to see a light off in the woods. It could not have been more than 15 feet away. It was my flashlight, laying on the ground in a pile of leaves. This is one of the few moments in my life where I have almost shit my pants. The flashlight that I had left sitting right next to me when I had fallen asleep a few hours ago was now 15 feet away from me, past the tree line in the woods. I hurriedly slipped my boots on, clutching my knife in my other hand and keeping my head on a swivel. I weighed up my options. Option 1, stay here and wait out the night. Or option 2, attempt the 3-mile hike back to the car in the dark. I figured that whatever or whoever was out there with me was going to have a tactical advantage if I was out on the trail without a light. Because of this, I decided to stay at the camp and wait out the night there. Eventually, it came back. I could hear it walking through the woods. It was far off, but I could hear it. It sounded like someone leisurely walking by, like they were on a stroll without a care in the world. Sometimes, it would walk too far away, and I would lose the sound of its steps. But then, an hour or two later, it would return, still as faint as ever. This went on for about 3 or 4 hours. I listened to the steps get closer and closer, until they were about 7 feet away from me. At this point, the fire had gotten very small, as I had run out of wood in my pile. The footsteps stopped, and everything just went totally silent. I sat there, still, for 2 hours, clutching a knife in my hand, and prayed that I would not hear anything else. I stayed like that until the sun cast enough light that I could see that I was alone in my campsite. I packed my things and speed-walked the 3 miles back down the trail I had taken. I arrived at the empty dirt road, where my car was parked, and nearly sprinted to it. I unlocked it, jumped in, and just drove. I did not stop until I had put at least 20 miles between me and that place. I stopped at a gas station in Apache Junction to buy a drink. As I exited the store, I was able to read what was written in the dust on the back window of my car. It just said, "Sleep well," with a question mark. A lot of weird things have happened to me on my various adventures through Arizona, but this is the weirdest and scariest by far. There is a seriously deranged person living in the Superstition Mountains. At least, I hope it's a person. When I was around 18 years old, I was a very green recruit in the British Army. This was sometime around the early 1990s. I had just graduated basic, just barely, and was basically ambushed to join this new program. It was sold to me as a new form of experimental and advanced training that would grant me a lot of opportunities in the future. I did not get a whole lot of specifics, but the recruiter told me that the British Army wanted to create an elite unit, even more so than the SAS. They were putting select graduates into a more grueling course, which would use new and unique methods. These were designed from the ground up to bolster battlefield effectiveness and improve reaction time. They said it would focus on rapidly increasing combat skills, both hand-to-hand and with firearms, and boost squad cohesion. Again, it was stressed to me that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I basically have to give a yes or no right then and there. I gave an enthusiastic yes. I was actually excited. I naively believed that I was special in some way, and that someone saw some kind of potential in me. In basic, I had a tough time. Being away from home at such a young age for the first time in my life took a toll, and I got in a lot of trouble. I would be scolded for being lazy and useless, and at points, they made it seem like I was lucky to even pass basic. Knowing this, red flags should have been going off in my head, but I was dumb and impressionable, and I wanted nothing more than to prove my worth to someone. I wanted to prove that my life had value, and that I could actually be an asset. Now, they sped up the process, which meant I only got about a week break between basic, phase 1, and beginning phase 2. This is usually specialist training for a specific trade. We were told that this elite training would be a replacement for a phase 2, and that elite combat skills would be our trade. I guess like picking an infantry trade, I suppose. So we shipped out, and I ended up at this really remote and isolated base, located up in Scotland. We would be stationed here for the entirety of our phase 2, which, oddly enough, they did not specify how long it would last. It was a compound of sorts. It was entirely self-contained and off the grid basically. It was decked out with training courses, a barracks, and some other buildings too. There was also some very dense woodland right on our doorstep. Before we even got situated and given our sleeping arrangements, we all got introduced to Captain R. He was to be responsible for a lot of our training, along with some other senior army members. He gave us a spiel about how this training would test the limits of human endurance, obedience, and psychological stress. He was one strict motherfucker. That is what we found out very quickly. If you stepped out of line even slightly, did not respond correctly, or follow his exact orders without a moment's thought, then you would get beaten, whipped, etc. The first day there, one recruit was told to fetch the captain a drink, and when the recruit started to speak, the captain left a hit on his jaw. The soldier screamed in pain, and upon hearing this, the captain picked him up off the floor and shoved him towards the direction of his personal quarters and did not say another word. It was more like he was trying to train a dog to be obedient than anything else. If you didn't know something, you don't ask, you figured it out. And if you did not figure it out, then you pray to God that he would be lenient. Needless to say, there was an immediate sense of unease around all of us once we settled into the barracks for the night. I think lights out had been in effect for maybe 40 minutes before we heard gunshots and Captain R and another 2 officers burst through the barracks door. Before we even knew what was happening, the lights were on, and we were being ushered out while still dressing. I've never seen such a disregard for safety in my life when Captain R kept sounding off shots every few minutes as we walked outside. I was freezing and my ears were fucking ringing, and he was just shooting up into the air. My senior officers were nothing like this in basic. We were basically just in boots and vests, all lined up, and they threw some black strips of cloth at our feet. We were told to blindfold ourselves, and that the first piece of training would be starting now. We were marched out while blindfolded to what we were told was the entrance to the woodland area. One guy spoke up to ask what was happening, and I heard his sentence cut off by a sharp thud and him wheezing. Captain R piped up and told us that we would have to utilize sound in order to make it to the end of the course. We were told that we would be sent in one by one, and that instructors would be positioned along the way in order to ensure our safety and keep us on track. He also said that there was a time limit and not to go over time no matter what. He really emphasized this. As luck would have it, I was last in line. Over the next hour, maybe, in between trying to keep myself from freezing to death, I don't even know. I heard screams intermittently, the sound of branches and twigs breaking. I heard heavy footsteps and rapid running, and even the loud clank of metal. I heard a car door slamming, a gunshot going off, and a dog barking too. I had no idea what the fuck I was in for. I was just standing and holding my own arms when I suddenly heard, "You're up," whispered into my ear, and then felt myself being shoved forward. I didn't even stand. I stayed on all fours and was just crawling forward. I was worried about the time limit, but I was so cold and so scared I did not want to get up. I think it took about a minute before I felt a blistering pain in my hand and discovered that I had pressed my hand deep into some tacks. I had about 4 of them completely piercing my palm, and I screamed. The second I let out that scream, I heard footsteps racing toward me. I did not even react to them because I was trying to pick the tacks out from my hand, and then I felt a sharp pain in my ribs. Whoever had run up to me had booted me straight in my ribs, and I had landed back first into more of these tacks. I was in searing pain, and I heard Captain R shout, 5 minutes left, through a megaphone. I got up and just started running. Every so often I would be punched or kicked in order to turn me a different way. I didn't know where I was going. I couldn't hear shit anymore. At one point, I ran into what felt like a rusted and broken down old car. And when I did, my brain could not even properly process what happened. I heard a loud bang and then felt some heat to my left, which gave me some burns on my side. They were only minor, but it did not make it any better. I found out later they were using pyrotechnics and some other stuff to simulate an explosion. I was lucky enough to have tripped one of their IEDs. Upon feeling the heat, I vaulted the car and sprinted forward as fast as I could, now partially deaf. Captain R shouted, 30 seconds left, and I just started hauling ass. And then I felt something wrap around my leg. And then I felt myself up in the air, upside down, and swinging back and forth. I was in a fucking snare trap. I don't know how high up I was, but I could not reach the ground with my hands. Granted, I'm not super tall or anything. And then came the gunshots in the air. And then I heard the barking that kept getting closer to me as every second passed by. And then I felt the intense pain in my arm as this dog jumped and latched onto it. Captain R just strolled on over and basically put the megaphone up to my ear, and he just told me I failed and would be on guard duty first tonight. When I finally got my blindfold off and saw the state the others were in, my jaw just dropped. You would think we were in fucking Looney Tunes or some shit. I don't want to make this too long, so I'm going to try and shorten the other experiences here. Reliving this shit is horrible, and no one will even bother to read it if I type too much. The mess hall the next day was a quiet like I had never heard. No chit-chat, no nothing. Recruits would not even dare look at each other. The food was genuinely awful. Just meat surprise, mixed in with whatever slop and broth they could cook up. I had no appetite. I did not even touch my food. About 5 minutes passed by with me staring at the food and moving it around with my fork. Then the commotion starts. It starts to smell foul, like something just died. One of the recruits, I shit you not, runs off red-faced while holding his ass. Another guy gets up and can't even make it outside before projectile vomiting all over the floor near the door. Maybe 5 or so recruits did something like this. One dude went so red I thought he might explode, and he was shouting, asking for more water, screaming about some spice. Captain R comes in and gives some bullshit speech about how real elite soldiers never let their guards down and don't trust anything blindly. He said we all needed to learn from this. Fucking psychopath. During drills, Captain R introduced this new punishment. He described it as his favorite, and that it was the most effective thing he knew for strengthening the minds of elite soldiers. Whoever was the worst performer in that drill, Reed, whoever he hated the most, will get the mirror room. I had the unfortunate pleasure of being at the mercy of this at one point. It was basically a padded isolation chamber with mirrors on every single wall. You had one lone bulb that kept flickering to keep you company, and that was it. 6 hours in that room, and if you screamed, begged, pleaded, anything, he would add on another hour. We learned to shut up really quickly. He told us it would reduce our mistakes in the field. He told us that if the cost of failure was too high, then failure would no longer be an option in our minds. Yeah, tell that to Johnny Fourfingers. I'm not kidding. It's not his real name, obviously, but some kid bit off his pinky finger. That is how insane he went in that place. This next thing I was not directly involved in, but it still keeps me up at night. It is by far the worst thing that happened while we were out there. Captain R wants to send out some small patrols, I'm talking like 3 people at a time, in order to test out tactics. They would be given a rudimentary map, a task, like bringing back an object like a flag, and then would return. They would have to sweep a building, or follow some protocols, or some shit like that. Only one fucking squad even got sent out. I think even Captain R knew he had fucked up. The night before, one of the recruits had complained that someone was at his window. He said they knocked, but no one else heard it. He said he never saw who it was because his eyes did not adjust to the darkened time before they had run off. He was part of the squad selected for this first patrol. He was terrified. One look at him was enough to tell you that. He was practically begging the captain to let him stay, even though he knew the punishment for acting like that. The kid said he had seen animal tracks around and heard howling and told him it was not safe without any live ammunition. The captain dragged him off by his ear and spoke to him privately, and I could see the tears well up in the kid's eyes. He defeatedly joined up with the rest of his squad and they set out. It was only supposed to take 30 minutes to an hour tops. Once an hour had gone by, the captain sent me and 2 others after them. We were told that our task was to bring those idiots back. Sorry to be on a tangent, but sometimes I wonder why we let it happen. We had all the power. Sure, the captain had over senior officers with him, but there were enough of us that we could have killed that fucker. One bullet would have done the trick. Sure, we'd probably never be believed and would have spent the rest of our lives in prison, but God, it would have felt good. I guess fear really does whip you into shape. We found traces of them after a while. We caught wind of their boot tracks and managed to follow them for a ways. We came upon this old rundown cabin that I assume was for their task. We found bloodstains inside. Now, I don't know precisely what went on in there, but there was a fair amount of blood. It ran across the floor, and there was even a handprint on the walls. It did not make it any better when we found a torn-up uniform outside that was hung on a tree branch. All we could do was bring the evidence back and tell the captain. He ordered us all into the barracks immediately. The next day, he gave us some bullshit about how that was another test and that we had passed by bringing back that evidence. When I asked where those three were then, he did not even come over and hit me. He just gave me the most hateful stare of my life. That was the only time he answered the question of a recruit with words and not violence. He told me that they had been reassigned due to failing their task and that they had fallen way short of the mark. I think not being beaten scared me more than anything. I don't want to turn this into some misery porn woe is me bullshit, so I will try and wrap it up with this next story. Let me be clear that this was far from the only ever fucked up thing to happen to us. Captain R was prepping us for the final drill after being here for around 3 weeks. It seemed quite short compared to what I was hearing from COs at basic. I did not even stop to question how anything here was supposed to make us elite. We had not focused on any kind of real-world tactics or strategic knowledge. When I tell you, this final test was only 2 days after that cabin incident, I think things will start to click into place for you. It didn't for me at the time, unfortunately. I was just glad it was all going to be over. Captain R announced that we would be split into smaller units, but would be working overall as one team. The goal? Capture Captain R in the forest. We were to utilize everything that we learned so far in order to get to him. He would have a couple of minutes head start. The woodland area would be rigged with traps and ambushes. If we got to him before he made it to his compound, actually just a shitty little tent erected in the woods, we would pass. The way he explained it was deceivingly easy, and it did not take long for things to go tits up. Because that's the thing. By this point, with all of the beatings and trauma we had suffered, basic was now just a blur. We had not actually learned any survival or military skills here. We had not learned any hand-to-hand combat. We had not even shot a gun in the time we'd been here. In the time we spent here, we actually became worse soldiers than we were prior. We were handed guns with blanks in them and given NVGs. We were split into small groups, and then it started. There was just a rush of sounds. It was like telling a high school class they were dismissed for summer, and then they all just run out of the building screaming and throwing books into the air. We had regressed back into being idiot kids. People were setting off snare traps and ending up in the air. I saw other senior officers appear from behind cover in full fucking ghillie suits and grabbing recruits and subduing them. Some fucking idiot fell into a pit that had been dug and got himself stuck. We obviously did not have fucking time to stop and help him. Again, it was like something out of a shitty movie, only I had to live it and get the scars from it. There was so much shit going on that I can't even begin to explain. Pyrotechnics and loud bangs going off. Flashbangs were deployed against us for the first time while there. It wasn't long until I was alone and far ahead of the nearest person. I had spotted some tracks along the way and knew the captain had tried to take a shortcut through some denser brush and trees. He was cutting through where the cabin was. I managed to get to within sight of him. He moved faster than I thought he was able. I gave no fucks anymore. I just wanted to go home. He was so close to his compound, and I just dove and almost managed to grab his legs, but I missed. He stopped and turned around now, and he put a fucking gun to my chest. He had a Colt with him, and it was aimed directly at my heart. He told me to give him one good reason why he shouldn't, and I froze up and just stammered. He pulled the trigger, but it just clicked. It was empty. He told me it was over. He told me we were all useless and that the training was ruined. Told us that we would never be elite soldiers. He shipped us off that night. He had slipped away directly after that exchange, and no one caught sight of him again. After surviving that hell and being shipped back, it only got worse before it got better. First of all, we wanted to report what happened, but also, we needed to be reassigned and given duties going forward. We tried to tell some senior officers, and they had no clue what the fuck we were talking about. It did not take long before we quietly got brought into a discreet office and were talked to. We gave our names, we explained where we were stationed for Phase 2, and the trade that we specialized in. We mentioned Captain R by name, and you should have seen their faces drop and then warp into confusion, followed by fury. It turned out, all of us had been marked for desertion. This specialized training or whatever bullshit we got sold on, none of it was authorized. Captain R had actually been dishonorably discharged just under a year prior, and nobody knew about any of this. What followed was just a whirlwind shitstorm of interviews, giving sworn testimony in court, and having everything about me scrutinized. The compound in Scotland was eventually turned over and ripped apart. That fucker Captain R had fled, but it did not take long for them to track him down. I had to see his face one last time, and if looks could kill, I would be 6 feet under right now. I don't know exactly what punishment he got, or how long he went down for. All I know is they threw the book at him. It was all kept under wraps, of course. Higher-ups wanted to save face, and not jeopardize their reputation. Considering this was not the first allegation of abusive behavior, or tragic deaths on their hands, they could not afford it. But abuse and death at the hands of a disgraced officer under their noses, their heads would be called for. So, yeah, believe it or not, but that experience ruined my life. I never completed my real Phase 2 training. I gave it up as a bad job, ended up working at a Burger King for a few years, and drinking away my sorrows while living with my parents. I am in a much better place now, thankfully. In March 1996, I was 16 and joined the British Army. As I was going to be an Army chef, I attended Pierbright training camp for what I thought would be the worst part of Army training. I could not be more wrong. I took to the training, even though it was incredibly tough, but I got through and passed. After you finish the hell of boot camp, you go on to Phase 2. That is your trade training. What trade you chose would decide where you went. For me, as a chef, that was St. Omar Barracks in Aldershot. However, until your Phase 2 training started, everybody went to Deep Cut Barracks, no matter what trade. It was pretty close by, and I was just excited to be leaving basic. The food was miles better, the beds were comfier, and it was nowhere near as strict. When you first arrive, you were all put into a new arrivals building. You will be sharing a room with 10 others until they decide what platoon you go to. I settled in for my first night. I knew a few of my roommates from my training platoon. My very first night at camp, I got a glimpse into the realities of what deep cut really was. I woke up around 1 a.m. and needed the bathroom. Before I could open the door, 2 guys in gas masks carrying pillowcases barged into the room. They ran straight to the far bed and proceeded to beat the guy sleeping in the bed with what looked like helmets in the pillowcases. After watching this and being stunned, I thought I should get help, and it was then that I noticed that the corporal who was in charge of us that night was holding the door open for the 2 guys. He looked drunk and was in hysterics at what was unfolding. The assault lasted for probably 30 seconds before they ran out, followed by the corporal at the door. I could hear them pissing themselves with laughter as they ran down the stairs. After helping the beat-up guy to the bathroom, I watched him clean himself up. Neither of us said anything. He looked about 16, just like me. We didn't say anything because what could we do? The person in charge of us was in on this and may have even ordered it. In the next few days, I came to realize this camp was basically where sergeants, corporals, and officers went if they had failed in their careers or for punishment. What better people to look after 200 to 300 young, impressionable soldiers, all between the ages of 16 and their very early 20s. They got drunk and did things to us for their own amusement. You normally spend 1 or 2 weeks at most here. I would be out of here soon. I just had to endure. On day 3, I got called into the sergeant's office. He explained that they were short of army chefs. That meant I had to wait at deep cut for enough chefs to pass basic training before going on to my next phase. After asking how long, 3 months was the reply. 3 months of this hellhole. I thought it could not get any worse, but I was very, very wrong. At this stage, I got introduced to my platoon for my stay and my brand new platoon sergeant. I will refer to him as Sergeant G. He initially sounded very friendly and spoke with a soft Sunderland accent. He started by laying down ground rules, cleaning, etc. It was at this point that he warned us about his evil twin. We all laughed, but he was not joking. He said if we came across his twin, it would not end well, and left us at that. After speaking to a few of the lads that had been there a week or so, they reiterated the warning along with, "Do not get on Sergeant G's radar, just keep your head down." It was at this point I began hearing rumors of the things that happened and the involvement of Sergeant G. Apparently, he had made this one soldier the target of his evil twin and made his life utter misery. He would torment him whenever he could. It was a few days after that I personally witnessed the evil twin in action. I and a few others were in our room when a pigeon flew in through the open window. After several hilarious attempts to shoo the bird out, we failed, and the pigeon carried on flying around and landing on lockers. That was when Sergeant G entered the room. He asked what was going on. After explaining, he just told us, "I will show you how to catch him." He proceeded to jump from the beds into the air in an attempt to catch the bird. At first, this was hilarious. We were all laughing. Sergeant G even laughed. That was until it went on for at least 30 minutes. He just didn't stop. That poor pigeon, probably scared to death at this point, got himself caught by the sergeant. Now, what happened next you may think is BS, but I can 100% swear to this. I can never forget it. The image is burned into my brain. Sergeant G put the pigeon's head in his mouth and bit it clean off. He then spat the head out onto the beds and threw the body out of the window. We just stood there stunned. The demented sergeant just kept on saying, "Evil Ed has had his dinner," and then he was just laughing. It's probably the most psychotic thing I've ever witnessed. One day, in the height of summer, he made us push a huge, temporary road around a field barehanded. If you have never seen one of those, it's basically a gigantic roll of rubber and steel. Being jet black and being in the sun all day, this thing was incredibly hot. It was so hot that all of our palms and fingers turned into one huge blister on each hand. After inspecting the damage to our ravaged hands, he shouted at us for not having men's hands. Not satisfied with this, he ordered us to grab a huge rope from the back of a Land Rover. He then ordered us to have a tug of war with this rough strip of rope until the blisters all tore off of our hands. The pain of the raw flesh of our hands was incredible. And then he ordered us to do press-ups on the hot concrete afterwards. There was also the time the booster injection they gave everyone became infected in a few of us. Sergeant G made it his mission to find out who had an infected booster site and would punish them in the site as hard as he could. To this day, I still carry the scar after he exploded my infected injection and then, of course, made me do press-ups after. This was all while blood and pus poured down my arm. He would do things like hide under beds and wait to see if anyone would talk about him, or he would hide in unlocked or empty lockers and do the same. One day, the lieutenant in charge announced, "We are going on exercise for 2 nights and 3 days in the woods around Sandhurst." On the morning of the exercise, Sergeant G gathered everyone on parade. He announced that during the exercise, some of his SAS mates might make an appearance and interrogate people. The SAS is the British Army's elite unit basically. We did not think much of this, as he was always giving us veiled threats. The exercise did not actually start off that badly. That night, we settled into guard duty. To explain, you and your Basha mate will take stag duty. A Basha is basically what you sleep in. The guard duty itself involves you lying down in a camouflage hole dug especially for the guard duty. You just watch over sleeping comrades for a time, or sometimes equipment, or a certain position. Then, one of you will go into the next basha and tell them it's their turn, and so on. At the end of our turn, I went to the next basha and said it's their turn to stag on. A low voice with what sounded like a Scottish accent came from the shelter. It was aggressively telling me to go away. I did not recognize the voice. I thought maybe the SAS threat was true. I thought I could be a hero and capture Sergeant G's SAS mates and see the stupid look of shock on his face when he realizes I repelled the attack on my own. I cocked my S880 with a blank round and demanded whoever it was to show themselves. Silence. I angrily pulled back the poncho that was on the basha. I was greeted with what I could just see in the dark as Sergeant G's naked body. He was in the basha, sleeping with one of the female recruits. He had put on a weird, fake voice to throw me off. A furious, naked Sergeant J leapt to his feet, telling me not to say a word and to get back on guard duty. I could not see how angry he was because it was so dark, but I could hear the fury in his voice. I was now on his radar. He was married. The girl could not have been much older than me. I now was a witness to him messing with a female recruit while on exercise. I knew he would have to do something about this. The next morning, things seemed to go okay. Sergeant G did not even acknowledge me. The exercise carried on until the night. The weather this night was not like the night before. It was torrential rain. I was assigned for stag duty, which was around 1 a.m. Now, weirdly, I was told I had to stag on with the girl who Sergeant G was with the night prior. This was odd, and meant that my basha mate was not on guard duty at all tonight. We carried on with the guard duty, chatting in low voices, bored out of our minds. All of a sudden, I felt a tremendous weight crash through our canopy right onto my back. Someone from behind grabbed the front of my helmet, and I could feel what seemed to be a knife against my throat. Pulling my helmet tighter backwards, it felt like someone headbutting or hitting the back of my helmet with something. He demanded I drop my rifle in the same Scottish accent I heard the night before. Pulling me to my feet, he ushered me forward into the dark forest. Glancing down, I caught a glimpse of the girl I was on guard duty with and could see how terrified she was when we locked eyes for a moment. Then, she carried on lying down with her hands behind her helmet. I remember stumbling through the woods for probably 10 minutes in the pitch black when the voice ordered me to lie face down on the ground. Dropping down into what was a huge, muddy puddle, I tried to keep my head up. I tried to keep my face away from inches of foul, muddy water. The voice then demanded my name and ranking number, which I gave him. He told me he did not believe me and that he would shove my head into the puddle with his foot. Daring to look up slightly, I could see 2 pairs of boots. I knew it must be Sergeant J, and probably one of the corporals. The other one did not speak at all. They then started asking about how many people were in our platoon and who was in charge, etc. I obviously gave them all they wanted to know. Being 16, and being terrified of being alone in the woods with what I knew was Sergeant J, I did not want to make him angry. This, of course, had the opposite effect. He gave me what felt like a punt right to the testicles as hard as he could. The pain from this was excruciating. I felt like I wanted to throw up. Every instinct was to curl up into the fetal position, but they would not allow me to. This carried on for a further 20 to 25 minutes. They were asking things like how great Sergeant G was. No matter what answer I gave, it was met with violence, kicks to the ribs, my fingers being trod on, and at one point, what felt like a thin stick whipping the back of my thighs. Thankfully, they got bored, or realized I could not carry on doing this without doing some serious damage. I was ordered to my feet, and led back to the area our platoon was camped out at. The next morning was the end of the exercise. Sergeant G gathered everyone. He debriefed us on how poorly we performed. He then announced that his mates from the SAS reported that they had interrogated a few people. He was staring at me the whole time he said this. Thankfully, I was informed by an officer that day that I would be leaving at the end of the week. There were now enough people to form a training troop. I managed to avoid Sergeant J for that last week. I tried to let the tribunal know what happened, about what he did, but they told me they did not want to know. Thankfully, the barracks closed in 2014, but not before 5 soldiers perished there. 4 of them were from gunshot wounds, with the last one being a painkiller overdose from medicine prescribed for an injury sustained there. All of the gunshot deaths were labeled as suicides, but I feel I must point out this has been heavily disputed, especially by the families of the deceased. I guess sick fucks in the British Army like to protect their own though, huh? I joined the army in France when I was 18. I didn't really know what I wanted in life. I figured this would at least give me a routine, and if I'm honest, my parents kind of pushed for it. I think my parents were just sick of me lounging around and being a leech. I would basically sit in my room and not do shit all day, so they wanted me to actually make a life for myself. This would at least provide me with pay, food, a place to sleep, and something to do. By the mid-90s, I had been through a few deployments. These deployments were mostly peacekeeping and training rotations around Europe. It was nothing glamorous and mostly just guarding sites, patrolling, and making sure conflicts did not flare up again. I wouldn't say I was really tasked with anything super important. I think I felt like a cardboard cutout a lot of the time, just a guy to make up the numbers. I will admit that I'm not the smartest guy in the world, so I guess they recognized that pretty quickly. Probably decided that standing still and not shooting myself was a big enough ask. This changed though, and I started being rotated for more advanced training. I felt like I was finally about to get my big break, and the last thing that I wanted to do was squander it. In 1996, I was selected for a NATO exercise in Poland. It was one of those full-scale field training exercise things. It would be multinational units, so probably a few hundred soldiers from different countries working together to practice joint operations. We had Americans, Brits, Italians, and a handful of other small contingents. I'm not sure exactly how they decided who they would pick. I think there was definitely a mix of proficiency levels, because some of the soldiers on this FTX had seen some actual action. The goal of the FTX was pretty simple. We were to run a series of coordinated missions in a mock village that was set up just for training. I think it had been a real village in the past, but once it was abandoned a few years ago, I guess NATO claimed it for themselves. It meant they didn't have to waste money and manpower on erecting structures, and could at the same time provide a more immersive experience. It would have obviously have been swept and things sorted out long before we got there. This FTX would involve hostage recovery, building clearance, comms drills, and recon. This was all to be carried out under simulated blackout and fog conditions. They wanted to see how units from different countries could work together under stress. We were briefed on the area, told about the layout of the village, the types of buildings, and the hostage scenarios. We were also given a few tools and a rough sketched out map of the area with key points. It was sketched out faintly in pencil on the shittiest paper known to man. Everything had been planned out in advance. We had rules of engagement, radio checks and fallback procedures that we had to follow. It was standard NATO stuff that we would be scored on, and we would be evaluated on different factors. At that point, I thought it would just be another night exercise, but looking back, that was the calm before everything went wrong. The FTX itself was supposed to be routine. Fog had rolled in that evening. It was low enough to cover the trees, but thick enough to make every shadow twitch in the corner of your eye. We were in blackout conditions. We would have radio checks every few minutes up until the FTX started and the simulated comms blackout would start. We would also have squads splitting off and moving silently toward their specific objectives. My team's assignment was simple on paper. We were to recover a hostage from one of the buildings, make sure everyone stayed in formation, and follow procedure and report back. The village itself just looked normal at first. There were a few houses, some sheds, and a few empty shops. Almost immediately, I started noticing little things that did not make sense. I spotted some tracks in the mud leading up to the village. They were massive ones, much bigger than any boot I had ever seen. They could not have been tracked in by any of the setup team, and I mean, what kind of animal has boot-like feet? They stretched past the outskirts of the village and disappeared into the forest. I would catch sight of some of them actually in the village too, around the backs of houses, and just in places that did not make sense. I mentioned it quietly to the guys near me when I first noticed, and they shrugged it off. They told me it was probably just nerves, making me jump to conclusions. We were all tired, and our eyes had to adjust to the dark. That combined with the adrenaline pumping, and I guess I just accepted that maybe I was not thinking straight. Still though, I know what I saw. And then there were the spent rounds. We found small caliber cartridges scattered near a shed. Now, the briefing had not mentioned a single round being fired. They didn't tell us shit about any tracers or training rounds. These weren't those anyway. They were just little metal casings catching the faint light of our flashlights. We didn't know if they'd been left from a previous exercise or if someone had snuck in, but it put me on edge. Maybe they added them without telling us, just to immerse us more. At one point, I swear I saw a figure moving along the tree line behind one of the buildings, and then another, maybe 2 or 3. Just shadows at first, but moving fast and disappearing behind trees or across rooftops. Everyone else seemed to see them too, but we all chalked it up to paranoia. Fog makes your eyes play tricks at night. Nerves make you imagine shapes where there are none. We were psyching ourselves out before our mission even started, and we would not cut it like this. I tried to focus on the mission. We just had to focus on the hostage we were supposed to locate and ignore it. We pressed on, checking each building methodically, like the plan instructed. Then came something else. Shoved up against a wall, we found a small folded uniform. It was old and shredded, with rusty buttons and torn up fabric. It smelled faintly of rot, and I almost puked when I caught a whiff. Nothing on the briefing said anyone left clothes behind, and nobody knew where it came from. There were faint streaks of dried blood leading from the uniform across the dirt floor. It was old blood, certainly not fresh, but enough to make me pause. My stomach turned. This just felt wrong. I guess maybe they were really going the extra mile for this FTX. By the time we entered the next building, tension was thick. We moved in slowly, covering each other methodically and scanning rooms for our hostage. We only had a rough idea of where the guy was, and we had orders to sweep every last building in a certain order. One of the guys kicked at the floorboards, checking for traps. Another guy swung his flashlight along the walls. My ears were straining for anything out of place, and fully expecting more surprises to have been left behind. That's when we found this weird-ass fucking hatch. It was hidden on the lowest floor in the second to last building, and was not on the rough sketch that we were given. It wasn't mentioned as part of the exercise. We figured that maybe this was the jackpot. I just want to mention, the hostage is a fellow NATO soldier. Just some asshat who got volunteered against his will by command as more of a punishment than anything. I know my Sarge had a lot of fun tying him up with rope and making sure he had no way to move, Lama. Anyway, so it's this small cellar door just tucked into the corner of the building that's barely noticeable. Some of the squad thought it might be storage, but the hair on my neck stood up. I thought this was the goal, and that the last building on the plan was just to make us let our guard down. I dropped down after opening it, and the air hit me first. It was musty and damp, like it had not been disturbed for years. My flashlight cut through the dark, but at first, all I saw was shadow. A couple of our squad mates dropped down with me, while the others stood guard at strategic positions above and swept upstairs simultaneously. Then I noticed shapes, stacked along the walls, the corners, the floor. There were fucking bodies, but dozens of them, maybe more. This was not our fucking hostage. They were partially rotted, it looked like, with clothes shredded, similar to what we had seen outside. Their flesh was discolored, and some of it was hanging off like stringy cheese. I froze. Every building had been cleared by another unit weeks ago. Every single one. This was not supposed to be here. This did not seem like a part of the training. The guys down with me laughed nervously and tried to joke it off. They're testing how we react to surprises, but I knew better. The look and the smell of death is unmistakable. These were not staged props. Something about the way they were positioned, the smell of air, it made my chest tighten. I motioned for the guys to stay quiet. We barely whispered as we shined our flashlights closer, sweeping over the first row of bodies. The first thing that hit me about these bodies was the eyes. They were wide open and staring straight up at the ceiling. Then all of a sudden, I noticed that one of the bodies was moving slightly. A man laying half on his side, chest rising and falling. It was like there was shallow breathing, but that could not be possible with the condition that the body was in. My stomach dropped. One of the younger guys near me gasped and stepped back and knocked over something metal that made a large sound. I turned just in time to see the body's eyes snap fully open. They were just black and blank. Before I could even shout a warning, the body jerked violently. It started swinging itself upright and lunging toward us. Chaos just hit the room. My squad went from careful clearing to screaming and panicked firing. There was flash after flash of white light as our weapons lit up the room. We were all trained soldiers, but in that moment, it was like we were civvies again, with how we disregarded all protocol. My hands were shaking. Shots were being fired without careful aim and without being in proper formation. Other squad mates had abandoned their posts and dropped down, only to be met with bullets ricocheting off walls and us going crazy. The bodies did not stop moving. More of them started stirring and dragging themselves up off of the floor. They were moving faster than I've ever seen any human move. My ears rang from the gunfire. Comms were fucking dead too, due to the simulated blackout, so we could not even inform command of what was happening. One of the guys got hit in the arm by another soldier's bullet, ricocheting in the panic. Fucking dumbasses were just shooting blindly and missing everything. I gritted my teeth and ordered a retreat. We had to fucking stop them from climbing out. These things, whatever the fuck they were, had so much strength, it was hard to keep pushing them back. The bullets were not putting them down, at least not for long. I swear, I unloaded enough bullets into the head of one of these bodies to kill his descendants, but after a few minutes, they would get back up. One of them grabbed onto me, while the other soldiers were climbing up the ladder, and it was like a vice grip on me. I thought I was done for. It took all of my strength just to hold this fucker away from me, and the others were closing in. A few bullets from the top of the ladder managed to disrupt them enough and give me enough leverage to shove it away. One tiny slip though, and those idiots would have put a bullet in my head. Sweat and fear made my grip slip on the ladder at least twice. The ladder creaked under weight, and one of the guys was screaming something about it breaking. Somehow, I managed to pull myself up eventually. It took so fucking long because we had to drag the wounded up with us. 2 idiots had been hit by stray fire. I slammed the hatch shut and pressed against it. I could feel the vibrations as dozens of hands and bodies slammed against the wood. They wanted out. God, they wanted out. My hands were shaking and my chest burned, but the hatch held, and we managed to seal it shut. For a few seconds, the only sound was our own panic breathing. We had to move. The wounded were bleeding and panicking, even though the wounds thankfully were not that serious. We dragged them back to the mission vehicle as fast as we could. Every step I took, I kept my eyes on the tree line, half expecting those shadows to be moving there again. We had no choice but to finish the FTX. Comms were obviously still dead due to blackout, and we would be ripped a new one heading back like this without finishing. Protocols just went out the window. We skipped the slow, cautious search and went straight to the location where we knew the hostage was supposed to be. It was the fastest and most careless sweep we had ever done. Everyone was on edge, glancing at every shadow, every tree, every corner, and forcing themselves to act normal. But when we got there, he was not there. There was no sign of anything, not of equipment or tracks or boots or any clue at all. It was just fucking empty. If this was another trick or obstacle, I was going to lose my fucking shit. I checked every corner, even places that were not part of the exercise. I could not find anything, and we were all fed up. We took the vehicle back to base and were silent, except for the moaning of the guys who got lit up. Reporting what happened was like walking into a buzzsaw. The higher-ups chewed us out for hours. They called us idiots, blamed the friendly fire, and said that we'd screwed up basic procedures. I kept my mouth shut and tried to answer questions without revealing how badly we'd freaked out in the cellar. No one asked about the hatch, no one even hinted at it. Command were so fucking pissed that most of them went down to the FTX site personally. That's how you know you're in deep fucking shit. When they came back, I tried to bring it up to a captain when I realized they were not going to ask us about that section of the FTX. What about the storage space? I asked. He froze and then just snapped. Shut the fuck up, soldier, or I will send you to Kingdom Come personally. That was it. They never found the hostage from what we found out. They never found a trace of him. They could not find clothes or gear or even a scrap of evidence. It was like he'd never existed. He was initially marked as missing, but then it was written up as desertion after an investigation, which obviously does not make sense. Who the fuck deserts in the middle of an FTX in a random country, miles from home, with no feasible way to get anywhere safe? Not to mention, we know full well he was tied up tight. Unless he was Houdini incarnate, that fucker had no chance of making it out. Back in 1998, I was a soldier with NATO, in Portuguese, and joined the army when I was just 17. At the time, I was part of a training rotation in Romania. NATO had set up this massive forest exercise for us that would be simulating convoy movement and rapid response in dense terrain. We were supposed to move armored vehicles along mapped routes, maintain radio comms, react to simulated ambushes, and generally, just see how well we could operate in forested terrain at night together. Our convoy was small. It consisted of 4 armored trucks and a command vehicle. I was riding in one of the middle trucks with a couple of other soldiers from my unit. The forest was thick with old growth and was almost impenetrable in places. You could barely see 10 meters ahead even in the day, and at night it was a blur of black shapes and fog. We left the staging area in the late afternoon, moving slowly. Radios were checked every 10 minutes. Everything was normal. The instructors reminded us to stick to the plan, report any issues, and keep formations tight. It was pretty straightforward. By the time we hit the first dense patch of forest, the fog rolled in. It wasn't the kind you see in the movies. It was thick and wet and almost solid, and hanging low to the ground and clinging to the trees. It made the convoy feel like it was moving through smoke. Visibility dropped to a few meters, and I started noticing things that I could not explain. I saw shadows flitting at the edges of my vision. I also saw a tree trunk that looked like it moved when I blinked. I laughed it off at first, and played it off as nerves and exhaustion. Everything was going smoothly until the second checkpoint. One of the trucks, the third in the convoy, stopped answering radio calls. We tried every frequency, every channel, but there was nothing. There was nothing from them at all. The fog made visibility almost zero, so we could not see if they had pulled over or were just out of sight. The driver in the front called back and said, "Check the route markers. Make sure we did not miss a turn in the fog." We did not miss any turn. The route was correct. It was impossible to be out of position, yet they weren't answering. I told myself it was a mechanical issue, like maybe a stalled engine, but something felt wrong. We slowed down, keeping the remaining vehicles tight. I checked my mirrors constantly, ears straining for the sound of the missing truck's engine. And then I heard something like knocking or tapping. It was super faint, but I could hear it right against the side of our vehicle. I looked out the small window, but could not see anything but the fog and black shapes of the trees. The others noticed it too, but none of us said anything to each other about it. It could have been branches or been the wind, I suppose. The thing is though, it seemed like someone was knocking in a pattern, like a specific pattern to catch your attention. Even though it was faint, it was done with too much force to just have been branches though. That night, the forest in the dark started playing tricks on my brain. I would see shadows darting between trees just at the edge of my vision. I would think it was a deer or a stray dog, then blink, and then there's nothing. Tracks would appear along the path, big ones, too large for boots, and not matching our vehicles or any of our guys. We decided to leave 2 vehicles behind to maintain our position, and sent a small team with me included to search for the missing truck. We followed the trail as best as we could, keeping lights low and scanning constantly. That's when we stumbled upon this weird little village. I swear, we did not even know it existed until we saw it. It was pretty small and only had a few abandoned houses. There were 1 or 2 broken vehicles laying around too. There was some military gear scattered around and some old ammo crates rotting. The place smelled of damp wood and iron. It was old enough to have been abandoned decades before. The village freaked us out immediately. There were trucks with doors hanging open, with tires sunken into the dirt. There were military markings on these vehicles that were faded and peeling off. Some of the houses had collapsed roofs and smashed windows, but nothing had been touched recently. There were no signs of people living here, and no tracks besides our own. My gut was screaming that we were in the wrong place, but the missing truck had to be somewhere. We split up to check the village carefully. I went with 2 others to quickly scan some houses. That's when the sounds started up again. Low tapping against the sides of the fucking vehicles. We just ignored it and carried on searching. Eventually, we found the missing truck. It was farther along the forest road than it should have been. It was actually miles ahead of where it could have logically traveled. Even with the engines running full tilt, it should not have been possible. It was just parked up, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. The driver and the 2 soldiers inside looked like they'd been in shock. They didn't even respond at first when they saw us. They just had this blank stare that took a second to snap them out of. When they finally spoke to us, it was in fragmented sentences. They said the forest shifted, that they thought they were following the route, then suddenly, they were somewhere else entirely, that shadows were moving just beyond the lights, keeping pace and were sometimes right on top of the vehicles. Then they told us that the tapping that we heard on the side of our vehicles was following them for miles and did not go away, even once. They had no idea how long they'd been gone, and the GPS was useless and was not giving accurate readings. They said at one point, they just found themselves pulled over. Like, 1 second they were driving, trying to figure out what the fuck was going on, and then the next, boom. We were knocking and asking them what happened. We did not have any more time to waste playing around, and had to get the convoy back to base fast. The fog still did not let up. We kept seeing those shadows moving around the whole way back. Every time we slowed even slightly to turn or maneuver, there was a rap or a tap against the metal. It was really loud when we were initially leaving from near the village, and made us jump and shit ourselves every time. As we got closer to base, it grew quieter until it stopped. When we got back, nobody believed the story, and we got chewed out for taking diversions and slowing down. They did not care about anything except the convoy being late. Even years later, I can remember it all perfectly. I don't know what the fuck was going on out there, and honestly, I don't think I want to know. But seriously, how the fuck did that other vehicle end up so far ahead? Back in the mid-2000s, I was stationed in Afghanistan with a NATO task force. I ended up here and embedded with a joint NATO-US unit in the south, near Kandahar province. We were supposed to help stabilize the area and work alongside American units to keep the peace. Nothing could ever really prepare me for what I ran into. It started with a tip from our intel guy. A local had reported that some American soldiers were running solo operations off the books, but not the type that you'd think. These were dirty ops. The motivation behind this kind of shit is iffy. Could be for power, could be for extra cash on the side, or just for sick kicks. We got told that these fuckers were kidnapping people, torturing them, and selling information onto our enemies. I will spare the specific details, but he told us a lot of shit. I will be candid here. Nobody really believed the locals at first, and that's simply because we hear rumors all the time. Not always as severe as this, but we do. Information supply lines get muddied, and things get leaked on purpose to fuck up our ops and keep us guessing. The thing about this, though, is that the details were specific. I'm talking names, accurate descriptions of soldiers, exact locations down to a T, and movements too. The unit was supposed to be NATO-friendly oversight, so we were tasked to check it out quietly. My squad, which was 4 guys plus me, got the green light to investigate. Officially, We were verifying unusual activity near an abandoned compound about 10 clicks outside Kandahar. We were off the map basically. We had no direct comms with base while we were out there. Discretion was emphasized more than anything. If this kind of shit gets out, it's nothing but bad news. We rolled out in a pair of armored Humvees. The compound we rolled up to looked like it had been deserted years ago. There were rusting vehicles out front, I guess to give it cover. Nothing seemed out of place at first, but the smell hit us before we even got close. Smelled like shit. Dead shit. We moved in slow and started clearing perimeter buildings. We very quickly picked up signs that some fuckers have been here, and recently too. We spotted clear boot prints in the sand. They even left some cigarette butts out front. Very sloppy work. Not only that, but there were bloodstains in the sand around the back of the compound. Very, very faint, but they were 100% there. Our gut told us that this was probably legit intel. We split up to sweep the compound. I was on the east side, crawling through a collapsed storage shed. I quickly stumbled upon a small room with chains hanging from the walls. There were bones in there that were not fresh but recent enough. Traces of faint dry blood in there as well as some broken gear. I didn't even get a fucking chance to signal anyone when the shooting started. It was coming from the second floor of one of the main buildings. I guess those fuckers had been waiting for us. My stomach sank, and my mind immediately jumped to this being a setup. These guys were heavily armed. They didn't even hesitate, just straight up opened fire. I barely got behind cover. It was pure chaos. Sand was kicked up from the impact of the bullets, which impacted our vision. I was stupidly split up from my squad, and they were just trying to coordinate while dodging fire. Local comms were patchy, and we had no contact with higher-ups. It was just us against them in this broken compound. I tried to flank them while my squad was under heavy fire. I stumbled upon this one lone guy. Looked like he was babysitting someone they had rounded up. It was just some local village guy tied up in a back room. The American guy was just laughing and beating the shit out of this guy while he screamed for help. His head looked like it had been shaved in patches, and he had scars all over his body. What looked like fucking brands from something hot too. He raised his pistol against the man, and I wanted to help him with all of my might, but I did not have enough information. If I shot this guy like this, it could scupper any of our chances to get out of here. He just smiled and shot a round into his foot and walked off as the guy just bled. My guys had started to make headway, and I felt pretty fucking useless. I managed to see enough of the building and pop that evil fucker when I got the chance. I managed to link back up with the rest as we swept the rest of the compound. We had to clear it before we could tend to anyone. One of our guys got hit out of nowhere while sweeping. Bullet went straight through his shoulder, and he went down screaming like a sack of potatoes. We dragged him behind cover and tried to patch him up while keeping our heads down. We were lucky that these sick fucks were reckless and like they almost wanted to die, like they had nothing to lose. Even with a tactical advantage in knowing the layout, they sometimes just threw themselves at us. We eventually cornered two of them in a collapsed garage. That's when the real horror hit. They'd rigged a small room of cages, some still containing terrified locals. Men, women, even a kid no older than 10. One of the Americans in the garage started laughing again and waving his gun at the cages. I shot him in the leg to try and subdue him. Chaos erupted again, with bullets flying everywhere and the others firing back with screams everywhere. We managed to neutralize two of the rogue soldiers. The others disappeared during the melee. We rescued the locals as best as we could, patched up the wounded, and tried to call it in. Base comms were dead for a while, but we finally got through. We did only the things we could, which was bandage the worst wounds, improvise slings, and make people lie down and breathe. Time crawled until the choppers. We watched them pull our guy and a couple of civilians out. The rest, the ones who were too scared to move or too injured to fly, we loaded into a Humvee and moved out. Back at the base, the debrief was a mess. We told the who, what, where in as much detail as we had. All the legal bullshit happened. There was a chain of custody for evidence, witness statements, and the civilians' identities. They put a photographer through the compound pics we'd taken, logged the cigarette butts and footprints, then it went out to investigators. Then the ambiguity started. We were told to limit conversations, to refer press queries to legal, to not post anything on personal comms. We were warned about operational security, about not jeopardizing people still in the field. A liaison came down and asked if any of us had any direct contact with the families of the prisoners. It read more like damage control than anything. An investigator did show up, and he did his thing quietly. After that, I had no fucking idea. I really wish I did. I hope those fuckers got a one-way ticket to hell. All I know is that this shit did not go public. I think they wanted everything done internally to avoid another edema situation. Because that's the fucking thing. The worst part is that I know this is not an isolated incident. This was definitely on the extreme side. These were some crazy fuckers to be shooting at us on sight. I don't know exactly their deal or what they were doing, but shit. I know for a fact that there were other guys out there, hiring soldiers out and torturing civilians out in these places, making them beg for mercy and making them admit to anything they could. I know a lot of them said they were doing it for glory, but they were sick fucks doing anything to get their kicks. They make the military look like a sham, just a place for pinheads to go when they can't get anywhere in life. It's an honor to serve your country, but these sick fucks used it to power trip and to feel in control, even though they ain't worth shit. Scum like them deserve to rot. Be me. Live in High River, Alberta. The mountains are only an hour's drive away. Me and some friends decide to go camping out in Kananaskis near Canmore. I will call them Iron Bro, Tracker Sis, and Stoner Sis. Iron Bro is a metal worker. He's a big guy. He is close to 6'5". He is easily the strongest of us all. He always carries a book knife that he forged. Tracker Sis was raised in the mountains. She knows every animal and their every habit. She can even find the smallest traces of animals and can track them like a damn expert. Stoner Sis is a great cook. She carries weed on her 24/7, but that is for her glaucoma. As for me, I am just a menace guy. It is late September when this happened, so the leaves are just starting to change. The cold weather has not quite set in yet, so we won't be too cold. Take our truck out past Longview, heading towards Kananaskis country. There are lots of trails right off the highway where we can hike. We are allowed to camp anywhere there that we would like. We choose a spot across the bank from the Highwood River. It's about 12 or so kilometers away from Canmore. Despite the proximity, it's really quiet. The tree line is still thick and continues like that all up the mountainside. We park the truck and grab all of our gear. Iron Bro and I carry the tents. Tracker Sis has her map and her hunting rifle in case we find any animals. Grizzly bears are especially common this time of year. Stoner Sis has the food and our clothes. We trek for about 3 hours. We find a nice cliff face overlooking the highway below. We can easily see our truck. It is nice and sheltered from the winds blowing through the peaks. Looking around our chosen base, we find some trees that have been bent. They are large poplars. They look like they're leaning against each other. 5 or 6 of them, all in a bunch. "What are you looking at in the trees for, Anon?" Iron Bro asked me. He and Stoner Sis are already setting up the tents. I tell him about the way the trees are bent. Probably just left over from snowfall last year. I did not think much about it. Iron Bro seemed right. Tracker Sis, though, was not convinced. She tells us she's seen stuff like this north of Red Deer and over near Burnaby in BC. The locals say it's just an odd phenomenon. Local First Nations say it's from the Sasquatch. Sasquatch, get real, Stoner Sis laughs. Tracker Sis just shakes her head. She might not believe, but she respects the legends enough that she listens to the First Nations elders. I remember my grandfather talking about them. He said that they were peaceful, but that you should avoid their territory if you can. We continue setting up camp. By the time we are done, it's close to dark. We gather around a bonfire and enjoy a nice quiet dinner. We have lots of jokes and lots of fun. Stoner says, offers out some weed. Only Ironbro has any. Tracker says wants to stay sharp in case of bears. We tie up the rest of our food high up in a tree. We tie it up about 12 feet off the ground in a nearby maple tree. Bears won't be able to reach it. After that, we turn in for the night. The next day, I get woken up by Tracker says, "Anon, wake up. Something tried to grab the food." I hurry out as Ironbrow wakes up Stoner says. Sure enough, the tree with the food has some newly broken branches and what looks like claw marks higher up on the truck. Luckily, the bag of food is undisturbed. Maybe it's a black bear, Ironbrow reasons. Tracker Sis agrees and says that we should try and tie it up higher tonight. Stoner Sis and myself go for some water. There is a stream not far away from our clearing. We have all the gear needed to purify our water. Beaver itch is common here. We walk to the stream and start filling our larger jug that we brought with us. As we do, I notice the branches in the trees. They are all broken in the same direction. I stand up to take a closer look. All the branches are about 10 feet off of the ground. They all point in the same direction, away from our campsite. I remember my grandfather's words. If you see branches broken together, the Sasquatch has marked his path. Stay the way it points. All else is theirs. I return to camp with Stoner Sis. I tell the others about the branches. Ironbrow is confused but not worried. They're just broken sticks Anon. Tracker Sis is unconvinced. I've seen branches like that. They mean something bad. I confirm her statement and tell them what my grandfather told me. Ironbrow is still skeptical. Stoner Sis finally speaks up. When we got the water, did you feel weird Anon? Weird how? Like someone was watching us. I think back on it. Looking at the branches, I remember the hair on my neck standing up. I remember the birds stop singing. Birds only stop for a predator. It could not be us. They continued as we were there. Something else must have come by. I involuntarily shiver. Something was there, Stoner Sis says again. Tracker Sis and I are now thoroughly unnerved. Ironbrow is still doubtful, but he looks more than a little nervous now. We decide to stay near the camp for the night. Darkness falls again, and we are around another fire. We are a little more at ease now. As we are talking, we hear a sound in the distance. It sounds like someone knocking on wood. It's echoing through the mountains, so we cannot get a good idea of direction. It knocks 3 times before pausing. After a minute, the knocking happens again. We should knock back, Ironbrow jokes. Tracker Sis shakes her head adamantly. She says it's a bad idea. I already stood up and grabbed a large stick that was in our woodpile. I approach the tree with the food and start knocking in return. Like the first noise, I knock 3 times in return. We wait in silence. The knocking happens again. Ironbrow laughs, and Stoner Sis has a small smile as well. I knock again. The knock returns, but this time, they're joined by a scream. I've heard lots of animals before, but this was entirely unfamiliar. Elk, wolves, owls, bears, humans. This sounded like none of them. It was primal, bestial. It echoed from where the knocks came from. Tracker Sis is now very scared. I recognize that sound. I ask her what it is. She just stands up slowly. That was definitely a Sasquatch. She says she heard these calls before in BC. None of us quite know what to say. Then we hear the call again. It sounds more agitated, like it's expecting an answer. Should I call back? Anon, don't, Tracker Sis says, nervously. It could be bad. Very bad. We hear another call. This one is closer this time. About 50 feet behind us in the bush, we hear it. It's practically bellowing, and it shakes right through us. Ironbrow is now incredibly scared, holding Stoner Sis protectively. Stoner Sis is halfway through her third joint and is unable to comprehend anything but her own fear. Tracker Sis grabs her rifle reflexively. I back away towards them, clutching my stick. We hear the call through the mountains again. Then the thing closer to us bellows back. It has gotten closer. We can now hear it coming through the underbrush. The leaves are crunching under its feet gently. Then we can smell it. It's like a deep musk. Think wet dog meets pure testosterone mixed with a harsh skunk. None of us know what exactly to do. It sounds big, and all we have is a single gun, one buck knife, our hand axe, and a stick. Whatever this is, probably would not feel any of that. The movement stops and we hold our breath. It's now only 10 feet away, just outside the light of our fire, just inside the bush. For a moment, there is nothing but silence. Then the calling in the distance starts again. This one is longer, more purposeful, like it was summoning something. The thing across from us bellows back again, but now it's stamping the ground. It pounds the ground with its feet and hands before shaking the trees. We wait for the worst. Then it starts walking away. We wait and listen to see if it comes back. After about 20 minutes, we hastily retreat inside our tents. Morning could not come fast enough. None of us slept at all. None of us dared to. Next morning, I am up first. I go and check out our campsite. The food is still undisturbed, but the tree that it was in was thoroughly shaken. This was a large maple. The trunk had to be about 2 feet in diameter. The roots looked like they were being pulled out. They were exposed, and the earth was thoroughly beaten. Tracker Sis and Ironbrow join me soon after. Stoner Sis does not want to leave the tent. She is too scared, and I don't blame her. We find no traces of anything else, other than some broken branches, and a tuft of hair. We seal that away before returning to our campsite. We decide it's no longer safe to stay here. We pack up faster than I could have imagined we would, and we set out back down the trail. The whole time, it feels like we are being watched, not just by one thing, but by multiple. I scan the tree line to see if I can spot anything, but I see nothing. The birds are quiet again. Once we reach the car, we dive inside and drive on into Canmore. We spend the rest of our trip out there in a local motel. Anyone who asked us why we left, we just tell that we saw a large grizzly. They would not believe us otherwise. We headed back to High River not long after. Tracker Sis is now cautious about going into the mountains again. Ironbrow and Stoner Sis have moved in together. Their wedding is in a few months' time. They both now strongly believe in Sasquatch. I got in and called my grandfather when I got back. I left a message for him about what happened. He called me back immediately and sounded more scared than I could ever imagine. He says that we were lucky that there was one that close and that we were not hurt. He advises we camp in a larger group next time, or at least bring something else to defend ourselves. We sent the hair we found to be tested. We have not heard the results yet. All of us believe in the Sasquatch now. We all kind of want to go back. Despite how much this ordeal scared us, it would be cool to see one, you know? Sasquatches, man. This is one of the scary instances that happened to me. I was 20-something years old at the time this happened. I was a metalhead with metalhead friends. It was in the NorCal East Bay area before everything went to complete shit in that state. We all liked to party, and being in the Tri-Valley area, there was fuck all to do. We made things interesting now and then and would find weird spots to get fucked up. One night, we are bored of getting fucked up at Bro's house. We decide to go somewhere and all get shit-faced. One metalhead bro says he knows of an abandoned mine out on Tesla Road. We all agree, gather up bros and broettes, about 8 of us in total. We grab beers, weed, flashlights, and head out. We drive up in the hills. The area around the Altamont Pass is always windy, always. That's why there are so many windmills. The fucking wind was howling that night. There was brush and scraggly trees being bent this way and that. We were blasting Slayer, Megadeth, Metallica as we drive. It takes a good half hour to get to the destination, pick related. We park the cars here and pile out. Metal Bro says no flashlights, as it is private property and the light would definitely be seen and we would be reported. We hop the gate and start walking between the hills. Shit is creepy out here. The wind is howling between the brown grassy mounds. The clouds are making flickering shadows. The light is alternating between bright and dark as they rip across the sky. We exit between the two hills and a rolling valley opens up. Way off in the distance is the only man-made light from a distant building. We walk along a dirt path that rounds to the right. It's about half a mile of walking. What the fuck, Metal Bro? You did not say we'd have to walk this fucking far. We are a bunch of lazy asses. There is this distinct feeling of isolation, and I can literally feel the distance between where we are at and where the cars are parked. Fuck. I hope nothing happens. As we round a bend, a pit opens up down the path with old mine trailings piled up. The face of the large hill is scarred from an early 1900s mining operation. Old abandoned equipment stands alone in the pit where the trailings are. Metal Bro says nope, the entrance we need is up the face a bit. We walk up a narrow path above the pit. When we get to the top of the trail, Metal Bro points. That is our entrance. What the fuck is that? It's this tiny opening we have to crawl through to get inside the mine. Everyone crawls in. Everyone. I follow. We have our flashlights on now. It's a big cave with tons of graffiti inside. There are empty beers everywhere. Towards the back, two paths lead out of the main chamber, one to the left and one to the right. The right side is a vertical descent straight down, with an old wooden ladder with broken rungs. The left side is another large opening, with a narrow trail around the circumference. The middle is filled with debris that slopes down into a pit on one side, like an antlion pit. We proceed to get shit-faced, beers drank, weed smoked. Maybe 45 minutes pass like this. We are having a good time. And then we hear some noise. Not from the entrance though, from deeper inside the cave. Fuck, what was that? Everyone is looking at each other nervously. Silence descends. The mood goes from party central to stone cold sober. We hear another noise. Two brave or two stupid bros decide they're going to look. Okay, have fun with that. They can't go down the ladder. There's no fucking way to. It would be suicide for sure. They go the left path. We watch as the two idiots walk the narrow path around the antlion pit. Their flashlights disappear. As they reach the far side and continue on into another part of the mine, the rest of us are silent, just looking at each other. There is a moaning noise. It's not even remotely human. It came from the vertical shaft. I am almost positive of that. The cave with previously still air suddenly has movement. I can feel a very slight, very cold breeze. I can hear the bros coming back, fast. We hear more noises. Not just the noise of bros' shoes as they are coming back, but other noises too. Like something is moving down here, following after them. Oh fuck this shit. Bro says, get the fuck out. We are all cramming through the tiny opening to get back outside. The wind is screaming. Clouds are covering most of the sky. There is hardly any light at all. All of us are out now. We are running back down the road. We look behind. Something shadowy emerges from the mine entrance. Jesus fuck. We are all running as fast as we can. The lights in the building way in the distance are off now. The car can be seen on the road where the building is, headed toward us, moving slowly but with purpose. We round the hill, hop the gate, and get in the cars, firing up the engines. Something is there between the hills, away back from the gate. Holy shit, drive. We can see the soft glow as the headlights from the vehicle that was driving up the path start to illuminate the side of the hill. The dark thing looks like it turns its head towards the direction the vehicle is coming, then darts off the right side of the hill into the darkness. We fucking haul ass out of there. We don't even play music on the way back. We are all silent. Everyone is shaking and almost in tears. We get back to Bro's house. We all just look at each other for a few minutes, then call it a night. To this day, we still don't know what it was, why it was chasing us. We never went back to that place again. I still think of that night, whenever the clouds are tearing across the sky in front of the moon. Oregon has a lot of strange shit going on. It's a big state with a lot of untamed mountain passes and deep gorges, some of the oldest cities on the west coast, and hundreds of thousands of miles of dense forest that literally never sees daylight due to the size of some of the trees. I have a story to share that I think you gentlemen might appreciate. Be me. I was living in rural Oregon, just east of Salem. I was just chilling, watching TV shows. I hear my dog wanting to go outside. Okay, whatever. Leash, flashlight, shoes. It's really loud outside tonight. Coyotes and neighbors' cows are going insane. Dogs are barking, etc. My stoic German Shepherd does not care. She instead wanders out into the yard, does her business, and then comes over to check on me. I am puffing on a cigarette and scrolling through my phone. My dog suddenly turns and looks into the woods. She absolutely beelines towards this large forested area at the north side of the property, dragging me with her. The woods are about 20 acres of 100+ foot tall Douglas firs and hemlocks, thick underbrush of blackberries and alder and stuff. It's very difficult to see into, even during the daytime, due to the massive ass canopy. My hound stops about 20 feet away from the fence line, starts growling. I scan the woods with my light. I can't see shit. I hear something. Stomp, crunch, pause. I turn my flashlight towards the noise. I still can't see shit. I catch some slight eye shine, but it could have been dew reflecting on a leaf too. That's what I thought, until the second eye starts reflecting back. They start moving towards me. My dog is going nuts. She is barking like she is being killed. I still cannot make out what this thing actually is. It takes another couple of steps. It is not bothered by the 75-pound German Shepherd screaming at it. The dog stops barking for a second and just stares at it. She tucks her tail between her legs. She starts pulling the leash back towards the house. Then it says something. Meow meow. Holy fucking shit, dog, what the hell is that? It sounds like a grown man wearing a stained fursuit trying to sound like a cat. I decide that my dog has good judgment right now. We bolt back inside. I unleash the dog and grab my closest rifle. It's my grandpa's Remington 742 with a fixed power scope, 3006. Won 2 world wars or something, so it can save my ass. I realize just how stupid the people on this website are for pretending that old rifles are somehow good in the modern day. I go back outside. The dog refuses to follow me. I walk the 100 yards back over to the fence. It literally smells like a homeless camp all of a sudden. Smells like wet diapers, rotten food, cigarette smoke. Oh shit, I dropped my cigarette. I reach down to pick it up. Crunch, stop, crunch. It's still fucking here. I shoot an antique 3006 round off into the woods. Probably should have been in a museum. Silence. I look around with the light. I still cannot see anything. It still smells like shit. I go back inside and lock the doors. The next morning, I go and look around the fence line. The smell is gone completely. Nothing unusual at all in the woods. I still don't know what happened or what that was. This happened maybe 2 to 3 years ago. I live in southern West Virginia and have for my entire life. The woods and mountains surround every direction that you look in. The nighttime here is a darkness that you can never even dream of unless you have experienced it firsthand. I was with a friend. I will call him A. A was at my house one evening. We were just hanging out, doing the usual things. It was extremely late when we finally got bored and decided to go for a walk on a nearby trail to smoke a joint. This is not a particularly long trail, but it is very dense in the woods that surround it. It is also very easy to get freaked out, when thinking of your surroundings. We finally get to about halfway into the trail, which is about 30 minutes in. This is where we stopped, packed our joint, and stood on the trail to chill and talk. The forest is very alive on this night. There were always noises in the woods, but the amount of animal activity for the time was strange. At this point, it was probably past 1 a.m. This was strange and kind of eerie, but not alerting, as any sort of predatory animal in the area may cause a disturbance. We finish smoking and continue on our walk, when almost immediately, the forest falls dead quiet, and as soon as the forest goes quiet, there is a voice. It almost sounds like a mocking, humanoid voice. It sounded shaky and uncertain. It was almost like an old children's toy, like the ones with the crackly speakers and robotic voice, if you know what I mean. Like when the battery starts to die, and it gets all fucked up and distorted. This immediately sets us off. We bolt directly down the opposite length of the trail, but the sound does not gain distance. It does not get closer, but no matter how far we ran down the trail, the eerie voice remains the same volume. It just kept going over and over, with no quieting or stopping. At this point, I am convinced that we are in genuine danger, which is something that I have felt very few times in my life. Finally, after sprinting for who knows how long, we exit the trail, gasping for breath and almost on the verge of tears because of how frightening this was. We begin to exit the trail, and about 5 minutes from the exit, there is a bone-shaking, heart-stopping, murderous scream from directly behind us. I know what mountain lion scream sounds like, and this was not one of them. This was not an animal. This was not someone playing or watching a movie. This scream sent birds flying from nests and made my heart drop into my stomach. It was the most genuinely depraved and violent scream that I have ever heard. This is a true story that I have only told to maybe 3 people, all of whom seem to brush it off as false. I've never been a person to push for the existence of the paranormal or spiritual, but I genuinely believe I encountered something inhuman in those woods. I know I will receive questions, such as what the voice was possibly saying, or to explain the area and what happened after. I genuinely cannot remember what the voice was saying, if anything intelligible at all. I don't know if I could understand it then, and I certainly cannot recall understanding it after several years of blocking it out of my memory. All that I recall is that it was a voice fluctuating in pitch, shaking, almost just joining sounds together. After running from the scream at the end of the trail, we ran to the car, which was only about 5 more minutes from the trail, so we got there relatively fast from sprinting. When I was in the army, I was on a training drill stationed in Fort Bragg. We were going out for 3 days and 2 nights to work on radio procedures. Since it was the back 40, we did not take rifles, but we had guards because 1, safety, and 2, people going off to get drunk, and 3, other units fucking with you, and 4, it's the army, you have guards. There were plenty of people, so we had 2-hour shifts, and the perimeter was broken up into 4 areas. My area was mostly along a dirt road. I would be behind a verge of brush and a ditch, and the space across the road was about 10 meters of open grass and then pine forest. I had glanced over the area in the day, but whatever. My shift was 12 to 2 at night. I grabbed some sleep and got up to relieve Bob in plenty of time. It was a night, not too chilly for September. There was an almost full moon but a lot of clouds, so the light was changing. I started walking back and forth along my area. Every now and then, I would see one of the other 2 guys from the other 2 spots, and the sergeant of the guard checked on me about 1:15 or so. Just another night of army training. I checked my watch and saw I had 20 minutes left, when something moved on the other side of the road. It was enough movement that I froze and started looking for what caused it. I could tell that there was something on the other side of the road, and it might be moving, but I could not make it out. I wasn't scared, but I felt someone watching me and figured that it was a guy from another unit, maybe even one of our lieutenants, bored, trying to test the perimeter. As the clouds got thinner, the thing that I saw looked like a man standing there, staring at me the same way I was staring at him, but really, really tall and thin. I figured that the light was confusing me, and that since I was behind the brush, he could not tell exactly where I was. I can't really explain it now, but my instinct was to freeze and just wait to see what happened. So I stood there, looking just a little to the side to watch for movement in the dark for what seemed like a long time. Then I heard my relief, Rick, coming up behind me. I heard him realize something was up when he just stopped walking up and quietly slid up next to me. "You see that?" I whispered. Is that a fucking guy?" "Maybe, I can't tell." "Well, you go left and I'll go right and we'll see." We crashed through the brush together and walked across the road, flanking whatever it was. A moment later, the moon came out and boom, it was an old dead tree about 9 feet tall. Some broken branches and such vaguely looked like shoulders and long arms. We walked around it, met on the other side, and laughed a little. Dude, I cannot believe I stared at a tree for half an hour. It was creepy without the moon. We went back across the road, and I went to bed. Next day, we were all eating breakfast when Rick started teasing me about being afraid of the tree. Scott, who was the last guard in our area, asked what we meant, so we told him the story. Scotty looked at us and said, "There's no tree over there." Rick and I tell him to stop fucking with us, but we all go and look together. There is no tree. You can even see where Rick and I crossed the dirt and walked through the grass. In the middle though, no fucking tree. Just a little, empty patch of grass. No damn idea. Reliving these glory days is making me want to get fucked up again. This one actually landed me in jail. Be me. I was 14 years old at the time this happened. Me, my foster brother, and my best friend are planning to burglarize a world market in our hometown, not too far away, to get some expensive wine, but really to make a statement. At the time, there was a lot of hype about police brutality and laziness, so we wanted to make a statement about how shitty they are. The world market was literally right behind the police station. We planned the escape route and took some painkillers just in case of harm and headed out. We arrive at the store at about 11 o'clock. Foster bro breaks the window. I am lookout. Best friend and him go inside. We are all wearing masks, and they immediately run to the back and start piling up wine and shit in their backpacks. We hear someone yell stop. Shit. It later turned out to be an off-duty security guard, just now heading home, but he saw us. The cops are now on their way. Very proud of Foster bro and friend. They were in and out in less than 3 minutes. Backpacks full of shit. There is a very large plot of land for sale that had brush and blackberries and trees and shit next to the store. We run in as planned, and cops soon after set up a perimeter of 7 to 8 cop cars around the plot of land. It was like an acre or so of forest area that, if we made it out, led to a main street. We are trenching through, getting cut up and fucked up by blackberries. It was too late though. We absolutely had to wait it out and hide good. There on the megaphone. Come out with your hands up. You are surrounded, you fucking shits. 14-year-old me is frightened as fuck, but persist into the foresty area. We hear dogs now, and we can only hope that the mixture of rain and the smell of this area can mask our scent. We can now hear cops hacking away with machetes, closing in on us. I got terrified. I thought I was gonna get bit. Me and my friend start discussing quietly whether to come out or keep hiding, afraid that we are gonna get our asses kicked and end up in juvie for fucking years. We come to an agreement to come out with hands up, thinking it's futile. The cops' mind games worked. We might have been able to avoid them, maybe not, but we should have tried, looking back on it. We come out with hands raised and guns on us, both of us kicked to the ground. Foster bro is still inside, hiding. They tell us they know that there was one more, even though we deny it, and now they're gonna get us on obstruction of justice too. Friend reveals Foster bro's last name and our home address. He ends up coming out as they call him by his first and last name, and no, if he doesn't, he will have to dodge a warrant until the statute of limitations is up. Is that how it works? I'm just guessing. I get interviewed. The cops ask me if we've done this before, as we came prepared. You had gloves, knives, masks. You took painkillers in case of injury. You guys seem like you might have done this before. No sir. We just wanted to be prepared for our first time. We actually wanted to make a statement that you guys couldn't do it. And, well, you got us. Huh. He smirks, kind of admiring my honesty and ego boost for him. We talk about whose idea it is to place blame, and I say it was all me, to try and protect my buds. He does not buy it for a second. Foster bro ends up being accused of being a manipulator type, and they place the blame all on him. Combined, we all committed a couple of misdemeanor felonies. It's been so long, but I think it was conspiracy to commit a crime, theft times 2, criminal mischief, and burglary to a degree I do not remember. We all, and I shit you not, we all get off on community service because of how kind and innocent we seemed in the interviews. At least, that's my guess anyway. Me and my friend got 24 hours of community service with no jail time. Foster bro got 120 and had to be monitored as they thought he was gonna end up being a cult bro dude due to manipulating youth. Trust me, I understand the stupidity of this crime, but had we pulled it off, it would have been amazing, at least in 14-year-old me's head. We were in the newspaper. You can try and find it. I think they called us the Booze Bandits or some shit, not even kidding. I eventually got it removed from my record after my community service. You won't find my name. You might find the newspaper online though. It was the biggest adrenaline rush of my life. Super fucking stupid though. Okay, I have one last story. This one is less exciting but still a close-ass call. Be me. I think I was 19 years old at the time this one happened. I was a major alcoholic and loved drugs. Not so much anymore, but back then, I would do anything. Anyways, I am walking 10 miles across town with a friend to go to a vulnerable store that is easy to steal from. It's pissing fucking rain. We are soaked and are the only people outside walking across the whole town. A cop has been trailing us for the past mile or so before we reach our destination, a Winco. Any West Coasters know Winco is huge and super easy to steal from. Anyways, we get inside, plan on taking some sake, but the cop actually gets out of his car and follows us inside. Store secret shoppers are now tailing us too. I grab a reusable bag because, if you didn't know, if you have one or grab one and rip the tag off, it's super fucking easy just to pile shit inside of it and walk out and they think you paid for it. Knowing we're being watched, we pile shit in the bag anyways. Food, some sake, Taco Bell hot sauce because why the fuck wouldn't you? The secret shopper now musters up enough courage to ask us what we're doing. We say we're going to pay and not to worry. We see the cop accompanying him. They know what the fuck is going on and they are just waiting. So now we know we're fucked. We can place the bag on the ground and walk out and we can't really be arrested for that. We are stupid though, so we did not do that. We both book it out the doors and they hit the security button or whatever that closes and locks the doors, but like an action movie, we make it out right before they close. The cop is now pissed because they have to wait for unlock and use emergency latches to open, which buys us time. We now have got some good distance, but the cop has eyes on us the whole time and he gets into the cruiser. This is my favorite part. I love this. He tries to be Superman and pulls out super fast, whipping around, but he spins out of control and hits another parked car in the parking lot, buying us even more time. He has now completely lost vision of us and we are out in a mini mall area behind a store. We call a friend to come and pick us up in exchange for booze and Taco Bell hot sauce. We win. The cop loses. I am now 22 and have not committed crimes since I was 20. But goddamn, there is no better feeling than getting away from the fucking cops. This one isn't really paranormal, but it's still a spooky thing that happened to me. Be a doctor on night shift. It's around 2 AM. It was a busy night, so I just want to go to sleep. The night nurse calls. Anon, I need you on the ward right now. I ask what's up. Please just come. Fuck. The nurse is kinda cute, so whatever. Might as well do the night round on the stroke ward how I'm actually supposed to. The bedrooms for the night shift doctors are in the basement. The ward is on the 4th floor. I go to the elevators. The piece of shit stingy hospital turns off the lights at night to save on money. I wait there in the dark. The elevator arrives. It's a piece of shit old elevator. The doors slowly open. The light in the elevator is flickering like a cheap horror movie. The fucking janitor should get his shit together. It's slightly spooky, but like hell I'm taking the stairs at 2 AM. I take the elevator up to the ward. The nurse is standing in front of a room. obviously spooked. There were weird scratchy noises coming from the inside. She is too afraid to look for herself. I gotta be a man. I gotta be brave. I open up the door. An old lady is crawling on the floor and scratching against the door with her nails. Commence heart attack. Apparently, Granny just forgot that she's paralyzed and wanted to go to the toilet, so instead of calling for help, she crawled to the door and started scratching. I help her back to bed. I do my round, examine some patients. One room had 2 new patients. Let's call them Bob and Bill. Bob had a stroke and became almost blind from that. Bill also had a stroke, but wasn't that badly affected, but he was quite senile. Bob sits in bed when I get into the room. Doc, I'm all better. I can see again. Doubt.exe. I ask him what he saw. My wife is sitting there, but she's missing her head. Okay, that's kinda fucked up. I tell him to go to sleep and turn around. Bill stands right behind me in the dark room. I did not hear him at all. I ship bricks. He's right. I saw her too. She was missing her head though. Well, fuck this. You both go to sleep right now. One more room to go. One more room to go. There is this crazy old guy. Let's call him Buck. When I get in, Buck is crawling under his bed with his phone's flashlight like he's looking for something. Did you drop something, Buck? I'm looking for the hole where the little men came out from. They took Bob's wife's head. Fuck this shit. I nope out of there. The nurse is not that cute anyway. I prescribe a sedative for each of them and go back to my room. I lie down, still spooked but mainly tired. The toilet starts flushing all on its own. I'm not even spooked anymore. I'm just pissed off. I yell, fuck off, I am going to sleep. The flushing stops. I go to sleep. Nothing spooky after that. It's kinda weird how all of that happened in the same shift. Alright, so this is my first time telling it. Not necessarily that scary, but still creepy, you know what I mean? Be me. Grade having a summer meeting before senior year starts. I talk to a guy named Pablo I have not seen in a while. After a while, I bring up the idea of a geocaching club, operating at night for fun. Pablo says it's a cool idea. He is bored and has to take the bus home, so why not do it tonight? After the grade meeting, we go to 7-Eleven and wait for darkness. We go up a path leading to a park that has the closest geocache, already scared shitless. It's complete darkness. We use a phone as a flashlight. We are walking up the asphalt path. The flashlight only reveals what is directly in front of us. You go first, Pablo. You have the flashlight. We walk for about 10 seconds and decide that it's too fucking dark. We turn around and start walking fast back to the nearest street. 2 guys pop out of the darkness, lighten the mood by saying they took acid and are looking for a wallet. Feeling good. We decide to enter the park from the lower entrance down the street. Easier to reach the geocache site that way. Didn't account for the fact that it's rough terrain, surrounded by trees and more darkness. Pablo uses his phone for a flashlight, while I use mine for the geocaching app. We head into the path. Recent storm makes it rougher and dirtier than normal. It's pitch black outside. We start walking with the flashlight on. Same problem of who should go first. Pablo goes behind, but picks up a big stick. We are both scared shitless. Apparently, he accidentally started recording instead of just using a flashlight. We sense ourselves being watched, but keep on going. The geocaching app says we are on the prize, nowhere to be seen. Pablo turns around to head back, and it's pitch darkness behind me. Oh shit, just the atmosphere scares me. I start running back to the entrance. Pablo runs after me. We are both terrified. A week later, Pablo tells me he was accidentally recording and shows the video literally off of his smartphone, no editing. There's a fucking human-like creature with black eyes hiding in the bushes and watching us. What? We decide to go back in the daylight to make sense of it. Nothing is even remotely similar to the figure in the video. Anon, it's just a pumpkin. No, it isn't. It's the middle of August in Virginia. There's no fucking pumpkins outside. Anon, it's just a log. No, it's not. Still to this day, I don't know what the fuck happened that night. We searched for geocache in daylight with 5 people and never found it. This is my only supernatural encounter, but Jesus, it gives me chills to think that this shit is real in some sense. I saw an Anza Borrego ghost light a few months ago. It's not the spookiest of stories, but it is true. I am hiking with friends to the Goat Canyon Trestle. The hike itself follows 100-year-old railroad tracks down a gorge leading from the mountains at the top to the desert floor below, over about 20 miles. There are lots of abandoned train cars, cool tunnels, and sketchy railroad trestles to cross. The hike is technically trespassing because some company claims that it's going to get that railroad running again. Nobody gives a fuck because several companies have tried and failed thanks to inhospitable geology and weather. It's usually a pretty popular hike, but we went on a weekday, so we were the only ones out there. The first few miles are spent enjoying the scenery and getting enough courage to cross the janky old trestles. We fuck around in some old double-decker train cars, covered in surprisingly good graffiti. We get the fuck out of the train cars because the dust in there is pure nose fuckery. We continue on, see no other people, go through a few railroad tunnels. They are supported by huge redwood beams, which make these tunnels smell comfy as fuck. Have a pleasant walk through them by the light of a single good flashlight and 2 shitty ones. Get to the longest tunnel on the line. Research says about half a mile or so. It has big rusty gates at the entrance and a bunch of old railroad junk around. Very horror movie looking in the right light. It was noon, so spook factor was low. The tunnel curves, so you can't see the other end for the first bit. We are walking along when we see a light appear down towards the other end of the tunnel, much like someone turning a flashlight on for a second and then off again. We figure it's another group of hikers. Flash the bright light at them. No response. Think whatever and keep on walking. The light flashes again. We are getting closer to the end of the tunnel. There is light shining in at the end, but the flash came from a dark area. Don't see any people silhouetted against the light at the end of the tunnel. May have just been nerves, but we felt like we were being watched. Start hallucinating voices almost at the edge of hearing, also likely nerves. The light flashes randomly one more time and then stops. We are pretty spooked, but we are relatively skeptical folks and continued all the way to the end of the tunnel. Not a soul in sight. The trail is bordered by a very steep cliff to the right and Carrizo Gorge to the left. The trail is visible for a long way ahead. It's extremely unlikely that there were other hikers that ran off. Tried to explain the light as a reflection and cannot find anything reflective anywhere. Remember stories of the Borrego ghost lights. A train conductor in 1977 saw a similar light flash on the tracks at night and ended up derailing a train. People have followed the lights into caves where they have seriously injured themselves. Get moderately spooked and continue on. No more lights, just a feeling of unease. Forget all that shit when we cross the 200 feet tall Goat Canyon Trestle and about crap ourselves. See nobody else on the trip, aside from a group of Boy Scouts starting to hike in a camp on our way out. Guess we believe in ghosts now. I am about 20 years old at the time this happened. I am basically homeless. My aunt offers me to stay in the summer cottage that belongs to my family. Cool, no rent. I spend summer in the family cottage. It's a 15-minute drive away from the nearest town. The place has no electricity, but it does have a diesel generator that powers the place. However, it's loud as fuck. Organize and clean during the day. Sleep when it gets dark. Be completely alone. One day after being there for almost a week, I hear disembodied talking all around me. No biggie. Maybe some group of people walking nearby. At night, I turn on the generator for lighting and charging my shit. Inside the fucking cottage, hear disembodied laughing. Like mischievous children or chipmunk effect laughing, and it sounds close. It's sometimes in different tones and at random intervals. Sometimes 5 cackles in a row. Sometimes one randomly followed by hours of silence. I believed it was the generator making vibrations in the woods. I told myself that to ease the nerves. Around 10 p.m., I turn off the generator. Complete silence. I can hear the wind cracking through the windows. The laughing returns, but this time, sounds like it's coming from outside. I decided to ignore it. Many weeks later, I see my aunt. I told her about the laughing and the generator. She tells me, "Oh my god, Anon, you hear them too." "Hear what?" "The gnomes." She tells me that almost everyone has heard them, and kids can see them, and the whole forest is apparently infested with them. And Grandma said that if you are good, you can hear them, but you can only see them if you appear, but she calls them duendes. I am an aerospace medical technician. I am trained for altitude illness, decompression, G-force exposure, and that sort of thing. They assigned me to Groom Lake for what was supposed to be a 2-week medical rotation. They told me it was just temporary duty. They told me that I would be support for aerospace testing operations. That's what the paperwork said anyway. I did not get any further explanation than that. Not that I expected one. No one talks specifics out here. Most of the time you are just providing routine physicals and heat injury checks for the test pilots and engineers. Normally, I am stationed at Nellis, but sometimes they pull guys like me to groom when there is a testing surge or when something goes wrong and they don't want too many of the regulars talking. I knew it was going to be different the second that we landed. The security did not just check our IDs. They took our phones, wallets, anything with a battery or a lens, and gave us tag canvas pouches in return. They walked us through 3 separate screening points just to get to the dormitory housing. I've been through that kind of security before, but never for just a medical support rotation. My schedule said nights, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. That would mean I would be alone in the clinic unless something went wrong. First couple of nights were quiet. I spent most of the time rechecking inventory. I would be making sure a hyperbaric chamber was functional, and I would be sterilizing equipment that had clearly already been sterilized. The base was unusually quiet, even by Groom Lake standards. The flight line was dead silent. No sonic booms or any late-night engine tests. There was just stillness and that awful dry wind coming off the desert. On the 4th night, they called me at around 0200. The line was completely secure. The voice said, "Patient inbound to Medbay 3. Full precautions, no contact until you are briefed." I waited outside the isolation chamber. 2 men came in wearing full-body PPE. They wore things like tape seams, face shields, and independent oxygen lines. They rolled in a stretcher covered in a heavy grey tarp. One of them told me to follow protocol and walked out without giving me a single patient detail. No chart, no meds, no name. I closed the chamber door behind us and turned on the negative pressure system. When I pulled back the tarp, I froze. The man on the gurney was in his mid-30s. He was roughly built and still wearing most of a flight suit. It had been shredded at the seams, and like it had been taken off in a hurry and then put back on. His body was wrong. There was no visible trauma, no blood or anything like that, but his skin looked discolored. It was a blotchy, greyish purple in places. Looked like he had been underwater too long. His chest rose and fell steadily, though his pupils were fully dilated. He looked like he was in REM sleep, except his eyes were not moving. They were just fixed straight ahead, like he was watching something behind his eyelids. I ran a set of vitals. Heart rate 48, respiration shallow and irregular, blood pressure unreadable. I thought the cuff was malfunctioning until I tried it manually. The Karatkoff sounds were not normal. They sounded like they were muted. It was almost like there was something absorbing the sound between the vessel walls. His chart came in 2 hours later. It was delivered by an officer with no name tag. Observation only. No pharmacological interventions without express command authorization. That was all it said. I kept monitoring him, hour after hour. At 0400, he started twitching. It was just small movements at first. One leg would jerk and then stop. Then his fingers would curl up and go limp again. It wasn't seizure activity. I've seen seizures. This was like watching someone dream about running. There was a pattern to it. Around 5:30 a.m., He exhaled sharply, and I noticed condensation on the inside of his oxygen mask. But the air was cold in that chamber, too cold for standard humidification. I reached out to adjust the mask. That is when he moved. Not just a twitch, but full movement. His hand came up and gripped my wrist. I yelled for urgent assistance and hit the emergency button. Nothing happened. His eyes opened. Not fully, but just enough that I could see the whites were gone. They were all sclera and no iris, but the most disturbing part was not the lack of color. It was that he looked calm and alert, like he was seeing me through a layer of water. His lips moved. I leaned closer. I will never forget what he whispered. "It isn't one of us." Then he let go, just like that. He laid back and his eyes closed again, as if nothing had happened. They came in 20 minutes later to relieve me. 4 men in the same tape suits. One of them sprayed my arms with a mist that I assumed was a disinfectant, but it smelled like nothing I'd ever used before. They did not ask if the patient had moved. They did not ask if anything unusual had happened. They just rolled his stretcher back out and locked down the chamber. That day, I was debriefed in a room with no windows. There was just a single metal table, 2 chairs, and a voice recorder. A woman in a nondescript uniform asked me exactly too many questions to count. They were all procedural. Did I break protocol? Did I touch the patient without gloves? Did I attempt to administer any medication? Did I observe any changes in vital signs? Those were the first questions I faced after they pulled me out of the isolation chamber. The woman who interrogated me wore a plain uniform. It had no insignia and no name tag. Her voice was measured and professional, but there was something about her tone that suggested that these questions were not just procedural. They seemed more like they were tests, like she was searching for a slip. I answered truthfully. No contact without gloves. No meds administered. Changes in vitals. Heart rate was low. Respirations shallow and irregular. Blood pressure unreadable. That was all I said. She did not flinch. Didn't ask me about the twitching, the grip on my wrist, or the whispered words. When I mentioned the patient's eyes, all sclera, no iris, she just tapped her pen and moved on. "Do you understand why you are being quarantined?" she asked next. I didn't, not yet, but the answer came quick enough. You were exposed to an unknown biological agent. Until further analysis is complete, you will remain in isolation. Isolation. That word hit me harder than I expected. The quarantine room was a cell with thick glass walls and a sealed door. No windows, no clock to track the time. I had just a cot, a small metal sink, and a speaker mounted in the ceiling for announcements. The light stayed on 24/7. My only company was a rolling camera and the constant hum of the air filtration system. They brought me food through a hatch in the door. Everything was carefully packaged, and the tray was wiped down with an industrial disinfectant that stung my skin whenever I touched it. My phone and all personal belongings were confiscated. I had no reading materials and no distractions. I was cut off from the world. Days passed by in that sterile box. I kept a journal, scrawling notes with the pen they'd allowed me to keep. Writing was the only thing that kept me sane. The memories of the patient haunted me, the unnatural skin discoloration, the sluggish but deliberate movements. On the 3rd day of quarantine, I heard something. Not through the intercom or the speakers. Something else. A low, wet scraping noise coming from the next room. The quarantine cells were lined up along a corridor, each sealed and soundproofed, but whatever was happening next door was different. The noises were not human. They were muffled voices, but layered underneath was a subtle, irregular rhythm. It was like a throat clearing, but deeper and raspier. Every few minutes, a sharp, wet crack would interrupt the sounds, like bones breaking or something tearing. I banged on the glass. I called out through the speaker, but no response. Later, I learned from whispered conversations between guards that the patient in the next cell was what they called a containment subject, something that did not fit any medical category. I guessed that it was possibly the man I treated, or it could have been another exposed to the same thing. On day 5, 2 men in full biohazard suits entered my cell. They strapped me into a chair, injected me with something that I was told was a standard prophylactic, and hooked me to a portable monitor. I protested, but they ignored me. The sedative was fast-acting. My last conscious thought was the image of the containment subject pounding on the glass, its body twitching with unnatural jerks, eyes rolled back like a corpse. When I woke up, I was on a transport plane, flying back to Nellis. I got no explanations and no debrief. At base, I was given a quick medical exam, blood tests, full body scans, and a strict order to avoid contact with anyone outside the medical staff. They kept me under observation for a week before finally clearing me for limited duty. Terrifying night invades my dreams. Hey Anons. For a few months now I've been experiencing a weird consistent phenomenon, and I do not know where else to bring this to. If anyone else has any similar experiences, do share it with me. Before we continue, I think it would help that I clarify that this is not my first paranormal encounter, but one to add to the pile. Since I was a child, I've experienced a lot of paranormal in nature things, some that shook me to the core, and others that changed me as a human. Let me clarify that I have not been on X for more than 2-ish years, and aside from that, I did not join much on here either. Around 6 to 7 months ago, I attempted something called remote view or some shit like that. Basically, through meditation, I was told I could focus my mind to view another place, and even higher dimensions, not with my eyes, but with my consciousness/soul. At least, that's what I read/remember. I was bored and I did not know what to do, so I thought of giving it a try. After all, what harm could it do? I always was into this kind of stuff. That night I sat on my bed and calmed myself as much as I could, focusing. I was experiencing a weird feeling in my head, as if my brain was exploding. I felt as if I could visualize something like a sphere, or anything for that matter, a room full of people, space, the earth, but I could speed up time, going faster and faster and faster, and somehow, I would sync with the feeling of the blood flowing through my brain at the same speed as time, and suddenly it would come to a stop. It felt as if my brain could not process it, but still, I felt weird, as if physically, my body could not handle it, but my soul/consciousness wanted to continue. It felt like I hit a wall, followed by a light feeling of dizziness. That night, I fell asleep and saw a vivid dream. I was in a place, a colossal expansion of grassy flatland at the top of the Earth's atmosphere. You could see that deep blue color. It was a weird place. Rocks that had multiple eyes that floated on the rock's surface, as if it was made out of water, yet touching it, I felt hard solid rock. I literally felt as if this was something normal. As if by being there, I understood the bizarre rules of that world. I walked and walked, and I remember looking at the moon and the sun, and I felt as if something was off when I saw the moon. Something inside of me was uncomfortable. Suddenly, I found myself in a huge castle that seemed to defy physics. It had weird long towers with triangles on top. The top part of the triangles were made out of glass, and I remember that detail very well. Walking into the huge castle, I found myself in a long dining area, filled with golden cups with wine, black cubes splattered all over the place, with white outlines and golden torches alongside the dark walls, but the feeling of uneasiness came back to me. Turning my back, I saw what resembled a knight smash open a deep green-colored wooden door with an axe full of eyes looking at me. It felt as if the weapon was actually alive as it squeaked and made short yet high-pitched squeaky noises like a dog toy. The knight himself, I don't know if I can call him that, but that is what he resembles. On his head, a long sharp cone with a long cloth reaching down on his shoulders, and the rest of his body was also a dark cloak. He looked literally like a KKK member, just all in dark robes. I felt as if time froze, and I heard him speaking to space itself. Not just speaking, it felt like a song of frequencies. This one, I don't know how I know it. It's as if I figured it out in the dream. Time resumed, and a lightning bolt ran across the room, barely missing me. At this point, I literally shitted myself because the dream felt so vivid that I literally felt the warmth of the lightning passing by. All of the details I could make out of him was some white eyes shining through the black cloth/veil that sat on top of his cone. For a few seconds, I forgot what happened and found myself awake on my bed in the morning. Since then, I've been constantly seeing him invading my dreams, each time with a different type of weapon, from that double-headed full-of-eyes axe to chains made out of condensed light on the verge of collapsing in on itself into many black holes. Literally, I could feel fucking gravity distorted around those things, like how a bug sits on water and it gets this weird lens thing effect. Of course, there have been dreams where simply he did not invade or couldn't, but most of the time when he invades them, I feel the urge to battle him, her, or whatever it is. I always find myself exploring weird places like huge cathedrals or castles straight out of fantasy, only for him to come in. I really don't know what he is, but it feels as if that remote view thing brought him into my mind. Did I open the gate to him? I really don't know, but recently, I really feel like facing him in my dream, but it feels as if he conceals his true form, but he is a very experienced warrior. A knight that seemingly comes to chase me down with weird weapons and magic, destroying everything in his path just to get to me. Do you Anons have any idea what it could be? Ask me questions and I am willing to answer. I've seen a lot of bizarre shit happen in the dreams, and me getting those moments of grand understandings, but I am too tired to type it all down. And if anyone wonders if I encounter any other things in those dreams, yes I do. Multiple knights and entities actively live in those places. When he comes, he will sometimes fight with them, or they will directly attack him. This gives me time to always run or find a way to escape while he is busy, but they have never bested him. There were even times where more knights, just like him, joined him to hunt me down. I have never been targeted in any dream world consistently, only once as a child by aliens. I have tried shouting at least one time, but I don't remember what he said. I stopped and shouted something like, "Leave me alone," and he stood there, lowering his weapon for a few seconds, and then he said something that I could not really make out, and when I ran, he started coming after me again. I can't tell if the knight was speaking English or not. He spoke in a weird way, weird change of tones as well. I am sadly not lucid when he shows up, only a few times, but even then it's just a game of run and make sure he does not catch me. There was this one instance, we were on some huge bridges that connected two huge mountains, and under us was a huge gaping abyss filled with demonic creatures. Alongside us, dragons were flying, trying to supposedly prey on me. Those dragons were all fully armored in dark steel plating, with organic parts showing off, as if they were Frankenstein creations. I managed to make it to the end of the bridge and cut a rope. He jumped on a dragon, and with the rope that I cut, he used it on the dragon's neck and flew the fucking dragon. He's like, very agile, fast, quick. He's not immortal, of course. One time, he got blown away by an explosion, but he is super skilled at fighting. It almost seems as if he has been doing this for all eternity. He is also very smart. I remember meeting a wizard who made me invisible, and this knight killed the wizard and threw ashes all over me from a nearby fireplace, revealing my morph with the ashes. I've attempted to fight him before, and it seems that I can, but this dude invades my dreams with godlike weapons, huge swords, guns, giant chains, magic. It feels as if I have to find something, cause he gets this boosted start. I can't seem to defend myself. There was an instance that I tried to fight back, and he bended the sword I was gonna stab him with in front of me with his bare hands. Like, fucking hell, how would I know that Doomslayer would be chasing my ass in the astral plane? I have not told many, but to those who I did, say that it could be some sort of evil spirit / consciousness that attempted to fuse with the link I made between my physical body and my consciousness when I tried to remote view, thus it getting stuck in this limbo stage when I'm between here and in the forever deep sleep, trying to fight its way out. Now that I think of it, it's funny, but it really isn't. cause this thing has been going on for months, but it's like how red phantoms invade your world in Dark Souls. I really shouldn't joke around with this, cause those dreams are really vivid, and I do not want to feel him cutting off my arms. I have thought of killing him, but what scares me the most is that, as I have mentioned, there was that time that multiple of them came. It felt as if I was trespassing on some serious shit, and they were more aggressive and harsh. But I think I should face him head on and talk to him, and God forbids, I will have to finally fight him. Fight him all you want, Anon, but you will never win. These dudes have been slaughtering people in their dreams since the dawn of man. It's a game to them. When you are asleep, you are in their world. They know where you are and what you are doing. You can't run, hide, or ever outsmart them. All you can do is barter or be prepared to give up your ability to dream altogether. I dealt with one of them from ages of 8 to 14, before my chronic insomnia was finally taken seriously enough by the doctors. I was on sleeping pills for months before I finally started sleeping with a cross that a preacher gave to me under my pillow every night. After a couple of days, I stopped dreaming altogether, and man, was it worth it. I tried everything to win against them in my dreams, but nothing ever worked, and I had years to try, so good luck to you if that is the path that you go down. The only way I could ever sleep was by talking to him. I can only speak from experience, but no matter how many times I thought I won, he was always back the next night. Though mine looked different than what you described. Pick related is the best I can remember after not dreaming for 7+ years. Nonetheless, I wish you the best of luck, bro. Going through that at such a young age fucked with me for a long time. He's never really managed to kill me. There have been many close scenarios where he cornered me, but just at the last second, I would manage to escape from his slashes or some other thing would distract him. However, he's able to give strong blows with his weapons, and axe I remember literally cut through the castle wall like butter, leaving it all red and close to melting. And as I said, those dreams with him tend to be vivid, so I feel the warmth of those things, making it only more scary of being hit. This sounds like a really good frontal lobe activation. You got my interest in on, so I am going to give my 2 cents. You say you felt as if this was something normal. Well, we dream all of our lives, so you end up seeing a ton of shit, which ends up feeling normal, especially when your critical thinking faculties are all off. The point you make about looking at the moon and the sun and feeling as if something was off and making you feel uncomfortable. I just think this is the point where you actually started paying attention, and that is why you felt uncomfortable. About the night smashing open the green-colored door. I can't really say much about this guy, but the weapon could be a metaphor for your mind's eye. Maybe some sort of dread of consequences if you use this remote viewing ability as a weapon. From what I learned from going down the ESP rabbit hole is that you need to activate your frontal lobe, which means needing to bypass the reptilian brain and the mammal brain, which are the selfish survival/social parts of the brain to actually do ESP stuff. So, I hope this makes sense somehow. Not that I had any sort of success with ESP yet. You should face him down like you say that you want to, Anon. But don't forget, everything that you see in your dreams is a reflection/a part of yourself. You should try manifesting a Zippo lighter and set his cloak ablaze to defeat him. I can't. He's wearing a mix of armor plating, leather, chainmail, and some other shit on him. He is literally chugged full of armor, and yet I wonder how he can still run so fucking fast. This dude's armor must weigh twice my weight, but I have never tried doing that. Despite an explosion going off in front of him, he was just thrown back and got straight back up. Even if I were to burn his cloak, he would just drop it. In that case, he might stop pursuing you. The cloak is the key. It's causing him to stay in a bewitched state 24/7, hence the nails and the stitches. Meaning, whoever placed the cloak on him does not wish for it to ever be removed. He might even be a benevolent knight who was corrupted by a dark wizard. The cloak is part of his armor. There have been more knights like him without cloak and cloaks, and as I've said, he seems to conceal his true form, so Christ knows what will happen when that thing drops. But even if I somehow managed to make him drop it, he would just run after me more and more. If you're not able to burn his cloak or grimoire, at the very least, Try obscuring the symbols with something. Smudge them up with any kind of substance you can find or conjure up. That might be more than enough to break the spell. Chances are, it's a Wizard of Oz scenario. The knight himself is being piloted by someone else in the castle. Alternatively, you can find the puppeteer and attack them instead. Look, it's not just one castle. It's multiple areas that those kinds of battles can happen. One time, it happened in an empty garden. Sometimes in those castles, even in churches. The symbol seems to just exist there. But what I am more concerned is how he whispers to space in some sort of song of frequencies, and this way manages to somehow cast various magic spells, from thunderbolts to fire and all of that stuff. I heard frequencies play a very important role in the universe, and he seems to have some sort of mastery over his song of frequencies. Is this something I can learn? Has anyone done this before? I am not aware of what kind of self-reflection type of demon it could be. I've changed a lot as a man lately, and moved forward from a lot of mistakes and errors. I face my demons, but this feels rather weird and out of place. I'm not sure if it's a representation of something that I feel. It feels like an idea seeded into my head. I honestly don't know if I should attempt to fight him or just talk to him. Then battle him. The realm he tries to attack you is your own. He just distorts your perception in order to cause the sense of unfamiliarity. Hence, you unable to draw from within what would give you the edge, the advantage over the entity. Next time the abomination comes, draw from within. That world is yours to shape, and so shape it. A wood can be a sword. A plate can turn to an impenetrable armor. Mold yourself into what the entity fears the most. A man who knows how to banish it. They are easily banishable. They are weak in your soul. So what you do is attack them. They will recoil in fear. They can't be touched by you. It probably hurts them. I know I banished a few of such weird entities just by using my bare hands and attacking them. They never came back. All I am saying, Anon, is that you must fight. It will never go away on its own. The only way you secure peace is by waging war. So, good luck, and think about this. May your next dream bring you victory. Good luck. Anons, I don't know how, but the collective of you telling me to face him off somehow manifested the strength I was hoping to manifest myself. The dream was lucid. I was conscious. Let me describe exactly what happened. I might need some help through deciphering some of the hidden meanings. You guys may be confused as to some of the things he said. After coming back from swimming, sitting down on my bed, I tried to think of all the comments telling me that I have to face him. So I sat down, calmed myself, and drifted away in 45-ish minutes. I was tired as well, so this helped. The dream was just like always. It was vivid. So vivid, I could clearly see and feel the stone textures of the wall. I found myself in a huge corridor, resembling that of a dungeon. I played Dark Souls 3 before going for swimming, which may have somehow affected the choice of environment, I guess. The corridor was huge, and it had the classic checkerboard floor. I felt peace at once walking down the corridor without feeling uneasy. At this point, I was not yet conscious, as I was not aware of the night. Walking down the corridor, I suddenly stopped and looked next to me. A man that I would describe as 6 meters tall, with a weird tree stump for a head. It looked cylindrical and had weird shapes on it, but they looked organic. He was dressed from neck to toe in an organic-looking armor. It looked organic, but it was very hard. It had some interesting geometry, especially in the chest. It was all stretched out like a boat's nose and looked heavy. I did not talk to him, but it seemed as if he was escorting me. I don't know. After what seemed like a flash, I appeared in some sort of dining area, which is common in the dreams, and it was at this moment that I realized, wait, the night will come. And that was what switched me on, and I gained consciousness. Before anything could happen, I asked the giant who he is, and he spoke in a language that spoke inside of my brain directly, or it felt like it anyway. He said that he is one of the golems of the castle, and that his goal is to protect the visitors. Out of nowhere, he summoned a huge rod made out of stone, with a huge iron sphere on top filled with eyes. It looked similar to the axe that the knight first used months ago in the first dream I had. He described it as a weapon made out of intelligence whispered into metals, and he said that he is no different from it, that he is the mechanism, yet the mechanism is what manifests intelligence into him, as if intelligence is not something on its own, but an effect created when the circumstances are allowing it to exist, like calling it into existence, manifesting it in the spot. It felt like such a great understanding to me. Being conscious then, this really reflected with me and my brain, making me emotional. But yet again, the knight jumped from a window and fell into a table filled with cubes again. It wasn't just a drop, he fell from what seemed like 120 meters. The glass made a deafening sound, which made me shout. At that moment, I saw him dropping his cloak, which made me think of the light in Anon mentioned, and turning around, the giant handed me one that seemed to be fashioned out of a literal chunk of iron ore with those eyes like I mentioned that the rocks had. The knight stood up, and this time he had 2 golden axes that emitted lightning. I did not know how to react, so he jumped on me. I literally froze, looking at him from above me. It was like looking death in the eyes. It felt like I had my fate sealed. You guys have no idea how menacing he was. But the golem pushed me in what seemed like a forward push towards the table, and I fell down. In what seemed like a mess of actions, I threw the lighter, and his axes blew up the lighter with their lightning. This lit up his cloak in blue flames, and he started running around. The golem seemed stationary, simply looking, or at least I think so. He had no eyes. At this point I could hear him scream, so I jumped on him and removed his cloak. I rolled ahead of him with his cloak in my hands, which I threw away, and it burned away. I was all lying down at this point, and he had gotten up. Under the cloak, he was wearing a heavy-looking set of iron armor, with wrinkles and sharp points everywhere, like thorns. He still had his black cone with the glowing white eyes that now were more vivid than ever before. Looking behind him, the golem was gone. At that moment, I did not want to die. So I literally shouted as loud as I could in my mother language instead of English. All this time, I tried speaking to him in English, but this time, I talked to him in my actual language, and he stopped and looked at me. Being lucid, I thought of asking him why he would want to kill me, and he sat down, cross-legged beside me, with his axes on the floor. At this point, I was losing my shit, cause that Anon who suggested asking him why he chases me down was actually correct, instead of asking him to fight me. Sitting down, he directly told me that he is hunting those who fake the looks of a human. He told me that we humans have an amazing ability to tell what is human from what is a mimic trying to be a human, and that he is hunting the vile creatures who with the looks of a human try to eat us. He said that with this ability, we are able to distinguish what is us and what is them, but people don't know them, for we have not seen them for many generations. I instantly asked him for his name, and he told me he is what is called Rabadon, which in his language means one who seeks the hooks. I don't even know what that is supposed to mean. I asked him why he is chasing me, and he said that King Saravan noticed curious things happening to me, and he thought it could be the vile creatures trying to trick my mind. He said that his king could not come because he does not exist here, and no vessel can bear the weight of his core, but only higher dimensions. After that, I tried asking him more questions, but he simply stood up and left from exactly the green door he came in from, telling me to forgive him, which I did in my heart, but not in words, but he knew already. He told me that as a friend, he is willing to help me, and he left by vanishing in the darkness behind the door. I don't fucking know what kind of fever dream that was, but it seems like he left for good from my dreams after that. I looked behind to find the golem fixing the window, and then I instantly woke up. I think this is the end of the invasion. He told me I'm his friend now, so I guess it's good to have a friend there. What now, Anons? Anything that I should ask if I ever see him again in my dreams? Waking up, I felt a great sense of peace and freedom, as if something that was on to me left. Anyone know the names he gave out? Really interesting stuff, Ope. I think I can help here. As someone who conquered his own indestructible pursuing monster dreams, It sounds to me like some kind of sentinel, meant to keep out remote viewers or lucid dreamers. A security program almost. You have to learn how to kill them if you want to continue exploring. And I mean, obliterate them. Really gotta fuck them up to send this message. All it takes is sufficiently strong will. In your dream, when you next encounter the night, become angry, furious, focus the anger into force. Crush that night motherfucker with your mind so badly and so violently that its buddies get sprayed with bits of its exploded meat and are stunned by the violence that you are capable of. Don't even think about how to do this, just do it with your raw fury. Compress the space around it and crush it. I did this to my own formerly indestructible sentinels, armor and all, and they have not bothered me since. My dreams have actually evolved since I gained the ability to destroy those sentinel things. I now have recurring dreams of visiting an empty, partly constructed city in a valley in China, seemingly always returning to the same frozen moment in time, always at the same location in the city. Gravity works strangely there, far weaker than usual. It's always sunset, and no matter what, nothing can hurt me, even leaping from sufficient height to attain a near terminal velocity. I have never encountered anything alive there, beyond small weedy plants and distant trees, and saw very few traces of human presence. Construction vehicle tracks on recently laid clean black asphalt, some cigarette butts, and some kind of construction site safety pamphlet is the only things I found. Work in the empty city appears to have come to a halt, and whatever construction crews built it have been sent elsewhere. The city is in the phase of construction where the concrete and rebar work is done, but none of the window glass or interior has been put in. I sometimes wonder if I haven't been firewalled off into some kind of safe space where I can't do any harm when I visit this place in my dreams. I don't have the ability to destroy anything there. Nothing exists there to make me angry or feel threatened, so there was no cause. I tried doing things like using a rock to scratch marks on specific concrete walls that I would visit over and over, only to find them reset to their pre-visit state upon my next visit. I tried bashing walls with a rock to make some of the concrete chip off, only to find the concrete supernaturally strong, totally unlike how you would expect it to be, like it was actually granite or harder. Due to gravity, working at what I would estimate to be 10 to 15% of normal, it's possible to leap very high in the air, or leap from the top floor of one building to another, or even leap from one glassless window to a window in some building some distance away. You can't really alter direction once you're born, but you can travel around in these beautiful leaping parabolic arcs. Impacts that would shatter your legs and every bone in your body in reality are easily handled in the empty city. You feel the impact just less. First, I'd like to make clear that what I'm about to say is 100% true. I am not making this stuff up. I don't have any explanations and I don't believe in God. I just want to share my experiences and see if anyone else has been through anything similar, and if so, I would like to hear it. The curiosity burns me, yet the scientist inside of me has debunked all, even my own bizarre experiences. I just put them down to imagination, but I will let you decide. Anyway, here goes. The first thing I experienced was when I was around 3 years old, and so have no recollection of it. The story was only told to me when I was around 9 or 10 years old and was presented to me as fact. The story goes, we had recently moved into a new house, my mom, 2 bros, and my sister, and they had all gone off to school, leaving infant me and my mom alone. Anyway, I am upstairs doing whatever boys do at 3 years old, and she's downstairs doing whatever moms do. So, after an hour, the story goes, I come down and ask, "Who's the lady laying on your bed, Mom?" I then go on to describe a lovely conversation that I had with some mystery woman who was apparently laying on my mother's bed, and then went on to give a vague description of this nice woman, ginger hair, walking stick. I even had a name, Jenny. So, my mother goes to check. Nothing, and rightly puts it down to the imagination of a child and ignored it. A few weeks later, after we'd started meeting neighbors and getting settled in, when she got into a conversation with a neighbor named Val. Val mentioned that her mother had lived at our house for many years and had gone off to a nursing home because of ill health. She had died in the nursing home a few weeks before we moved in. She had ginger hair and a walking stick. Her nickname was Ginny. That was the start of Ginny. I swear down this is true. I'm just trying my hardest to write this clearly and present it in a way that everyone will understand. Thank you for the compliment though. Okay, a few years later, I remember the event, but I'm not sure how old I was. I'm guessing 5 to 6 years old. It's evening time, around 8 p.m. I guess, and I am sitting/playing in the living room with my mom who is watching TV. My bros and sister are upstairs, along with about 5 or 6 friends. I can hear them upstairs playing music and chatting, when suddenly the music stops, followed by the heavy footsteps of my brother's friends coming down the stairs and swiftly out of the front door. My sister is crying in the background and my mom is looking annoyed at the fuss. My brothers come in the living room and are quickly quizzed by my mom, to which they both look at each other, puzzled. Apparently, in front of around 8 people, a catalog had risen from the floor near my brother's bedroom door, flew across the room, and hit my sister clean in the face. Everyone was in agreement to the events, even my crying sister, and from that point, the house got a reputation. OP here again. The house usually creaked and groaned, and as a kid, I hated going for a piss at night, but apart from that, nothing much happened until I was around 8 years old. I was playing hide and seek with a friend, Steven, and my sister. We'd probably been playing for around 20 minutes, when it was sister's turn to find us. So, I hide under the bed, and he hides in an old wardrobe. The wardrobe had a keyhole lock, and probably once had a key, but the key had been lost long ago, so the wardrobe always remained ajar. I am under the bed waiting, and my sister shouts, "Found you," to Steven, obviously hearing him in the wardrobe. I can hear him rummaging around in the wardrobe, and then begin to play with my sister to let him out. I come out from under the bed and proceed to the wardrobe. My sister is standing there clueless, and the wardrobe is locked, no mistake. My sister and I panicked for a moment because he started getting really worked up, pleading for us to open the door. The door suddenly creaks open, and he falls out of the wardrobe, blaming us both for locking him in. My sister is now 37 years old and swears blind she never locked the wardrobe. I know I never. It could only be locked from the outside, and there was no key. That's the truth. I have no explanation. There is a lot more shit that's happened. I am just going chronologically. OP again. Last one, and then I'm going. This was roughly the same year, so I'm around 8 to 9 years old. I had been out playing whatever with a friend called Lee, and we were arriving at my house. We walk in, and he heads up the stairs towards my room. I glance in the living room to see an empty house, then follow him up the stairs. I just got up to the top of the stairs when I hear him shout, "Ugh, what the fuck was that?" Not in a scared of monsters tone, but more of a fear of OMG spiders tone. I turn the corner and hear him again. Ugh, but it sounds more urgent this time. Suddenly, he bolts past me to the top of the staircase, apparently scared shitless. He then misses the first step, slips, and goes down the full staircase on his ass, hitting the bottom with a thump. I race down the stairs, asking what's the matter, just in time for him to get on his feet. He looks straight into the living room, screams, and then runs out of the front door, straight into the road, narrowly avoiding being run over by a car. His father hears this commotion from across the street and comes over, asking him what occurred. He mumbled something to his dad, then went in the house. I later knocked on Lee's door and was told, "I'm not allowed to play with you anymore," and he never did again. From that point on, friends were really wary of coming into my house. I'd just like to add, Ginny never harmed me and I never felt threatened. I thought of her as a protector, and my sister would joke, "Yeah, she likes you." Apart from the book hitting my sister thing, nobody was harmed. People saw and experienced many things in that house, and I'm just glad to share some of it. OP again, I would just like to add, I don't believe scientifically that Ginny existed. I believe in physics, I believe in science, I hate religion and the popular perception of ghosts. Yet what I've seen, heard, and felt, to me, had no scientific explanation. Hence the thread. I like to learn and applaud any explanation that is offered. OP back. Can't believe this thread did not die. May as well carry on where I left off. So, it's around the same year, so I am 8 to 9 years old. My sister, 14 to 15 at the time, and I had been out babysitting for a neighbor and were returning home around 11 p.m. We were both tired, but in a jovial mood. The house was empty, nothing unusual, so my sister makes us some supper and we settle down in front of the TV. After a slice of toast and a cup of tea, she says to me, "Okay, bedtime." So, begrudgingly but tired, I agree and get up and make my way to the bottom of the staircase. It was then that I look up the stairs, and suddenly, it just hits me. I can't really describe what it was, other than just being a feeling of absolute pure dread. It was terrifying. I was frozen to the spot, and I have never been so scared in my life. There was something up there, that I am certain of. I could feel it. And no matter what happened that night, I was not going up those stairs. I remember being confused at the time by this feeling. It had just suddenly hit me like a wave, and I was shaking, crying, acting like a lunatic, screaming, "There is something up there." I remember it clearly. I was freaking out, and my sister eventually subdued me, and I just remember waking up on the sofa the next day with my sister. This was totally out of character for me. I love my sister, and although we'd have our differences, I would never have put her through an ordeal like that on purpose, nor was I easily scared. As I said before, I'd always thought of this ghost as being kind to me and had no fear of the house. It had never happened before and didn't ever happen again. My sister asked the next day what all that was about, and all I could say was, there was something evil up those stairs. Later that year, we had a fire in the house. A bedside lamp had fallen over and had set a duvet alight. Firemen were called at God knows what time a.m., and I stood outside in my pants with my mom and siblings watching the small blaze being tackled. The cause was never explained, though it was obvious the cause was that a lamp had set a duvet alight. Anyway, fires happen, so we will ignore that. Anyway, a few weeks later, we go on a caravan holiday for 2 weeks. We had no idea what we were about to come home to. We arrive home, and it was immediately obvious that the front main window had been smashed. We enter the home to find it a shambles. Food packets strewn around the floor, beer cans, etc., talcum powder and flour all over the floor. We had been burgled. By kids by the looks of it, and it looked like they'd had a pretty good time making a mess before they left. Anyway, nothing was stolen, because my mom had cleverly left any valuables with neighbors and friends, but the house was a mess. Actually, my BMX was stolen. I'd only had it around 2 weeks, so I usually forget I ever had it. A neighbor confirmed a few nights ago they heard the sound of breaking glass. Then, hours later, it seems they returned to have an impromptu party at my house. Neighbors had heard the noise, but did not know the source until the next day. Anyway, the neighbor asks, "Did you have somebody looking after the house for a few days?" Apparently, the day after we left for the caravan holiday, neighbors had noticed a figure standing, looking out of the windows during the day. At night, they reported seeing a silhouette through the curtains, again, apparently keeping watch. We never found an explanation, and soon after, we moved house. I loved that house. It will always be my true home, and I would move back there tomorrow, but I swear on my life, my kids' lives, and my family's lives, and they would agree, that that house was haunted. Things did not stop there though, lol. We moved to London, and after a year or two moving around from home to home, we settled in a house in Rains Park, near Wimbledon. It was a lovely area, full of trees and open grassland. We bought a dog, Bonnie the Staff, and Sis and I used to take her for long walks on Wimbledon Common. So everything was good. Things were looking up, and the old house was forgotten about. Anyway, one night I'm laying in bed, and I can hear the dog walking around my bed. I can hear and feel its footsteps as it's walking around the bed, and its nails clicking on the carpet. Then, it dives under the bed and is making a commotion. I can feel it pushing the mattress up from under me. So I say, "Oi, Bonnie, what you doing? Come on, get up on the bed," to which there is no response. So again, I call out, "Come on the bed." Still no response. So, being annoyed, I throw the blanket off and get up and switch the light on. I get on my knees and look under the bed. "Bonnie." She's not there. I call out "Bonnie" and look around the room. Nothing. So I scratch my head for a second and then go downstairs to see where this damn dog is. Sure enough, she is curled up on the floor, snoring like a baby. How long's Bonnie been there? I asked my mom. She's been here all night, was the response. That was the start of the haunting, part 2. A few weeks later. I am probably 11 or 12 years old at this point. I am in my room doing whatever, and I decide to go for a piss. So I'm in the bathroom having a piss, when I hear my brother behind me whisper through the door, "Beware of the dark." I jump out of my skin, then shout back at him, "Stop messing around, I'm not scared." He would often mess around, so I finish my piss and go looking for him. Nothing. I checked that whole fucking house from top to bottom, expecting him to have found some new awesome hiding place that I had not noticed, but no. The only people at home were me, Alan, my mom's BF, and Bonnie the dog. Alan confirmed that my brother had left the house hours ago. The voice was unmistakable. It was my brother's voice, I'm certain. I now put it down to imagination, as I have with all of my experiences, but it was so real to me that I simply could not be sure. Again, I have no satisfactory explanation and refuse to believe in ghosts. Sorry if the stories are boring. In all cases, I am just giving a true account of what happened and refuse to embellish any details for people's entertainment. That is not why I'm writing this. Also, if anyone has any ideas on these matters or has shared similar experiences, I would love to hear them. LP here again, and I will finish with this one. There's probably 10 or more unexplained events I can recall, but I will just say this then call it a night. Besides, I'm not sure if anyone's even reading this, lol. Skip forward a few years. It's 1996, and I am 15 years old. My siblings and mom all had jobs, and we'd moved to a bigger house in West Norwood, London. Sister was a qualified hairdresser, working long hours, and mom was running a chain of charity shops, also working long hours. Anyway, it was either a weekend or school holiday because I had woken up at 10 to 11 a.m. and had nothing to do. Mom had gone to work, but sister had called in sick. She didn't feel right, was her explanation at the time. Anyway, the day passes as normal for me, but I can see my sister is not well. She never looked ill really, more anxious. She was doing a lot of nail biting and saying stuff like, "I've got a bad feeling, something is wrong," etc. But she could not put her finger on what it was. It was mystifying to me at the time, but I later found out why. Around 9 p.m. came, and mom had failed to return home yet. Not unusual. Usually, my sister was just returning home from work at this time, but due to this illness, had spent the day pacing around, looking worried. My sister was getting more anxious by the second, and was at this point almost crying. So I asked, for fuck's sake, what's wrong? Something has happened to mom, I can feel it. I just brush it off as her being stupid, but she is adamant. I'm gonna go and look for her. So she goes out in the car, looking for mom. About an hour passes by when sister returns home. Nothing. She tried all their friends' addresses and a local pub that my mom would visit, but nobody had seen her. Sister was looking even more worried now. Something's happened, I can feel it, she kept repeating. Her BF turned up, and they went out again in the car, looking for mom. About 1 a.m. comes around. I hear the door close, so come out of my room to investigate. My sister is walking up the stairs. I can see her hair is a mess, and there is makeup down her face. I ask, "Did you find her?" She starts crying and tells me what had happened. At around 8 a.m. that morning, shortly after arriving at work, my mom had slipped and banged her head, leaving her unconscious. She had spent the entire day on the floor of the closed shop, unconscious and slipping into a shock-induced coma. Another hour or two, and she would have died. She spent a few days in hospital, going through scans, etc., before gladly making a full recovery. My sister cannot explain what happened that day, or how she knew that something bad was going to happen. Was it luck? Intuition? Her explanation was, "I just woke up with a feeling." I have no idea, but she was right. Lol, OP here again, lol. One more sticks in my mind, well, two actually. One's kind of a nice story, the other one is not. It's around 2000 and I am 19. I'd moved in with my girlfriend to Battersea and had a beautiful baby daughter. Mom had been diagnosed with cancer a few years before and had died approximately 2 months beforehand. I was not taking it well. I was crying all the time and seeking comfort in my GF and baby to take my mind off of it. Anyway, they had gone off to bed and I am alone with my thoughts. I dropped my head into my lap and started quietly sobbing. I really miss my mom. I'm crying for a minute or two, trying not to make a noise, when I hear my GF walk along the passageway into the front room. She comes into the room and stands right over me, making the floor move. I could feel the heat from her legs and the sound of her clothes. I assumed that she did not know what to say/do, so she just stood there. I continue crying into my lap for a moment, trying to compose myself. Then I dry my eyes and look up. Nothing. There is nobody there. I look around the door, expecting to see her walking away. Nope. I go into the bedroom. She is asleep. Whoever it was, it certainly was not my GF. I'd like to think it was my mom coming to see me, but the scientist in me will not allow it. The second story is not so cheerful. LP again, law. The second story was only a fleeting glimpse, but was definitely real and definitely scared me. It's probably a year or two later, and my daughter was probably 3 years old enough to use the toilet, but still wetting the bed probably once a month or so. It's about 1 AM, and everyone is in bed. I am sitting on the PlayStation when I hear a noise from behind me. I assume it's either the GF or my daughter going to the toilet, so I turn around to look. If it's my daughter, I would usually offer my assistance with her being so young, and also being prone to the odd bedwetting, and also being half asleep. So anyway, I look around to see the silhouette of a little girl in a black and white dress scurry into the bathroom. I assume it's my daughter, even though I thought the clothing was a little out of place. So I offer my assistance. She does not reply, so I wait for a minute, expecting to hear the toilet flush. Nothing, so curious, I get up and go to the bathroom. The light is on in there, so I knock lightly. Hey, you okay, darling? Need a hand? No response. I ask again, a little louder. Still nothing, so I open the door slightly and take a peek inside. Nothing, nobody there. I look in my daughter's room. She is sound asleep, wearing nothing but a vest and underwear. Also, she never had a dress that was even remotely similar. I saw a girl go into the bathroom, I am positive. The door moved when she went in, and the black and white dress was vivid. It was like a party dress, wide at the bottom with horizontal bands of black and white frills on the skirt. It moved and brushed against the door as she ran into the bathroom. I also remember seeing the shape of her hair, although the face was in shadow. I never told this to my then GF, because she would have probably freaked out and or thought I was crazy. I think myself as a rational person, but it scared the shit out of me at the time, and still does. Lots more, mostly in the old house I grew up in. Little things happen so often that we would just say, it's Ginny again, and forget all about it. We had gotten so used to it. One morning, Mom came down to find tins of food stacked on the kitchen table. There would always be the sound of footsteps in the house at night. I used to sleep in my sister's bed with her basically because we were scared to sleep alone due to the doors opening/closing. Doors would open and close by themselves, or in the case of the wardrobe, lock themselves. Our pet dogs at the time would behave weirdly sometimes, growling at shadows or come running downstairs, apparently in a rush to get away from something. Some things above were only fully explained to me at a later date due to me being the youngest. I will try and remember more for tomorrow. This happened about 6 years ago. My father had died recently, and again, I was not taking this well. It had happened suddenly, and I had not had a chance to say goodbye. He was my best friend, and it was always me and him, partners in crime, so to speak. I was a lot closer to him than I was my mom, and I know I meant everything to him. He loved me completely and worshipped the ground I walked on. He was a great dad. I'd split up with my GF and had moved into a flat near Lewisham, London. I would spend most of the days playing Oblivion on the Xbox and smoking weed to numb the pain, sleeping throughout the day and being a night owl. I did not dream much, probably the weed, and when I did, they were just a mess of meaningless crap lasting seconds. Anyway, I went to sleep one night, then woke up at approximately 5 AM. Standing in front of me by the bed was my dad. I was shocked, and then I thought, I'm still asleep here, and laughed. And then I asked him, "What are you doing here? You're dead," in a kind of light-hearted, comical tone. He just stood there looking at me, as clear as day, looking straight at me, not moving an inch, not blinking. It was almost like it was a cardboard cutout of him, rigid yet real. The detail was exact. I could see his face, wrinkles, skin blemishes, eyes, etc. I was not afraid. It was great to see him, to be honest. Anyway, I look at him for a few seconds and then say, "You should not be here, go away." Then I turn over to go back to sleep. I put it down to being some kind of freaky dream. I woke up the next day thinking that was weird, but just put it down to being a vivid dream. Evening time comes around and my phone rings. It's my sister. He was not her biological father, but he loved her like a daughter and they shared that bond. She always says he was the closest thing she ever had to a dad, and I agree. Anyway, she continues, "I had a really weird dream last night about your dad." She had had the exact same dream. He was just standing by her bed, looking at her, not saying anything, just there. Again, I would put this down to stress, grief, imagination, whatever, but for the detail, he was so detailed it was lifelike. I'm welling up here, but I've recalled one more I would like to share. Up here. This is the last one. I have texted family members to try and jog my memory a bit, but this is the only one that really stands out to me, so here goes. I'm 18 at the time. Mom had been diagnosed with cancer years earlier, and after several bouts of chemo and a few high points, she had deteriorated. She had 6 months to live. Nurses were there on a daily basis to administer morphine. I think it was morphine, and she was bedridden. Her partner, Dave, had died around 6 to 12 months before, so she was alone. We, bros and sister, were going around every day trying to help Mom through this time, and although we never thought about it, we knew we did not have long left with our mom. I was in total denial and did not realize the full extent of her illness, still hoping she would make a full, miraculous recovery. So, the routine was set. Nurses would come in during the day or whenever called and administer morphine. My sister would help her out with going to the toilet, getting dressed, etc. And me and my bros just kind of took a back seat. We just helped where we could. Anyway, while on the morphine, Mom started mentioning Dave a lot. No surprise with him being her latest partner. But then, things started getting weird. She would talk to him when alone in her room, something we put down to her just being off her face on morphine. But then, she, after a week or so, started complaining to us when not on the morphine. She would say things like, "I wish he would just leave me alone now. He keeps making me jump." My sister, who had spent the most time with Mom at the stage, was telling us what Mom was seeing. She would see Dave walking around the house as normal, or sitting in his chair, or sitting on her bed. At first, she seemed fine, but we could tell these visions of Dave were getting to her. She would shout at him to leave her alone and stop making her jump. My sister was convinced that Mom was seeing Dave, but tried to brush it off as drug-induced hallucinations. I tend to believe it was the hallucinations of a dying woman, heavily sedated on morphine. That's the rational explanation, I think. But who knows? I can't be certain, nor would I doubt my mom's ability to distinguish real from not real. That being said, I have no clue as to the effect of morphine on the brain, or what the stress of knowing she was about to die had on her. The poster above that says, "If you truly love science, you would not refuse to believe in anything at all," has a point. I agree with you, Anon. If believing in God is an act of faith, then surely not believing in God is also an act of faith. That is not very scientific of me, and I concede it is narrow-mindedness on my part. OP, signing off. Thanks for reading, and thanks Axe for keeping this thread alive. I expected nothing in return, yet writing this has had a big effect on me, and I am grateful. All I can say is that everything I have written here is fact, to the point where I am now in tears reading it back. I have never told anyone most of this. I've told people about Ginny before, as kind of a conversation piece, but I've never actually written it down or had the time to go into this much detail before. We all live busy lives now, so things like Ginny get forgotten about and laughed at. It's brought back a lot of emotions that I felt at the time, and for the most part, I have welcomed them. Thanks, Anons. I will leave the explanations to you guys, as I really do not have any. I have one possibly paranormal experience of my own. It's kind of shit, but lately, I've been thinking about it a lot, so I feel compelled to share it. Bougie friend is celebrating his birthday. Lots of hipsters, theater actors, and art people. I'm anxious and sticking out like a sore thumb, so I get to drinking very quickly and very hard. People keep coming in and out. They all have the same look to them. They're wearing expensive clothes, immaculate hair, etc. I keep seeing this one girl who is worse off than I am. I feel a little bit better about myself. She is just wearing sweatpants and a faded band t-shirt. She needs to dye her hair. Her roots are coming in very hard. I figure she's a drug dealer, since there is coke and weed going around, and she really does not look like she came to the party, or like she's with the in-crowd. I am completely trashed. She is sitting next to me, telling me that I should stop drinking and go vomit. She keeps insisting that I go to the bathroom and vomit. Yeah, I guess I do feel pretty sick. I go to the bathroom and close the door behind me. As I'm puking, and I see that she is kneeling next to me and has a hand on my shoulder. I don't remember her coming in, but whatever. Get it all out, she says. Some hours pass. I keep drinking. I pass out in a bed. She is lying next to me. Again, I did not notice her come in. She is instructing me to sleep on my side. Fine. I turn away from her. A few days later, I ask a friend about her. I figure I should thank her, because she nannied me pretty much all night. He says there was not anyone like that at his party. I figure she's a party crasher that my friend does not know and did not notice. Years later, friend is selling his apartment. He jokingly asks if he should report the death that happened there. What? Before he moved in, a heroin junkie lived there, a young woman. She choked to death on her own vomit while she was high. Apparently, she died in the room I passed out in. TLDR, Ghost might have saved me from meeting the same end that she did. When I was around 13 or 14 years old, my mom got engaged to a guy. We lived in the city for a while before they bought a plot of land in the village about 20 kilometers away from the city. The plot of land had a small one-room house, a barn/garage thing, and a smaller house that was used as storage. We lived in the one-room house while they tore down the barn/garage to build a bigger house. Behind the small one-room house was a path that went through the forest to the sea. About 3 meters into the forest on the path, there is a square plot that is outlined with a large iron chain-link fence, which I learned is a cholera pit from the 1800s. Our plot of land had the forest behind the small house and fields behind the barn. Move into small one-room house. Excited because the plot of land is pretty big and there is a forest right next to it. Fuck yeah, gonna build some secret bases and shit. Some time passes. Have constant feeling of unease during evenings/nights while we live in the small house. Don't dare to look out of the windows for some reason. Feel like I'll be scared if I do. This goes on for pretty much the whole time while we build the house that we are going to live in. Late fall, before it had started snowing. One evening, before we had finished tearing down the barn/garage, sitting outside on the porch, can't remember what I was doing. Start hearing the sound of gravel crunching, like someone walking. Think sound is coming from the storage shack. Listen for a bit before calling out. Hey, anyone there? No answer. Gravel crunching sound keeps moving toward the barn. Just stops when it sounds like it's reached the barn. Get freaked out and go inside. We kept one of our cars in the barn/garage during the winter. Never really liked going in there because it was old and dusty. There is one lamp in the garage, part of the building. Sitting on the porch again, chilling after a long day of playing with friends or some shit. Notice garage lamp turns on. Garage lamp turns off, then it turns on again. Keeps turning on and off for what feels like a minute. Get freaked out and go inside. Hey, Anon, did you go in the garage yesterday? The lamp was on. No. Well, remember to turn it off if you go in there. We tear down the barn/garage to start building the house. Nothing really happens during this period of time, except for the general feeling of unease. And we got a dog. It was nearing the end of summer when we finished building the house. Move into the house. Shit is so cash because I finally get my own room after having lived with both parents in the same room for about a year. Room even has a door to the big ass porch we built. The place where we lived was pretty close to the sea, so from spring to fall, we would have thick fog during the evenings when the air got colder. One evening, the fog was really thick. Making a sandwich in the kitchen, looking out at the foggy fields. Think I spot something standing in the field. It's probably just a bush or a small tree I haven't noticed before, I think to myself. It starts moving slowly across the field. More figures appear and start moving with it. Stand in the kitchen, staring at the moving figures for what feels like 5 minutes. The figures move across the field before they vanish one by one. Freak the fuck out and go and hide in my room. Walking the dog one day. Usually go for walks with the dog around the village. This time decide to go for a walk through the forest, maybe find some cool spots for secret bases. Take the path behind the small house to the forest. Dog is sniffing around, pissing on things. Walk past the plot with the iron chain link fence. Dog freezes up just as we're halfway past the plot, stares into the plot and does not want to budge. Have to pull hard to get him to come with me. Dog goes back to normal as soon as we pass the plot. Follow the path all the way to the sea and then go back. Dog freezes up again at the plot on our way back. The path to the sea is about 1 to 1.5 kilometers until you reach the sea. There's an abandoned house about 200 meters from the sea that is just by the path. Really run down and looks like it's about to fall down any day now. Mom tells me not to go in there because it is probably dangerous. One day I'm walking our dog. Walk past the abandoned, run-down house. Think I see someone standing in the window. Dog freaks the fuck out. Freak out and run back home. There's a community building in the village that people can rent out for birthdays and parties, etc. Building is really old, probably from early 1900 to the 1910s. One of my friends has a birthday party there. 2 parents are there as guardians, watching us so we don't break shit. It's gonna be a sleepover. Kids being kids, we're loud as fuck and just being rowdy. We're watching a movie on the projector in the evening. Have to take a piss really hard because I've been drinking soda. Go find a bathroom. Run into an old lady on the way to the bathroom. Will you kids be quieter soon? She asks. Don't think about it too much and just say yeah. Go do my business in the bathroom. Go back to the room while we are watching the movie. Ask one of the adults who the old lady is. What old lady? It's just us 2 adults here. Get mildly freaked out and return to watching the movie. One particularly foggy evening, sitting in my room playing games on my PlayStation that I just got. First day. Stand up to get some water from the kitchen. Look out of the window in my room towards the forest. From behind the small house, a figure emerges, walking on the path towards the cholera pit. Another one appears from behind the house, and another one. Count to what I think was about 10 or 12 of them. They slowly trundle along the path towards the cholera pit. As soon as they reach the edge of the forest, they start fading away. Fuck that, I think to myself, and pull down the blinds on my windows. Quietly run to the kitchen and get water before running back to my room. Stepdad had put up a motion-activated light because it is dark during the winters. He is working abroad 2 months at a time before coming home for 2 to 3 weeks. Snow has started already falling. Light activates all the time even though there's nobody outside. Chilling in our computer room, playing Ragnarok online with my friend while we chat on Skype. Mom has not come home from work yet. Lights turn on outside. Look out the window to see if Mom came home. Nobody. Turn back to computer and continue playing. Lights turn on again after a while. Look outside. Nothing again. Think nothing of it and turn back to the computer. Light turns on for a time. Don't bother looking out the window again. Suddenly, hear a loud banging on the window. What the fuck was that? Brenda asked me on Skype. Look out the window and see nobody. Freak out slightly, get up, and pull the blinds down. Probably someone pranking me, I laugh nervously. Mom comes home and tells me to get off the computer and go to bed. Wake up next morning. Look at the snow below the computer room window when I'm leaving for school. No footsteps anywhere close to the window. Feel creeped out. Dog feels restless if he isn't in a room with a human. Follows us around all the time. Mostly my mom. One evening, when I'm home alone with our dog, chilling in the computer room again, playing Vidya. Dog gets up to go drink some water. Starts barking while he's in the kitchen. Yell at him to shut up. Continues barking. I get up and walk into the kitchen. Dog is standing in the middle of the kitchen, staring at the window while barking. See nothing in the window. Grab dog by the collar and pull on him so he comes with me. Whines and puts his tail between his legs before following me back into the computer room. Dog is restless and whines while walking around the computer room. Mom comes home like 10 minutes after. Dog calms down and follows Mom around for the rest of the night. Have reoccurring nightmares where there is people staring in through our windows, or where something is going to see me if I don't hide from the windows. Playing on my PlayStation one evening. Think it was Crash Bandicoot or some other platformer. TV turns to static. That's weird, I think. Stand up to go and turn it off because I broke the remote. Volume on TV goes way up suddenly. Static is loud as fuck. Turn off TV and turn it back on. It's back to normal, like nothing happened. There is probably more shit that happened, but I can't remember it right now. My mom broke up with my stepdad and we moved out after living in the house for like 2 years. Talked to my mom recently about why we moved out so soon after building the house. She says that she felt creeped out constantly while living there. Ask her if she knows if stepdad felt the same. She says that he had not really noticed anything off about the place. Says that it was one of the reasons they broke up. Perhaps it isn't spooky for everyone, but this is something that I witnessed in my teen years. Be me, 16 years old. Went hunting somewhere in the northeast of Mexico. Went with an uncle and cousin, but they are irrelevant. Plan was to stay there hunting a day and a half and then return home. We were hunting together, but with no luck. A few rabbits, but not anything bigger in sight. Uncle decides it will be good to split in order to cover more area, and maybe this way spot something good. Okay, I guess. Went to a thick part of the forest and climbed a tree to have a better view of the area. Fell asleep. Woke up in the middle of the night, freezing. Shit. I was about to get down and return to the camp, and then I heard something. Chain rustling sound, not too far from where I was, and some voices. Decided to stay on the tree and try to look for the source of the sound. Caught a glimpse of light from what appeared to be a torch about 100 to 120 meters away from me. What the fuck? The forest wasn't a camping area, and that part isn't very known. Climbed down real slow and quiet to get closer to the light. As I get closer, I start listening to what can only be some kind of chanting in Spanish. Finally get real close. I was scared shitless, but wanted to say. About 10 to 15 people in a circle. White loose clothing, not robes, no shoes, all carrying machetes and other blunt weapons. Single small torch in the middle of the circle. Then I hear the chain rustling again. On the ground, besides the torch, there was this young woman. Looked about 20, naked, strapped to the ground somehow. Looked bruised and hurt, blood coming from her nose. What shocked me most was how broken she looked. Hopeless, hollow, no signs of life even though she was breathing. What I assumed was an older woman started cleaning her up while others chanted. Chanting was not really loud, so I could not hear most of it. Abre la puerta, open the door, came a few times, rest was unintelligible. Then it hit me like a bucket of cold water. I was not supposed to be there. I knew what that looked like, but there was nothing I could do. Started coming back really slow, laying low, trying not to make a single sound. About 50 meters from them,
I could not stand it. Turned around and aimed my rifle at the general direction of the light from the torch. Shoot. Heard nothing but absolute silence after the shot. This is bad. Started running like hell back to the camp, which was pretty far away. Never turned back. Never looked back. Finally arrived at the camp. Uncle asked me where the fuck I was. Tell him everything. We need to leave right now. Cousin asked him why, but he never answered. Just told us to shut the fuck up about it and never tell anyone about this. Okay then. Packed everything quickly and left. It was about 3 to 4 a.m. when we left. My uncle drove like we were being chased, and perhaps we were. Never saw anything in the local news. With all the girls in the country disappearing, it's hard to track things like this. It haunts me to this day, and feel so guilty about it. So, this happened when I was 12. It was December, and my dad and I were going out to hunt in the game lands of northern Pennsylvania at a camp we have there. For hunting, the conditions were not great. It was warm that year, so there was not any snow on the ground, which made spotting deer hard. That morning, we headed down a main trail, and then off trail for about 2 miles before stopping at a spot we had scouted the day before. It was a good spot. The woods came to a huge clearing full of tall grass. We found a pine tree at the edge of the woods, and me and my dad sat next to each other, facing the clearing. For context, for the next part, hunters in PA are generally friendly. If you see one, it's normal for them to wave, or while they pass through, to come up and say hi, ask how your hunt is going, etc. So it's not out of the ordinary to see a friendly hunter opening day of buck. We were sitting against our pine tree a few hours after sunup when I noticed another hunter walking through the field about 200 yards away. I thought nothing of it. I kept an eye on him, but that's about it. 13 minutes later, I notice him again, but this time, he's 100 yards out. Me being shy at the time, I did not wave, and waited for my dad to wave instead, or make a whistling sound like he normally does. He doesn't. He just stays silent, scanning another part of the woods/field. I thought this was weird, but again, shrugged it off. 20 minutes later, this guy is 40 yards away, and I'm really confused because I knew there was no way my dad did not see him at this point and still made no move to indicate that he saw him. More time passes, and this guy is 25 yards away. But he looks weird. He's shimmery, kinda like a mirage. I could not make out any details. Face, rifle, clothes, etc. As he got closer to our spot, he just kinda melts. It looked like he melted out of existence. When we were out, I asked my dad about it, and he said he didn't see or hear a thing. Back when I was in high school, I had a friend named Joe. Joe lived in a farmhouse a few miles outside of town. His parents had some llamas and a little bit of pasture. Joe and I would hang out at his house, stay up all night drinking soda or playing video games, or working on old computers that we'd find or scavenge. We're all set to hang out at his house one night because his parents and sister are out of town, which means we can blast loud music all night. Usually, I would take the bus out and then call him from a payphone at a convenience store at the edge of town, and he would come and pick me up. But this time, I did not have any change, and the clerk would not let me use the store phone, so I said fuck it, I will just walk. It's full dark, no moon, and there is a super thick fog out. You can barely see 20 feet ahead of you. Kinda spooked, but whatever. Start heading down the road. On one side, there are woods and occasional farmhouses down long driveways/roads. On the other side are a creek and thick woods. Start walking. After a while, I start to hear some rustling in the bushes on the house side. Figure it's just some raccoons or whatever. Keep walking. Keep hearing slight rustling. Sounds like it's following me. Starting to get a little spooked. After a while, hear a louder rustle in the bushes. I stop and stare intently into the darkness. Starting to get pretty freaked out. All of a sudden, completely out of nowhere, I think about that scene in Jurassic Park where Muldoon gets distracted by one raptor while another one sneaks up and ambushes him. As soon as that thought hits my head, I hear a loud rustle in the woods on the opposite side of the road, directly behind me. Immediately start running. Keep hearing noises behind me. Up ahead is a very small, private/rural school. Run directly up to the entrance. Stand under the light and security camera. I figure, if something comes out of the woods and kills me, at least it will be on tape. Across the road is a small dirt road over a bridge that goes across the creek, blocked by a metal cattle gate. Next to it is a big metal apartment-style mailbox directly underneath a tree. Hear rustling across the street again. Can't see anything in the darkness and fog of the woods. The metal gate is slowly moving back and forth, making a quiet metal sound as the wind pushes it gently. Finally start to catch my breath, realize it was probably just raccoons or snakes or maybe even deer, and I feel stupid for being so scared. Right as I start to walk again, I hear a loud slam. Something has come up and hit the metal mailbox across the road. Immediately hear rustling on my side of the road. Start sprinting, and do not stop until I get to Joe's house. Bang on the door. He lets me in. Asks me what the fuck is going on as I am locking the door behind us. I ran so hard I could not catch my breath and was seeing stars. Finally calmed down enough to tell him what happened. He calls me an idiot, and eventually I calm down and we end up playing Gran Turismo 2 for most of the night. Pass out. Wake up in the morning. Get ready to take off back to town so I can catch a bus home. Start walking back down the road. Feel stupid, but my heartbeat starts to get quicker as I get closer to the school. Come around the corner and see the metal mailbox. Sitting on top of the mailbox is something bright red, the size of a heart. Slowly get closer and realize it's a fucking apple. The mailbox was directly under a fucking apple tray, and one of them fell and hit the box at the exact right moment to scare the shit out of me. Feel like the world's biggest idiot for being so scared of a fucking apple and some raccoons and the wind. Get back to town, take a bus home, take a shower, lay down on my bed and start to chuckle about the entire situation. Then I realize something. The metal gate, blowing slightly in the wind. There could not have been wind, because if there was wind, there would not have been any fog. Something was moving the gate back and forth. Not as scary of a situation as some people have had, but it still freaked me the fuck out. As a precaution, I always made Joe pick me up from then on out. Voice in my head warned me. Be me. 4 nights ago. Been living with tinnitus for a good long while now. For some reason, that night, it was just bothering the fuck out of me. I could not concentrate on the game I was playing on my phone. Put phone down. Cover my ears, knowing full well that won't do shit. That's not gonna help. Hear this shit clear as day. Brush it off. Fuck it. I need to sleep. Lay on my bed. At some point, I probably fell asleep. Suddenly wake up. Can't move. Oh fuck, is this sleep paralysis? Nothing out of the ordinary. At first. Feel wave of inexplicable fear just take over me. Then the pain comes. It's like a leg cramp, but in my head. Then it stops hurting. After the movie, stay on your side of the street. Fast forward to last night. Go see Hellfest with a friend since she did not want to go alone. Movie ends. We talk and take a seat on the benches in front of the cinema. Shady looking dude across the street. Keeps looking at my friend and me. Remember the voice. Spooked. After a few minutes pass, cop pulls over to the curb across the street. Shady dude pulls out a fucking gun. Don't tase me, bro. Fast forward to about an hour ago. I'm reading a book. Back of my eyes start hurting, then the cramping sensation starts. Just follow what I say, and you will be safe. What?
At some point, either before or after that statement, I'd put my book back on the shelf at the foot of my bed. Not sure if that's significant, but I don't remember putting it back, so gonna put it there, just in case it is. I'm actually terrified, X. I don't think I'm going crazy, but this makes me really scared for myself. Can anyone shed some light on this? I've tried Google, but it's just giving me articles on mental illnesses. I wonder why. OP here. Just woke up about an hour ago. Been sleeping since around 4 in the morning. It's currently around 3 in the afternoon at the time of writing this. Wake up because of unbearable pain in my head. Knew that the voice was coming. I remember what this guy said. Basically just yell for it to leave me alone. I don't want a guardian angel or whatever the fuck you are. This is my first time actually trying to make contact with it. The pain goes away. Here it comes. It won't hurt if you just let me in. Let you in? Is this where I die? Accept my help. Are you an angel? No response. A parasite? No response. Think it's finally gone. I stand up and nearly collapse from the sudden pain flooding my head. I'm just someone who wants to keep you safe. I'm on the floor. No dinosaur. I keep quiet. I will talk to you again tonight. Probably stayed there on the floor for a good while before standing up to wash my face. Today is a day off, but I have work tomorrow, and this is the first time the voice has appeared in the middle of the day since it first spoke to me 4 days ago. Telling it to leave did not work. I'm gonna drive to a town about 3 hours away and look for a church there on Sunday, 2 days from now. OP here. Not kill. Just got home from work. Could not post last night because internet was out when I tried to, up until when I had to leave. But I'm copy-pasting shit from Notepad. Basically, I went to sleep at around 11 p.m. after having a friend over. Did not tell them about the voice because I don't want to risk them thinking that I'm a weirdo. I remembered that the voice said it would talk to me again that night. Wake up to a headache. It's 3 in the fucking morning. This one does not feel so bad. Just a throbbing sensation and a dull pain in the back. Pain does not go away fully this time. I tried to make it hurt less. Spend next few minutes nearly chanting for it to leave me alone. I can't do that. Why not? I need you to be safe. Why? You are important. Important? To me, yes. And who are you? That is not important. Kinda is. You just appeared out of nowhere. I've always been with you. Are you an angel? No response. Please, just tell me. No response. I close my eyes, thinking it's gone. Don't go behind the shop alone. I keep that shit in mind. At around 3:15, I realized the voice and the pain was gone. Work in 4 hours. Go back to sleep. Anyway, that was the entire encounter, apparently, as far as I can see, from what I've written down, and from what I can recall. I chose to ignore the warning it gave me though, and I'll post what happened once I've changed clothes and typed it out. Okay, so, bit of background. I work as a private investigator. I'm 21, and I'm still pretty fresh to the whole thing, compared to most of my coworkers, but the pay is pretty good, and I sometimes get bonuses based on the client's discretion. I have the education and the experience as well. Anyway, today, I had to go out with a partner to investigate an apartment complex downtown. Super shitty area, because apparently, one of the tenants may have some information regarding an identity theft case that we're currently working on. I agree. My partner is one of the more seasoned dudes in the place, and he is super chill, so I'm pretty sure we were going to take one of his on-the-job breaks before going back to the agency. All around, a good time for me. Anyway, here is what happened. We get to apartment complex. Partner makes sure he's got his stun gun on him.
All I carry on me is a knife because I have not gotten around to getting a license yet. Not really worried since we have not had to use our weapons since I started this job a year ago. Knock on the door of the guy we were supposed to talk to. No answer. We knock again. No answer. Suddenly, the neighboring door opens and this dude just books it away from us. I chase after him. Partner is considerably slower. I start yelling some bullshit about being a cop. Not really a cop though, .kek. We pass a shoe shop. I remember the shop as one of those chain link fences that also has a roof. He turns the corner. I start slowing down to catch some air. If he ducks behind the shop, then I win. If he runs away, then I can't really chase him. I'm too tired. He ducks behind the shop. Got you now, bitch boy. Remember what voice said. I guess I'll die. I turn the corner. Yup, the chain link fence is there, along with the roof. Also a bunch of garbage bags and a dumpster. No sign of the guy though. Figure he is hiding. I stand there for a few minutes, just debating whether or not I should go in and risk probably getting shivved with an AIDS-ridden knife. I pull my knife out. I have a little bit of experience in boxing, but that is about it. If he tries to hurt me, I just gotta stab his ass before he gets me right. Motherfucker jumps out with a fucking handgun. Oh fuck, oh shit. I should have brought a stun gun at least. Feel sudden spike of pain in my head. Oh shit. This is exactly why I wanted to get rid of the voice ASAP. You're an idiot. I gave you one job. I don't want to die. I don't want you to. The guy screams and fucking collapses. I look around. There is nothing there. Then it hits me. Just this wave of unexplainable fear to the point I can feel my entire body just freeze up. Walk away. I walk out of the alley. My partner is there. You good, Anon? Yeah. Dumbass had a gun. Call the cops. Everything after that is irrelevant, but I can't shake that feeling of nothing but terror. Like my balls were gonna come out of my mouth from how scared I was. The guy we were chasing was taken in by the cops for questioning, and I had to file a report explaining what happened. At least I did not have to go in for questioning because I was on the job, and the attorney that hired us was buddies with one of the cops that arrived first.